Welcome to day 5 of Western Europe Spring Tour. I'm so excited to kick off the day with both T-Gov and Lizard. Lizard, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Looking forward to another day of Western Europe. The day has been up and down. Some thunder is happening outside. Some ex-Thunder players as well here playing in a new organization. Today, what a switch, what a segue.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic, except I'm going to ignore completely and just ask T, how are you doing?
I can't be what Lizard said, so yeah, I'm pretty good, pretty chill. Good day.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, you're right, Lizard, but we'll get there eventually. The schedule of, Exorbitant Thunder's players, hopefully weather holds out for you and everything like that. But first, we have to look at what happened at the start of this week number 2 here in Western Europe, because it kicked off with a banger, and it also ended the day with a banger. Secret up against OG. This one went all 3 games. OG did clutch it out with a 2-1, but fantastic showings. We've talked about it a few times, T-Gov. Even though Secret haven't gotten a series win for themselves, they're definitely looking better and in great form for this new lineup.
Yeah, they are looking better, but there's only so many times you can say that, and for a team currently sitting at 0-3, today, of course, they are playing again, so they are going to need to get real good. Otherwise, we're going to start talking about how they're already in elimination spots, potentially, if they do lose today as well. So I really hope for their sake that they do they find it today, and they stop, losing 2-1 and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. And on the side of OG, they've been playing with their stand-in at the moment, so that comes with its own challenges. And Lizard, we did get to speak to Misha a little bit about how they like to make that stand-in comfortable, but also try and make it fit their drafting ideas, which I'm sure hasn't been easy, but worked out in this series with some amazing Aramis Skyrath.
No, of course it's not easy, right? But if there is one team to make stand-ins work, that's OG. And we get reminded, get reminded very often about how well they can exactly do it. We've seen the same thing at TIs before. We've seen it at the Berlin Major as well recently, like at the majors before, where truth be told, they did have Seb standing in, but still, I believe that they're a team that has a good overall organization around their players, and they have good mentality and good strategy to make everyone feel welcome. Like if you have that, as long as the player individually, of course, is good enough, they can make anyone work. It's not going to be that difficult for them.
Yeah, a strong foundation over on the side of OG there. But T, were you impressed with their drafting and how they changed from the previous series we'd seen OG? Because, again, they were sort of struggling a little bit too.
Yeah, I think that they're finding their form more. Of course, they played with Aramis a couple of times, so I am excited to see kind of where OG goes in the future. And, yeah, we'll see how they go. But they are, drastically improving.
The second series, D1 Hustlers up against Tundra. I'm just going to say it bluntly, T, probably the worst showing from D1 Hustlers that we've seen. Again, Tundra being a great opponent, but everything they drafted, it just felt like never got online. There was no space for anyone on that team in such a large map.
Yeah, I feel like, unfortunately for D1 Hustlers, Divide Llama didn't have too good of a series, and on top of that, Tundra just kind of set the pace in the early game. And when you're already kind of preventing Exantic to making his pop-off plays, you have Divide Llama who's not doing too well. Like, already 2 cores are kind of getting shut down, and that's not really a recipe for success. And I feel like Tundra, 2 games in a row, just understood how D1 Hustlers comes online to give Shad those ideal games where he's some incredibly farm Slark or Void down the line. But yeah, just unfortunately for D1 Hustlers, Tundra did do all the homework and just fully understood what they had to do. Look, even the highlights here, it's like I already feel like the end of the highlights and it's only 20 minutes in. Fun fact, it ends like 5 minutes later, but still.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't last much longer. The first one was good, 45 minutes, but the second one only 25 minutes. And yeah, great execution from this side of Tundra, really knowing, like you said, who to shut down there. Third series will come up, Lizard, and you get to talk about it. That's the fun one. It was the major rematch between Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, but this time round, shocker, it goes in Liquid's favor for a 2-0.
I mean, shocker, eventually someone had to take them down, right? Like, come on. This has been going on for way too long, and finally we see Liquid taking down the series off of Gaming Gladiators. I think that Liquid has been there for a really long time. They just needed to get everything, all the cards. They needed to play their hand correctly, and this is the first time that they have in the last couple of seasons. I was really impressed with overall the way they played the map. I think that they understand how it should be played properly after the major. I think that they have gained a lot of experience off of it. Like Nisha popping off, as always. Nothing really too surprising there, at least.
Yeah, I will say the two things that really stood out for me this series, I've got to say the most obvious one was the offlane heroes Zai was playing. I mean, that man picked himself an offlane ogre. That was fantastic counter to what Gaiman lined up, and the Spirit Breaker as well. But also, they shut down Quinn and A. Sort of what you talked about in the previous series, T, how Tundra had that perfect, they know what their win condition is, who needs to get online and shut it down. Liquid were able to do that so efficiently in this series too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when Zai gets last pick in 2 drafts and basically knows that like minute 6 he can be left alone on an island, that alone just allows, Boxy to make these incredible plays across the map. It also helps you playing Techies 2 games in a row. Like Techies, this hero,
yeah,
it is clearly first phase banned for a reason. If it slips through the draft and you get it unlocks your offlane to be like any hero to take the fight. You look at mid lane for a second, one sticky bomb, boom, he's gone too. So this hero just breaks games early on, and on top of that, Zai just drafts himself heroes that could be independent. So it was like the perfect storm to beat gaming, because it's like, wait, we don't have to care about our offlane and we get to shit on mid lane Quinn. Hell yeah, So it's like Liquid just they got two real good clean drafts and played on it.
Yeah, very heavy rotations from there. So with those wins, with the teams picking up some more wins for themselves, others picking some losses, it's Tundra who's undefeated in this 2-3. Then it's followed by Liquid, who have 1 series loss. That was their opener. Gaming Gladiators got their loss. So they're on 2-1, tied with Quest Esports at the moment. Entity having the inverse scoreline and the same one as OG with 1 series win, 2 series losses. And then it's Hustlers and Secret looking down there in the relegation zone. And that makes for a very interesting day number 5 in Western Europe, because Secret up against Hustlers, that is going to happen today. That's going to be our final series. So we will be seeing one of those 2 teams picking up a win. T, would you almost say that whoever does lose today has put themselves in a not confirmed relegation place, but a hard place to get out of?
Yeah, I'd lean more towards, if Secret lose, they're 0-4, and we've never really seen teams with 4 losses have incredible comebacks. They might get to 3-4, but I'd argue there's a lot more pressure on Secret not to lose the series, because with Hustlers, it's like they still have more games, right? They're only 0-2, but either way, both of these teams, if they are to lose it, only taking L's the entire tour in Division 1, the final tour before the final major, before the TI, etc. Like, no team wants this. So yeah, this is going to be a juicy series for sure.
Yeah. And then it's Gaming Gladiators versus Entity in the middle. And of course, starting off our day lizard, Tundra up against Quest Esports. You want to put any bold predictions out there? You want to be like, yeah, Quest Esports have something up their sleeves. Tundra looking good right now, but this could be their first loss.
It's so hard to say that it's going to be their first loss after the performances that they've had so far. But Quest Esports, like this team in the last season before ATF even joined them, looked like they had a fresh new identity in the scene. Like they played the game differently. I did like Hutter as well, and his Venomancer spams, right? But I think ATF freshens them up even more. So maybe if they find some ways of dealing with Tundra, they can take a W here. What I really hope that they do is that I hope that they did watch the last series, and I'm certain that they have, and that they get a couple of lessons out of the quick 2-0 that Tundra had.
Yeah, I mean, what lesson can you take from a series like that, T? Like when you see their opponents, Tundra 2-0, so dominantly D1 Hustlers, who maybe some people on the outside might put them on similar levels, Hustlers and Quest Esports.
Against Tundra, at least, you just need to understand that they are always going to go for the heroes if available. Unlike other teams where they kind of waver a little bit throughout the tour, for Tundra, it's like, is Doom available? Is Spirit Breaker available? Is Techies available? And it's like, if these...
Is Visage available?
Yeah, exactly. But for me, at least, I feel like it's Doom, Techies, Spirit Breaker are like your top 3. Of course, Beastmaster kind of floats around, but I think there will be scenarios where potentially teams might even give away the Doom for a second just to ban Spirit Breaker and Techies out, to just have some fresh air from having to go against Spirit Breaker Visage, or this constant Techies threat that we're seeing. So hopefully some teams start to experiment with the bans a little bit, because again, Spirit Breaker Visage, this combo, I think it's 3 games now, this combo they've played, and 3 wins for Tundra.
Yeah, it's definitely a dirty combo when it's in the hands of Tundra. We'll see if it's successful, if anyone else takes on that sort of technology for themselves. But this Doom, I was going to say I wouldn't mind seeing it through because we know teams are able to handle it. But Tundra are kind of afraid of it falling into the hands of Amar Lizard.
Yeah, of course they are. They're afraid of the Doom in his hands, and I'm wondering if they're afraid of Timbersaw too. Like, it's something that he has played, right? For ages now, it's probably his best hero, besides perhaps Razor, and maybe that's something that they can ban out as well, because T has mentioned a lot of heroes that are really broken at the moment. I agree with completely everything, like Tech is 100% first phase material, but I have seen some games in which Timber, especially in Chinese region, in which Timber just takes the game completely on his own and wins it, even versus slight counters. But Techies goes through, and I'd be surprised if Quest Esports doesn't pick that one up.
Yeah, would you prefer them to pick up that Techies? Okay, it doesn't even matter. I was gonna ask T, and then there is that potential that they get to close the phase with Amar, but that's also a big question. We see so often when Amar joins a team, it happened on Nigma for some time, happened on OG when he was back there, that he'll leave his hero to the last pick. Do you feel he's still doing that on Quest Esports, T, or it's a little bit of a change up and that he is starting to reveal his heroes a little bit earlier?
I think it depends. There's been some scenarios where they're second pick, and it can feel quite natural to pick that combo. Of course, Doom being so high value in the meta, it's easy to lock his hero in. But when those aren't in play, then he does still lean towards the latter end of the draft. Specifically, some of his Mars picks and his quirkier picks have been, 17 onwards. So I would say he's getting better at getting his pick earlier in the draft, but it's still not like first phase every game like other offlaners are doing.
Yeah.
And then he's improving.
He is. There is a change. It doesn't feel as easy to read. There it is. It's not the Timbersaw that you talked about, but we're gradually moving it forward. So we could be shocked. It might not be a Amar. Okay, let's not pigeonhole this Mars just yet. But I would say
put him in the hot box.
I was gonna say I'd be pretty confident to say it's a Mars there. But let's quickly touch on the side of Tundra Lizard. Coddle Magnus opening. Is there a combo seeing there? Is this a Coddle that is going to be able to support a Magnus in lane, or would you like it to potentially be a flex between that 4 and 5 for them right now?
Well, look, it's Tundra Esports. Both of these heroes should be very flexible. Like when you're thinking about position 4 or 5 Kotl, you can think about position 2 Kotl as well. Like you can think about Magnus being position 1. Like it's something that has been picked up in other regions. I'm not sure if it's been experimented with in Western Europe, but this hero actually...
Yeah, it has a little bit.
A little bit? Okay, because of the builds, right? Like the Mask of Madness Harpoon feels really damn strong. You have this natural way of building the hero. So for Tundra right now, if you want to put it on your 4 and 3, I think that's the safest option, right? Like for the opening, but it's still very versatile. It can still go anywhere that they choose to. If you remember the last series, like we made every single prediction wrong on this panel. Like they last picked some Medusa, put it on the offlane. They seemingly had 4 cores, but Saxa just popped off on that Batrider position 4. So yeah, they're very versatile, and it's one of their biggest strengths.
Yeah, it feels like the complete inverse T of Quest when you look at it. Like, that this is going to be a Mars Techies lane almost 100%. I'm going to say 99.99. Like those antibacterial ads, it's like kills 99.99% of germs. And
I guess, are you saying Tundra are the germs in this situation?
Yep.
Quest are trying to wipe them away? All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's the thing with Quest. It's like, unlike other teams, when I look at Quest, I don't mind there not being like flexibility and the cuteness within drafts, because I know that their players are so exceptional on these heroes that it's like you just want to draft their strengths, and it is potentially exploitable against some of the best teams in the world. It could have been the reason why Quest struggled a little bit in previous tours to break into top 4, but again, it is allowing them to hold down such a strong spot, and if they can just keep improving, then they'll be fine. Bans, they are kind of leaning towards, of course, this being the offlane combo. Naga Siren doesn't really care about Mars offlane, use free farm. Undying would completely break this lane and shut it down. So Quest also banning for this being the offlane combo.
Tundra Esports turn to
All right, let's see where the rest of the bans are. Pengu, because that's it. Like, even though you want a band to protect, it's that fine balance, Lizard, where you also want to make sure that they're not going to get any comfort. Pengu, coined as busted by Kezu over and over again. Probably many people. So we see it there, but there's still quite a lot of other quote-unquote busted heroes in the pool.
Yeah, there are. Like when you're banning against Tundra, it's never easy. What you can do, and what Quest Esports has done, obviously, is go over their last drafts, like the heroes that they have picked in tandem with Magnus. That's what all those papers are for. You know, when players are looking at them, it's basically drafts, just screenshots of drafts printed out. So they played the Mango. They played the Magnus.
Mango? Oh.
Magnus with Pango. I'm coining it. Mango. Yeah. So it's something that they ban out. It would be sold for them. And Pangolier, like historically, it's been one of those heroes that does great against Mars. As you don't really care about the arena. You can always roll in and out and just mess his teamfight capability completely up. So it's understandable that they ban it, but I'm very interested in where they go now on the third pick. Like they can show us their hand a little bit, pick another support, and this is I mean they're literally picking, at least in this season so far from the games that I watched, it's been Witch Doctor and Techies on position 5. Like maybe 1 or 2 games something changes, but it's mostly been Witch Doctor and Techies.
I need to double check as well, because Snaking, at least in one game, he did Max Hill with Maledict. I'm just checking his other Witch Doctor game now, just to see if he did. Yeah, he did the same thing. He's actually, in 2 games that he's played it at least, he's gone 4 points Voodoo by level 7, and just playing with the team. Like all this cheap skirmishing, running around. Again, probably isn't going to feel too great in your pubs, trying to gather the troops up and make plays like this, but in a competitive environment, having this heal, running around, hitting some Maledicts, it could be pretty good.
Yeah. What sort of items is he going with that to make the max heal more viable and better for the team?
It starts with Pavis early on, of course, because it's busted, and then if the game's good, he treats himself to maybe like a Glimmer Cape and a Locket down the line, but it's not like he's not over-subscribing to the idea where he's like rushing some Locket, going mech and going all heal.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
He's still doing like standard kind of stuff, but Quest not being too standard with a Shaman pick.
Yeah, but I love it. It's like good old Shadow Shaman, you know, like I'm gonna pick TB. I know there's by the way a possibility of something crazy like a Zeus happening. There's no catch on Quest Esports. You could ban out like a Storm and something else that messes you up. TA, I don't even know, and you're fine. Yeah, but by the way, I love Shadow Shaman. It's like, yeah, pick your Storms and Embers and whatnot. Like we're just gonna hex you up, catch you, we get some push from him. It's not really picked very often. I don't think I've seen a single Shadow Shaman in my pubs recently, by the way. But it's always cool to see new ideas, new heroes.
My one concern for Quest now is most of their heroes, other than Techies, are very much locked into do they have their big spell or not, you know? Like Arena for the Mars, Serpent Wars for Shaman, Metamorphosis for Terrorblade. And Tundra already have a very kind of fluid looking lineup where they just kind of run around the map together. Still have 2 more picks, 2 more core picks to enable that. So if Tundra just lean more into that kind of early game, just not even early game, but just scrappy aggression, it could punish Quest where they're always chasing that perfect fight, but they're not presented it.
Yeah, this is exactly what they picked before, by the way, on Tundra. Like the Witch Doctor and Faceless Void together with Magnus. So sometimes it's Techies.
They've just been favoring Faceless Void a lot, Lizard.
Yeah, they have been, and like it's a hero that just secures them the ultimate late game. The way they're playing it, like eventually he gets to that refresher or Boar Shard, and there aren't many things that are stronger than dual chrono in that late game. But one thing that I would like from Quest Esports, and I mean it's probably going to happen, we're gonna see one of the spirits or co-op bugs, something like that. But these 2 supports on Tundra and Faceless Void as well, they hate these heroes that jump on top of them easily. So any of the spirits or the co-op that has been banned out right now, I'd like to see. Like Storm, Member, whatever. Get those backlines, destroy them.
Going back
Sorry, you go T.
Going back to the Shaman point, by the way, it is the first time across all regions in this tour that Shaman is about to be picked up. It was fully uncontested until this game. So Quest really is at the forefront of Shadow Shaman technology will be the stars. Like
I'm excited to yeah, I'm excited to see what like the idea behind it is. Even if they don't necessarily win the game, I want to see what value Shaman might add to this lineup or to the game, like where they think that his strengths lay. And you talked about those backline jumpers, Puck now taken out as well. It does leave a lot of spirits still in the pool, but Timber being the other ban for Quest Esports. Any insight on that ban there, T?
I mean, I look at Quest, and I mentioned already the fact that they're very locked into big spells. Some casual Timber in the game will break it so early that Quest won't be able to get online. They'll always be reacting and never farming effectively. It's interesting that Quest actually hasn't banned out the Zeus. You know, Lizard mentioned it earlier. Especially with the front line of a Void and a Magnus, it would slot in quite nicely for Tundra. So maybe Quest have something in mind, picking it themselves potentially, or having a good laning counter they're picking here. But it does feel like Zeus is still very nice. For Tundra.
Yeah, in these 4 last bands, I really expected like Ember Spirits, like Void Spirit, Quap, and Puck. And the first 2, okay, but the last 2, yeah, I didn't expect.
Yeah.
Like the Omni-Knight and Timber, this is very interesting. And yeah, I think Zeus for Tundra would still be okay, but something like a
Hey,
Storm...
maybe Quest pick it up for themselves.
I don't feel that it's that great on them. It isn't bad, but you have a lot of this healing coming from Witch Doctor as well. So he would maybe be a problem. I think they need more of what are they lacking. So T said they have a lot of these big spells, big cooldowns. They're lacking something that skirmishes all the time. Ember gives you that. He's not banned. Storm Spirit also gives you that. He's not banned. And they also give you these backline abilities to jump on top of these heroes. But I might be completely wrong. Maybe they're looking at something completely different. Maybe some OD to save you from the chrono.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just quickly checking the stats now. So Zeus vs Terrorblade has like a near perfect 50% win rate. So previously in previous patches, it was, of course, Zeus favored. So potentially with the nerfs in 7.33, I think he got a little bit like half buff, half nerf in the C patch, but maybe there's something that we're kind of missing on this matchup throughout the patches and changing it. But again, something to think about. Noob's doing a lot of dancing.
Okay.
And we're seeing some mid-Wyvern. I mean, it's a banging game, right? Cold Embrace against his physical damage. Curse against the Void throughout the entire game. Atos for an extra bit of lockdown.
Curse against the Magnus as well, right?
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, I really like the Wyvern. And it has been picked up by Tundra before. It's been picked up by Sumail in the Chinese region as well. The hero actually can be built differently now. You don't have to rush the Aghanims immediately. You have different items that you can go for. So it does feel good. I like it a lot. It slots the same idea, I guess, like OD. But for me, Zeus just became
Better.
even better. But okay.
Mid-Willow, okay.
Is it mid-Willow?
Is it mid-Willow?
Or is it Kotal mid? It
I'm
can be
instantly jumping
Yeah.
on Mid-Willow. Yeah.
Mid-Willow.
No, yeah, mid-Willow.
Nine's played it like 3 or 4 times in his pubs, of course. I believe Willow is a universal hero. He's going for Atos, going for Midas, the Ags, of course, and then down the line, like some Moonshard, Hurricane Pike. It is going to be that Shadow Realm, like artillery style Willow. It is a little bit greedy, of course, for the amount of items you need, but we're mentioning explosive mid heroes in the form of Zeus. You already have such a nice front line with Mag and Void, Sustain from Witch Doctor Coddle. Like this Willow, in theory, should be able to come online, and it will always be a threat towards this Terrorblade, having this like abundance of magic damage thrown. So it'll be exciting to see the Willow versus Wyvern mid. Whew.
Yeah, how is Willow just as a laner in general? Because we very rarely see her, Lizard, picked up in pro games. I feel like she is quite forgotten about. So how is she as a laner, and do you think she'll be able to sustain this mid lane by herself?
No, I think she's pretty strong. Like we've been talking like in the last panel, I think with you guys, I've been talking about Dark Willows infesting my pubs on the mid lane as well as core. And yeah, I think this is not a bad pick whatsoever. There is some AoE damage though against her. Like there's a Wyvern with Splinter Blast, there's Wyvern with ulti as well to get her out of the Shadow Realm. There's also Techies with an AoE stun and damage with mines. So it's not the simplest, the easiest Dark Willow game. And yeah, I think it's still pretty damn solid. They got what they needed for that Chronosphere damage.
All right, and then very quickly, no reasoning at all, Lizard, which team are you going to side with, draft-wise?
No reason at all. I'm going to side with
No,
Dire.
you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm signing with Amar Mars.
Okay, all right, and T?
Sure, I'll go with Tundra so we have, a rivalry on the panel. Why not?
Yeah, now you guys get to argue in the post game, but we'll see how this Dark Willow Winter Wyvern mid matchup goes. It's definitely going to be the lane to watch for game number 1 between Tundra and Quest Esports with T-Panda and Fear.
Thank you so much, Nats, and the panel. And as you heard, a bit of a rivalry building up there in terms of is Quest going to be beating this? But Fear, one big question lying in the air, basically. Tundra still yet to drop a series so far. The only team that is undefeated, only one map loss so far. What do you think about their form coming into this day versus Quest?
I mean, they've been looking great, Tundra as a whole. The only thing that has been a bit of a question mark for them is Nine getting too wild on his hero picks. We saw a game they did lose recently in this DPC. It was with the mid-like, and now we're seeing the mid-Dark Willow. I don't think it's quite as wild, but it's going to beg the same question. If Tundra manage getting behind in the game, will Nine be on a hero that can make space on the map? This mid-Willow, I haven't seen a lot of it, but it does make a lot of sense. You have high base damage, you are a universal hero. If you can scale into the late game, tons of damage that can go through Cold Embrace, ignores Terrorblade's armor as well, and I'm talking about the Shadow Realm when you get to that Aghanim Scepter. So, really cool ideas, and it's been theory crafted out, but can they make it there?
In, like, let's say in the past, a couple of years backwards, you would say, oh, someone's trying to, copy out Thompson, for example, with these untraditional mid picks, but I feel like today, Nine, he's the guy who's setting these new trends. We've got Willow versus Winter Wyvern in the mid match. Of course, Wyvern we've seen from time to time. Willow, not so much. So I think you make a really good point, considering that, is it too wild, or can they make it work just fine? Because it is Tundra after all, haven't dropped the series so far. Quest coming up as the challengers, but they also have a pretty good start for their season, getting those 2 wins under the belt, and also getting a map off of Gaming Gladiators, which is, back-to-back major champions, and taking a win off of them. Always a very, very pleasant scoreline to go to. But talking about this mid matchup, how do you think this is actually going to go? Willow versus Wyvern, you don't get to see this every day.
Hey, you definitely do not. And I'm looking at the Willow here, the base damage. It's quite big, so you should be fine CSing. For sure. And Wyvern, also universal hero. This is like the new trend of Dota now. Just pick universal heroes in the mid lane.
Yeah, like Wyvern maybe scales 0.4 damage per level more than the Dark Willow does in this matchup, but still they're going to be packing up a lot of right-click damage. You still got plenty of control from both of these sides, and what I like about exiting from this laning stage, the panel brought it up, the Cold Embrace versus all this physical damage, the Mag and the Void. Basically, you got this big Empower right-clicker that they're just not doing any damage at the point, and that could open up for some really good curse plays too.
Yeah, you have a lot of team fight if you're looking at Tundra's side, but at the same time, Quest has a good amount too, so both lineups here are quite even, I must say. It's going to come down to how the laning stage really pans out.
See any potential kill potential on either of these lanes? I feel like...
Oh, definitely bot lane looks really juicy as far as kills go. You have Amar playing Mars, and
Yep.
any techies lane ever has tons of kill potential.
Yeah,
That's why that hero is so powerful.
Mars and Omar's here.
Yeah, Mars and Omar's. That's like the dream lane. After seeing last tour, I was like, what if they were on a team? And that actually happened, so that was a little bit funny there. However, they'll need a little bit of time when they come online. I think level 2 is when you can really apply a lot of pressure for Quest here.
Same thing goes for the top lane too, having that Shadow Shaman with still possessing a high amount of right-click damage despite the short range, but with a TB Metamorph getting shackles on a target, oh boy, that's a lot of damage that TA2000 can do. One of the players that I absolutely love to watch, TA2000, whenever he's on pretty much any hero, like the TAs, the TBs that he really likes to play, probably was one of the biggest rising stars. Kaori, though, takes a bit of a beating here from Soxon in 33, but a good slow coming out from the reflection, even a blood grenade, and that's going to be first blood. TA2000 on the TB picks it up.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. They thought they could kill the Shaman. Shaman's going to go in here too. He hit level 2. Yeah,
they could get this Magnus. 3 seconds for Skewer, a couple more hits to go. I guess he could skew. Oh, he looked like 33 was like, I'm done with life for half a second.
He thought about it. I see his low HP, but this would be a bit of a painful death here.
At least
Either way, this is pretty painful and a great start for Quest here. And we're seeing why this Terrorblade is prioritized so highly. They tried to kill the Shadow Shaman, but without the skewer backwards, it ended up meaning they used all their spells to try and kill Shaman, didn't get the kill, so they had nothing left defensively to help Soxa disengage there, and we just hit level 2 on TA2000 there. Maybe they weren't expecting it, and he was able to get that Metamorphosis off and get a return kill.
1.5 minutes cooldown for the Metamorph for the time being, and 33 in Soxa, of course, with the help of Chakra Magic, that should be able to start harassing in the future levels, but right now they might be still a tiny bit vulnerable. We want to get that Vanguard at least up on the Magnus. He does have the Ring of Health lined up, potentially going for more tankiness after that.
I would love to see the Shaman succeed, because I love the hero itself, but as far as like, I think this is like the second worst hero right now as far as win rates go in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, so amongst good teams. I think only Bristleback is performing worse in this patch. And it's a position 5 Shadow Shaman, which is notorious for not having enough gold to get the initiations, and at some point you just become a feeding machine.
Yeah. Kind of like
yeah, I need to avoid that
of old, in a sense. Like, if you have a bad start to the game, you will die like 15 times, but...
Even worse for Shadow Shaman. Like, it's probably 20 deaths then if Treant was 15.
Oh man, well, I mean, obviously you hope that he does find himself a good game for this hero. Very susceptible, but at least he can apply damage, and of course the chrono answer could still be there.
Yeah, the strength of this hero is within the disables. I think one of the reasons why this hero isn't succeeding very much is same reason why Earthshaker, when this patch first came out, was not succeeding as well. Earthshaker had to have like a buff to every single spell to become viable again. It's just these hard lockdown heroes that don't do much damage really got hit hard when they nerfed every single one of his abilities and how much disable that they currently provide for you. The good thing it did give you is the Ether Shock hits more targets now, hitting 3 targets at level 1. So maybe that's the idea here, to help win the lane a bit by spamming out that.
Still haven't seen any kills happen in the bottom lane. It's basically just a sharing farm between the Mars and the Void. You can see a tiny CS lead going in favor for Quest, but it's not a massive one.
And this mid matchup is dead even as well.
Yeah.
These are like two of the quirkier, like, mid universal heroes. We see a lot of Wind Ranger, we see a lot of Pango, these type of universals.
Oh. Looked for a moment that they could have actually jumped in, because they got the pop chakra on top of Magnus. It's like, you can go in for it, and he's going to go for it now. Disrupting the shackle, blood grenade used up, but with the damage of blinding light, it's not going to be enough. TA2000 turning in the favor. Couple big punches. Look at Soxa's HP pool just drop. That is just massive.
He's losing a wave under tower. So it's pretty good there that 33 was able to get this wave now on the top lane. So that aggression from the Metamorphosis is just going to pretty much lead to 33 farming under the tower as that Metamorphosis timer does tick down. And it's coming up to 6-minute rune time. Who's going to show up to these runes? And who's going to get the rune, more importantly? Maybe not the biggest heroes get runes, but they both have a bottle, so they would both like to get it regardless.
Oh, we suddenly got 6 heroes in mid, and there's an arcane on the top half. Soxa,
and nobody gets it.
Meanwhile, Omar is going to take some hits from snaking, but no cask, so this Techie should be just fine. It's a level 1 Maledict too, so just a bit of harass. Meanwhile, Skitter just got, you know, speared into the Lotus pool, so Omar can't even provide with a couple extra pokes.
There you go, that's the Mars
pool,
buff.
just inside the pool.
A new spear location.
Technically, you could save an opponent with that.
It's always a possibility.
Still, 2k lead building up for Quest. Even if TB hasn't been able to find more than just 1 kill with a Metamorph, it's already looking like a bit of a victory in a sense in the eyes of Quest for that top lane. Bottom going pretty much dead even in a sense. Well, not dead even anymore. I feel like Amar with these levels, he's able to zone out the Faceless Void. Constantly providing poke, picking up a good amount of CS. This was very even like 2 minutes ago, but now seems like Amar is pulling away.
Amar is such an interesting player to watch, because you'll see Amar and 33 are like polar opposite type of players. You'll see 33 always go like the safe build, get that Vanguard, sit up and farm. Amar, he's gonna go for those phase boots, he's gonna go for the early bracer, he's gonna try and run at you and make kills happen on the map.
Yep, and here comes Kaori. Oh, the slow is going to be enough with the blast off. They got the Hex out. Shackles, no, never came off though. They will get the Witch Doctor, and Noob's also rotated in, so they will find the Witch Doctor kill. It will take them some time though. Kaori might drop to it, but Noob is going to pick it up, plus Snaking's Courier. Gonna have to work for that kill.
Yeah, they wanted the Faceless Void though. Ended up only getting the Witch Doctor, so a little unfortunate there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very low for the time being on the bottom half of the map for quests, but Tundra can't really find an opening for themselves. We also see the Midas lined up for Skitter. Gonna build up that extra farm on this Faceless Void. One of the heroes that it actually pays off really well, not just because of the extra farm that you get, but mainly because of more time lock procs from the attack speed. So you do like to have this item of Void.
Yeah, sorry, my headset was turning off for a second.
That is fine. Mid though,
Rotate on. Oh, he's got invincibility rune.
Yeah. Invincibility rune.
That's what I like to call it. They added a new rune. It's just invincibility for 75 seconds.
I was actually watching the European closed qualifiers earlier on today, and I saw a Terrorblade who was less than 100 HP, one hit from dying, shield rune spawns in front of him, picks it up, he's suddenly got an extra 1000 HP, and he can just stand and fight, and he kills an Underlord, and I'm like, what the hell? Like,
yep, that's shield rune for you. Quite good. The next timing I'm really looking for is, well, Skeeter does have 3 points in the time walk, so their aggressive potential, unless 9 comes.
There's no arena, so okay, actually he just hits level 6 from that creep kill from Omar, but he might just pay with his life for it. And no turnaround possibility for Omar.
It's fine, Omar saved Omar, so...
Yep.
True love story. Suiciding for him, getting in there.
How does that love story end, though? Does it end?
Hopefully not. Hopefully it continues for a while now, because they will need that for Quest Esports, because Amar needs to have a good game. He always goes for a more aggressive style. Instead of like getting the passive I talked about before, 33, maxing them power, going for that early Vanguard, having something stable. Amar's type of the player to get the bracers.
Saksa, two power runes already denied. The DD taken away. Probably not the best for the Wyvern to pick up, but he does actually have a lot of right-click damage that could have.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty good. That's one of the better runes, I think, for these type of heroes. Like these Invis, Haste runes, Illusion runes. Okay, this game, but not amazing.
Yeah.
But DD on a Wyvern would be pretty good, not so good on a Willow. But I say that, but these universal heroes, man, they love these DD runes. They're rushing the Atos, both of them, and simply just because they are universal heroes, how much bonus damage they get. So once you multiply the base damage by double damage rune, it makes your damage even more insane. If you were like to look at Winter Wyvern, he'd go to 240 damage a hit if he had a double damage, because that's all base damage. So I think that's a pretty big deny there from Saksa.
Yeah, both of these mids are still neck and neck from each other's, and hitting the Rod of Atos timings too. I think Noob's already got his on the Courier, and Nine's just about to... Yeah, he's got his on the Courier now too, so... Maybe we'll just see both of them, you know, rooting each other's and just staring. It's a staring competition.
And Dark Willow will have the more roots, as she can plant another root on top of the root. But I would argue the root is more impactful on Quest. When you are playing versus heroes like the Magnus, and you're playing versus Faceless Void, having that lockdown to stop their mobility could be clutch, or allow that Shadow Shaman to get that little bit closer to get the Shackles or the Hex off. We'll have to see how that one turns out, but for now, as most games for the first, I don't want to say 15 minutes, pretty much a farm fiesta with just some minor skirmishing. And Quest coming out ahead in that regard, up 1,000 gold here. I don't think Amar wants to make anything happen on the map until he gets his Blink Dagger.
And another rune spawning on the top half. Nothing here in the bottom. It's an illusion rune. This time Saksa doesn't have to deny it this time. Unless he just wants to get more style points. He's gonna leave it for the bottle refill for Willow.
Top tower is under attack.
Kaori pushing the top, popping his ult right under the tier 1 tower. That's going to force out the glyph, and they're fighting in mid at the same time. Looking for this Willow kill, could be huge for Tundra. And Wyvern going to get feared up into another route, into the Bedlam, and Omar trying to turn it around on Amar. He's trying to get the arena for the Willow, but it's only going to catch a snaking Witch Doctor. They get hit by the Illumina as well on 2 targets as TV is also rotated in. They got the Chrono coming out as well, but the Death Ward's inside. It doesn't matter. Skitter's still going to get the kill nevertheless, and Kaori, he's in the middle of action. He's surrounded by 3 heroes, goes for the Shackle. That's all he can do, pretty much just buy some time. And TA2000, can he make his way out? Slowed by Solar Bind, slowed by Blood Grenade. 9 on the high ground. He's already popped down the roots. Skitter already got himself a double kill. Now they're collapsing. 4 heroes of Tundra. Wyvern coming for the TP, but no curse opportunity for him. Root coming out, another blast off from Techies, and Snaking refuses to give in. He will survive throughout his entire fight, and in Quest, they're just losing heroes.
Tundra just outplaying them all over in that team fight there. Little surprised that Noob, he just didn't want to drop the curse at any point there to try and get out. TA2000 TP's in. He's like, alright, I'm going to try and kill this Willow. Going to follow her during the Shadow Realm. But Sox is there with a great blinding light to push him back. And continuously getting chased. And if you think about it more and more, this Coddle, alright, we get a quick little kill on the Witch Doctor in the bot lane. However, this Coddle with the Solar Bind plus the Dark Willow magic damage is so much damage. Later on, this is going to be a big problem for TB. He's going to need that Manta ASAP. But that Solar Blind on top of the Shadow Realm hit, they just did that like 3 times in a row. And eventually, this TB died from max range. Never had a chance to get Sunder off.
And Tundra, they had 1 kill before that, so that's a team wipe. Plus 2 towers. Massive gold swing on the side of Tundra, when we're considering this is still very early game.
And we're starting to see the impact of the Willow as well here. Amar, he TP'd into that fight, wanting to get that arena off, but he TP'd right into a root. Lots of roots coming out there, so I would say so far, out of these 2 mid laners, the Wyvern and the Dark Willow is finding her impact quicker and going into that Midas, so looking to go directly into the scale.
5-man smoke coming in from Quest, heading through that bottom lane as they've already taken the bot tower with the Serpent Wards. While Tundra, they did smoke up into the top half of the map, looking for the Terrorblade. Nowhere to be found. Now they've taken the Twin Gate to bottom. Quest still hunting for a potential target, hoping to find Skitter. He's not even nearby.
Oh, they're taking some juicy stacks, though, for Amar and the gang. So I don't think this is the reveal, the Blink Dagger. I think Snaking filled the brunt of that one. But it is online now, which means they have that capability to just have Amar stay off the map, and automatically you're going to be a bit scared for that reason, too. Unless you're snaking. You might just like run in there with his max heal and
oh, he's got vision. Sees the Wyvern, sees the Techies. Does he spot the Mars though with a Blink Dagger? There's the jump in on the Witch Doctor. It's going to be an opening for a fight. The Pav is going to get blown up, but he will survive though. And Amar taking a huge amount from 33. This Magnus with the Harpoon just hammering away, and Amar is going to get isolated, and he will drop to the Magnus. Skitter rotating as well from the side of the fight. Noob trying to survive for a bit longer with a Cold Embrace, but he's going to get overwhelmed. 9 off to a dominating streak. You also hear an RP happen on the side. It's going to catch Kaori's Shadow Shaman.
The heals from the Shackle keeps him alive for a little bit longer. And surprisingly enough, we see Kaori going for max Ether Shock, trying to get that damage in there. But we're starting to also notice in these fights that Amar doesn't have any follow-up damage right now for his arena. It was a little bit awkward too, because he pushed the Witch Doctor not into his team, not near his team, but away from his team at the end of the arena there. Yep. Kind of feels like Quest don't necessarily know how to take these team fights right now. So far, every time they join a team fight, I'm not seeing the follow-up with the arena here. It's definitely not going to be the Shadow Shaman. Maybe Techies can do it, but it's just not happening. We're not seeing it.
I think the Quest, the fight, like considering it was an actual team fight, that Quest wasn't quite ready to take because they just used their Serpent Wards for pushing down that tier 1 tower in bottom. It was still on cooldown. They were just hoping to find a pick off on the Witch Doctor, but how tanky did that Witch Doctor turn out to be with 4 points of Voodoo Restoration and the Pavis? Like, yeah, we don't have the damage to kill this guy, Omar. Does get a mine to explode on Saksa. Slowing down Snaking, trying to get closer enough for the stun. But not gonna catch this techies today. And will force them out from their own jungle, and that will be claimed by Tundra.
I just hope this doesn't turn into one of those games where you have a couple bad fights on Quest, and you're like, all right, plan B, boys, let's just wait
Plan
for
B,
TB.
I mean, look at the Midas lined up on Omar. I mean, it does look like they have rotated to Plan B.
All right, well, at least they're going all in on that plan instead of halfway by picking up that Midas there. So they don't want to fight anymore. They want to farm. I'm a little skeptical whenever I see this happen, because most of the time the team with the aggression will eventually find that kill. You might be able to dodge like 3 or 4 of these ganks, but when there's 10 of them coming at you, a couple of them will connect, and when they do, that'll be another opening for the bottom lane here. Kaori?
Oh, he's not close enough for the shackles. Cast range, not enough.
I think he's just trying to debate something here.
Meanwhile, Snake.
Yeah, they're on full rat mode now.
Snaking finding the biggest net worth possibly in this entire game, farming these wards under the tower.
Well, to me, is if Amar buys this Midas, like fully commits to it, then I'll know for sure that they don't want to fight. It'll be the biggest tail. For now, he'll sit on it.
Bedlam connections are a bit slow, but doesn't matter. He's still going to get it anyway. Level 2 Bedlam damage on a level 9 techies. The lowest experienced hero right now on the map with the Shaman. Not a lot of experience been given to both team supports for the time being. They also find Kaorio. The Shockwave doesn't quite connect, but a very long-range Rod of Atos does. However, they can't get there. The Bramble also onto the Winter Wyvern and Amar. Looking for the turnaround here. They're not going to dive under the tower, because they do also fear the arena threat still there.
Like how 33 just went for a Yosh instead of Blink Dagger 2. He's just like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to play aggro. I'm going to just keep building the items that make me farm more,
Yeah,
and let me scale later into this game.
All you need.
And that's kind of been 33's thing for a while now. I feel like on the heroes that he just doesn't buy dagger on, he finds a way to make them scale to the point where he's always top net worth. I remember his Tidehunter, for example, at like TI, when he was really noticeable for that, where he'd just like go hard at Tarosk, and he'd get like Mage Slayer, just pipe, everything to make him tanky, but he would never buy initiation item. So he would never be the team initiator, but at some point he would just be the one tanking all the spells for his team, being top of the net worth, being that raid bosses. They're taking a lot of damage from this Tormentor here. 9 almost died from it, but Snaking will come in with the heals to save the day here.
Mana too. Looks like they're just gonna ignore the Wisdom Rune for now. It's like, okay, sure, you do you.
Just letting the Wisdom... Thing is, the Wisdom Rune, it ages like a fine wine, you know? The only risk you have is if someone comes and steals it. But I don't think they're really afraid of that by any means here, given how much map control they have, right?
Hence why you should put all your eggs in the same basket. You pick Pudge, you keep hooking those Wisdom Runes and Bounty Runes towards your fountain, and when the time is right, you pop them all and you get a turnaround. Solid plan.
That is a solid plan. You just ignore every other objective in Dota.
Exactly. Just forget about everything else. You know, you play for the late game, you do that. But they're going to be fighting in the bottom half. It's going to be the techies found. 9 for yet another kill. And he also has that nice little Midas paying off for some extra gold. Closing up on the BKB.
And fun fact here, Amar did not make the Midas.
He did not make the Midas, alright. So
yeah.
Not committing. Oh, he's going for a sheep stick.
Well, he has BKB on Courier. So this is the tried and true Mars build of old. Obviously much worse than it used to be. And you are playing versus Chronosphere. You are playing versus Death Ward, you're playing versus RP. There's a lot of things that go through.
Yep. You can't get the Rosh in time, but are they still going to take a fallout fight?
I sure hope not.
Witch Doctor's already in position to pop these smokes, and they will spot him first. Aegis picked up as well, and it's going to be a bit too late for Quest, but if they can isolate Tundra for the time being, maybe Skitter. Very risky to jump him, though. It's just an Aegis that they would be getting. He'd still be coming back for round number 2. So
Maybe they can find this opening with Amar. We'll see here. Skeeter is alone. Skeeter's out, so if they can find him.
They're going to be spotted by the creep wave. Now they have full info.
They see him with the ward too. So quick D ward and the gank is over here. As we now go up to AK gold lead for Tundra. Tundra doing a good job dodging the map. Not even dodging the map, they're the aggressors, but at the same time they're farming really well. And Skeeter actually TP'd back bottom. I think a counter smoke is in order here. Top lane is pushed out, mid lane's pushed out, which means they have to be bottom or in the triangle here.
And of course, there's a target that is very optimal to pick up. Amar's gonna walk into this mid lane. He's like, oh, creeps, oh, enemies. Gets the blink out, even despite the time relation is on. It's just gonna be KB to safety. No, he's not taking any second thoughts here.
They should transition into an easy tier 2 mid. And you don't need your carry to take this mid tower, right? You've got a universal hero in the Magnus here with the Manta style. These Mantas are hitting for 230 apiece. Magnus with the Empower. Man, these universal heroes are just silly sometimes. Like, look at this damage output he's going. And is 33 even gonna go for a Blink Dagger this game at all? I don't even know if he will. I don't even think it's necessary. He's just gonna walk around wherever he wants. Start scaling.
Yeah.
And he actually picked up Crimson Guard, so yeah, no Blink Dagger, and I don't think he's gonna end up going for it whatsoever. I thought maybe he'd just go Abyssal at some point, but even more damage reduction. Not being full greed mode and turning into a carry here, but continuously scaling.
Skitter also just vibing right now with his Faceless Void. Doesn't really need to have too many worries in the world. About to finish this Mjolnir, just farming it up. Knows that he has the damage answer to this Terrorblade since he is not gonna go for a BKB. He's still gonna get those mail procs through. Nice attempt with the fear from 9. Doesn't quite connect with the TP cancel, but he does find the techies. He was, by the looks of it, trying to TP to an outpost, so he's gonna get caught.
You have to be a little worried now with your quests at this point, because I like Terrorblade in some games versus Faceless Void if you have a way to save yourself. And in a small universe, Cold Embrace might be able to save him, but once you finish this Ags, potentially, on the Dark Hole, I don't know if this Cold Embrace is going to be enough. And even if the Chrono doesn't kill you on TB, their RP is going to come shortly after. So I'm not sure if their save is going to be sufficient here. So they're going to have to find the initiation. So a lot is going to be on Amar's shoulder to get the jumps. Same with Noob. What type of curses can we get? He opted into the Blink Dagger here. So he does have the Boots of Travel, the Atos, and the Blink Dagger now. His net worth has fallen off quite a bit because he did not go for that Midas. So for Quest, it's going to be all about, can we get these initiations? If not, it's going to be very difficult for them. As if TB does get chronoed in this game, I think he's just going to die. And there's no itemization he can do, given that they're down 11k, that will save him from that.
Also, they just had to forfeit the Dire Tormentor, giving socks to the Shard. He's got the recall. Now they can play more efficiently around the map with this Coddle. Pull out heroes onto side lanes. They only have TP boots on the Willow, but now with that that Shard on the Coddle, that's going to allow 2 heroes to move around pretty nimbly around the map. 33 is going to cancel out the TP from this Shaman, who's going to be very far. He's not going to be even participating in this fight. It's on the other side of the map. Glyph going to be popped out as well, so Tundra still feeling very healthy with this push. Soxa in the back, 9 in position to turn around, but Amar going to get the spear. 33, he's going to skewer onto the walls of the Colosseum, and here we go with the blast off onto the Mag. Mag actually taking a lot of damage, looking for the RP, doesn't really need to. He's got the survivability, the tankiness to take down Amar, and Skitter is still holding onto that Aegis. They're trying to blow through that Faceless Void. That's going to be round number 1. Chrono still up, RP is still up. 33 taking the racks down, and 9 just BKBs away as he takes down Amar. Solos down the Mars. And he's going to be saved by the Coddle Chakra Magic into another Shadow Realm and just walks away from the high ground. And that's a lane of racks. And you only lost an Aegis for it.
And Kaori, the Harpoon.
33.
33 just doesn't care.
Okay, he's a bit isolated here, but does he have the saves from his team? Oh, the Chrono, the bait quest. They wanted that kill so bad, but they're not going to get it through. And 33 is allowed to disengage for the time being. He's got Skewer RP ready though, and Kaori going aggressive. Quest knowing that they have to take advantage of it, but he blows himself up as Skitter jumps on and has to use the curse defensively to keep the Void at bay. And his BKB, it has come to an end. The Rod also connects just as his BKB finishes. But Quest yet to find themselves a kill. Kaori coming in with the buyback, and they're out of ults. They're all out of ults.
I just want to take a minute to appreciate the difference of some of these builds. Like the Magnus. Do you see this Magnus? How tanky he is, right?
Appreciation time. Yeah.
He also hits for 400 damage a hit, by the way. 400 damage a hit. On top of not being able to die to anything. Go ahead, yeah, try and kill him.
And good luck.
See if that works out for you.
They've already tried it before. Can they do it again? Oh, he's ready for an RP, by the way. They're all pretty much stacked up, but he's going to push Shamar out of the Colosseum. He's still inside the arena. They've got the rest of them showing up, and mines are blowing up. Kaori's dropping low as well in the middle of that battle. And they will easily finish off the Shadow Shaman. That's going to be a dieback. Soxa looking for another. TA2000 is on their sights and tries to TP away. Going to use the RP for it. No Sunder, no Metamorph. What you gonna do? You are going to die. And also hunting down Amar is Skitter on the sidelines of that fight. And Quest Esports, no kills whatsoever, and they will lose more than they bargained for.
Dire's middle tower
Like, this can't be balanced. I'm looking at Skeeter. He hits for 126 damage, has 1.7k HP, 13 armor, right? Then you click on 33, he hits for over 400 damage now.
He does.
450 now-ish. And now, he also has 3.2k HP and 21 armor. Like, what the hell is this?
He is the true carry.
Like what is this? This is just Dota now, that's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, we're all pondering the same questions, like how strong is this Magnus this patch? Oh yeah, he's definitely strong this patch, but 33 really putting it into play. How strong this hero can actually be, like that right-click damage, and the tankiness he has with that Crimson Guard and Linken's on top of his big HP pool. That effective HP that this Magnus has, probably closing up to like 5,000 HP or something like that, maybe even 6,000.
Yeah, you just buy all defensive items, and then you get a bunch of bonus damage for it. And it's base damage, right, that's given to you, and that's why Mag is OP. There's Empower boosts your base damage. So because you're Universal Hero, you have crazy base damage, and that's up by percentage, so it's plus 180. 33's bonus damage just from Empower is higher than Skitter's normal right-click damage. That's why he's just in the front. Skeeter's just like, you know, you do this, 33. I'll sit back here. I'm the support. I'll chrono when necessary. You do the high ground. You do the sieging. You do the tanking. I got you, bro. If you get in that deep, deep trouble.
And the fun fact thing is, he's only 3-0-4. Can they finally take down the raid boss? It's so close! And they will be able to take him down. Noob's going to be picking up a lot of gold for that. Skitter going in for the chrono. Targets the Winter Wyvern, able to take that down. And also focusing on the TV, but not that much damage coming from. He's going to come with the buyback as well. But they're using their BKB, slowing down Skitter. He will have a jump available, gets out of the fray while 9 is cleaning them out. Noob down, Kaori down. Dieback on that. Winter Wyvern and TA2000 still trying to stand his ground in the front, trying to get some of that damage out. But Snaking just turning into another Voodoo Witcheroo, Switcheroo even. But this TA2000, he's going to get dropped by the Maledict, and this will be the end of the game. Tundra not facing any difficulties whatsoever. Mid Willow also taking the win for himself, but this was just I don't even know how to put this into word sphere.
Okay, I'll do it for you then. Tundra doing a great job here at playing a team game. If you look at the supports, Soxa, he didn't go anything for anything special, right? He went for Pavis, Glimmer Cape, same thing for snaking, Pavis, Glimmer Cape, 33, building on that Universal Hero, getting the tankiness, but the added bonus just of this patch of being a Universal Hero is you're going to be tanky too and do damage, as he's hitting for 500, 600 damage a hit in that late game, being super survivable. 9 in the backline here, also doing tons of damage. You just had too many threats here from Tundra, but I really like the way they itemize. They make sure that when you're playing this game, you have a lot to worry about. If you don't kill the supports, they're going to keep popping up these Glimmers, they're going to pop up the Pavises. If you're not killing the front line, you're just going to die to 33, then good luck even getting to 9's Willow in the backline in these fights. So and you have like this offlaner who's doing something completely different, and Amar just doing what Amar does, building the Blink Dagger BKB, no real items for protection. Same with the supports, they're just buying Blink Daggers on the supports, trying to make kills happen. Support items beat aggressive Blink Daggers in this patch if you go as 5, that's just how it is, and Tundra just abused that.
33, he doesn't need to do the most hero damage in the team, only racking up 7.7, but he did 21.5 thousand building damage. Panel, is this Magnus hero broken or what?
That is one of the many questions that I am going to have to ask you guys, but it was a great showing from Tundra. I do want to start all the way back at the beginning, T. I want to have a talk about that mid matchup with the Dark Willow, with the Winter Wyvern, because Winter Wyvern isn't that unique to go into mid. We've seen it happen before, but to match up against the Dark Willow, to even have Dark Willow mid, like, did it go the way you expected, or what can you sort of gather now from Universal Heroes having a Dark Willow mid?
I don't think many people could expect the Willow vs Wyvern mid matchup too much. But no, I feel like at least with these type of heroes, neither really killed each other off outside of the rotations. And already we start the highlights. Tundra were the ones to kind of instigate some of those rotations and prevent from that farmer carrying. And also you have to think about itemization. Wyvern, he goes for the Atos into like boots of travel, and then you play a wider map. But 9 on this Willow, he's doing the Atos as well because he's universal, but then he goes back for the Midas. So he just secures his own game. So basically he's doing what the Wyvern wants to do, but with a little bit more effectiveness on farm, and also kind of pushing his team forward a little bit better. So maybe this is like the evolution of the mid Wyvern.
Potentially. And speaking of the rest of Quest Esports lineup outside of that Wyvern, Fear already touched on the Mars, but Lizard, I want to have a talk about this support duo. We say time and time again the Techies feels quite broken, but the Shaman, right? You have one part of the support duo that has a lot of impact. We've seen it work on multiple lineups. And then the Shaman, how did it fit in? Did you see the reasoning behind picking him up, or there's still a lot to be questioned?
Maybe the reasoning wasn't necessarily within the game, but within the draft. Maybe they wanted to pick the Shadow Shaman to prevent Tundra from picking certain heroes that struggle against the amount of cash that he brings to the table. So it's kind of hard to assess his impact in a game such as this one because it wasn't really big. I think the problem that they had is maybe their lineup, like T put it differently in the pregame. He said, yeah, they have a lot of these big spells that they have to use, but how you can put it as well, that they're very telegraphed. Like once they have these ultis, they kind of have to use them. So it's easy to play around that. If you're Tundra, if you have a lot of skirmish, it's easy to play around all of that. Like you see TB pop his meta, you can just back out, or you can answer it with the RP, with the chrono. One thing that I missed from Quest is the ability to play the game fast and to have these curveballs. Like there's nothing to jump the backlines properly. There's nothing to start things off in a weird way, like a Dark Willow just going in, popping that Shadow Realm, and you can't do anything to her. You know, she baits out a lot of things, and then you follow up with Chrono, with the RP, or a Magnus just sitting in front, hitting your towers for 400 damage. Yeah, that's an interesting one, Ice Frog.
Yeah. I mean, look, outside of the heroes themselves, the way that Tundra played, grouping up like that, ensuring that everyone was always protected, especially behind that Magnus that you just pointed out, Lizard. T, MVP, would there be pushback if I gave it to Dark Willow, or you prefer to give it to someone else?
Nah, we can give it to him. You know, it's the first time he played it competitively. You know, he's going to maybe set some trends again. Good participation, 80%. 28,000 hero damage. Again, like these stats are incredibly good, and I just think the way that Tundra played it was that like their laning phase, they were down a little bit. All 3 cores on Quest were doing really well, but the way that they defended their jungle, identified the fact that they just need to chill, wait until they hit like some critical like item timing on everyone, and then they break their game. So it's kind of like defense and then straight into offense after. Like, yeah, it was just a really clean game from Tundra. Knew exactly how to get these quirky heroes over the line within the game, and yeah, these stats are incredible.
Yep, beautiful stats, beautifully played by Tundra. But Lizard, big question does have to be around Quest Esports, and how do you come up against this Tundra? Okay, they have to do it again. There is going to be a game 2 in this best of 3, so what adjustments need to be made when we look at that draft and execution?
It's like like no teams have come up with a good idea so far. They've lost what one game in the whole
one
DPC
game.
season. That's to OG, and they picked some, I believe, the Spirit Breaker Visage against them, or Spirit Breaker Techie, something like that. So they are definitely.
It was the Lycan mid. Not that the
Yeah.
Lycan mid was the fault, but that's like the
Bait
thing
them
that
into that
sticks
again.
out about that game. Made them into a Lycan. Hey, it's like,
Draft
man, keep
for
pushing the
them,
envelope.
yeah. Like, draft for them, do the inverse drafting. I don't know, like it's gonna be rough. They're looking like truly like Tundra from a year ago, in which every game lasts 30-minute max. Like they, even if they lose the lanes, they know that exact moment where they all need to go together and converge on one single target, like around that mid lane. And it's mostly around the mid lane that they bring the game back in. In this match as well, 13 minutes in, what was it, like 5k gold swing in one team fight, 13 minutes in. That's, yeah, kind of massive.
Yeah. It is. So what I'm hearing is a lot of focus has to go into the mid lane. Maybe a Dark Willow Winter Wyvern matchup won't be repeating itself in game 2, but the only way to know is to get to a break, and when we come back, we'll have that game number 2 between Quest Esports and Tundra.
I'll take this in the back.
I'm mid to left top, I'm not mid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mars TP mid.
I'm TPing, guys. With Amdalition and Chrono. Can we fight this?
Yes. we can fight.
Yes.
TP here as well. Keep running.
Look at kill Rasta. Kill Rasta on behind, guys.
Look at this guy. I have a solar bind for him. He dies here, guys.
Poking him down.
Hold up. We're still killing Rasta.
Next Atos and 4.
Coming now.
Tower is under
He
He
wants
wants
to
us
fight.
under.
Atos and 2.
I'm gonna solar bind him again. Just kite him.
I'll give time dilation.
He's dead.
Wyvern is sleeping behind, guys. Look.
No spells from me.
I'm waiting the Wyvern, guys, for now. Any ping for him?
No. I
Okay.
don't.
Fuck it. All
No,
good.
it's done.
It's really good.
14.
We've already seen game 1 of Tundra versus Quest Esports play out, but how will game 2 go? Before we jump on into it, T, I want to ask you a question about these Universal Heroes, okay? Yeah. I know that it came in 7.33. A lot of things are being figured out still about them, but what has been the change to the heroes that are now Universal, the biggest difference for them in your eyes and how they're played throughout the game?
I mean, I think it's just the value of buying some like casual Atos or anything and just having this incredible base damage, and then suddenly you get some DD in like the mid game, and now of course because your base damage is going up, your DD is like through the roof. So I don't know, it's just like high range heroes as well. Like this Wyvern Universal high range hero naturally. Willow's got good range of Ags as well. So again, it's more the new tech coming in, but it is just annoying at how much damage they get just from buying stat items. It's going to be nerfed in the next like small patch. It got buffed from like 0.6 to 0.7. It'll probably get nerfed back down to 0.6 or even like lower to like 0.5 or something, I'm sure. Like the damage is kind of ludicrously high for the items they're buying.
Yeah, an over adjustment, it'll definitely be down to like 5 for sure. But the Magnus was also a pretty big issue. Lizard, he was able to just stand there. What was it? You said doing 400 damage to a tower? Like, is this now, you just go to first phase banner, like there are no ifs or buts. Tundra clearly love running it, and they know how to run it efficiently and to great success.
That's crazy. Like after every game, we get an additional hero to first phase ban, versus them. So I said that's the problem. Like you can't. You have Visage, you have perhaps techies that you have to ban out if you don't have the first phase pick. Like it's difficult. I don't think the Magnus is perhaps the ultimate hero that you need to get rid of. There's Medusa left in the pool, then there's Doom left in the pool. It all depends if they have first phase pick or not. I think Magnus perhaps is like you can maybe deal with it. Perhaps an Undying in the first phase is an option. It kind of sucks using your first phase pick for an Undying, but that has been historically a hero that deals well with Mag in the lane. Maybe it's an option, I'm not sure, but he farms way too fast. Throughout that last game, he was on top of the net worth charts. Like he farms more than his carry usually, and why not? He has that empower. Manta as well. I think Manta is an amazing item. Like Vatigav has been talking about Universal Heroes and how they benefit from Atos. Like they benefit from Bracer Raid Band build. Like they benefit from Manta from anything. Yeah, but anything that gives you stats. Universal Heroes are basically a bunch of meepos running around. Just give them items with stats. And Harpoon gives you a lot. I think it's like 20 agi or 20 strength, 10 agi that you get from it. Manta even better. So yeah.
It's a bit of a rough one, and I mean, obviously a lot comes down to itemization for sure, but I was just looking back at the game 1 bans, and we don't really know the order of what's going to be picked, but you did talk about potentially the Doom or the Medusa having to be let through. The Beast was something that was banned, right? So Doom, Medusa, Visage got banned out, as well as the Beast. Surely, T, like, the Beast doesn't feel as impactful this patch as the Magnus has definitely felt.
Again, it's so difficult with these hero player specialists, right? It's like for 33... Do you want to give him his beast? Like, realistically, you kind of need to give him something. And I would argue that giving the beast might feel a little bit nicer to play against. And then you get to cover yourself with another ban. Because, like, if you're not banning Magnus, at least draft to respect what it brings. Because I think a lot of teams that have been beating Magnus so far, they're picking, like, Tricores that are super tanky. So if you do get caught by this, like, Harpoon into Skewer, it's not as if you're deleted by the time that you get back to, like, the new, like, point that you've been dragged to. It's like Tundra's always doing like Deucers, doing Voids, Windrunners, Pangos, like heroes that have like their own toolkit. So either go super tanky with your cores and give them Magnus, or ban it out and have some like super nice like laning counter to a Beastmaster so he doesn't get to just run wild in the game.
Was it Quest who did well with Faceless, or am I mixing them up with Hustlers?
Hustlers have done well with the Void, with Shad. But I think Tundra have been the team that have won consistently against Magnus with the Void themselves.
Yeah. I think I was getting Quest and Hustlers mixed up there, because I was like, maybe Quest just pick up the Faceless Void themselves, because it does have that sort of, if they have to go into Harpoon and you do the Magnus. But look, that's a lot of things. a lot of bans, a lot of picks will come in between when they do reveal their carries. I do know that it is going to be the opposite this way round as well. Tundra are going to have first pick, so no doubt some change-ups in the bans. T, you're pretty good at predicting it, but I'm going to put Lizard on the spot, change up for first phase bans, that we know Tundra will be first to pick in. I know, I got to do it to you, Lizard.
Why you do? Why do this to me?
He's proven himself.
Why do this to me?
He's proven himself, you know.
Switch up in bans.
Yep.
Okay, techies will get banned in first phase. Who has first pick, by the way?
Tundra does.
Okay, first phase. Why would you ban out? Yeah, ban out techies. Quest bans out techies. That's the only thing I'm calling. Okay,
Tundra do it.
Tundra did it.
You were right, though. You were right. The change-up was a techies ban, so that was
Okay.
impressive. I will give you that one.
Whew, rough one. But okay, because honestly I thought Tundra will not ban it because they have first phase first pick. So, but maybe they go Kotl again. Oh, okay, move.
Dude, this is just going to be SB Visage unless someone on Quest plays or picks it up to. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's it. I think the only time that the Visage doesn't get instantly snapped hit by Tundra is if Quest picks like a offlane +4 combo and it's like a very face-up value, and then Tundra just picks up a carry. It happened before against D1 Hustlers. It was first fix Breaker into Kotl Underlord, and then Tundra decided to go for like an Ursa because like, you know what, it's good for the lane, we don't care. But yeah, potentially Visage is just going to get picked up here.
I do like the...
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, you go. Oh, I was going to say, I do like the fact that Quest Esports, a little bit of comfort for Kyori. We see him pop off on that Phoenix in one of the past games that he finally got his hands on it.
Yeah, I feel like they will let. I think they will let the Visage go through. Like you pick the Phoenix, I think you can snatch the Visage now together with it. But I feel like they will. Yeah, they'll let it go through, and now you have Phoenix. He burns down the layers really fast. Like it's one of the heroes Visage doesn't like playing against. Your birds do nothing to the egg, obviously, but still I would be worried. It's like in the past, right? Like you pick a hero that's good and he's a slight counter versus something, but if that something is just broken and way too strong at the moment, it doesn't matter. And I believe Visage with his Phylactery and Solar Crest build is in that broken territory, so it doesn't matter that you have your Phoenix there.
Yeah. Especially in the hands of 3-3 there, T.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Quest, their issues in game one was this very kind of stagnant nature of their draft. Like, the big spells, are they available? They're very clunky in how they move around the map. And I'm already a little bit concerned because Phoenix Mars is already the start of an identical draft. Like, unless they pick 3 kind of low cooldown skirmishing style heroes to kind of cushion the Phoenix and the Mars, they might just have the same issues in this Visage. Like, sure, Phoenix can be annoying in the mid to late game with some Sunray stuff, but early on, the Phylactery spam, the fact that you can buy like a pipe for your team or any aura that you kind of want, some drum to have high move to get in and out, it's like, I'm already a little bit concerned just on the fact that I prefer Tundra's opening a lot more. But again, Quest, they should be able to understand what went wrong in the first game and adapt.
Yeah, maybe they think a little bit of that ability to sustain through big burst fights was also an issue, so they've taken out the Witch Doctor here. They might target a few more heroes, Lizard, that can really enable auras and sustains more than what they already have, like T said.
Yeah, I think they're just looking over what Tundra picked before with Spirit Breaker and Visage. Probably gonna ban out these things, like just get them out of their full comfort zone. But I'm actually like, I really value Timber a lot, and I'm surprised Quest just goes for the Mars without thinking about Timber, because Timber is like, Mars is decent against Visage and it gives you more team fight, but Timber is like, you do almost nothing to the hero. Like, you bring some stuns, right, but he doesn't really care about you. And same goes for, I guess Spirit Breaker is a problem. He's gonna give control, but if you had three bans to cover it and you have a player of that caliber on it, I'm not sure why they opt to ban it out like in the last game instead of picking it up for themselves. But okay, they have the team fight now completed, right, with the Phoenix and the Mars. What do they need? They need some objective taking, they need some hero that...
Surely damage.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is
like
when Noob steps up, I think, in regards to the draft. Like some Noob Void Spirit, some Noob Park, already Pango's banned out by Tundra. Just something that has a little bit of like the X factor, that after like laning phase, you can buy like that, some Witchblade style hero or anything to give your team that, oh, Noob's leading the fight, let's follow him. Spells are used. Like, if Amar has to lead the charge, that's when I'm always concerned with these type of lineups. Because like everything's do or die on the arena. And if you're initiating with it and you whiff it, it's already like fight over, maps kind of lost. So I really hope that Noob is kind of that kind of explorative style mid laner that can just do things.
Yeah, I guess that would be the benefit to picking up the puck. You know, if you get a solid coil, then like the Mars arena definitely doesn't feel like it's going to be wasted. It's a pretty easy follow-up on that one, but who knows what they're going to pick. Still a lot to ban out in the draft. Pengo, Naga, TB, Faceless Void, Witch Doctor. Right then and there, Lizard.
Yeah, like Tika mentioned, I'd like anything that can deal with the layers from mid lane as well. And so these mid laners that are very fast and mobile, playmaking, but also like Puck perhaps for me isn't. It's great versus the Spirit Breaker because you can kind of dodge his ganks. But besides that, I'd really enjoy some Ember for Noob if it's a possibility. They ban out the Bloodseeker. Okay, this is something that Skitter has played when they drafted Visage and Bara before. So, just getting rid of that one. Maybe they have something planned that struggles against Bloodseeker, but Pang already banned out. It's not gonna be that.
Yeah, I mean, the other time they
Some
ran
Stark.
this as well, they had Thunder were able to pick up the Earth for themselves. But okay, Mirana Phoenix can be the support duo there, T.
Yeah, it's a support duo that leans on its cores more than each other. You know, it's not going to be some CM Tusk style combo that runs around the map and kills everything. And that's where already with Lizard mentioning these embers for mid and stuff, it even puts more emphasis on some spirit style hero for mid lane now, some Tiny or something, because it's like this Mirana needs to be able to go, okay, after lanes, where do I go on the map to break it? And if there isn't that core, Mirana Phoenix are just going to exist. So again, it's not doom and gloom for them. They just need to identify that and make sure Noob's hero complements it. Because like lane wise, like Mars Mirana is a very potent lane. You step out of position, rebuke into spear into arrow, like most supports are going to feed in this lane if they're a weaker support.
I'd enjoy the Tiny idea that you just mentioned. Like, it's a hero that scales really well, also deals decently with the Visage. Later on, I mean, he's not the most popular mid laner right now by any stretch, but later on you have another combo with the Aghanim's to use on that arena, and like your birds and the Visage just disappears. You have a good combo with the Mirana if she rotates in, so you also cover the egg really well with Avalanche. Wouldn't mind seeing it.
Don't they just play like Silencer as well here to like seal the deal? Because like Tundra's entire lineup right now is just going to be like this Exeter lanings phase kind of explosive style. Like the Visage will just walk down a lane, Spirit will be charging, Ursa's jumping. Like they pretty much can do, with Nine's here still to pick as well. Like snaking, all he has to do is provide some form of like, go fight boys, you know, that kind of logic, and then they're going to be so tanky so quickly in this game.
Again, it's looking like a similar lineup we've seen in the past from Tundra. They literally played it 2 days ago against Hustlers. It was Oracle. Yeah, okay. They beat me to it. But I was going to say it was Oracle that was added to this one. So the 4 heroes are the exact same. If history does repeat itself, it's a co-op they'd look to pick up. But hopefully Quest Esports can see that one and definitely draft against it, as they've got this last pick Lizard for the second phase.
They did pick up the puck the last time. Well, not Quest, the Hustlers that played versus Tundra. Yeah, they picked up the puck, and the puck didn't feel that great. But like realistically, it's again a good puck game. Like it's Spirit Breaker doesn't really get on top of you easily. You can catch and kite the Ursa a little bit if the Quap obviously gets picked up. Puck is one of the better answers to her in the mid lane. It's what Puck and something like a DK. And it also combos well with the Phoenix, but you shouldn't be picking it right now. I think this is your carry as a 4th pick. You should be picking something that's decent into the Ursa. What's left into the pool there? You have to also worry about Spirit Breaker and Visage. This is good. And this is actually pretty damn good. Okay.
Is it good? I thought you might have like been unsure that you're like, this is good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good
Okay.
because of the. So basically, there are two heroes right now that. Well, there are more, but two heroes that deal well with Visage in the lane, Medusa and TA. Well, we saw Medusa lose, but it's still a decent hero into Visage because of. So you have Refraction now versus Soul Assumption, and Medusa has the shield, so Visage doesn't even get Soul Assumption stacks very well. Okay, I like it. I like the TA pick, and it's TA 2000 playing it, right? It's one of his best heroes.
Yeah, he gives something for Quest to play around, and it's another core that doesn't mind jumping in. Again, Tundra already banning out the puck that we mentioned. I think Void Spirit still needed to probably be banned out, unless Tundra are thinking about it themselves, because it's like Lizard mentioned, this TA sure will help against the Vision lane. It can easily get run over, because like Spirit Breaker throughout the entire game will happily just charge you the entire time. If you get charged and then Ursa jumps you as well, it can be too much to deal with, because you don't like TA hates playing on retreat. You hate like Hurricane away, then repositioning, then fighting. Like you always like to be kind of the initiator style carry. Oh, they actually ban out the Tiny. Cool.
Cool. Yep, Puck Tiny, two heroes that we've mentioned would have been nice for the Quest Esports lineup taken out. So now we have to dig deep into the deep recesses of our mind of a new hero that Quest Esports could pick up. Or are you still very heavy on that? Hey, it's a good spirit game, Lizard.
Yeah, I still think it's a good Spirits game for both of these teams, on one side and on the other. Like if you're Tundra, you could be going for something like an Ember now. You could use something to follow up the Spirit Breaker, jump in the backlines. Some burst damage is always nice. We have seen them pick Queen of Pain right before. It's still an option, but I wouldn't mind some Void Spirit here. Instead, the Winter Wyvern is banned out. Okay. Well, they have played it obviously in the past. Will they pick some Dark Willow again?
Yeah.
If they want to be spicy with some like 9 heroes, is like I prefer Void Spirit. They can still do like Windrunner or something, just because it's like now TA has to think about MKB. Psych! Just go back for the Willow. What are we on about?
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't change it. You know what I'm saying, guys?
It's an annoying hero, and it could be broken, not broke.
Not broke, but broken. I mean, you went 11-0-9.
True.
You know, the team was great playing around it. 9 absolutely excelled at it.
No, it's... yeah, continue.
No, please, after you.
No, it's pretty good, and it gives you a lot of attack speed versus the egg as well. Now you go, Tigav. Break it down.
Roots early, eat through refraction. Of course, I mentioned TA being a very good hero to like blink in and make her statement in the fight. All Willow needs to do is press Realm, and now you've kind of put TA in a bad position to counterplay on. Oracle's going to be super important in this lineup, because Quest, they don't have continued lockdown. It's inside the arena or inside the TA explosions, or it's like the arrow. So if Oracle's in a good spot, it's going to be hard for them to kill. So I still want Quest to pick up that chaotic style mid laner. It's why Tundra banned out two of the more potent, at least noob style mid laners that do that. Noob being the player, not a descriptor of the player. Not many of those style heroes left really. And sure, it's the Void Spirit that we've mentioned too many times.
Over and over and over again. With these lineups now, teamfight is what I want to more focus on. I know a lot does come down to laning, but we saw in game 1, even though Tundra was a little bit behind on the course, they were able to bring it back. So I want to focus on teamfights, how you see them playing out, Lizard, and what an ideal teamfight for Quest Esports could look like, with now some potential catch on Void into a better sort of arena, and Mars not always having to be the initiator.
I mean, it's kind of obvious from them, right? Like, this is some old school Dota, nothing crazy. You have the arena, you have the egg, you have Void Spirit going in first, making stuff happen, and then the follow-up comes from these two. While the TA farms up a bit, I think it's solid. I think their lineup overall has everything that a lineup should have, from teamfight, from objective taking, everything. But again, it looked the same in game 1, and it didn't really work because Tundra, they're just way too damn fast with this, what they've got.
Okay, well, with the more traditional mid-hero of Void Spirit now up against Dark Willow T, you still like, this Dark Willow's going to pop off. Like, is there more kill potential in the mid lane?
I'm favouring Tundra still, because I think Spirit Breaker would be able to disrupt them enough. And then Willow, I think this Atos, especially in the mid game, TA will hate playing into this Atos, constantly getting like just rooted down And then it will always be like, okay, when's TA's BKB? Okay, now she has BKB, but there's a Spirit Breaker. When's her next item? I was like, Haruka Pike. Okay, cool. You know, so it's like, I feel like this TA, unless she like goes like 4-0 in laning phase, quick Aegis and everything, I think she's always going to be chasing that next item to survive the onslaught of Tundra's lineup.
I mean, who are we also to argue against the Visage Spirit Breaker combo of Tundra? That is definitely one of their tried, true, and tested lineups. But we'll see if Quest Esports have a solution for it, if they're able to bounce back in game number 2 as we head on into it with Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you, Nat and the gang. And as we head over to game number 2, Tundra versus Quest Esports, and Tundra up ahead. It's going to be a challenge for Quest to come together. Amars and Omarana in the offlane. We didn't really see them have a lot of kill potential in the last game, but again, putting our sights towards the mid, Fear. Which one is more threatening? The Void or the Dark?
Willow. Just enter your sentence there. But either way, I think this mid matchup is hard to really say. I would give the edge, personally, to Void Spirit, as all his spells can go through the Shadow Realm, making Dark Willow burstable at all stages of the game. And Void Spirit is very popular this patch, very strong, where I feel like we haven't seen enough Dark Willow to truly judge her strengths. But this game is going to be kind of like last game. It's going to be Quest Esports with the aggressive lineup versus Tundra, who's going to go a more defensive route. You already know Amar is not going to build a single aura item this game, where 33 is going to be stacking them up. Then you got the Phoenix and aggressive support playing with Snaking, which, by the way, I think was a great pick here. I think Fate's Edict blocks so much damage from Quest here. This TA and this Void Spirit are going to have to make Snaking a priority to go on, but it's going to be the same type of game where I feel like Tundra, they can chill. And they can just like build the defensive items and build that death ball. Or Quest, they got to be the aggressors here.
Oh, they definitely have to. Getting themselves an early advantage would be something that they would be happy to welcome. Snaking already scanning out for the ward in mid. It's going to get the quick attempt on a D ward. They will get the vision out nevertheless. And 33 with this Visage. Scrapped the idea of having the Magnus. Not even contested at all during the draft of this game, number 2. So let's see what he can pull off on one of his most comfortable heroes. And of course, comforts again. Sight set on TA2000. What can he do with this Templar Assassin? At least in the days of Division 2 in multiple regions, where he played in East Europe and he played in West Europe. Devastating results. This guy would be the top 1 carry out of the Division 2 teams, but in Division 1... he's definitely met his match multiple times, but in the arms of this Templar Assassin, you want to get to that power spike timing. You want to be able to play around this Mars. Like, Amar was probably looking for follow-up damage, which they were lacking last game.
Oh, they definitely were in the last game. And I think, to answer your question, like, why is the Magnus not hero they're going for? I wasn't really paying attention to the bans. Either it was banned or they just decided they first picked Spirit Breaker. And Tundra is one of those teams that has like a set type of heroes that they want to play and how to play around them. So Soxa, he got his Coddle last game, which is great with the Magnus, but he got Spirit Breaker this game, and the Visage fits a lot better with this type of hero, having that harassment in the laning stage and the lockdown, so Visage can't get those soul assumptions off. And Spirit Breaker is one of the strongest heroes as a POS 4 right now, or just as a support, just due to all the buffs that had happened to him. But one of his weaknesses is the laning stage isn't the greatest at level 1. I feel like at level 2 it actually gets pretty good, but you need to try and abuse this hero at level 1 if you can.
Looking also at TA2000 in the past year, or at least this DPC, he has only played, by the looks of it, 1 game of Templar Assassin, and that was versus Liquid. It was also a win. Trying to look which one this was. This was in... this was, 2 months ago, or something like that. So last tour, I would believe. That was the only time he's played TA this year, so... enough about...
Situational pick, right?
Though, but yeah, very, very situational.
I'll elaborate on that a little bit. Like,
go ahead.
TA is the hero that you don't pick a lot just in the meta, just because the hero is strong, but he's playing versus Visage. Visage is known for spamming those soul assumptions on you to the point where you can't lane, but save your refraction, all of a sudden the soul assumptions do 0 damage, so That gives you great lane presence, and later on you'll be able to shove the lane out with the traps, get on top of Visage, who doesn't have the greatest armor. All those things make the matchup pretty decent for him.
Yeah, I'm trying to go for a bit of poke here. Kaori is going to take some heavy hits, but not enough for a second round of Soul Assumption charges to pop on the Phoenix. He will just salve himself up and stand their ground. They want to get to that level 3 on the side of Quest. Really stand their ground a bit better here. The Spirit Breaker going to be a big nuisance, and another good Soul Assumption blocked by the Refraction. Just as talked about that. Kaori is trying to get Lotuses, and Sox is like, nope, mine.
Oh, he stole it, yep. So both Lotuses? Yeah, both Lotuses going to the side of Tundra there.
And we've seen the impact of these early Lotuses too, like especially in games where they've been like Medusas, they're like, oh, their mana's about to drop, they're taking the first 2 hits, and oh, they've got themselves mana up again, they throw Mystic Snake. And then on the side of the these supports that feel like if they can do damage, but they're also a bit squishy on that end, they might have to back out for a bit. But TA2000 looks like he could drop 4 stick charges, has to burn them through. One more hit, Soxa, he's gonna get it. Of course he will bash him to death. That is a statement.
He didn't even want that first blood, as the Soul Assumption was coming to get that kill there, but we're seeing you can technically block the Soul Assumptions with Refraction, but Sox is like, with these blood grenades and right clicks, we're gonna burst through your Refraction, and then we're gonna use our Soul Assumptions, making the TA still not even a safe pick against this lane here.
Yep, you have a way of handling a battering ram to break through those walls, and once they're down, you can deal that solid, sweet damage right through that. And TA2000, he's got the least CS so far, 14 and 6 on this TA. Everybody else is above that number.
And part of that has to do with the fact that Visage and Spiritbreaker are such a strong lane, but Phoenix itself is not the strongest laner. Not able to help a lot with the disengage there. So once the Fire Spirits go down, you'll see they're going to go again, most likely.
Yeah, just a bit of an attempt onto TA2000, but in the bottom lane as well. Amar, they didn't have the kill threat required with that Techies last time. Do they have it with the Morana? Probably they're going to need a bit more levels to be able to engage, because right now, Mars, he's 2 points God's Rebuke and no Spear, no Bulwark, holding on to those 2 value points.
Just waiting to see
Oh, they could kill
what he wants to
maybe. He's going to drop very low. He's still being burned by a grenade, and the Fire Spirit might just be enough. Yes, it is.
Oh, they got him.
And the turnaround from 33
Got a Fire Spirit on Kaori.
Oh, Kaori's got
him.
it! Double kill for Quest, and that's going to be calculated to the bitter end.
And then bot lane.
Suddenly, we've got 3 kills for Quest on the board.
We wanted aggression, and here we go. Quest Esports off to a great start here, as unfortunately Noob gets solo killed by 9.
The hype gets sour. 9 gets a kill in mid. It's like, oh.
It's like, oh, you're gonna get hyped up for Quest? I'm gonna shut you up right here and right now.
Yeah.
As don't expect that type of kill.
Omar, he doesn't have a leap available, but Soxa going for the quick charge. Just getting out of that fountain as soon as possible. That's going to leave 33 alone in the lane for the time being, and Kaori going to go for a bit of a wraparound from behind. But can they really kill this Visage? It's going to be an attempt. TA2000, no refraction charges right now. Body blocks coming out from Kaori. TP's coming in. It's going to be the Willow too. Charge onto 2 by Soxa. And TA2000 is going to be the target. Willow going to be following all the way through the Shadow Realm damage and the Assumption. It's both going to get blocked by the refraction. And he's just going to meld himself up. So TA2000 is going to be fine. And Kaori gets 33. He will drop as a consequence from it, but he's happy with the trade.
He'll give his life over 33 any day of the week. That also gives space to Noob in the mid lane. Little surprised that he was able to get solo killed by a Dark Willow in that type of situation. But it is what it is. He still has good farm, the #1 CS in the game. But with his death, unfortunately, his net worth will still be a bit behind. I do want to see Noob get a bit more active in this game. His Winter Wyvern performance, it just felt like he couldn't get much done on the map. He was in the game, but wasn't able to find anything. So he's playing a hero that's much more capable of finding things on the map. And going to that bot lane after that big trade there.
Yeah, good.
With spells being down, but there's a 17 wand on Skeeter. And a South.
A good face Edict timing there to soak up that level 2 Starstorm. And there's Noob. It's like, oh, hello. What you doing here? Might as well just gave my life away for this one. But at least it allows the Ursa to get a couple extra CS in the lane. Have to be careful though, but the Void's already going to be back in straight back to mid. And Kaori go in for a quick creep wave, get that level 5 on board. Wisdom runes, one still to be picked up, 33, he took the other.
Still a good kill nonetheless there for Noob. Making sure that Amar continuously has good laning stage. Seemingly going for the same build as game number 1 here, just into the double bracer, phase boots, probably into a soul ring, and then likely into the blink dagger. I'd like to see him maybe switch it up a little bit, but it is Amar after all. We'll probably just see the same things as usual.
They're gonna dive the Phoenix. He's got no Icarus dive. Phoenix flying too close to the sun.
Oh no. What happens if Phoenix flies too close to the sun?
I don't know, makes another another sun. Good point. Good point. Not too not a deep dive into the lore at least, but Sox at least bullying the Void Spirit, keeping him at bay. Nine doesn't exactly have... Okay, I'm like, Willow doesn't exactly push down towers, but again, the question of the Universal Heroes arises. Like, he actually does do a decent amount of damage. He's got a very fast attack speed on the hero, so he can definitely take this tower down pretty early. And it's weird to say, with all these years of Willow being in the game, that he's not normally your tower pusher, but he can technically be that in this game. Snaking, trying to get a kill on Kaori. Noob's going to be here. A TP coming in from Omar with a Mirana. Saving the arrow for now. He's going to have to take the kill anyway. Meanwhile, bottom. Okay,
yeah, you bring a
pushed
good
away,
point
but 33
here.
is here. Omar, he already senses danger. Goes
He
for
has
the
no
Lotus.
arena, by the way.
Doesn't go for the Lotus. And the grenade misses.
Doesn't matter. Birds. But he's too
Nope.
fast with the phase boots. You bring a good point. I think Universal Heroes should have their damage type switch to siege damage. They don't do enough building damage.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
More.
It's a chaos damage.
all the chaos damage. Oh, that will
You remember that one?
Yep. That's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff. Bring that one back.
Okay, arrow does connect, but there's no rune to be picked up. It's on the other side. Can Noob get there before Snaking does? Might have to burn some astral steps for it. No, he's just going to give up the chase. Invis rune for 9. Full bottle refill.
If he truly wanted it, he could have went for it, but it would have cost him his mana pool. I think it would have been worth it, honestly. But at the end of the day, gonna be another rune for 9 here with the Atos. He has something else coming out here, right? No, it's just like... I don't even know what it was, but nothing of relevance here.
Yeah. Skitter takes a heavy amount of damage here. I think he popped the Lotus as well just to get a extra HP. Amar wants to get the full combo off, but doesn't get the bonk and the spear, so Skitter stays alive. Playing with his life. He burns the second Lotus too.
33 taking the top gate here, but there's a trap there. They see him. But at most, it's just going to make sure that Kaori gets to play a little bit safe here. As Skeeter will also take the gate, realizing he is in danger in the bot lane. And simultaneously, 9 and Snaking are smoking the bot lane, so a lot of stuff's going to happen really quickly here, most likely.
Yeah, and TP rotations towards the top lane too. Mirana actually cancels his out. And they're going to take the fight in top. Soxa's already getting burnt up, but it's not enough damage. There goes the sun. Placed down Noob. Does he get enough protection from it? They're just going to break through it. And looks like the Void Spirit's going to be dropping too. Soul Assumption to connect. 33 for the double kill. And now chasing Skitter in the bottom half. Already used up the Enrage. Earth Shock. Not going to bring him far enough. Amar throws in the spear.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
1 for 2.
Tried to kill Sox off there, but this bulldoze, big reason why this hero is so strong right now. One reason is the bash damage was changed, and you can do so much damage now with Spirit Breaker. You farm quickly, you do fast damage, but you go 1 point in your queue for the Charge of Darkness, then you get that early point in the bulldoze. 40% status resistance for just a single value point there.
Solid.
Quite solid indeed, so they didn't have the damage to finish him off there. We talked about Earthshaker and how he got buffed on every single spell. So did Spirit Breaker. but he got buffed in 5 different ways. Every single spell was buffed, and then his strength gain was also buffed too. So now he's tankier on top of his other spells, making him tankier, as well as doing more damage with lower cooldowns. This hero is the highest win % hero from a support in this patch in high-level pubs right now. He's a monster. Spirit Breaker is an absolute beast right now. The only weakness we did kind of talk about before is potentially his laning stage, but Tundra has found a way to bypass that with this Visage Spirit Breaker lane.
True.
With a lot of practice and making sure that they know their counter matchups. Seems unstoppable at the moment.
And a lot of
No
teams
pun
figured
intended.
out how to also play it as a 5. So you can still, even though you say it might be difficult in the laning stage, sure is, but with all these buffs, it has made it a lot easier for both 4 and 5 Spirit Breaker players to get more benefit out of it.
And that's the great thing of when you lose your lane as a Spirit Breaker anyway, that you just, I guess I'll just go mess with the other lanes, you know?
Yep.
And 33 with the micro.
Not needed.
Really good.
Not needed at all.
Always beautiful to watch to see the resummon just for the chain stun.
Yeah. It's worth.
It is indeed. He's not going to need it for a while. They're losing in net worth right now, but it doesn't feel like Tundra's in any real panic right now. It feels like they're waiting for their point of critical mass and when they can group up, because most of their net worth, they might catch Mirana a little bit, but she should be fine.
Under attack.
Charge won't connect. But it comes down to, like, what is your net worth doing for you? And I have the same question for Quest, and it's going to come later in the game for them. Most of their net worth advantage is coming on top of TA 2000, just hitting creeps and farming. He is playing a hero this game that will come online a lot faster than the Terrorblade, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to hit this blink dagger timing.
They're going for the Mars.
Oh, he's
The
charged, yeah.
Is going to get connected, and here comes 33, coming from one direction.
See you later.
And you've got all your directions surrounded by Tundra heroes, so they'll get a Mar out of the way.
Well, that was a 5-man gank, so I think not too bad for Quest. Every single other hero's farming. Kaori's farming top, they push out mid lane, but they will lose Roche. So it is an objective at the end of the day.
This is something that Tundra wants to get out of the way as soon as possible, considering Roshan number 2, so that they can get themselves the shard.
Oh, he's running. Roche is going to the dire side right now. Can they kill him?
He's trying to get out.
Here we
He's
go.
100 HP. Nope.
Imagine if it made it through the gate and you just pick it up on like TA 2000 on the other end. They really timed that one down to the
Ursa.
last second.
Okay. Okay, he does not get hit by the arrow. That would have been very unfortunate for Skitter if he just DP'd in to push out a top wave. That was a lot of farm. Quest was relying someone's gonna be pushing this wave out. But
I guess one thing I didn't notice about this game is Skeeter doesn't have the best farm. He's going to be getting like a 16-minute Battle Fury, the lowest farmed core on the map right now.
Yep.
The pressure that Amar has been able to make on a Skeeter has been great, but he does have the Aegis now. Just finished his Battle Fury. We'll see if this is just going to be a farming Aegis. Well, he does have some stacks here, so I guess he'll farm for now.
Yeah, and he's got the Fury, so perfectly timing it as well for a lot of extra gold. Push himself towards that blink. Talking about blink daggers, the early patch TAs opted not to go for blink dagger and just be a hero that walks into the fight, pumps extra damage with Deso, Dragonlance, the early Crystallis. But TA 2000, he's not gonna do that. He's like, I probably need this blink dagger a lot more because of the mobility that Tundra has, right? All of these heroes are very nimble, very fast. They can be all over the place, a lot of control, stuns, roots, everything. So he can still blink with that refraction. And most importantly, if he gets caught once, there might be a small opening for him to disengage, but also jump in the back line, hunt down the Oracle, which is a perfect target for the TA to just snipe down.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it synergizes really well to this lineup. Void Spirit wants to jump in, and he doesn't have the longest stun duration either, right? So you kind of want to follow up with your Void Spirit. Mars is going to want to jump into, Mirana can jump in, Phoenix can jump in. They all have ways of getting into the fight really quickly. And I feel like this TA, if you can join them, you just become that much more mobile, and you can really pick and choose your targets.
Bit of a difference maker compared to the TB in last game. You had all the mobility on your team, but can you get the Terrorblade in time? Like your lockdown was very limited to the early seconds of how the fight starts. So if the TA is also one of those being in the front line, there's no chrono to worry about. There's no RP to worry about. So BKB super value item for him. And also if he gets to that BKB blink timer on time, Quest has a fairly good chance of still winning team fights against Tundra with ease. And I'm saying that this game is still somewhat even. Maybe you could get Tundra bouncing back with this farming Aegis on the Ursa, and potentially give them a bit of an edge. Like, they have the tools versus the Templar Assassin, but TA, if he hits his timings, they are a real force to be reckoned with. They just want to get there. 9, spotted out in bottom. Noob, right next to him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he sensed that and just gets out immediately there. Going straight into that Manta style, which is a great item versus the Dark Willow. But on top of it, you're a universal hero, so Echo Manta seems to be the normal now for this Void Spirit mid. Quite strong. This game going much better so far for Quest Esports than
Sure is. Only
game
one
number
tower down too, so only the top tower's fallen and they have pretty much full control over their side of the map. It's not Tundra being constantly invading them in their own side of the map. Like, what at this point of the game, like last game 1, they would be taking over this top half of the jungle and just going constantly smoking up, looking for the Terror Blade, forcing out a tier 2 tower, and just have so much more freedom. Quest has denied Tundra that opportunity this game, but how long can they hold on to it? An Amar kill could be pretty huge here. But he doesn't even get the chance to pop his BKB. Nobody there for the rescue. Tower down, Amar dead.
Yeah, these heroes on Tundra don't seem to care much about your BKB, do they? With the Ursa and the Spirit Breaker in line. They're going to bust open the map a little bit here with that Blink Dagger on the Ursa. There's a minute left on the Aegis. I think he got exactly what he wanted from this Aegis, and that was some time for recovery, some time to farm. I was going to say about Quest lineups here. They still want to find an opening to make a fight, or they want to delay the game. It's going to be a little different game for Tundra. They don't have the same type of supports where they're just going to mass heal you. Yeah, Oracle's a great healer and a great save, but they went for a more aggressive route here with Soxa instead of being the Coddle, this being the Spirit Breaker this game. So you can delay this game if you want, if you're Quest, and feel pretty okay about it.
And also Tundra, I think they're a bit susceptible, like their draft, in a sense that they need to get the initiation to work out, because that surprise element will disappear very fast with Quest looking for these pretty big items like Kaori as your +5 supports, building a sheepstick, and also already making really good progress to this. This guy's got 6,000 net worth already, but they're fighting in the river, and Soxa's going to be dropping first to Noob, and 9 also in trouble. Skitter is dealing out a lot of damage, though. And Skitter has to reset for the time being. He only has snaking around. But that is very crucial for Noob to get these 2 kills. However, TA2000 down. That's going to hurt the Templar. And this is something that they did not want to give away.
Definitely not. It feels like this Kaori is playing like he's a core right now. He just doesn't join any fight, doesn't even think about TPing to the tier 2 to help there. Nope. He has all eyes on finishing the Scythe of Vice, and that's just the trade-off they're going to make as a team. They're deciding, putting all this farm on Kaori, they're +5, just going to hit creeps, now 2,000-ish gold away from getting that Hex. And I think you just double down on this idea. Just keep farming on the Phoenix. You've already farmed for so long, don't stop. At least get your, you know, your investment to pay off here. Right? Maybe some surprise Hex on the Oracle and the fights, and then maybe you can control heroes.
Whoops.
Oh, that just happens, you know. Sometimes you
amplifying Fury Swipes damage, it surprises snaking.
Sometimes you just die to the Tormentor.
And Quest sees an opening too. It's like, hey, there's one hero dead. I think they just finished off a Tormentor or something like that. Since, you know, a deny on an Oracle seems a bit fishy. They won't be able to catch 9 in the top lane, though, but there's a trap right on top, and they will scout him out. Do they have the lockdown required? They've got the silence from the trap. Oh, yes, they do. What are we even painting out here? Of course they have the damage for it.
They have a universal hero with a Manta.
Yes, it's the universal hero, yep. 210 or 212 right-click damage with the Echo Saber on top.
Here's a tutorial for Dota right now. If you play melee universal hero, buy Manta Echo Saber.
Expect damage, yeah.
If you play range universal hero, buy Rod of Atos. End tutorial. Maybe you should buy Manta on range universal heroes too, actually. Why not?
Why not? Seems like anything
Actually-
is possible with these universal heroes at the moment. But Quest Esports, they weren't really able to be in any type of a lead game one. Now they're up 5k despite Tundra getting that first Roshan, but we're really looking at this second one in 25 seconds. Tried to make a play towards top, but there's nobody around there. And Amar's been on the edge this game. You know, a lot of tips have been given, but he's still trying to focus, at least stay on top of his game, looking to punish Tundra. I can feel it. If Amar gets a kill, he is gonna tip someone. But we'll see. Tigov always loves to see the tipping game.
Yeah, I mean, Amar has been ultra quiet this game, but I don't really blame him too much. He had a great laning stage. I think it's mainly Kaori's just hitting creeps and not playing with his Mars. Seems to be the game plan. However, we got some interesting items coming up. We're only 1,000 gold away from the Scythe of Vice. I feel like that's when you play Dota, if you're Quest. But maybe you wait a bit longer. I'm looking at Amar. He has gold for the Blink Dagger.
Skitter sees Void, and a lot of movement here back and forth. Quest is trying to take over the daytime Roshan, and Tundra is looking for the nighttime Roshan. Let's see which one's going to be favoring them. It's going to be 1.5 minutes, so it will favor Tundra if they stick around for a longer time period. They're also TPing in bottom, snaking Skitter with Soxa in the front. Trying to get a charge onto the Void Spirit.
This is like the RNG battle. It's like, please
There you go.
spawn bottom right now.
He's going to take the Arcane Rune, one zap away, gets the nice Remnant used, catches the Charge of Darkness. Still no fight to break loose.
So I think the timing for Quest, if they really want to close this game out within the next 10 minutes, is going to be Scythe of Ice and Kaori. And it looks like Nullifier, which is a great choice as well for Amar. He's got 3.3k gold. Looks like he does want to go for that Nullifier, which is an incredibly good item versus the Oracle. Super good versus the Ursa as well. You don't get those overpower stacks. Or charges, or whatever you want to call them. Guess they're not really stacks.
Nighttime Roshan again, closing up for Tundra. Taking the portal to the top half of the map, but Quest is, they're just begging for it. Please give us...
They won't get it, unfortunately.
And we might see
Don't
a fight
go through
break
the
loose. The
portal.
scans
Don't
right
do
on
it.
top of them. Portal action, maybe. Who goes in first? They're thinking about it. They're waiting for it. But Tundra's also waiting for him. It's just down to timing now. Who goes in first? Do they take the Roche Pit first? Do they enter the Twin Gate? Soxa charging.
I think if you're Quest, you give it. You do not have positioning for this. You're close to a couple crucial item timings. Farm your items. Yeah, it sucks you're going to give Roche away, but unfortunately you did not prepare for this. Or you're just not prepared for it. With the way you're choosing to itemize, it's going to go their way. They're going to get cheese. They're going to get Aegis. But maybe with this Nullifier timing, with the Scythe of Ice timing, they can fight through it. They've done a pretty good job dodging until now.
A lot of extra sustainability for Tundra with that cheese Aegis now.
It's big, yeah.
Even if it isn't the Shard Roshan anymore, the cheese is going to help out. Especially when we're looking at, is the Willow going to be the one to carry it? They didn't even pick it up! It's still in the pit! Not again! West Europe Dota, you just keep forgetting the cheese in the pit.
Interesting.
This is a
I
new
feel like that
type of
cheese
strat
is-
that I do not know about.
It's not a strat.
It's right there, yep.
Is under attack.
If they keep doing this, you know, they're ahead. They're getting the Lotuses.
Yes.
They could make the block of cheese.
Yeah, without even picking up the cheese. You know, that's a feat in itself. They got the
Okay,
Nullifier
okay.
on the Spirit Breaker, but already used up in the air. Does get saved by the Oracle. Amar in the front. Noob coming in from the side, trying to get to 33, but he's holding the gem. They spot his movements. Amar still taking some beating here. Has the BKB ready. Skitter going in, but now he's going to save himself. Ursa also getting hexed up at the same time. Soxa low on HP. Doesn't quite get the vision anymore for his ult, but he's going to have to back away. Skitter. He's got that Aegis up and running. If only they had the cheese now, they could have just brought that Spirit Breaker back into action. But nobody dies. It's just you know, testing the waters on both sides.
They just misplayed. Omar yuled him to get rid of the bulldoze effect, but Amar had a nullifier. So that everything they did there was just kind of counterplayed by the Yules. The nullifier would have taken off the bulldoze and they wouldn't have been able to burst him, but maybe that was something that just surprised them. Amar didn't know that Amar had the nullifier available and thought he was doing his team a favor, but in reality just saved Soxa there.
Okay, Ori able to get the Icarus dive and Hex up Soxa, but Soxa's got the connection and this Phoenix ain't going anywhere. He's gonna have to sacrifice life. Oh, Soxa with the 17%, not needed. They do have the Willow showing up in time for the root.
Your Dark Willow impression?
Yep, I tried. Not very on point.
Oh no, let's not do voice lines again.
Oh man,
Taking me back.
I'm the king of voice lines.
That is true. We'll have to do some more later.
Oh, we definitely have
Game, as this game continues, see if we can get some voice lines out of you. But yeah, the map right now is gonna start shrinking a bit for Quest. They need to make these connections hit. Like, they have the item timings. It's not gonna get much better for them. They just can't mess it up again. They need to start getting a couple kills, even if it is the Spear Breaker. It's a big kill. The Spear Breaker has a Heaven's Halberd. That's going to be a nightmare for this Templar Assassin if he can get it on there. You saw how long that Hex lasted if you don't get rid of that Bulldoze effect. But you have the tools to do so. You just need to go together and make it happen. You're not going to win a game of Dota by dodging the entirety of the game, thinking you can never fight. I'm okay with them waiting out for at least a Sagas, but after that, it's time to get aggressive.
Yeah, it's showtime. They haven't really gotten much out of this TA power spike either, which is something they wanted to get ahead with the items that this Templar has, but Tundra's got a lot of answers to him now. Maybe they can catch Soxa off guard. He's right outside of vision, but, you know, he sees a bit longer than everybody else. That level 10 talent will allow them to jump in first, and Kaori will drop. First, they're going to get hit by the arrow, speared up, but standing in the Reign of Destiny.
Reign of Destiny.
That's Spirit Breaker level 10. Like, Amar doesn't see the Spirit Breaker, but Soxa sees the Mars, and is like, guys, they're around here somewhere.
And Soxa went for the talent as well to get extra night vision pretty early on. Skipping his level 15 talent. Just realizing the Bulldoze this game against the Yules, against the Nullifier, it's not going to have as great effect as it usually would have. So I do like to see that choice. Going into the Aghanim's now, BKBs are available. I do like that choice. Other option is Shadow Blade. The one way to make it so you don't get your, so you can get your charge off and not get Yuled is if they don't see it coming. DD Ursa teleporting towards bottom. There's a Mirana just popping out the Moonlight Shadow, but they will cancel out the TP from Skitter. 15 seconds left on the Aegis quest, almost timing it perfectly. I mean, they will force out the regeneration from Ursa. Nevertheless, 33 splitting out to the top half, but Amar's going in. Where's the rest of the team? They're going to need some backup, at least for the Oracle kill. He might be able to do it alone, but the disarm is there. And finally finishing him off. And now also Soxa in peril. The Spirit Breaker surrounded by the Questers. That's a quest complete. There we go. They're online now. I think hopefully that gives them the confidence to continue pushing forward here. They have all the items necessary to just go, go, go.
Could be high ground ticket even.
A little bit of damage, but unless they get another kill, I'm not sure if they can break down the high ground, as Glyph is still available here.
Still,
the cheese has been dropped.
Oh,
so they did not forget.
Okay, the cheese is recovered.
You're gonna back now if you're Quest. Not like back to your fountain or anything. You're just not gonna hit that tier 3 tower anymore. And Noob, he's got 4.3k gold. Looks like Scythe of Ice is his choice. We'll give him 2 hexes now. And I like what they did there. You can poke the Ursa, but don't commit on him. Don't overcommit. Find that Oracle. If you can kill the Oracle in these fights, you're in a good spot as Quest. This is something we didn't see much in the last game. They didn't have that jump for the back line to kill those pesky supports. But they got plenty of jump this game. No excuse. They're going for the aggressive itemizations on every single hero here. Amar realizing, I'm not going to build the auras. 33, he's building auras. He's building the Sol Kuros, the Solar Crest. I'm going to build the anti-aura item, which is a nullifier this patch. Seeing a lot more of play in this one.
Also picked up the shard for the Spirit Breaker off of the Tormentor, so that's going to be the planner pocket coming into play. You'd be able to catch a stray Nullifier, you know, maybe a
I mean,
Hex.
you don't want to catch the Nullifier Spirit Breaker.
Not really.
That's the one you don't want to catch. Everything else you do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But maybe you do just catch it and keep it off your Ursa too. It's just such a good Nullifier game, man. It's
Yeah,
so
it
good
is.
versus Oracle, it's so good versus Ursa, and it's also amazing versus Spear Breaker. I almost want to say you need one against Spear Breaker just because, or Yules, right? Just how good Bulldoze is. 70% status resistance with 25% move speed. You just can't stun this guy. Just walking in and out of the fights. But can't do that if you have that dispelled, so they need an answer.
Tundra forced out a pretty easy glyph as well, with just 33 in his birds pushing down that tier 3 tower, forcing out the glyph from Quest. So they can't really allow that to happen for a second time. They know that Tundra forcing out this top wave is going to force Quest back into their base, because no more glyph. Gonna have to defend it. Gonna have to force them away with conventional tools.
The prize is mine.
I think the next big timing for Quest, and they're kind of showing us that they're in no rush this game. They're pretty happy with the state of the game, as they should be. But the next big timing is going to be this Templar Assassin hitting level 25. Getting that 7 extra refraction instances really makes Ursa's life hard if you can't get on a target and burst them right away. And it'll allow TA2000 to just be that much more aggressive.
Yeah. Looking at the win probability graph, this game has at the highest been 57% for one team and not above. So this has been very neck and neck.
Quest seems like they want to smoke or something,
Potentially.
but they don't. They're not pressing it.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on the Phoenix. Maybe they're just claiming space. Roshan is up. It is a daytime Roshan with an Aghanim.
15 seconds, so they need to smoke across.
Okay, so let me guess. Quest goes top. Meanwhile, Tundra's taken the portal to bottom.
Dire's
No, they're gonna
Or
wait.
is,
All
or is
teams
this
know.
just a big brain play where they're probably sitting by the portal again? Just like last time. And now Roche is coming, and that's going to poke the Willow. 9, wake up. Portal's activated. Skitter's like, oh, I want to fight. Oh, it's just Roshan. And here comes the rest. They don't have the
Quest
Bramble
is
Maze
here.
this time. This is
gonna
perfect
be a
timing for
fight.
Quest. If they could just get Amar in first. Tundra going to be aware for this one. Amar going in, and they've got the fight breaking loose. Now it's going to be dropping very low on HP, and so is Roshan at 1,500 HP. Who's going to be claiming the Aegis for themselves? Is it Quest or Tundra? The kill goes for Quest.
Amar
and
got
Amar will be able to take it. Tundra losing 2, and the cheese this time not left on the ground. It is also recovered, and Tundra, they bite the dust as Quest. They get everything.
If there's one thing you can rely on Amar for, I feel like he outclicks everyone on these like Aegis skirmishes. There were so many heroes on top of this Aegis after Roche died for like 3 seconds. It probably wasn't even clickable. Everyone's just standing on top of it, but at the end of the day, maybe it was because of the God's Rebuke or something, knocking heroes back, gave the vision.
Yeah.
Amar picks it up there, but beautiful read here by Quest with that
only
smoke, and we're gonna
thing-
see instant replay exactly who got this Aegis.
I mean, it looks like the Ags was going for the Willow by the looks of it, because he's the only one who has it buffed up. But as you can see, the timing is just impeccable for Quest to jump in there, annihilate them out of the way.
Radiant's
And no Bramble Maze either, used onto a Roshan coming out of the portal. Might have surprised Tundra a bit as well. Like, I mean, it's probably Roche that's coming through, but he doesn't really care about the roots, does he? Soxa trying to force out some kind of aggression here while trying to defend at the same time, but the Willow dealing out damage onto Noob. Big hits coming through, but he's going to pop the cheese. And Noob to disengage from the high ground. Quest still stacked up as 5. Soxa, he is in the front. Birds following up as well. Ursa has that second cheese. Hasn't been used. That is all the way from the second Roshan. Forcing Quest out of the high ground, but that is a tier 3 tower that will drop.
Tier 3 tower down. Net worth is now 10k for Quest as the Spirit just barely misses there.
Oh.
potentially
Mars is in the
opening?
front. He can tank this for days. At least it
Done
feels
Aegis
like
too.
it. But here we go. Arena pop down as well. BKB on 9 will be able to get out from that arena. They won't be able to save Soxa for the time being. He's going to have to stick around for a bit longer. Skitter, no more cheese. They will lose Soxa on the low ground. And now maybe they have a chance to fight back. But still, the Aegis up on Amar. And another tower to fall. Quest in a great position right now.
It sure is going to be difficult now for Tundra. They don't have the damage anymore. It feels like this Ursa against the Nullifier, against the TA, and into this Aegis, they can't get into the fights anymore. Same with 33. He's been very quiet this game, built all the auras, but they don't have that. They don't have the harder carry this game that can really abuse it. Maybe it's up to 9 now. See how much damage he can burst out into these fights. But yet again, TA about 2 creeps away from getting level 25.
Again, just jumping on the front. They will burn through Amar, but Ursa also going to get hexed up. But the Enrage is going to buy some time for Skitter to not get controlled. And that is your Aegis down. The melee racks will stand for the time being at 600 HP. In Quest, they will back out. That was without the Spirit Breaker as well. So a successful defense from Tundra. It does come out with a bit of a cost of the range racks falling, but it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, they hold their barracks for now. They don't get a trade in any kills in that regard, so they're still losing in net worth.
33 in the position to pop these smokes too. He is. BKB is also available. He'll have to use it. Taunt that up too. Skitter jumping in between, but Amar going into the backline right away. Skitter going to be focusing his attention towards the Mars, but the arrow flies in, soaked up by the BKB from Ursa. Doesn't worry about it at all, but he's going to start to take the attention from TA2000. Charge coming in from Sox as well. Snake coming over the buyback. They're going to take down Amar. The Mars is going to be falling. Noob on the backlines as well on the fight. Now getting the control of the Abyssal Blade onto the TA2000. Going to be controlled and taken down. Tundra going to find more. Can they bash that? Yes, they can. Then charge onto Kaori. And Kaori to drop with the Phoenix, and that is 3 losses for Quest. And it forces out Amar, it forces out Noob. Tundra, first they successfully hold the high ground, and then they get the fight they were looking for. 33 in the front with the birds, scouting out all the movement. And Amar, he was looking for that big arena play, but they couldn't overwhelm the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that replay here. I think Amar just went a little too deep there. I wanted to see where Noob was in this fight. I guess he was just killing Snaking off, but I feel like they could have focused on the Visage. Visage was really far in. They didn't have to initiate like that. They're up 13,000 gold in this point in the game, and I think Amar just went way too deep for his team.
I think they wanted to get that choke point fight straight at the stairs, so they would have had their teammates closer. Don't worry too much about Tundra, because Snaking was also, he's just walking in circles on the Oracle. He's like, please get this guy off me, please get this guy off me. And he never gets to cast False Promise. But that was a fight they took without even needing the Oracle to save somebody. Skitter's positioning also soaking up that arrow stun with his BKB still up and running, saving the Oracle's life for a bit longer. And they're spreading their damage on 2-3 separate targets. So Quest just walks out empty-handed.
Yeah, I want to see this game get to a point where they're more unified in how they're taking team fights from Quest. I want to see Noob jumping this Oracle and solo killing him. This is an Oracle that only has a Glimmer Cape, just picked up a Blink Dagger. You're level 22 on Void Spirit. You've got a Silver Edge, Manta, Lincolns. You got a lot of damage. You can solo kill this Oracle. You just need to find the right angle. And as a team, you guys have to go in on the right targets at the right time. It's okay if you want to go on the Ursa, just to bait out the fight with the Mars. But you gotta have that assassination. Noob really has to find this Oracle in the fights and take him out immediately. That should be his #1 objective and what only thing he's thinking about in these team fights.
Quest still holding on to that net worth lead as well. Has been on their side throughout the entirety of this game since the 5-minute marker. But how much good will it do to them? They have been capable of fighting Tundra. Tundra also successful with 1 or 2 defenses. Could still go either way. Smoke up coming in. Tundra heading towards mid. There's a TA2000 smoked up on the other side with a Ninja Gear. He's going to be found. And Visage with that silence as the grave. They've got an idea, but do they get there in time? Beautiful Hex coming out from Phoenix, keeping Soxa a bit at bay. But it was also going a bit too deep for Tundra to follow.
Yeah, 33 with that Aghanim Scepter now, able to get that little bit of vision for his team so they can get those charges off. If he can ever get to a Hex, that's when this build gets really scary, because he can just initiate on his own for his team to follow up. But yeah, these Hexes have been great. They only last like 0.1 second on the Spirit Breaker, but they do cancel a charge, which is the important thing here.
Dire's middle tower.
And Tundra's doing a great job keeping the map. They're down 8k gold, but they're playing like they're 8k gold ahead here.
Yeah.
So we'll
Definitely
have to
does feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are doing that, and I think Quest is a team that really plays off of emotions. And by that, I mean, if they have a good fight, they'll continuously play aggressive, but the moment they have a bad fight, they seem to just, like, take their foot off the gas.
Too much time spent on Tundra, and you're going to get Frostbite. Noob. If only 33 was around. No gem to locate the movements of this Void Spirit, so he's able to walk away. Meanwhile, Phoenix, what you up to? Just TP home? Okay. Smoke
He's
again
out of there.
from Tundra.
It looks like they play us now. Both teams know the Roche spawner begins now. And we got a bit of a short one here, just a minute 20 for the Roche timer.
Yep, yet another Roshan. Daytime or nighttime? Gonna be the
It'll
end
be
result.
nighttime,
The nighttime end result. All right.
most likely. Unless they can burst it really quickly
Like
on the side. I mean,
5
you have
seconds.
like...
got 5
yeah,
seconds.
You got 5 seconds. If you can stun Roshan, keep him in place, maybe. I've never seen it before. I still haven't checked. Can you interrupt Roshan TP?
I've seen it twice where it can die super fast.
Yeah.
But those are well, one is new Dota days with techies, and another one's a bit older days with a particular Arc Warden and his Spark Wraiths. They don't have those kind of tools at their disposal right now, so we have swapped around. Oh, Amar is going through the... He's not going through the portal. Snake King's already moving away. He did see that there's an animation brewing here, so I think they know where Quest is right now. Noob.
I think 33 is going to do a good job
try.
here. I mean, without Nullifier.
Do they just force them back into their base? Tundra is taking the
Yeah,
option
yeah,
of
that's what I'm
pushing
saying.
bottom.
Yeah, I think they realize that you cannot defend that top Roshan right now, so you got to go.
Glyph was still on cooldown for 5 seconds, so they're TP'd back in. And fully ready and waiting for this fight. Tundra able to back away. Birds are going to get sniped. No familiars.
And
for
he's
9
out of
seconds.
birds, actually. Yeah, that's huge. There's no more birds. Committed it for that fight, and T2000 already going to start on Roshan here, going to wait for the double meld. Or maybe not. But look at all these traps here.
Plenty of good vision.
You don't want to come to
Wards
this
as well,
party.
right next to the Lotus. So T2000 can just sit here for the time being. 33, he's already come through the portal. Will find an E-Ward for
snaking.
himself, but they jump to Ursa at the same time. Skinner needs some help. He needs some help. He's going to get Yule's up into the air with that
Snaking's
enrage.
dead.
And TH2000 just fighting them back and Skinner down. Or is he? Snaking's already dead. 9 is going to be follow-up as well. Quest, they're getting the success. They're smelling victory as they get 3. And Tundra left empty-handed from this fight. And also the Spirit Breaker going to get caught. 33 is the only one to make it out of this fight. I mean, it wasn't really even a fight, to be completely honest. Quest just runs over them.
You're walking into like 1,000 traps there from the TA. The TA had perfect positioning on the TA master himself, TA2000. Gets the silence onto the Oracle with the traps, assassinates him immediately. And that's exactly what you need from Quest. I wanted Noob to end up doing it in the day, but TA2000 decided he's going to end up doing it. So we're going to get triple buyback
Yep.
to
that
try
is
and defend their
costly.
base here.
That is costly for Tundra, but it has to be done.
And the birds are now just resummoned from 33.
And Glyph is up.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Do you give up your barracks here? Might not have a choice at this point. A sneaky little rat, 33 here. They're gonna lose Roche, but they're gonna get a trade of barracks. That's a hell of a good trade. If you're in the situation of Tundra, yeah, but the game state is still pretty bad. But we've seen these crazy games before, right?
Oh, yeah,
Anything
we
can
have,
happen
yeah.
in a late game.
At least this time, Quest doesn't have to steal Roshan from the Eyes of Tundra. They get it for free, at least in terms of the Roshan contest. But bottom rack's fallen with that push from 33. And they didn't use Glyph for it either, knowing that they probably just waste the Glyph because they're still focusing on Rosh. Save it for later.
Yeah. It's 47 minutes in the game. I think you resort to full rat tactics, as I don't think you're fighting in the quest. You already couldn't fight in the quest when you had the Aegis and Cheese yourself. Now they have the Aegis Cheese. Good luck. That's all I have to say on that one. Just good luck. And they got a refresher as well on the Phoenix. So you want to find a way to just... And you don't have buybacks to defend your base either. Well, you have some. Just on the Oracle and Visage. But your other 3 cores...
Yeah, now 33 has another extra stun to control Quest as he's picking up the shard. We'll have the Gravekeeper's cloak for the extra control and survivability. But is he going to survive long enough for that? Oracle's going to have to pop his ult for him. He's going to start regenerating up. Amar fighting in the back line. Gonna get some heals from his team, and he pops the refresher. Second arena placed down, still stuck inside of Skitter. Snaking Soxa, still trying to fight against it. 33 coming up with the buyback as well. Mar's gonna be dropping very low on HP. Skitter trying to burst through. Amar, he's so close to getting it. He does. He gets the bash through, and Quest forced back to the low ground. But that's another buyback. Tundra, they're gonna need more than just 1 kill. They need a hell of a lot more from this one. But can they catch a single hero? Doesn't look like they can. They're already out on the side of Quest.
Not the worst result here for Tundra. Amar has no buyback here for 74 seconds, so now that gives him another window to make something happen. 33, he did have to use his buyback for it, but he's going to be on the hunt, and I think they know right here and right now for Tundra, they got to make something happen. Will you have the discipline on Quest to just sit in your base and wait for Amar to respawn, which I believe is 100% the correct play, or will you get caught out by this? There's a lot of big brains on Tundra here. They know exactly what to do when they're playing this far behind.
Yep.
They've talked about it before. They need to make a kill happen within this window.
Usually they find a way, but is Quest going to be too tricky? What is the level of this quest that they have taken? Level, well, 50 minutes of gameplay, and everybody is above level 20. So 20 talents are online for everybody, even the Oracle included, up to 21 now with those Wisdom Runes picked up. Highest level 27 on the TA 2000's Templar. And he's getting closer to that 1 second melt hit bash, which usually can be a big game changer. And always a bit of a surprise too, because you're expecting something instant to happen, but during the middle of a fight, a casual meld into a bash, it's like, oh, you know, you get surprised a bit by it, and you don't get to hit that one crucial button, followed up into a control.
Yeah, it could be really good combo versus the Oracle. Just maybe
especially
all
Oracle,
it takes is 1 second, right, to kill him. It takes 1 second to kill Oracle for sure. That's all you need.
Faster to kill.
It was the help of the silence before, but now you have another tool later on. And you're back in your base if you're Tundra.
Yep.
At this point, I think their game plan is pretty clear. They want to fight with buybacks, and it's a good strategy. I think it won't hurt. It's going to draw this game out pretty far, as they're going to wait another 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That way, the Spirit Breaker, the Dark Willow, and the Ursa will all have buybacks available. And the Aegis will be running out in 1 minute here, and it looks like you're in no position if you are Quest to do anything with that Aegis. I think, did they use the refresher last fight?
Just the refresher or popped by Mars.
No, they used the shard.
I'm believing shard was used by somebody else then.
Yeah, Phoenix had it.
Phoenix, most likely, yeah.
Well, that's good news for Tundra. And will we see the block of cheese this game?
It's good for the time being until he's finished the double cornucopias and get that refresher orb on the Phoenix, so double sun time. Get your
yeah, and I think if you're ready. Ursa, you don't have the luxury of hitting egg this game. But you know who does have the luxury of hitting egg? As long as the arena's not there? The Dark Willow. Dark Willow has a moon shard online. You don't particularly want to use it, but it is egg at the end of the day.
And 9 actually isn't the one inside the arena anyway. So it's been snaking, it's been Soxa and Skitter. the three common suspects usually caught inside the arena. So 9 should be able to find an angle to just hit the egg. A2000 going for a very frisky blink onto the high ground, but he's going to be forced out away just as fast as he arrived. Does get a couple hits onto the tier 3 though.
Unhealable damage.
Unhealable.
Not bad. As long as he gets out of that, that's just a W there. And I really think Tundra is just waiting that extra 1 minute and 40 seconds here for those buybacks before they do absolutely anything. And even then, they might not do anything. They realize the state of the game is quite dire. They realize if they want to win this game, is they got to force some big mistakes out of Quest. And they're just going to play for it and hope it happens. There's no reason not to. Sox is going to get out and try to do some warding, maybe give him some openings later on to catch a hero that's left the pack and get his own farm out. As he is level 25 on the Spirit Breaker, which is nice. Let's do a level 25 check since we're here. Who's not 25 yet?
Tundra just chilling in their base, you know. As long as Quest isn't there, we're all good. Stretching out this game even further. Closing up on pretty long minutes here in the West European DPC. See what our...
Alright, so we got only heroes not 20. Somehow Dark Willow's not 25 and Spirit Breaker is. Okay, that's your mid with a Midas.
Fun fact is, we're 4 minutes away from the longest match in West Europe so far, which is, you know, not a lot. We're talking about 58 minutes, but it was OG versus Quest. So, is Quest the new ruler of late game compared to Tundra? We'll wait and see if that is truly the case, but...
Amar just arena.
Yeah, okay. You know, just for show.
That
reminder that his button still works, yeah.
The classic. And they're just waiting for Roche.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse usages of an arena or even a BKB charge.
I mean, that one cleared the trees, which actually helped them the last fight win that big team fight because TA2000 was hiding in those trees. But you know,
I still think one of the funniest and maybe probably one of the worst case scenarios of using an accidental BKB cast was back in Tour 1 in North America, of course, NA. But you probably know who I'm referring to with the Doom showing his BKB timing at 50
Oh, I do,
minutes
yeah.
and ended up getting cliffed, tries to TP after his BKB runs out, gets stunned, and he's just stuck there. And no beat. That's your BKB reveal. It's kind of like, oh man, not what you were looking for.
NA BKB from a non-NA player.
But it is West Europe. You don't wanna fool him around. Mars Arena's cool on cooldown for 20 seconds. Does it end up biting them? He's got a second one with the refresher orb at least. Clearing out the birds.
Birds
out
are
of the way.
dead. He's got to resummon, but you don't want to lose your birds like this.
And he wants to pop silence as the grave too. 2 more seconds. Be able to go for the wraparound onto the side. Scouting arrow. Remnant also blocking an exit.
Soxa making a circle like, hey guys, we can't really control this area. Maybe we go pressure mid like last time? Trade Roshan for another set of barracks? That sounds good.
Just look at Quest's movements, basically. They're moving back in and out from Roche to right, to left to right, to down as a group. And then they'll probably, from here, if they don't find anybody clearing out that wave, they'll just move straight back towards Roshan.
Soxa, is he going to take the bait? Oh my gosh, he's so fast.
We're on a spot at least. But 33 is already pushing your buildings.
He's doing it.
And Phoenix is TPing back. Is this the same thing again? Quest forced back into base, and then Tundra heads towards the Roche pit. Let's see if Quest has some kind of a variation to this defense this time. Phoenix spotting out the birds. They know he's there. What about the rest of Quest? Do Tundra know that there's still...
Can they get Kaori? He's split up from the team here.
Potentially, he's coming up. And TA2000's not going to be there for the time being, but he will trap teleport if required. And here goes Amar. He finds 9. 9's going to get pinned to the wall. And this Willow dying right now. 5 HP. Still surviving, but finally falls. And the Morana's going to be dropping 2. 1 for 1. 1 for 2 even in this case, because the buyback comes out from snaking. Amar hunting for 33. Misses a spear from point blank range even. Goes for the Gravekeeper's Cloak. Meanwhile, Noob jumping onto Soxa and Tundra. They can't corral themselves a real team fight right now. 33
Silence
going for the teleport away with the silence as the Grave. No, sir.
Oh,
He does have birds available if he does decide to buy back. But Tundra, they're not contesting Roche anymore. They're going to let this one go again for Quest. 3 Roshans in a row.
Yeah, if they only spotted Kaori there, walking there and isolated him, perhaps that could have been a different fight, but we've seen it time and time again. At this stage of the game, with these two lineups, you're not 5 vs 5ing Quest as Tundra. I like the rat play that they tried on the top lane there. I feel like giving that Roche away and continuously going for these, you know, just poking, going for the barracks, maybe trading a Roche. Sure, at some point, it still favors Quest, but at least it brings that chaotic element to the game to maybe you can force Quest into a bad decision-making process here. Instead, I think you're just going to have to double buyback on 2 cores here. But they're waiting for the right opportunity to do so.
Yeah. At least the results for Game 2 looking like TA 2000 bigger than AOE 2000, but can Tundra still hold on to a sliver of hope? Ursa going to get saved up by the Oracle, but he cannot exit the arena and force the fight back. He's going to take so much damage from this, though. I don't think he will survive. Soxa charging onto the back line. Skitter going to be dropping. He's coming in with a buyback as well. Egg going to be popped down. Can they get to it? They're protecting it really well. Soxa dies. He's pretty much all by himself in the back line. And Tundra, once again, 4 buybacks have been spent. Can they keep Quest at bay? Skitter in the front. Clears out the wave, and Quest's gonna...
We might be here for a while.
They're just gonna reset.
We already know what's going to happen. Tundra's going to wait another 7.5 minutes for these buybacks to come online. But it is 36,000 gold now. They're not waiting, actually. Time is now, they said. As Snaking leads the charge on top of a trap here. They know where he's at.
Yep, and Noob's right next to them. They don't have to jam on 33. They can't get to him, but the Willow's going to have to pop his BKB, save his life for the time being. Oh, that's a lot of stuff spent by the Willow.
On the aggressive still. A little awkward positioning for Tundra here, but it looks like they feel like it's desperation time. They got to make something happen.
Yeah, not like quite the Hail Mary, but very close to it. Like, we gotta get some victories here. We might be losing the fights, but we can't lose the war, but will they be able to corral themselves back together? Snaking, that's 1 dieback. 5 versus 4. What about the rest? 9's gonna be controlled. And Mars there with the arena. There goes your Willow, dying on the walls of that Colosseum. Put her head on a spike. And put there for all to show. Amar able to get that one. So 5 against 3, 100 seconds without your 1 support, and of course your mid Willow.
And Tundra's gonna have to pull off some type of miracle here to hold their base against this one. Willow and Oracle, some of your more important heroes to be alive here. You're down 40k gold. It's 3 versus 5 against buybacks as well. Good luck, Tundra. But this might just be...
They're going to need a lot of it, too, because that's going to be a 3rd hero gone, and pretty much looks like game at this point. Quest. I mean, in the lead or not in the lead throughout this entire game, they're looking to take that big W, trying to break through. The egg's going to be a start for the fight, and that's going to be Kaori jumping first, but Skitter, he spent pretty much everything for this, and he's down 2, and that's going to be game. Quest is going to be tying this series up. Despite the glyph being forced, Amar, of course, he wants to dive the fountain. Any spicy items to be dropped on the ground after Soxa falls? Don't think we're going to be seeing that. This is a statement victory for Quest.
Amar's a new man. He's turned over a new leaf here. No more item dropping. Humble Amar wins this game. Quest Gaming, they did it. They played their style of Dota. They won. They took a game off of Gaming Gladiators this way, playing their style of Dota. What we need is the consistency. Can they bring this next game 3 and still play their style and come out victorious? I feel like Tundra, they deviated a little bit from what they like to do. Only a little bit. And that's just like the Dark Willow not having enough like auras with the Spirit Breaker. I know they love the Spirit Breaker plus the Visage.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe just the Oracle wasn't the correct fit here, or maybe just they made a couple too many mistakes. Well, I don't know. We'll have to figure out what the panel thinks about that one. But it was a very close game at the beginning, but Quest really took this one at some point and never looked back.
Well, Tundra, they're being the quest givers right now. What kind of a quest is it going to be for Quest Esports? Can they finish this series off in a reverse sweep, or is Tundra going to bounce back? We're going to head over to the panel to discuss Game 2.
A number of things to break down here. Tiga, we're going to start with it. The Dark Willow mid, we thought maybe they had the confidence again. I'm not saying it's the fault of the Dark Willow here. Nine definitely still had a performance, but maybe if they had have gone for one of the spirits, maybe if they had have gone for a more traditional mid, it could have come together a little bit better for them.
Yeah, I mean, this could be one of those scenarios where it's like, well, why didn't we pick the Void Spirit, take it away from Quest, and, you know, have draft advantage that way? But no, for me, this game, it just felt like a really disciplined game from Quest, where sure, you lose the first Aegis, sure, you lose the second Aegis, you know, because of the nighttime and the advantage, but then the third one, Emerge comes on in, sweeps it, snags it away, and then from that point, it's just played methodical Dota and farm up. Like this Phoenix, he just rushes Hex. Like that's when you know the game is going to be a slow, chill, push out lanes and wait. When your POS 5 is just going, yeah, boys, BRB, gonna get some, you know, 5k odd gold item, and then I'll enter the fray.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about Kaori is his Phoenix. We've seen it banned against him before, against Quest Esports in a number of series. And he picks it up here, goes for great items. The team fighting, though, from Quest Esports in this game too, Lizard, was exceptional. Definitely a big improvement from what they were doing in Game 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. Eventually, it got there, right? Like, at the beginning, it was pretty bad because there's an upside and a downside of your Phoenix farming up the Hex. The downside is you can't really make any plays on the map. Like, TA is farming, Phoenix is farming, then what are the other three gonna do? They have to kind of chill and wait, right? Because of that, the early game was a bit difficult, but all things said and considered, it was obviously a good decision for them. They chilled a little bit, they waited their timings, and eventually that Hex was a big issue for Tundra. And it wasn't only his Hex, Void Spirit also got a Hex very early on. Very early, well, like third or fourth item, but still, he could have decided to go for more damage, instead gets another Hex. Overall, you could see the discipline with them, sometimes maybe a little bit too much discipline with the way they played. Like, even though they have the ages, they're in front, they still don't want to like push, or they're still feeling like they're the ones defending themselves on the map, and Tundra is the one controlling. But very nicely done by them overall.
Yeah, I want to go back briefly to where you talked about that issue of farming, you know, potentially being their downfall, maybe some missed timings, T. Like, was that more of a mistake on Tundra not capitalizing on the fact that Quest Esports were being quite passive, or was there not much they could do? They also had to wait for the timings of their lineup.
I think Quest just did a really good job skipping the map and having like a very small net worth lead in the early game. And then when Tundra got like their Aegises, it wasn't as if it was like, wow, they can break the game, because Quest instantly took the fight to Tundra, and it's like, sure, you have an Aegis, but we're going to kill off your Oracle, or we're going to kill off your Spirit Breaker. So Tundra always kind of felt like they weren't in full fighting force, even when they had like this Aegis timing. And then once they lost the second Aegis, it was like, what was it, like Quest running down mid, taking tier 2. So I think anything, Quest just played really well around farming the map, kind of out-Tundering Tundra. And then when they were under threat, they instantly capitalized on it, right? So I feel like this is a weird game for Tundra. Like, normally they're way more aggressive, but yeah, Quest was just very, very good at reading the map in this game.
Yep, they knew what Tundra was doing. They knew what they needed to do. But who was the most exceptional player, Lizard? Who really stood out and you want to give MVP to?
Who would I give it to?
Tough one.
It's a tough one. Like, I could give it to any single player on their team. Phoenix with his Hex was pretty solid. Amar on the Mars made a ton of work, but I think the Void Spirit pick overall really made a huge difference for them. They needed that mid lane Spirit to do work. They needed him to be catching the backlines, and he wasn't only catching the Oracle. He was on top of the Dark Willow as well, and perhaps that was the difficulty that they faced with this Dark Willow. In that last game, there was a lot of AoE damage, but not enough control to take her down. In this game, Dark Willow couldn't just go into Shadow Realm and hide. You have Void Spirit that can pull you back in. You had Mars with the Arena. It was a much, much harder game for Nine, and Noob made sure that it stayed that way from start to finish.
Yeah, and not just like the Dark Willow being jumped on, but obviously really being able to get on the back line and made this Oracle feel pretty useless, I want to say to you.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like this is honestly where Tundra in the post game, they're like, boys, why didn't we just pick the voice spirit? Like, I know this Willow was fun. I know we had, giggle in game one, but it's wild to think that how strong voice spirit is right now. The fact that it's a 24 pick hero in this game, and then of course having such an exceptional game, it's like you picked it last. This is a hero that some teams are even first phasing because it's that good. So yeah, probably not going to get void spirited again in game 3 unless Quest really want to push it up the pecking order.
Yeah, look, they had an insanely valuable last pick there in that Void Spirit. It was big props to Quest Esports and their draft, how they played it out, but it does mean this first series of the day is going to go to game number 3, and we're going to see it after this break.
Bara may be charging on creeps.
He just charged.
Online.
Shadows take us.
They hit. They hitting.
Oh, look at they're besting him. They're besting. انا اللي ورثه guys. انا اللي ورثه cannot hit. I wanna finish the rush guys.
Took it.
I took.
Bara?
No, wait.
I stopped.
Nice. TP out already. Push line, guys. Push line.
My mind are as one.
Good job!
our first series of the day, it is one apiece. Tundra got game 1. Quest Esports bounced back for game 2. And T, I think there is very much going to be a change up on what's going to be picked for the mid lane. I don't want to talk about bans. I want to know what Nine's going to pick, and I want to know if it's going to be quirky again. I want to know if we might see the third Dark Willow game, or most likely probably going to be a little bit more conventional.
I mean, he hasn't played the same hero 2 games in a row yet in the DPC, you know, so...
Except for just then.
Except for just now, so...
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to go for 3 for 3. He needs to prove himself. He's like, no, I can win a series on Dark Willow. I would be interested to see if he goes down that route. I'd maybe argue that he can if the correct draft aligns again, but... we'll see. It's Tundra. Sometimes they like to force in the same hero over and over again.
I feel like the thing that we also didn't really touch on is that we were so hyped about this Spirit Breaker Visage combo again, Lizard. We thought maybe this was something that a lot of teams are going to struggle with. It might take them more time to find an answer to it, but Quest Esports really did their research. They were okay to let the Visage through. They knew once the Spirit Breaker was there that was probably what it was going to be leading up to, and they did a fantastic job to shut that combo down.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on that. I still think the mid lane was a bigger issue, perhaps, than the Visage and Spirit Breaker, because Visage and Spirit Breaker, even though they struggled a little bit versus TA, like they were still taking her down. They were still finding ways of dealing with their fractions. It wasn't as impactful as it usually is. Like Visage even died once to Phoenix in the lane, one-on-one. But I'd still be worried about letting that combo go through, especially if Tundra now can adjust to it. Yeah. Especially if Tundra, like, do you want me or can T-Gov take over for the follow-up?
Oh, T, why not? Let's hear from you. Lizard clearly doesn't want to talk about it, so T can talk about, like,
I can continue.
Why you wouldn't let it through. T stuck in the middle. He's like, please don't argue.
No, I'm joking. Please, parents, please, calm down now. No, I mean, I feel like, again, don't forget that it's game 2. Like, Magnus also got let through the draft and was completely untouched, right? And it was a hero that Tundra dominated on game 1. So it's going to be exciting in game 3 to see if Tundra goes, wait a second, was it the Spirit Breaker's fault? Was it the Willow's fault? Should we just go for Magnus if it's available? And we'll get to see into their kind of minds on how they approach taking an L. Because, again, they haven't really lost much in this tour so far. So they haven't had to adapt from their Visage Barrow strategy losing, or... even technically, you could say the Willow from losing, because like the Willow dumpstered game 1. It should have done well again game 2 in theory, but again, Tundra, I think it was less about the draft and more about their kind of game choices, where Quest just outplayed them on the map. So maybe they don't overreact and we just see the same thing again, and they just fine tune how they play the mid game with an Aegis.
Yeah, there is this part of me that feels 33 is the sort of player that he wants to go the Visage again and change the build-up, like he's the item build, like he's learnt from that game 2 what was wrong with it, and he's like, oh, in game 3 I know really how to adjust on this hero and like we can win with it again. A part of me thinks he's that sort of player, but the other part of me is like, they're all confident in Magnus. Like, they've been picking up Magnus wins like through and through, but I don't really know, like, which way would you lean, Lizard? If you were either the draft or if you were 33, which one would you want to put up in game number 3?
We'll see eventually when the bans go out, but honestly, in a state that they are at the moment, in a state in which even the game that they have lost, they looked pretty dominant throughout, I think they can easily go back and pick the same stuff and just adjust a little bit and approach it with the mindset, yeah, we can make this work. We can fix it. It worked before. One loss doesn't really mean a lot. Then again, it's a DPC. There's a lot at stake, right? So you want to be taking every single game, and if Magnus is easier, then maybe that's the way to deal with it, right? Just, yeah, okay, we can win with it some other day. We'll practice some more in scrims. Let's pick our dear old Magnus, which will get banned out, so that will not be the case for Tundra. Never mind. I take it all back.
It's gone. I mean...
it's out of here.
It's cool to see that both of these teams, whenever they've won the coin toss, they've actively chosen first pick. Where other teams, especially when you hear Div 2 teams or like aspiring teams who want to be competing in the major, second pick is the comfort to go for, because of course you get to react with 2 final picks, you see more information when you're picking your heroes, but it's cool to see that in this series at least, both teams really want to lock in that first pick, which means they want the techies, they want the Beastmasters, the Dooms, like these heroes, and of course forcing the opening bans to be as expected. But Techies is available. Will Quest jump on it again?
I could be a little bit wrong in this, but it feels like people are preferencing first pick because it feels that when we get to the last pick, having that overall last hasn't always actually been as advantageous as we thought. You almost want to have that first pick in the last phase because you're like, oh, there's so many spirits left, or oh, there's so many like OP heroes still left in the pool, and like we want to pick one that we think they're not going to be able to deal with no matter what's left in the pool. So that's the sort of feel I get. But also, yeah, the first phase, there are a lot of those insane heroes being picked up. Phoenix, one of them, mostly for Kaori. I think anyone else picks up Phoenix, it's probably not going to feel the same impact as this one, listen.
Yeah, like I'm actually very surprised with the Phoenix being an opener, considering Techies was still left in the pool, and then I'm surprised by, maybe not as much, but I'm also surprised by Tundra picking. Damn, like both of these I didn't expect. Like first the Techies goes absolutely true, and second they snatch up the Timber. I guess if you're Quest, do you still go for Mars? Because Mars Phoenix, Amar Mars. Even though Timber is in the pool, I think you're pretty fine with the teamfight that this combo brings. Or do you want to counter instantly the Timber Saw somehow? That's the question.
The thing with the Timbersaw at least is Nine will play it mid lane, and of course he's got plenty of games on it. He played it relatively recently, 33 as well. He's got how many games? Like 50 games on the hero. So because they're second pick, they're going to keep it up. And Quest, you know what? Let's just go for the Mars again. It will be interesting to see because I feel like this Timber, if they can hold it until the very end of the draft to flex it, if it is suddenly going into mid lane in an uncontested mid lane, getting to rotate into this Mars, like this Mars is just a phase boot into Blink Buyer, and that like kind of itemization into a Timbersaw, you don't do the damage anymore. So now it's like Phoenix with Sunray plus maybe a Vessel Buyer or something. So Quest really need to make sure they draft so they aren't like, oh damn, this Timber's in some incredible lane. Like you can't just pick a safe lane to deal with him.
We saw some of the Phoenix stats pop up, by the way, and it had 5 picks. And my brain was like, who is the other team that's picking it up? But Gaming Gladiators are the other one that's picking it up. And they're the team that I think they played it against Liquid and lost with it. So that's where you get the 80% win rate from it. So it's genuinely in Western Europe at the moment. Just Quest Esports and Gaming Gladiators picking it up. Just as a refresher. Just in case anyone else forgot where the other pickups of this Phoenix were.
Yeah, like this combo, if you show me the opener, I'd say this is like a year and a half ago, maybe 2, Mars Phoenix every single game. I wouldn't expect it in this patch, and I think in that last game it worked, but it wasn't like the most impactful of combinations. Like the egg is still solid without the Mars, I feel like. And what's interesting is the Tundra are the ones banning out the Mirana afterwards. Obviously Quest played it before. Did you guys think that Mirana made that much of an impact on that 5? I was maybe thinking even Tundra can snatch it because Snaking plays it, right? Like they play it on 5, and it has been that hero to deal with the egg, and they don't have a hero to deal with the egg right now.
I mean, Techies could end up staying in this pool, and Tundra might want to pick it up because they get the opener for this phase. So
yeah,
Mirana got banned out as well.
Yeah.
I think Tundra could easily go for it themselves. It would help a little bit with their damage that they need to kind of get Timbersaw over the line. Kotal provides kind of the sustain and a little bit of damage, and then you want that extra little something. So again, Quest just respecting this Witch Doctor. Like 2 games in a row now, just banning out this Witch Doctor. I feel
it's a great build. It was annoying to deal with. Like I watched, and they tried to even just turn around and take the Witch Doctor out. And I'm like, damn, the heals coming out from him are pretty insane.
I think the problem with it is like if you're playing these dot heroes such as Phoenix, he brings up way too much heal. So your egg, your fire spirits, they don't really matter that much. Maybe that's one of the reasonings. Well, and of course, Tundra has played the Witch Doctor before, maxing out that heal. So it is in their comfort zone. Like, would I like Witch Doctor and Kotal to be my supports? In most games I wouldn't, but yeah.
Just draft so boldly. Like, they're opening this phase, other teams would pick a support here, you know, to disguise the core, but it's like, why? You know, if they're going to pick Bloodseeker, it's not as if like they can go Terrorblade on Quest, because then it's like Timber Kotal offlane duo into it, right? So you're slapping the Bloodseeker, they're going to see 4 heroes to then pick up a position 5. Like, Snaking's going to be able to have you'd argue a very lane dominating style carry here. And sure, Quest do find themselves that outscaling style carry to deal with what a Bloodseeker is. And it's a pretty good Morphling game, but maybe if Tundra can flex the Bloodseeker to another lane, like Anti-Mage looks pretty good if they want to be like giga greedy. Some Bloodseeker casual off lane, Timber mid, pick an Anti-Mage, like it's pretty free, but then your draft looks really wonky.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to have like 2 cores on the side lanes in Bloodseeker and Timber, it just feels, yikes. I think you need some control as well, together with these. Like, Bloodseeker into Morphling is a interesting one, though. Even though they picked Morphling into the Bloodseeker, it's supposed to be a good matchup, right? But the Shard on Bloodseeker can tilt the favor a tiny little bit later on in the game. We'll see what Tundra goes for next. Like, they still have that second support that they can go for. Ancient Apparition, if you really want to be wonky and deal with Morphling that way, is an option. But
that's wonky.
It's because the draft just looks. How does it look like? Unconventional. Yes, exactly.
Silencer. I mean, I expected them to do Silencer in the previous game for Tundra. And again, still for the same reasons, pretty much. Against Mars, Phoenix, heroes that need kind of time to free cast. You want to blink in, then Arena, then Rebuke and Spear. If you disjoint that, super annoying. Same thing for Phoenix. You want to dive in, then Egg, hold your Sunray. So it's like, there's a lot of just things that need to go well for you. And Tundra, their entire draft feels like they're going to play off the back of Timbersaur's going to have a good lane somewhere. Bloodseeker buys 2 items and they go. But I am feeling a little bit of a timer to some degree with their lineup right now, just because of this like TA2000 Morphlings, like Manta Skadi timing, and how do they really kill you off? Like, this last pick on Tundra needs to be that morph killer, that catch, that kind of surprise, you're dead.
Just hide these 2 names, the team names, and look at the 4 heroes. I think most of us would side with Quest Esports. As simple as that, right? Like, they have the meta, they have the team fight, the amount of damage and late game scaling is pretty damn good. They just need to find a way to deal with the Timber now in the mid lane, and I really feel that they're set.
Again, Tundra.
I am one.
Sorry, go on.
You good? No. I have nothing of value to you. You do.
What if I had nothing of value?
Then we are on the same page.
Okay, luckily I have something to say. No, so Quest, of course, banning out the Pango, which is a diffusal buying morph counter to some degree, or at least early game. If Tundra are down to put the Timber into offlane, Bloodseeker carry, they still have some like 9 Ricky or something in the mid lane that can buy diffusal and can be equally as punishing. I would like to see that from 9, just have some super early game timing. I don't want to see him playing some Dark Willow, which needs to buy Athos and a Midas, and suddenly it's like 30 minutes of items into a game, and then you can start popping off. I want to see him on a super active mid that can, just apply a little bit of annoyance to his Morphling.
I wonder what sort of form that comes in.
In any spirit form, Nat. It's as simple as
That's
that.
what I'm wondering, but like, there's 2 bans left, right? There's Ember and Spirit Storm could be taken out. Like, I know they haven't been banned yet, but that's also what I'm thinking about. Like, let's say they are going to be taking out those spirits. Where else could this come from? And then
there's another one.
Just also me secretly hoping that we get a different 9 mid hero.
There's Quap as well. There you go. That's the
As well, like Witchblade plus the Arctic Burn. I mean, you don't even need to go Witchblade because you're a universal hero, but it's like they ban out the Quap. But I think if you're trying to go for like the quirky hero pool, you need either the Ricky aspect because you have the smoke screen, the diffusal to annoy, or you go for like the Winter Wyvern aspect because you have the burn, and you can also scale into the game. But maybe there's a whole nother dimension where 9's thinking of a weird and wonderful hero, but that's kind of where I'd lean at least.
5 seconds remaining.
a whole another dimension that you mentioned with Bloodseeker not being the carry. Like, that's also something that's...
Yeah, look, it still is possible.
It's possible. They've been innovating. Like, remember when we were looking at their draft with the last pick, what was it, Medusa or Batrider or Bat 10 Medusa? It looked kind of similar. And then they hit us with another core and swapped that Bat into a support position. Like,
yeah,
it's possible.
You gotta stay on your toes around Tundra.
Yeah, but
you never know what's gonna happen.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but what I do want to see from Tundra is a single stun, like just one. You know, like every rupture, they're just gonna TP out. Rupture, TP out. I really think that they need a stun, a singular one at least, something with a catch from the mid lane.
It's a very good argument. They are lacking nearly any stuns. Wait, they have no stuns.
They have no stuns.
Yeah, no.
They have
They have a lot of silence. They have a lot of silence, and that's about it.
Buy Ags on Kotl. Buy Atos on people.
There we go.
Timber saw Yule's Atos. Let's go.
Oh god. Oh, what a poor soul. Imagine getting relegated to like the offlane to then have to buy Yule's Atos on your Timber. Alright, Quest, go for the Windrunner. A little bit annoying, a little pesky. Noob's very happy, smiling. I mean, there's no stuns, and already it's like, it looks pretty good. At least it's now for Tundra, it's like Bloodseeker needs to rupture the Windrunner, stop her running around, and then take the fight elsewhere. But again, localizing that fight will be pretty hard if you're not dictating the pace because you have no stuns.
Yeah, I really do wonder if they make that shuffle and just have 9 on Timber and then pick up an offlaner that has a stun like Visage. Damn it, they beat me to it again.
No, he has stun after level 6, right? Not before as well. But
Yeah.
okay, eventually that's where you need it. Is it an amazing Visage game? I don't think it is. Like, it's a...
More for
Yeah,
the
but it's
group up.
33.
Yeah.
No, it's for him internally. He doesn't care about if it's a good Visage. He has to prove himself.
True, because just like Amar needs to prove himself on the Mars, you know? Wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
that's it. That's it.
That's literally it, right? So we've had... okay, 33's played 2 Visage games now in this series. Amar's played...
3.
His third Mars game, okay?
Yeah.
So the hero specialists
3 for
really
3.
leaning onto their heroes, but for Tundra, like this Visage pick, it's not to fill the holes in their team fight or their stuns or anything. It's just the hero that can play his lane with confidence, that's going to buy the boots of bearing or some pipe, and he's going to get everyone else to A-click, hit the buildings, and take the fight. So Tundra really needs to do what they want to do in game 2, where it's like you get that advantage and you take the map with, you know, conviction. If they even think about AFKing for a little bit in this game, chilling, that's when Quest is going to have some overfun Windrunner, some tier 2000 Morphling, where it's like, how the hell are we killing him with our 2 bird stun draft, you know? So Tundra really need to put their foot on the gas in this game.
All right, let's have a little bit more of a look at the lanes quickly, Elizabeth, before we jump into this one. Timbersaw against the Wind Ranger mid. How does that match up? I know I keep focusing, but for this series, it feels like the mid lane is the one to keep your eyes on. There's a lot of different matchups that we haven't witnessed before.
Yeah, it's not really a matchup that you see very often, but I think it will be very similar to everything that we're seeing at the moment.
Okay.
It's just like a farm fest from both of them. I don't think 9 will be zoned out in particularly. Same goes for Wind Ranger, because she can power shot a creep wave, get away with that. But like I really think T-Gav had a good point in Tundra. They have to play their playstyle in which 13 minutes in, 12 minutes in, they're converging. They're already playing as 4 or 5 at least, because later on, I don't see them taking this match. I think they will be heavily outscaled by the Morphling and by the Wind Ranger.
All right, they're on a timer. Let's see if Tundra can close this one out quickly. It's enough from us. Let's hear from our casters, Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you, Nat and the gang. And game 3 is upon us with Tundra versus Quest. Esports Quest tying it up after game number 2. Now we're going to be seeing who of these two teams is going to be walking out with the dub. It's going to be the 3rd Mars game for Amar, but this time he's reunited with his buddy Amar's Techies, which we thought had a lot of kill potential in the lane. On paper it did. In execution it did not in game number 1. So there's one thing to look at. And secondly, what is the skill build for Noob? Because I have seen these 404s. I've also seen 131s coming out where they just get those points in power shot. How would you play this mid in the Wind Ranger? Would you really value that power shot, Fear?
Oh god, and I hope I'm not playing mid in this game. Like that's not a role that I practice at all. So anyway, I think for the most part, like you can pick whatever skills you want on Wind Ranger. I see a lot of 1-1 for. I think it's pretty dumb to not get a single point in power shot, because that at least is going to secure you range creeps or creeps you otherwise might not get. As far as what he skills, I don't think it matters at the end of the day. As long as he has a point in everything, should be fine. We did see this matchup where 9 favored the Timber into the Wind Ranger as well, but this time Quest gave him the matchup. So he's very comfortable in this matchup. He's very happy with how this one's going to go out. And it's normally pretty even until that level 5, especially that level 6 mark, and then Wind Ranger feels like she continuously needs help. And I believe it was Stormstormer that was playing.
It was Stormstormer,
yes. Yeah. And 9 looked really good on it, so we'll have to see how well this one does. The only critique I do have right now, and I'm not 100% like confident in saying that this Visage was the wrong pick, but I believe there's an Underlord in the game, which I feel like would have 100% been the correct pick against the Morphling. I'm a bit concerned at this Visage lane versus Morphling, but 33, a fantastic Visage player. We'll see what he can do with this overall last pick, and what type of impact it will end up having, especially in the laning stage, because it doesn't feel like TA2000 is going to get pressured that hard by a Visage.
Yeah, and as we say that, it already takes a huge soul assumption there with pretty much max Agi.
Yeah, that'll happen, but you're just gonna regen. He's already back to full. If you can manage to make it to minute 3 and get the raindrops off a couple more points into the attribute shift, he'll be completely fine.
Yeah, 33 also has to be careful on the Visage too, because level 1 Visage, 1 armor, those creeps hurt like hell, so you might end up losing this trade-off versus a Morphling if you're just soaking up aggro from the creeps the whole time. So you wanna find a good balance of poke and farm without losing too much HP yourself, because the attack range on Visage has always been a bit troublesome. It's not the longest of attack ranges, and you're not going to get much out of your soul assumption unless you're poking, so you will end up on the receiving end as well. And looking up this mid matchup, Matt's also pointing out this is probably the matchup to be watching out. 2 points in power shot already. Tying up with CS is 9 and Noob.
This matchup will get better as 9 will put 2 points into the reactive armor. And I think at this point he's going to be very difficult to harass down. And if you are going for that Atos build that most Wind Rangers like to go for, you are going to be missing a lot of damage to kill the Timbersaw. So I'm curious to see, is that Atos so good that even versus a Timbersaw, you're going to skip other items? I think we talked about before, this could be a good game for like the Diffusal Blade on the Wind Ranger. Also gives a lot of stats and damage, and if you just burn all of the mana from the Timbersaw, that could give you an earlier spike to be able to play Dota a bit faster against this hero. Because we all know Timbersaw in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is also a good point that you brought up with that Underlord. Not only just the Morphling, but also the Wind Ranger. Like, this hero barely would do any damage if the Underlord was around. So all the problems now that they really have is just dispose of this Timbersaw. If Timber's going to be on top of us, try to poke, try to keep it at distance, find a good balance there. And you're still going to be dealing max out damage on all of these heroes on the side of Tundra, that they are somewhat soft. Silencer, if you can catch the Caudal, those are pretty easy kills you can look for. And timing focus fire, where you're really going to be bursting down in these fights. Do you prioritize the Seeker? Do you more want to focus on that Timber?
Yeah, we'll have to leave that to our panel later to see if Underlord is the right pick or not, as we are just humble casters.
We are just humble, indeed. Put in our place, indeed. No kills yet. I'm still waiting for the first blood to happen. But at least everyone is, you know, testing the waters. Supports on both sides, just giving a bit of poke. Looking forward to that. 6-minute power rune action in the mid lane.
And this Visage is doing really well right now as well. Gonna get to spam a lot of soul assumptions with the help of Soxa, having the mana available. Doing a little bit of an audible as far as the skill build goes. They did get nerfed recently, but I still see a lot of Caudal players still go for that Blinding Light. But in this game, going 2 points in Illuminate, really just trying to apply the pressure to the Morphling and add on that nuke damage.
Yeah, and also be able to farm this easy camp a little bit too.
This build is traditionally known, or historically known, for griefing your offlaner. You basically become the core at one point with all the CS you get, and you take away a lot of that farm from your offlaner. But in this situation, 33, he's still 21-9. You got 13 CS on Soxa. You are doing so well on this top lane. Everyone's farming. Soxa's farming, 33's farming. This lane, so far, so good.
And also talking about Soxa, it was something I mentioned in the last cast we had when we were casting Tundra. He, in the Berlin Major, was ranked #1 among all supports in gold as percentage of team total. So he definitely loves his farm as a position 4, and this Caudal, just another indicator to it.
It's also stacking up as well in the triangle. I'm looking at Noob a little bit here in the mid lane. He's got a crown purchased, but he also has a javelin queued up. So going for a bit of a hybrid build here. He also realizes, he needs to do something about this timber coming up soon with this focus fire. So maybe this javelin will just be a casual javelin straight into that Atos right after. We'll have to see as both heroes hit level 6 here.
Yeah,
Nine a little bit low on
lacking on mana. Yeah, he's got boots coming on the courier, no extra regen. And no supports really heading over to mid except for Soxa. You could just stack these camps, head over to the top half, open up 9 to steal away the action rune in bottom. Noob's already making his way in here, but Soxa's gonna take away the haste rune. That's a pretty big rune for the Wind Ranger, not the have. Although he does lack on some of the damage. 33, doesn't get hit by the power shot. Good movement there. Soul Assumption onto Kaori. And this Phoenix looks like he's gonna be done for. And 33.
That's first blood.
First blood for Tundra.
The one lane we haven't really looked at throughout this whole series has been the Skeeter lane. But it's been Amar and Omar in the past 2 games kind of bullying him. But the tables have turned here as Skeeter now doing well in the laning stage, slightly winning over Amar. Amar's still having a fine laning stage.
He's just vibing, you know, skeet.
Yeah, but it feels like in the last couple of games there, Skeeter just
33 though, he's not enjoying it all. Payback.
Not enjoying that one. And this, I believe, is the timing where things are a bit awkward if you're Visage. Because you are level 4. Morphling is now level 5.5, almost level 6.
He's got can't really contest Morph anymore.
No, you can. He's got 6 raindrops, 2 healing lotuses, and a magic wand that's over halfway full. You're not really harassing Morph anymore. Morph will free farm for the entirety of this laning stage. That first blood was great to get, but you really want your level 6 this Visage. So that was a costly death.
Definitely do. And also now the Morphling is ramping up, just going to be denying even more creeps away from this Visage. But on the positive side for Tundra, 33 did get a good start for the early minutes, because say if he had like 20, 25 CS at this point and no kill, that lane is just, you know, you can't even get there anymore. And Morphling's just denying every single creep away from you. Your attack animation sucks versus Morph, your damage sucks against the Morph.
Yeah, they're quite fortunate their early game. The first, like, 4 minutes of the laning stage went better than I expected. But they have this huge stack here where maybe Visage will come and... Clearly he's not going to take the stack, but he's going to take mid lane as Timber will take the stack.
Smart idea to swap around the roles. I mean, the Visage knows he can't really battle it out anymore, so Nine's just going to take over top. I like this idea of swapping the lanes at this point.
No, it's really smart. I think
it's really playing into the Visage, because the Timber doesn't mind.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. He wants to go farm those stacks pretty soon, so he's going to shove out the top lane, apply some fake pressure here, and then probably just go back and farm up the stacks, most likely.
Amar with Amar. Level 6 almost up on the Bloodseeker. One more creep for the Rupture, but they're going to try to poke back before it's too late. Noob's also here,
fast,
but just can't get there. Yeah, that's a race car. They're fighting, or were fighting in the top lane. That Phoenix forced away to the high ground, TP's away. Skitter's really going on a skeet run right now. Try to catch this guy.
I mean, Soxa able to get one more stack on the big camp in the jungle here. This is going to be something to keep an eye on for sure in the Radiant triangle area. They have so many stacks here. When do they want to do them is the question.
Yeah, and Visage just closing up on level 6 now. Amar getting a jump on snaking and finding potentially a kill of the Silencer. The disarm is really good, and this Bloodseeker...
It is really annoying too.
Yeah, it's disarmed again. What can you do? Skitter's just running around in circles, hoping to help his buddy out, but one disarm to another disarm, and Silencer ends up going down. Meanwhile, 33, he has hit level 6 in mid, so birds are online. Has the phylactery too.
And look at Nine's net worth now. After clearing all these stacks in this jungle, they gave him solo EXP to boot on top of it. Now level 10, comparatively to Noob, his counterpart. It might be going down here.
Eventually. Silencer at least an easy kill, but Noob will go down as a trade-off. And a silence as well onto Amar, but he does manage to place down a mine. Skitter doesn't want to extend that far. Knowing that the Mars is also going to be around. Holding on to that value point. Potentially dropping down an Arena of Blood if necessary. Otherwise, just max farm. He is the least farmed core in this game on this Mars. But we've seen from game to game that Mars can, or Amar can still bounce back pretty easily. 9 though, diving under the tower, looking for Phoenix here. We'll slow him down, but nah. That's all they do. That's all they do. They just slow him down.
They even brought Noob for that one. I think maybe he was expecting Carry to get his egg off, buy some time, but he just went down without using the egg. That was kind of like a max range Whirling Death AoE there. Probably didn't expect it. Ends up wasting the Wind Ranger's time there, and 9 continues to grow. Level 11 compared to the level 8 of Noob there.
Yeah, 3 level advantage to the next. That's sick.
It's because of all those stacks he's given, all the free farm, they can't really contest him right now. Level 11 at 11 minutes is absolutely insane farm. You're free farming everything plus more.
And the rest of your team is farming too, so big advantage brewing up for Tundra. 3k lead, setting up in mid for 33, but they don't have the mobility on Omar and Noob. Catch Visage on time. Tundra really setting up their game pretty nicely here, but Quest, how do they answer this? More fleeing timing? They want to play earlier. I'm pretty sure they do want to, but how do they approach that? Does Omar have to be more aggressive on the Mars and play around him?
Yeah, this is just like normal Quest gameplay. It's slightly different because Amar is going for Lotus Orb. First item. Just Brown Boots Lotus Orb. Not his normal Blink Dagger. But I think Quest is a team that's really happy with TA2000 just hitting creeps. Tundra is a team that is more about... Okay.
The attempt on the Bloodseeker looking pretty good so far. Skitter going to be dropping down as Amar finishes him off. And off to a trade. 1-for-1, core for core. They will get the Wind Ranger as a return, and that's another kill for 9. It does hurt to lose the Bloodseeker, but this Timbersaw, his stonks are just rising the whole time.
He is incredibly large on this Timbersaw. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like, on this patch, one of the most farmed, if not the most farmed Timbersaw we have seen. Can't get much better for him. And I like what 33 is doing here as well. Unless he switched it up. He's going for an Atos. We talked about how the control is very limited.
So something that I almost never look in Dota, but look at XP per minute. Look at that gap between Timber and the next hero. That is just wild. 650 experience per minute.
This is what happens when you have a completely free lane, a good lane matchup. You have a good game, you get some kills. But more than anything, Soxa. It all goes back to those stacks. And here's the thing, most of the time people stay next to you and share that EXP, but they gave them solo EXP. Some of it gets shared automatically just because of how they changed stacking, and stacking gives EXP to the stacker now. So on top of that, just this game of Timber is just accelerated. But this hero is very notorious for having great starts, but if you feel vulnerable and you die a couple times, you're giving that gold right back. You're giving that EXP right back.
Might be something that, you know, Quest has picked up on the way. You know, money in the bank strat. Maybe XP in the bank strat in this case.
Speaking of EXP in the bank, Kaori stole the enemy Wisdom Rune.
Very important. Both Wisdom Runes going in the way of Quest. And, yep. Levels are building up nicely on their side too, even though they are a little bit behind. Not too badly, though. Looking for Kaori in the top lane is 9. Another Chakram is available. Does he have the damage to kill? Well, he doesn't even connect. He doesn't have an area to click because the Phoenix is already off of the map.
That's one thing I thought they might change with the new patch, but no, they made flying off the map as prevalent as ever. Just a feature of heroes like Phoenix.
Great way to escape from heroes because they don't have an area to click on their screen. They literally can't click anyone that deep. What do you do?
Phoenix players would be in shambles if they couldn't Sun Rain TP off the map.
Yeah.
You can't upset the Phoenix community. Which I believe is a pretty large community. Out of all like master tier type of heroes I see in my games, I think Phoenix is up there.
Yeah, the
people who
Phoenix
really enjoy it.
community. I love how you put it. It sounds like some kind of underworld criminal gang.
It's more like the bird community. It's like all the Phoenix players that are Grandmaster Phoenix are also Grandmaster Wyverns for some reason. I really like to get inside the lore there.
Does that mean we're going to be seeing more 9 mid Phoenix?
I mean, Nine is not an enjoyer of spamming heroes, but he is an
just
enjoyer
loves
of
blowing up
killing
heroes.
mid heroes in like 2 seconds. You know, Timbersaw is a universal hero that doesn't
Hey,
abuse.
that explains, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, not really, right? Because this hero doesn't particularly use stats that much. But it feels like with this patch, Whirling Death now makes universal heroes lose 5% of each attribute. Oh, I see. So they changed Whirling Death.
Yep. And meanwhile, bottom Mars is being focused on, but nope. I'm out of here. Omar just TP's back home. Yeah, Whirling Death, it's a little bit different, yeah.
Yeah, so Whirling Death can slay universal heroes now as well. Not just strength
Thousand
heroes.
spotted, no waveform, but do they have the control? No. They could have used Global Silence, but I guess 9 was so low on mana that they didn't want to take advantage of it. Probably could have been, I don't know, just saying. Maybe they could have gotten a kill with Global there.
Oh,
Stacks are taken
9
away.
got most of those. With an ancient stack. And he's gonna finish him off. He's like, nobody's gonna be farming stacks but me this game. As he continues to just walk across and terrorize the map here. How do you kill this guy? Going into
XP.
Sange next?
XP per minute's now up to over 700. And 10k net worth at 17 minutes, which is usually the net worth you're looking at on hard carries that are online and farm pace. Like 16 to 18 minutes, 10k barrier. That usually says that this hero is doing a pretty fine job of free farming. Then you add up that he's level 15 right now. He's zoned out, forces out the Phoenix Egg. A lot of quest heroes coming into the rescue.
This is looking like the last time we saw 9 play this Timbersaw against the Wind Ranger, where Wind Ranger's just running around, not really sure what to do. Meanwhile, 9 is just killing everything, walking where he wants. I feel like Noob doesn't know exactly what his place in this game is. Bought the casual crown, but he got the shift off. He should be okay, honestly.
Trying to kill the Morphling here, but it's going to be an attempt. He is clipped, though, has a TP available, but Amar and Kaori both arriving for the rescue here. So Global expended, no kill happening. No Timbersaw around.
I think Kaori needs to come up with a new game plan here. I don't think this is going to be one of those games like last game where he can just AFK farm a Hex. He's got it queued up again. He's hitting creeps again. But this is a completely different type of game. We'll see if he can do it.
Stacking up to kill the Timbersaw, and let's see if it works out. It's going to take some time, but they have plenty of damage to deal, and they look to be successful. Timbersaw taken down for the first time this game, and they will also get a response out of the Phoenix on the other side of the map. 33, you're going to call a bit of a pause, and a bit of a breather, too. So 9, he gets to let out that sigh of, I wouldn't say relief, but just a sigh that, oh man, maybe I am not immortal.
That's always the scary part when you Timber. It's like you fall into a trap, right? Like you're so strong in the early game, everyone runs away from you in the mid game, that you're kind of like cruise control, right? And you're just like, huh, nobody can kill me. I can just do whatever I want. And you keep going with that mentality, then you forget to check the timer. It's almost 20 minutes now. Maybe you can't be there by yourself against 3 to 4 heroes.
Casually forgot to look at the time. It's like, all right, you know, this game feels like it's over.
You get like a bit of a god
minutes.
complex. I swear to God, Timber players have a god complex.
That
only
is
the
very
best
true.
of them.
Timbers
like,
and Bristleback players. Like, they're diving your tier
True.
3 tower at 10 minutes. It's like, oh, it's always these two type of guys.
And then the moment they die, typically they blame everyone else but themselves.
Dire's bottom tower is under
You gotta play the role, you know?
Oh, that is so true.
It is so true, yeah.
But Tundra holding on to a 4,000 net worth lead. Quest gonna have to play a little bit from behind, not too much, but see if they can find a weakness, a chink in the armor off of Tundra. Build up that reverse sweep. Quest, who has, as a team in general, they've had a pretty good DPC season so far. 2 series victories, 1 loss. And that one loss was also against Gaming Gladiators in a Game 3. So they're really putting Tundra up to the challenge here too. And they will find themselves a techies. Disarm won't save him this time.
That's a +2. Snaking up to 4 intelligence.
Hooray! A start of something beautiful.
Start of something beautiful indeed.
Meanwhile, Seeker's about to finish, has just finished his BKB, my correction. He's got the recipe coming on the courier. And maybe that could be a ticket for Tundra to, you know, go to the next, shift to the next gear.
We'll have to see. The one thing you are worried about, as per usual, is going to be TA2000.
He's on the hunt with Noob. No stun connection onto Soxa Global. Will force them away.
Okay.
Defensive ult on your pause 4.
Amar. Smoked up. No dagger. It's just coming out in courier now. He's got the Lotus Orb.
33 already scouting out with the birds in front. Gonna be difficult to get there. If they dive under the tower, it's doable. They want them to force under the tower, and Amar goes in, but he never throws in the spear. He's trying to push 9 further away, and finally does get him there, but this might just come at Amar's cost. His life is forfeit. 9 is also dead, but so is Amar. Nice Jackal onto 2. He's going to catch the Bloodseeker. He never gets his BKB off on time. He does, but now it's too late. He's down. Quest will find 2. They will find 3, as 33 will go down for the, not the second time.
For the 33rd time, he goes down.
Big turnaround for Quest.
For the course of 20 games. But either way, this techies, man, I always underestimate how much damage this hero can do. And it's mainly off the proximity mines. The damage reduction, the magic resistance reduction on top of the Phoenix, it does so much. They didn't even need the focus fire for that. It just feels like Amar, he went in, not the initiation he was looking for, but he salvaged it. Got the spear off, but then techies. With the proximity mines, with the sticky bomb and the blast off, doing tons of damage with the Phoenix as well there.
There goes
and snaking going down too, right? Noob is almost online, and look what item Noob has just picked up. Not even the Atos we've seen. He just went a Manta.
It's the universal meta, right?
I told you, why not Manta on range heroes? Why not? He heard
Why
me.
not? You were literally on point with it, and we're seeing a living example of it. The Manta style for the Wind Ranger. Primal hero, universal hero
Primal
meta. Hey, let's not go primal.
Let's not leak future patch notes.
Oh, yeah. Be careful.
Now introducing primal heroes.
But that's very big for Quest. They've basically shut down the Timber Saw at this stage. He's died twice with 0 impact in the last few engagements. Now, like I said,
that's what we call the Timber Saw issue. When that happens, either that never happens and this hero looks insane, and you're like, wow, we should have banned Timber, or it does happen, and then the Timber just goes back and reassesses what he did to get to the stage of the game. And BKB, I think, is for sure in order here for 9. He didn't want to go this item. He didn't feel like he needed it.
They find a ticket to Roche, which Quest is not going to read on time, so they are close to the Twin Gate on 2 heroes, but they will not take it, so Aegis going to go in the way. Most
9 will pick this up.
Is this time for Timber Aegis?
Yeah. I think
Timber Aegis. There we go. Moves away the branch to pick it up. So, maybe that's a solution. You know, they're using everything to kill the Timber Saw, now you're going to do it twice.
I think doing it twice is not easy, unless the Timber is secluded from his team. Or his... Yeah, they basically can't be his 5. So Tundra, if they want, they can walk his 5 and take objectives. 33 is playing Visage with a pipe. I think that's what he wants to do anyway. So even though you had a couple deaths there, good recovery from Tundra. And now they're going to do what they need to do. Take some Tormentors, take some Towers.
Barely taking
maybe
any
force them back to the high ground too. We'll see.
Barely taking any damage off of that Tormentor. And Sox to pick up the Shard. We have the recall back online, but for Quest, is there any big items coming up? Morphling already finished the Ags, working towards Scotty. And yeah, Kaori, he's been taking his sweet time building that Scythe of Ice. Not gonna get such a super fast timing for it this time, but he's getting closer and closer to it. So this is gonna be problematic, at the least, for one of the cores to soak up that Hex.
I'm fine with him
He's
still
bringing
going
in
Hex
someone.
this game.
He's bringing
I'm
in
glad he's-
33.
Okay, but that's your Atos stun. That's the best stun you have, by the way. If you're... I mean, Sox is like, who am I bringing in to catch this hero? It's got to be the Visage, you know? He's got the
Hero stun
Atos.
lineup.
It is what it is.
Literally the only hero with control on your team is the Visage. With the bird mini stuns and the Rod of Atos. How do they control Quest in fights without control?
You just run as a death ball. You don't need to control anyone if you just kill the enemy throne.
Just kill.
Just kill. That's it. Don't think, just kill.
Another tier 2 to fall with that Aegis advantage. Quest having to play defensive, and now Tundra considering the high ground push, and they're gonna go for it. 9 in the front. Does get hit by the Morph Universal Drain. Timber just lost 800 HP because of that Axe.
Wait, what does the
Just a
Universal Drain do now? Oh,
All I saw was losing 40% of stats or something like that. So
okay.
he lost 800
45
HP.
Gaining 45 strength, 16 agility, and 34 intelligence.
Okay. So that's
What the? That's actually interesting. I need to keep a better eye on that.
we'll notice probably again. That might be the reason why this Timber Saw is killable.
Oh, you take all 20% of all stats versus universals.
Right.
So 40% in total on top of the 20.
They are considering a turnaround with this mid tier 2 tower, but Tundra playing it very safe, very carefully. Finally sending 9 into the front so they can finish off yet another objective. There is backdoor protection, but another creep wave walking in right now. Quest waltzing back and forth. Meanwhile, Noob's just pushing a wave. TA2000's farming Ancients, so they will drop this tower. And Tundra, there are no more outer towers to take away, so Aegis might just be used on a high ground push, but it has to happen in a minute. Maybe they won't.
Okay.
Quest will
I'm
be
very
happy
curious to see how we play this as our Morphling. Stealing 40% of Timbersaw's strength is going to make him really squishy. When he wants to feel invulnerable. They're obviously going to wait for the Aegis here, but this Timber becomes more burstable now that you have this Morph Ags online.
Yeah.
Your other choice is you can go on to Skeeter if you want and slow his attack speed down and give you more attack speed. But perhaps going the route of taking Universal Hero might be the correct choice here.
Potentially could be, yeah. Just focusing down at the Timber Saw at least gives you an avenue, but they will go to the high ground. 25 seconds remaining. TA2000. That takes away a big portion again from Timber Saw's HP pool.
Yeah, he's at 2.5k HP now.
Yeah. And he has like 3.5, 3.4, something like that without. So that's 1,000 HP lost now.
And that goes to the Morphling too, by the way. So then this Morph becomes incredibly tanky, sitting at 2.5k HP, fully morphed down.
Yep, very
and
solid.
all agility.
And there goes another Tormentor for Snaking to pick up this time.
Yeah, he gets like 1,100 HP taken away from 9 by using that and given to himself. Yep. Just a casual... You can look at it as just 1,000 damage nuke. But it's also a sap, too. It gives it to you. That's a pretty good value, I must say. Because he's also getting agility from that, too. Even though Timbersaw's agility is not the greatest. Probably only getting like 20-ish agility. Nothing to write home about. But that HP is good.
Yeah. Still waiting for either team to push the advantage. It's kind of like Quest doesn't want to go hunting for Tundra. Tundra just want to push out waves, continue farming, but now we might see a change of pace. Quest stacking up with a 4-man smoke. Noob pushing out the top lane. They've got good vision on the side of Tundra.
And Noob's online
That's
too.
this part.
Gleipnir's online, Manta. This might be a Quest fight to take if they get the angle. They're not here.
They crossed the boundary as well. There's no vision anymore for Tundra. They're going to have to live with just 33's birds. And they see the Morphling potentially. And here comes the Caudal out of nowhere. Amar going to find him and 9 and the arena plays down. He's going to catch both of them inside of it. Global Silence being used as well. 9 chasing down the Noob Wind Ranger. But they will finish off Soxa and Timber just TP's home. So that's that. And Quest.
Oh, wow. Okay. TA2000 has an Aghanim's too, so he gets that reactive armor Ags. That is huge. For the Timbersaw.
Oh yeah, that
It's the reactive armor.
It's a pretty weird one, but it can be very beneficial because it bounces back damage. And also the barrier that you get is just...
You're
how do you kill
unkillable
that
with
hit?
it on.
Yeah, you're unkillable with it, yeah.
So he can just go in with that, get that bonus HP, get that barrier rolling, and you can't touch this Morphling. This is a really good idea by TA2000 here. And off the map, the Phoenix goes.
Classic.
This game's getting kind of excited.
Just smoked up under Vision 33, and Tundra, they know about this, but still can't find an entry point. Still cannot get a fight to happen. So we're, again, just, you know, I don't even know if I'm on my edge of my seat anymore, just taking a very comfortable, cozy position, because neither team is really forcing a fight.
You might be up 7k gold here, but I feel like the tools that Quest have, yeah, it should not matter. I feel like they're trying to rack their brains, much like myself, like, how are they going to counter this Morphling right now? You don't have stuns for the Morph, so stunning him before he gets a Tribute Shift off, not going to happen. If he ever turns into the Timbersaw and gets these reactive armor stacks with the Aghanims, you're also not killing him, so maybe you have to kill Noob. It looks like that might be the route you have to go, but he's got a cheese now.
He does, and the Aegis is also a TA2000, so Morphling can play a bit more risky. Lotus Orb in the front line. Luminate Blast coming through, 9 standing nearby. He's the only one who's not smoked up. The smoke's going to run out from Tundra in just a matter of seconds. They spot 33.
Tundra cooking here.
And, you know, I think this is time to, you know, get
oh, they got the Hex
on your chair once again, you know. There's no fight.
Yeah, I just got a new chair. I'm quite comfortable right now. Just glad for that as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, 9.
I
see him.
Okay, he's all by himself. What can you do? BKB trying to make a run for it, but is it going to be enough? The Aghanim's reactive armor helping. Actually, it's not even his Aghanim's. He doesn't even have one. He just got himself a big armor buff. A pipe will keep him up and running. So good opening there from Quest, but just not quite enough.
I guess Quest doesn't have the biggest lockdown as well. Don't know if they got the shackle off there. They got the arena, but I think the shackle may have been missing. But
what
either
about
way.
The blast off? Does the blast off just disjoint when it destroys the trees?
Disjoint what? The shackle?
The shackle stun, yeah.
Oh no, I don't think it's like bushwhack. It should still persist. Because Phoenix Egg would also kill all the trees too.
Yeah. So Courier's smacked with a shield. Oh, that Courier's not going to be coming back up. Unconscious in the base right now.
For now, it's just classic Tundra gameplay. They just don't want to take a fight unless they can find that perfect fight. They're not sniffing it out, so they're just gonna play it slow. Meanwhile, Quest, they're bloodthirsty right now. They want to take any fight that they can be given. They have the Aegis available for 3 more minutes. They got a cheese. And a full Lincoln Sphere has been bought out for the Wind Ranger. Another good item for Universal Heroes with the all attributes. No BKB though. But BKB, kind of an item of the past. Don't need it as much as you did before. But I still think you need it quite most games. But most carry players, this is the reason not to buy it. It's new patch, bro. Don't need a BKB.
And there goes the glyph as well from the side of Tundra, so Quest is able to push. Now we'll have to force Tundra to come all the way back to base if they decide to go for the high ground. Don't think they will, but a path is open. With that tier 2 tower to fall. Tundra just playing super safe right now.
A lot on the line for both these teams right now. If Quest win this, they can tie it up for first place, right? As they would only have one loss on all teams. And if Tundra can win this, they can stay in first place here. Desperately need the points to potentially get to TI if they can get a first place finish in the region and do well at the major.
Yeah, that is an interesting dialogue considering how many points both of these two teams require. Well, not that much for Tundra, but
I think Tundra probably needs a lot too, right?
Yeah, because
they haven't done so hot at the majors.
Quest is sitting at 32 points, so
okay,
they're the unlikelier team to get a direct pass into TI, but I think I've looked at some of the numbers being racked down that there's a chance for it. Amar's going to drop down the arena, catching 33's Visage in it. Global silence very early, but they're still charging in to head-on meet this Visage and take him down. Even the egg placed down just for extra security. Timber's going to be keeping away, and Tundra will lose a hero, but that's all she wrote.
Yeah, they got the tier 3. They lost the hero, but I think the narrative of the story hasn't really changed much. It's kind of feeling like last game. You might be ahead in gold, and I think Tundra's managing this a bit better than last game when they were in this position where they feel like they can't fight. But that is still what it is. You can't fight into Quest right now. This Morphling is hitting critical mass, continuously building more items. Bloodseeker is not a good one-to-one matchup. So they need to find some type of opening. Well, maybe Noob's going to potentially give it to them?
It's going to be a great start. You know, they've got full vision on the high ground. That's going to reveal their ward spot, but that's a support down. No global going to be activated either.
What a cocky play by Noob there, actually. This whole team was pushing bot. He cuts across the map where 3 heroes are at. Luckily, Snaking was isolated.
Yeah, with surprise element, I guess. You know, like that's going to work like once or twice in a game where Windranger just shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah,
because it hasn't been happening. Yeah. Because it hasn't been happening, it kind of surprises Tundra completely. And that was an Invis rune too, so they thought that they had full control of the triangle. Quest hasn't... Well, they have been playing around this area, so you probably might have suspected that, maybe they have a ward placed down here somewhere.
So the question you're asking yourself if you're Tundra right now is, if we can't fight now, when
can we?
Yeah, it's like, when will we be able to? This Hex timing on 9 has not been used pretty much at all. He's even almost got an overwhelming blink on top of it. So maybe they're going to play around their vision. Maybe this is the win, but they're walking into a creep wave. They see you. Back to your ward you go.
Sox has got a pretty crazy net worth going on for this coddle.
He's recalling his whole team. They're all going to be here soon.
Except for Snaking, who's going for the D ward. Oh, is he going to get caught for it? The neutral item drop. Amar, is he close enough? No, he's going to get recalled back to safety.
This could work. Using this coddle to put your team in kind of these strange locations, and he literally recalled his whole team up top. And now if they can find a jump if someone tries to defend, not knowing that the whole team is up here, could be big. This is how they took the tier 3 tower bottom.
33 in the birds, you know, doing the rat game. Here comes Amar.
Bye-bye birds.
Bye-bye birds indeed. And now the rest of Tundra, they're already back home. 33 is going to be joining them. Do they now smoke up? It looks like they're stacking up for some movement. Does anybody have a smoke? There's one in the backpack off the coddle. No, they're just moving together.
This worries me. I'm checking out 33's quick buy right now, and it kind of shows you where the mind state of Tundra is right now. 33 has a Hand of Midas queued up at 40 minutes into the game. It looks like they want to take this one long. They have no intentions of doing anything but hitting creeps for a long time with that indicator. So
Yeah, get yourself
Maybe
ready
go
for
get a
another
beverage,
late
boys.
game, you know? Last game was
Get some
61
popcorn.
61, 62 minutes. Yeah, get your popcorn ready. This game might still go for a while. Skitter and 9 finish off the next one, and there we go. Bloodseeker gets a very good shard for himself, so he's now got that pure damage going his way.
It's a good
One
shard.
of the better shards this game, yeah.
You won't complain to see that one. I'd like to see Skeeter maybe hit a hero once or twice in this game. He's currently 1-2-1, which I think was all laning stage.
Yeah. Yeah, the only one taking the bullet this game has been snaking.
And 9 occasionally.
9 occasionally, yeah. Well, I mean, he hasn't died since the two deaths that he had. The
9
level
is
15 Timber Saw kill on the top tower, and then the well, I don't remember the other. Maybe it was in the bottom fight, but
he died top twice.
yeah, I think it was both in top, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Quest is smoked up, Tundra smoked up, action, 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 maybe now? Maybe now we're gonna get something.
Is that everyone's wards?
Hype, under vision.
That's a lot of wards right
Smoked
there.
up, that is a plenty of wards.
Both teams have
Maybe.
full vision here.
They have info. They have info. Somebody is strolling above our minds.
Amar wants to
And
lead with the
still
Scythe
waiting.
device.
Still waiting.
The minefield's exploding on everything over here.
Scanning.
They know that they're going for a wraparound, and there's the smoke running out.
Amar, does he go? Yes, he does.
He finds the timber. The spear's going to be connecting, and now coming into the rescue for the timber saw. Do they have the damage to take down TA2000? Waiting for the BKB to run out first. They've got Noob, also focus firing 33 in the back lines. Rupture coming out as well. He's going to go get the charge with 9. They're going to do a lot of damage to Amar. They're going to blow TA2000 as well. Look at that! Tundra absolutely annihilates them in a matter of seconds. Waiting for the BKBs to run out, and woohoo! Quest got surprised. And of course the bash from Skitter comes through. It's a Team White Tundra. They've been waiting for this all game long.
They waited that entire time?
700 damage.
You know what they're waiting for? They're waiting for that level 25 on 9 to get that second chakram. And I don't think TA2000 ended up using the reactive armor that fight. Not at all. The global silence came out. He swapped out of it. Got silenced again. And he just wasn't tanky enough. And they nowhere by any means had the damage to burst that Timber Saw. 9 baited them brilliantly into Tundra's arms there. And that fight just did not go the way that you wanted to if you were Quest. Maybe if the Wind Ranger was there to help burst the Timber as well at the same time, that had some potential, but just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, double chakram. And then the Bloodseeker shard really doing work there. Able to get themselves some pretty quick kills. And now also the Phoenix forced back. The Hex comes out from the Timber, which will mean this Phoenix doesn't get blown up by the second. And that will allow Tundra to finish off a lane of racks. And suddenly, ooh, look at that graph. Look at that net worth graph. That is, you know, when you're getting ready for the carousel. Well, not the carousel, but you know, like when you're going down the, I don't even remember what the name is called again.
Is it like a roller coaster?
One of those entertainment park roller. Yeah, roller coaster. Yeah, that's the one. You know, when you're going up and you're waiting for the big slide. That's
like the Tower of Terror. If you've seen
yeah,
that one. It's where it's like a straight drop down. One of those.
Yeah, my English is borked from time to time, but yeah, that's
Borked.
exactly what it is right now on the side of Quest as well. They have been figured out, and 9 with this Timber Saw. This guy, I mean, he's got 514 last hits as well on this Timber. It's pretty farm heavy. And Quest looking for another entry point. Do they have any gems, any vision?
Again, we're gonna try again.
Again, this is the opener, and they might be successful in doing so. They're very close to getting 9 down and trying to make a run for it, but that axe is not gonna save him this time. He was getting some barrier procs there, blocking some of the damage, but it's not enough for him this time.
So we talked about in that previous fight, before they went down the Tower of Terror there, would the Wind Ranger had it made a difference? And the answer is yes. The Wind Ranger showed up for that one on the initiation to that Timber, and it was just barely enough damage. It seems like they need everything at their disposal to be able to kill this Timber Saw, but they can do it. They just need to make sure Noob is on the same page with these initiations. And also joins him as Soxa. He's on the hunt. He's calling his team in. They're down to Timber Saw, but they still want to fight, it looks like.
They're closing up in a good position here, too. See what they can do here. Also, something that I realized is this Bloodseeker has a almost constant 1500 barrier. That's not a block of cheese. That's something completely different. So this Seeker effectively has almost 5,000 HP, and he has no fear in the world charging onto Amar. It's just the techies in his eyes. Disarmed once again, but slowly taken down to his death. Snaking's going to be falling. Egg coming out as well. Bloodseeker going to get hexed up, and Amar coming in with the charge. They're going to take down one more hero. It's the Aegis blown up from the Bloodseeker, surrounded by Quest, and Quest trying to take down Skitter. Skitter about to fall. BKB's up, trying to fight all the way to the end, but Noob's going to survive just on the edge of his life. And Morphling fighting it out with Amar, but 9 is full HP. Snaking might die. 33 is going to be low on HP as well, but 9 still hunting them down one after the other. Still Cole coming with the heals, but T8 2000, Morphling down. Morphling's going to be falling as well, and Amar still fighting them in the back, and they will finally take down 33. But can they kill off 9? He finishes off Noob, and it's an ultra kill, and it's a Rampage on the air. He will take it. 9 for the Rampage, and Quest only has 1 hero remaining. It's going to be Amar on the run, as Soxa and 9 going to be hunting down the final.
Oh, they found him!
Off of Quest, double Rampage in the air. He will take it.
All right. 9 bopped back with 20 seconds left on his death timer. As he got caught there, I was like, this is a risky play. If he dies here, then all of a sudden you got no Timber buyback on top of this, and Quest just walks down mid and takes your throne. But his choice to buy back there got him a double Rampage. Clearly it was the right choice. Controlled the Morphling super well in every single fight. We're gonna have a replay to see exactly what happened there, but I thought after this, I was like, okay, this is taking a while. This could be an issue coming out for Tundra if this fight continues. Once you see this Bloodseeker die here, you're going to see the Morphling just delete him here. You're like, this could be trouble. 20 seconds left on this Timber Saw. Instantly buys back. This could have been everything. If this Bloodseeker died even a little bit faster, doesn't get that heal off on Amar dying there, could have made the difference here. And you're going to see the Chakras just like spamming the Morph, keeping him low HP, and damn, 9 did so much on this team fight. And now they're just going to take barracks after barracks here. Nothing you can do as Quest is dead during this whole duration.
Yeah, absolutely massive team fight. Going in the way of Tundra, but Quest, they were giving their everything to finish off the big cores, but it still comes down to the hero that just bought himself back into the fight, 9 turning it all around. But as he said, if that Seeker died even a moment earlier, it could have been a completely different fight. Maybe 9 would have been too low that they might have to disengage. Maybe he would even die and die back on the Timber Saw, but just those small margins, the Bloodseeker getting enough regeneration out, turned the whole fight around. Kept it in Tundra's favor.
And Dota is a game of inches here, and those couple of inches there that you did get from Tundra blew this game wide open, as it is now mega creeps that you have to play against as Quest Esports. Not the most fun thing in the world, but you do have an opening still. This Timber Saw doesn't have buyback. That's something. But you might have to play it a bit slower here and just playing your base. As you can see, Tundra, they don't want anything risky to happen to them. They just gathered up as 5 inside of their base until they get more information on the map.
And Tundra now almost 30,000 gold ahead of Quest. And experience-wise, this Timber getting closer to level 30. Going to be fully amped up, getting that extra chain range, that Timber chain range coming into. Can cross throughout this entire map in just a matter of seconds. And of course, Wind Ranger does get that 25 talent for Focus Fire killing someone, but it really has to pay off. Like, does he just start off killing supports at first and going back and forth a little bit?
They need to kill Skeeter or 9 first. I think their supports right now, they're annoying, And sure, you'd like to kill the Coddle, because he does have a Halberd, he does have a Scythe of Ice, he has a Glimmer Cape, same as Snaking. I mean, Snaking doesn't really have much. He has a Midas, he's gearing up for that late game with the Boots of Bearing. I think you could safely ignore Snaking for now. But I think 9 needs to die. You see how much damage he's doing in these fights. If you don't kill him, he's killing you. He's not just a tanky guy anymore with that double Chakram online, with the overwhelming blink. You can't run from him, and he's going to hunt you down if he's not controlled.
Who's the hitman to take the assassination contract to pick up this Timbersaw in those fights? Do they just have to do it as a team? They were able to blow up that Bloodseeker pretty well with the use of the Mars and the Morphling, Bonk and Adaptive Strike.
I feel like we're starting to see the Wind Ranger kind of fall off a little bit with the item build. I was fine with the Lincolns, but also buying a BKB after the Lincolns, this might be a little too defensive. It feels like they need more damage. Sure, the Wind Ranger as a universal hero for some reason is still doing 300 damage a hit, but it's not enough at this point, and it's got to be more. Maybe get a Daedalus or a Monkey Hebar, or something that'll allow you to do some more damage and actually get through these.
Quest gonna find Saksa. Quick reaction coming out from Amar, but the Global Silence is gonna kick in as well. However, the Lotus Orb to purge it away, and they will get Saksa out of action.
Yeah, it's definitely something. I think getting him is good, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to go back. Your mid lane's pushing in, your top lane's pushing in. At some point, I'd like to see someone pick up a Boots of Travel. I guess you have one on Wind Ranger. Maybe bots number 2. It's only 2,000 extra gold. But you need to be able to push out this lane and instantly be with your team and can continuously make plays like this.
And of course, the next Roshan is going to be up in 32 seconds. Something that Tundra is going to be playing for, but also Quest has to keep an eye open for.
All right.
Let's see what they can do. Quest, they're trying to keep this wave pushed out. Bottom half of the map is what they want to play, at least for the next 2 minutes, to get closer to that Roche Pit. They're already on their way. However, Morphling is not even nearby, and they're scouting aggressively on the side of Quest. They got to get this Morph here fast. He does not have boots. He does not have TP boots. Slowly, you know, waddling his way towards
He
bottom.
has too many items. He is overshopped a little bit.
There goes 33 speed KB to dodge the courier. And they're going to go for initiation, but Amar's is gone. Global coming out as well, so the rest of them cannot react to this. What the heck happened with Amar? It's just gone.
He's a little impatient.
Oh, he's going to be hating
dead for
himself for
60.
that.
Perhaps.
There goes your
But at
Roche.
least he has a Philosopher's Stone.
That is Roche going in the way of Tundra, and again, solidifying their lead in this game. Making sure they're not going to let this one go. Quest running out of options again. You know, fights like that aren't just going to do the trick.
I mean, they have all these items, they don't know who to give to. Bloodseeker has a casual Ags. Is he going to give it to Snaking? Is he going to give it to Saksa? I don't know. He already has an Ags himself. Is he going to sell his Ags to get more money?
He just bought a piece towards the Abyssal Blade. I think the rest are coming on the courier.
Can you just please give that Ags to Snaking?
Snaking's begging for it. Like, okay,
I gave it to
getting
Saksa. Whatever, it's fine. Probably better on Silencer, but who knows.
It's time for the good old Ignis Fatos. Popped into the fights.
I want you to say it exactly that way the moment he uses it in the team fight too.
Yeah, and then just disappears, you know? 54 minutes in, Quest fighting for their lives. They were able to tie up the series in game number 2, but right now, this game 3 is looking very difficult for them to complete the reverse sweep. And it looks like Tundra, they already have their They've taken away the brooms from Quest. They're about to snap them in half.
Their broom?
Yep, for the reverse sweep.
Oh, I see. I thought that was some Harry Potter reference.
No, we're not talking about crummy wizards.
Yeah. Not a wizard
today.
fan. We've already went over this.
Yeah, we know that fear. What is the ticket for Tundra to enter the high ground? Do they want to? Do they have to? I mean, they could play with the advantage of the Aegis in these next 3 minutes, but is it rat play? Or is that a preemptive
Entering
play?
the high ground, from what I've seen so far in Dota, there's only been one method that typically works, and that's, as you can see, let's say pink in the top lane, that's Wind Ranger. As she's farming that wave, you smoke up the lane, and then you jump her as she hits the wave, because you have to deal with these creeps if you're Quest. So if you preemptively know that as Tundra, you can smoke and meet them as 5 at a point where an enemy is farming that wave, and then you can get the jump. That's if you want to go into the high ground, because then you have to fight into buybacks.
Yeah, I mean, you'd want to end the game at some point, but you know, you don't have to. I mean, it's Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, impatience.
Low ground is a nice place to
Human
be.
impatience. They're waiting for that.
And so
Like if
far
two
it has
teams
been,
of AI played each other, I'm sure this game would just never end.
Yeah, it could be. But that's because the human factor is the big difference maker. And Amar, he's either had some good arenas or he's been way too far away from his team. The Tundra's in the base, and they target Noob, and then we go, the Hex comes out, the Rupture's gonna be there as well. Amar blinking in between for the rescue. Hex coming out as well into the Timber Saw, but they're almost gonna blow up Noob. He's gonna get back to the safety of the fountain with the regeneration. And Quest still holding onto their ground, but 33 already working towards that tier 4 tower. The creeps are coming in as well, destroying effigies as they go. It's a real raiding party inside the base of Quest, but Quest, can they keep them away? They're going to try and take down the Timber Saw, and now he's going to be dropping low. It's going to be the Aegis going down. Skitter is going to be in the middle as well. With his BKB, still trying to go for the hits onto the Morphling. Morphling going to blow him down, and Skitter's going to go down as well. And Quest is still dropping far more lower than Tundra is right now. They're going to have to force out the buybacks off on 2. Anamar coming in with the spear as well. They're going to be locking down 9 on the side, and this Timber Saw will be finally taken down, and Noob will cut his free down in half. Morphling still alive for the time being. TA2000 controlling, dealing damage, doing as much as he can. This gonna be speared up. Timber Saw coming in with a buyback. Look at 9. Takes down Noob, takes down Amar. Through 2 heroes gone, 3 remaining, 33 falling, but TA2000, there's the GG call, and another rampage for 9 as Tundra double rampage as well. 2 times, 2 rampages, but the man's called 9, and Tundra clean the series.
I swear to God, this panel doesn't give 9 the MVP after 2 double rampages, I'm not coming on Western Europe again.
We're out of here, you know?
Yeah,
There's
we're out of here.
nothing else for us to see. But
In
this
this
was a battle for Quest to hold on to the game, but Tundra, they took their sweet time again, and they found the answers to victory.
Yeah, they did everything they needed to do this game. 9 got super farmed. They got a couple of moments of weakness where they could kill him, but his decision-making when to buy back into these fights was impeccable. And what a performance from Tundra, just showing that they're stable, they have their strategies, and they can perform them well.
And as you can see, the series coming into an end, and this was a very long one, so let's head over to the panel. We're ready to break down game number 3. Nat, take it over.
Thank you both so much. And look, the patience works out for Tundra this time. I was a little bit nervous because we saw Quest Esports having that lead in the start. They were sort of running away with it. Tundra not able to take a team fight until the 40-minute mark. That is where so much, this actual fight right here, this highlight, that's what I'm talking about, how much it changed for Tundra.
Yeah, it was super important for Tundra because Quest, of course, they had that second Aegis. It did expire, you know, moments before this fight, a couple minutes before, whatever. So Tundra was basically smoking up with the knowledge of, okay, their Aegis timing has expired. They haven't really been able to utilize it to break down our base. And, you know, Mars jumps in quite quickly with his Hex, but unfortunately for Quest, they didn't really have the follow-up. They didn't have like the layered spells in that brief moment, and Tundra just needed that one opportunity to get back into the game, which was slowly slipping away from them. And then when they did, it was like, it was the 9 show once again.
Yeah, it was a complete 180, but off the back of that, they were able to pick up Aegis for themselves, Lizard, and really utilize that to the full advantage. You know, it's one thing to get a team wipe, and then another thing to get Aegis, but really capitalize on it.
Yeah, another thing to get Aegis, capitalize on it, get a couple of rampages off of that. Yeah, just an insane game, really. Very enjoyable. One of those rare ones where one team doesn't necessarily have a single stun besides the birds, so they have to be buying some Aetises and stuff, but it doesn't matter because they have this Timber Saw that's just like constantly in front. I was worried for them once 9 died a couple of times, right? Once they started utilizing the Techie's bonus damage and the arenas to kill him a couple of times, he was like, what, 1000 gold per minute or something like that. It was ridiculous. Yeah, he managed to come back the way he did, and we got to witness him get a couple of these rampages. And of course, if you're going to ask about the MVP, Nat, right? Like, one guy has to be mentioned.
Anyone but Nine.
I mean,
right? That's what I heard.
Every time he'd survive, it was always the silencer using the global silence, preventing. Right, Tiga?
Yeah. Good job, Lizard. This is a really good way to get fear back out of Western Europe.
Finally, guys, finally, we got it. It's a kill against fear.
No. I mean, the fact that this was a first phase Timbersaw pick where Quest didn't really respond to it with a perfect counter, other than maybe morphing down the line, we clearly see that wasn't the best counter to it. And of course, Nine gets to put it mid lane, especially into a windrunner as well. Like, his laning matchup was incredible. Like, Timber loves playing into that matchup. He then moved around the map really nicely early on, and his team pushed him forward, but he also led the charge for a large amount of this game. It's like an hour-long game. He's in 83% of the kills. Like, that's a very good Timbersaw game.
Yeah, 100%. And I do have to ask the hypothetical that even though Tundra are able to capitalize on everything they did, and they played it out fantastic from that 40-minute mark with the advantage they had, what could Quest Esports have done to either maybe close out the game earlier or to turn it around so that that team wipe or the Aegis wasn't as advantageous as it was, Lizard?
Yeah, I feel like it was more about them playing to their strengths in their moments than playing against Tundra where they're at their peak, at their strongest. I feel like Quest perhaps in game 2, even when they had huge advantage, they weren't really utilizing it. Maybe a little bit too much respect. Maybe a little bit, I don't know, a little bit of fear creeping in every time they lose a fight. I'm not sure what it was, but their advantages were not capitalized on. And Tundra, when they do get it, they definitely make it work. Like, that's the difference.
Yeah. This team absolutely shines even when they are down. And because of that, they won this series 2-1. A winner's interview with Nine is now on the cards, our MVP here. So, Nine, congratulations. You had such a fantastic game, number 3. But the thing I really want to talk about is this Dark Willow mid. How do you go about like theory crafting these mid players, right? Because that's what you're renowned for, is bringing out some of the wildest stuff in mid. So how do you go about theory crafting it, and how did this Dark Willow specifically come about?
Hey guys, first of all, I mean, Dark Willow, back when I used to be like a noob, I used to play a lot of position 4 because I didn't get to play mid every game, and that's like a big thing of why like I play these series. I used to be a Dark Willow spam as a 4 back in the day, and now I play mid. I still love the hero. It got significant buffs for the lane. I think it's good. Those weren't even like the best games against it, honestly, like for it. It's not easy to play into Mars, but I think the hero is good right now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely demonstrated that in game 1. We did not expect that pickup at all. But how are you feeling with the Tundra boys on the way that you guys are drafting and really able to bounce back from? I mean, you guys are undefeated at the moment. And the only game you've lost so far is the one against OG, and now one against Quest Esports. So, you know, how are you feeling with the boys and how you guys are drafting at the moment?
I think comparing to the last DPC seasons and probably even the major, we have had significant improvements. We kind of got our drafting figured out right now, I think. This series, it was a bit hard, honestly. They played heroes that no other team play right now, like this Phoenix Mars opener. They did it 3 times in a row, right? Or like at least the last 2 times.
2 times.
And it it was kind of good against a lot of heroes that we play, honestly. So it kind of put us in a tough position, and we didn't really get to play against like Mars, for example, at all in the last couple of weeks. But overall, I think our drafting is good right now, and we're happy with it.
Yeah, what was that sort of quick change between Game 2 and Game 3 about expecting another Mars and potentially another Phoenix, because you guys didn't place any value on banning it out? So what was the conversation there?
I mean, the biggest thing was when you have this kind of team fight, just important that you also don't give the enemy some laning type of hero, a map type of hero, like that controls the map. In Game 2 they had like the TA and like some Void Spirit with Manta that were just constantly pushing out lanes, and that made us like, we didn't really get to play the map well, and the only fights we got were in their advantage when they have Mars Phoenix, and that's why the game is super hard. So we just tried to look at that at Game 3 and not end up against the same heroes. We banned the Void Spirit, and they ended up having a Morphling instead and the Wind Ranger, so it was a different game, which favored us more, I think.
Okay. Tid, do you want to go to your questions?
Sure. All right. Congrats on the win, mate. First of
Thank
all,
you.
why Willow over Zeus in Game 1? Like, has Zeus been like nerfed or something? I see this Terrorblade, this like Void Mag lineup. Like, old school Tundra would have fucking slapped in that Zeus right there, you know, clean draft. But did you just lose faith
I've
in the
kind
old
of
guy?
given up on the Zeus. Yeah, I lost faith, and he's no longer my god. Yeah, that's pretty much about it. Like, the Zeus, it doesn't feel that good anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't like the changes, honestly.
Sure, fair enough. And final quick question from me was, in this third game, when you lost that second Aegis, what was kind of the feeling in the team? Because you had a very kind of momentum-based lineup, and then suddenly, like, the Morphs getting this Aegis, they're kind of getting back onto the map. Like, were you already kind of expecting it to be a very difficult game, or like, what was the kind of the feeling within the team?
Overall, it wasn't that easy for us at that point anymore. Like, the fights were pretty hard. We didn't have a clear way of initiating. Morph had Aegis, and they kind of had like the control of the game. And these guys are pretty good, but I felt like they didn't really push their advantage too much, and gave us more openings towards the late game. So yeah, that's pretty much about it, I think. We kind of just kept our head cool and tried to look for openings.
Sure, cool, thank you.
Yeah, congrats on the win from me as well. The first question would be about the drafts, like everyone else's, I guess. Are you guys trying to make a point without getting almost a single stun in this last game? What was that all about? Were you worried? Does Dota need no stuns anymore?
Honestly, we didn't really think that we were lacking stuns. Like, in the game, I felt it a little bit. Honestly, it was at some point, I don't know, I felt like I was so farmed, but I didn't really get to kill anyone. I was like, where are the meds? Where are the people? And yeah, overall, I don't know, once I got Hex and some Neda bird stuns, like when Neda plays Visage, you know, it's like a Ravage sometimes, it just happens. So you look for that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he built an Atos as well, which isn't that common. You got a Hex eventually, sure. And one last question, speaking of Neta, last time I was here, I don't know if I'll be able to interview you guys again, so he has a katana behind him on the wall. Does he threaten you with that? What's that all about? If you play bad, he's like, oh, what's going on?
Probably. He didn't like say it himself, but it's just like a message in the background, you know? Like when we talk and you see the like katana, it's like a argument improver. I don't know the English word, sorry.
I see.
Just the intimidation technique.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, look, Nine, do you have any more lizards?
No. I just want to say it's a good intimidation for us as well here. Yeah.
Nine, we're gonna let you head out. Thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you guys for having me. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye. So polite, so sweet, all of these players, guys. We can't really do too much of a wrap up about this series or that interview because it went so long. It's only our first series of the day. We still have 2 more series to go, and our next one is going to be Gaming Gladiators up against Entity after this break.
Need to clear this shit. Look at me.
Look at Morph. Morph thing has broken.
Look, I have hacks for Morph after this shit.
Go more, guys. Go more.
Gag. Look, Windrunner. I have stunned him.
Watch the mines.
Here. 2 seconds blink.
Can TP on the bird. I got him. Nice.
I got it. Okay. Version
It's time to get our second series underway. Gaming Gladiators up against Entity. We've got Kezu joining us now. Kezu, how you feeling?
Hello.
You excited for the Gaming Entity series?
Yeah, I am, because Gaiman lost their most recent series, which is exciting. They have some things to look at, try and improve. And then you have Entity, who have been not good. Their drafts have been very lackluster, so I'm hoping for them to have a switch up today. Today is the day.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, you talk about Gaiman losing their last series. It was against Liquid, okay? It was against Liquid, so everyone does need to know that the rivalry between these two still exists. It's now a better percentage for Liquid, from the 80% to whatever it is now.
Which is good. And a big reason why this happened is if we have a look at these drafts, I do think that this has been a bit more normal now. Where in first pick, you pick this core that you feel really happy with. In this case, it's the Doom. But what some other teams have tried to adapt with a little bit more now is that you just instantly take the carry counter pick there, because you know the Doom is going to be offlane. And then if you take a look at how the draft will turn out, you basically get 3 core counter picks. You have Monkey against Doom, you get the Storm mid against Pango, you get the Ogre against Windranger in game 1. And then in the second game, you have a similar trajectory. And something else that I love to see, which I'm quite sure now is a very big counter to this Void Spirit in the mid lane, is Lone Druid. This Nisha Lone Druid seriously caused a lot of trouble in this series, in the last one. I think Gaiman, if their first pick today, they're not going to open with a first pick Doom, or they're going to do different bans. Because I think it might just make it too easy for a second pick to kind of respond, unless you kind of set up a trap where, oh, okay, they go Monkey here, we have this really cool pick to then close our phase. I think it made the drafts really, really hard for Gaiman.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of changes Gaiman are going to bring to themselves, T, but it is only one series lost for them. They are still in a great position, and they are a team that is able to bounce back. We've seen them lose series before and become practically unbeatable from there on out.
Yeah, I think for Gaiman at least, like already coming into this first draft, they have won the coin toss and selected second pick. So what Kezu's mentioning about being the first pick team, taking the Doom, like these scenarios already out of the question for the first game for Gaiman. And I think for them at least, even though Entity's not looking too good right now, they have to respect that Entity has the ability to have these like super aggro style drafts. So if Gaiman ever have an off day where they go a little bit too greedy, they pick this bounty hunter which maybe gives Entity access to the laning phase without too much pressure. These type of things, that's when Gaiman might struggle, but I think bounty hunter might be shelved a little bit. Doom, of course, already isn't even in question because they're a second pick this time around. So already kind of the adaptations are occurring.
Yeah, I think the other thing about Entity, like we just had our interview with Nine, he was saying the hard thing about coming up against Quest Esports is they're playing heroes not a lot of other teams are playing. And I think that is one of the strengths Entities could lean quite heavily into, Kezu.
No, that's for sure, right? They have their Kataomi Podge is maybe the one that kind of comes to mind most. Like to me, I feel like he's the kind of question mark or the star when it comes to the early game of breaking things open. So you never really know what they're gonna bust out, especially when you play against a team that hasn't been doing as much or as well lately. There's a higher chance for like a switch up. They might just surprise you even more than before. The one thing though I'm looking at for Entity is I need them to draft with purpose and confidence, because I am lacking that. Because I feel like their games are just way too hard. Like you see some Bloodseeker Pugna opening, and I'm like, why? Or you have Pugna Pudge, and I'm like, why are you making it so hard for yourself?
I think I'm just waiting for Stormstormer and Toby to refine like their niche heroes. Because in all the previous iterations for Entity, it was always like Katomi had his like 3 or 4 heroes. Stormstormer had his 3 or 4 heroes. Toby the same thing. Like they always had like this specific hero pool, and then be it Pure, be it Watson, whoever their carry player was, would utilize the fact that all his other players would be so locked in to like the best in this role, but they're still yet to find it, I think, in the current patch, which is seeing the leaps in the ship at least.
Doom is still going to be first picked, by the way. Let's have a chat about that one, because even though Gaming Gladiators aren't first picking it, Entity pick it up for themselves. It'll be interesting to see how they close theirs out with a Batrider. Okay. Is this what you wanted to? What you were just talking about Stormstormer being a little bit more confident, finding what he wants to play in this patch and is good at?
I mean, yeah, I don't mind it. You just lock it in. I think Batrider doesn't have the same kind of pizzazz from the mid lane that we're seeing it currently going from 4 and off lane. But if there is a player to showcase what it can do, it's going to be Stormstormer. Already with the Queen of Pain ban, this is just your mid. I think if anything for me, I want to see this Doom have some soft flexibility between Katomi in the 4 role and Toby in the off lane. Otherwise, this opening is very like screaming, look at our mid and off lane straight off the bat.
On the side of Game Gladiators, though, Kezu, Techi's picked up for themselves as well as Magnus. So it's not for sure. Duraccio has played Magnus before, but there could be a way that this is an Ace Magnus, and that's going to be the offlane duo there.
Yeah, definitely could be. I would say that either way, you're probably pretty happy having Mag. Whether you lane it into the Doom or you go into the offlane, you just kind of outfarm. You're going to farm the jungle. When it comes to Entity, Doom Bad Rider, they have a lot of overlap in terms of what they want to do, right? They're very single target and they want to play off of the map, I think being like very pushed in, because they don't actually love 5-on-5 fights that much unless you have very good vision. You pick one guy off of the last, so like they only have good team fighting if they get to choose their fights. Therefore, they're gonna need heroes that push waves, maybe some illusion carry. So this is something that they need to work with, because like I'm saying, these heroes can definitely, they can fall flat quite quickly if the game doesn't stabilize in your mid game.
They buy the same items. We're
As well,
like bots Octarine on your mid and off lane potentially at like the 20-odd minute mark. So it's just something that really needs to be addressed with an Entity. It's like maybe Doom goes for Midas into then a active item rather than going for Octarine, because if Bat's doing it and then Doom's doing it, it's like both your cores are spending nearly 8,000-9,000 gold to kind of exist a little bit in the fights.
I think that's also something that people underestimate a little bit is, so the Octarine core, it's great, like no doubt, and you can split it and it's really cool. But from like this minute 10, let's say like minute 10 to 17, like where you work towards it, you don't really do all that much. You're mainly just farming. Yeah, and now when you do this with 2 heroes, like your map might just, I mean, nothing might just happen on the entire map. So I definitely agree with your point that maybe one of them can swap it up a little bit. I'm also not too sure yet with the mid Bad Rider. Like, do you always need to go Octarine? Can't you just go like some Travels, then Octarine, or Travels?
Try and sell this one. It's a mid player, you know.
I know.
A little bit of farm and oh, sorry boys, I just got the Octarine. Sorry.
Oh guys, I just need 4 more minutes. Like,
yeah, there we go.
Just a little bit more farm. Just 20 more camps, please.
Literally.
The bans, we already mentioned the Queen of Pain one, but the Rubik Visage ban for Gaming Gladiators, I want to know a little bit more about T.
I think Rubik, at least, it's respecting what Magnus and Techies do. Basically a lot of spell casting in the fight, so a little bit of respect there. And the Visage, I feel like Entity, they can utilize it again for some soft flex, where Doom technically is going to be offlane or 4. You still have Toby can play offlane Visage. Stormstormer can throw it into the mid lane if they need to. So I think they're just respecting the flexibility of Entity's very blocky looking draft, and yeah, Visage would help a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
The Rubik ones are more wild in my opinion. It's like I wouldn't have really expected too much of a Rubik ban, but maybe Gamers in some of their scrims have started to appear. Like Mag's the first phase hero, teams have started to try Rubik out a bit more. The instant lift up when the Mag goes to Harpoon, maybe just stealing is just super annoying. So
Hear me
it
out.
could be like a development.
It's a Duraccio and Magnus, and they want to go Underlord, and they don't like the Rubik Underlord that Lacoste pointed out last time we saw it.
I mean, I agree. That is easily that. If you ever think of what Rubik counters, he counters Underlord like number 1 on the list. It's not Enigma. It's not these other. Underlord is number 1.
All right. Speaking of number 1s, we're gonna see +1 Morphia Undying. So. Potentially all 3 cores again. You already pointed out the flex there, but Kezu, there is a high chance that we have all 3 cores of Entity on the draft now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are just gonna be your 3 cores, and if you're GG, I kind of would like if you put the Mag into the carry role. I think in terms of mid, you might want to think about some Quinn, Storm Spirit. I think it's pretty good. It would allow your supports to play with it. And then in terms of the offlane, you might just want another hero that is just kind of chill in the game, like some semi-team fight stuff. Even though I do see the Ratio talking. Maybe he's cooking up a carry pick, but I feel like if you're playing carry Mag, you're kind of chill.
Anti-mage? I mean, every time I see Morphling, I always still think of Anti-mage, but it's like Entity doesn't really break down the map that well to deal with him. You have Mag to empower him. Like, is Doom big enough of a threat I guess it could be potentially in the mid game, but you have Manta, you have Spell Shield, so I always see Anti-Mage being such a strong pick in these scenarios. I mean, in previous patch, it was sometimes even a first phase hero in some of these scenarios, but again, it's kind of lost faith. Maybe the patch kind of did him dirty. Has got some pretty low pub win rates.
Yeah, AM can maybe work if you... Maybe when you have mag, it can work, because I think that maybe you can skip like the Battle Fury and like just go some fighting build. But either way, I think they go for the Storm, which does kind of make the most sense. They already banned out 2 mid heroes. They were going to ban out 2 more, and Bad Rider's already one of those heroes where if you get to ban more than like 2, you're omega happy, because then suddenly the pool is kind of bad. So Storm is good for them. Good jump, good engage, very good against Morph. You're also very annoying for Bat if the Oracle and Techies can play with you. They offer you a lot of damage. And then GG, they also get to hold the mag, and on the last pick, you know, they can decide if it's carry, if it's offlane. And now Entity, you need some Kataomi hero on 4, most likely, unless you're doing some Doom flex. I could see maybe some Skyref, but I think that's a bit annoying against Oracle in the game already.
Would you rather put the Bat in 4, like downgrade it? Because we've seen Tundra be able to work it, and maybe Entity are taking a page out of that book, and then you can still get the better mid matchup here now that you've seen the Storm come out, T.
The thing is that when I think of Storm's hero pool, it's not as if I'm seeing some like screaming like, oh wow, pick this hero and you're gonna counter him, right? So I think I'd like to see some creativity come from Entity from the side lane a little bit. Like if Doom is your offlaner, some like, I mean, it's so hard actually. I'm trying to think of what's the Kataomi. He doesn't play a lot of stun heroes, you know, that can pressure this Storm. Like his pub heroes at least. It's Spirit Breaker, yeah, pretty average here. Techie's already banned. You're not picking Clinks. Shadow Demon could be alright, but it's not a great stun to deal with Storm. They've already banned out Sky, which would have been a nice, at least pressuring the Storm whilst he's disconnected from the Oracle's positioning. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what's the. Is there like a Toby hero potentially? But I think I want this pick to be the 3 or the 4 from Entity.
Yeah. I'm not having a super easy time to find a 4 that would really wow me. Like Skyref, I think, is a good ban, but even that pick wouldn't be like, whoa, goddamn, you know, they got some Skyref in this game.
What are you looking for in the 4 then? Like someone who jumps the backline? Is it mainly that stun? Someone who's going to buff up the carries a little bit more? Like what exactly is it, Kezu?
Probably a carry buff we're not gonna get from our 4. I think Oracle, luckily for you at least, is not like the strongest laner, so you can go multiple ways.
Oh, they banned the SD.
The SD ban is actually pretty good, I think. I like that. I could see something which maybe hasn't been played around with too much, but it's a Nyx Assassin, just because I think it favors the way you want to play the mid game and the map. With Bat and Doom, he can set up Mag and Storm in a way. Other than that, I don't see any pick that wows me, I think.
Do you have any wild stabs in the dark? Some informed decisions?
Stabs in the dark, it's like, they could go uber tanky and do some like no, I don't even want to stab in that.
Do it.
No, it's like, no. When, you know, I'm refusing. I'm just going to keep saying random words.
Okay,
They're
well,
going to pick a hero.
It is Puck.
Thank God.
So 4 Doom.
Oh, don't have that reaction, T.
No. I mean, my stab in the dark would have been like going down a very tanky route and hope that the Storm and the Mag jumping you live through it. But yeah, that didn't really play out. It was going to be some like Underlord type meme or some shit. But for Entity, it's like they go for the Puck. Again, a decent annoying nuisance for the Storm at least. That does mean the Bat is most likely offlane Doom 4. But Entity is really relying on killing in the moment because they might have some damage issues going into like locking down the Storm outside coil plus the Oracle. Mag gets tanky so quick. Taser on Techie, so Entity really need a lot of items for themselves to feel happy in this game, I think.
Okay. We're winning out for Gaming Gladiators here. Their last pick could be the offlane, could be the carry that they want to pick up. What would be a better pickup in your eyes? Because at least position-wise, not necessarily hero.
Actually, I don't know if I have a preference. I think it comes down more to what type of pick you're really aiming for.
It was going to be the Beast, of course.
Yeah, 24
Dude,
beats is...
I just assumed it wasn't in the pool, because again, I'm so used to it being first phase ban. I should have looked at it closer. We easily could have picked that one out, guys, between the 3 of us.
No, I mean, yeah, I was gonna jump on that one if Hezu didn't. It's like you look at their heroes and it's like, okay, there's a Tombstone you're good against. It's some position 4 Doom. Like Puck wants to find pickoffs. It's like all gaming need to do is get.
No, it's a 3 Doom and 4.
Oh, is
Batrider.
that 4? Yeah, yeah, that's really solid.
Yeah, I wonder who said that.
Yeah, either way, I'm not.
You're right.
Oh god, Entity's lineup is so like it's their heroes to pop off on, but I'm just scared that if gaming just group, they're just always waiting for the next item. It's difficult.
Okay, that's fair enough. Because how do you see team fights going then? Because, you know, what Tia sort of alluded to there, that they are a lot of comfortable heroes for Entity. Entity can pop off on them, but Gaming Gladiators are very team fight heavy team.
I mean, in order for Entity to win fights, they need Stormstormer to pop off, because he's the only one that will really like go in and like get in this backline and get the vision going. But I feel like his early game won't be good. If I just compare the early game, you have Gaimin, they have Storm, Oracle, Techies that will play together. And then Entity, you have a 4 bad with a 5 undying. Like Stormstormer is going to need help mid. It's going to be hard to facilitate that. And your side lane cores aren't going to do anything.
Are there any other issues, T, that you're worried about or want to keep a close eye on during this game between the two drafts?
I think we just saw in the previous series this whole Morphling chasing the farm and then eventually not getting it into the game. It's even a harder game, I think, this time around. But if there's a player to be able to do that, Watson is an incredible farmer and can turn games around. So I think if Entity can make the game noisy enough, he can kind of get through it. But yeah, I'm going to be leaning gaming for sure.
Well, look, speaking of noise, I got 2 noisy people in my ears right now. It is our casters, Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1 should be a fun one. I don't think I'm that noisy, do you? Do you think I'm that noisy, Lacoste?
Depends. Like, if it's a real big team fight going on for a minute or so, then I would say yes, but yeah, we'll have to see. These 2 teams have met like 5 times in this year, 2023. So far, Entity unable to get the W against Gaming Gladiators in terms of serious wins, but we'll have to see if they could do it in this one. I think that they took something out of Tundra's book, playing this Batrider as a position 4, which Soxa did make it work extremely well, and they also wanted to demote it in terms of priority, because you have Doom already, and then you saw Oracle, so you don't really want to play him as a core. In the end, decided to go with Puck, which I think is a good choice. It's going to be a lot on Stormstormer to do heavy lifting. He needs to be doing so many stuff in this game, cutting into backlines, providing coil on Storm Spirit, but then again, there is save on top of Oracle, multiple abilities coming out from him. And also, carry-to-carry matchup, having Magnus against Morphling. Morphling usually a hero that does need a lot of time to come online compared to some of these earlier carries. Sure, it's a lot of physical damage, but Mag can easily pop off. Like, he's gonna stay at least a half item ahead of this Morphling.
We've been seeing a lot of safe lane Magnus, and you've got Primal Roar, you have your RP, like, the control is certainly there. Ace and Fishman going back and forth. He's got the rest of GG coming around, and they will get first blood. So Tofu will get credit for first blood. Fishman gets caught a little bit too far out on this Undying. Not enough stolen strength, and not enough help to survive there.
Usually Undying is the king of these fights, having the K level 1, throws a blood grenade, but great start for Gaming Gladiators. Tofu, I mean, there are multiple players on their side who you do not want to give first blood to. And Tofu has shown that he's been like super stable, a player that can pop off easily in the laning stage, and now having that good of a start. This time around, like Techies against Morphling, this matchup is a little bit different than it was before. Having no silence on your blast off, which is something that Morphling really was afraid of. Like, you get a blast off from Fog, long duration silence, he's on low HP, you do manage to bring him down. But still, I can see Fishman also struggling, considering the start. Wild Axe is spam, they're keeping the distance as well, and Fishman seems like he's not going to be able to provide much in this lane.
Yeah, we usually see these techies kind of pop off towards the level 2, level 3 aspect, where they've got that blast off in the level 2 and the sticky bomb, and Fishman trying to do whatever he can. We're taking a look at top, as it's Batrider Doom, which... Does that feel like a strong killer lane to you?
It could if there's no Oracle, I would say. Celery already hit that level 2. I've seen like different builds in Oracle when they play in this matchup, when they play in matchup against something like techies, so they get early points in Fate Seated, but Celery, he thinks that they could potentially get a kill in this lane, so putting a point in Purifying Flames. Also, think about this position for Batrider is you don't skill Sticky Napalm, you're going to be playing with Firefly and Flame Break, and we can see Fishman already struggling in this bottom lane. Also, Tofu providing some good CS, good harassment for Ace as well.
And you're hoping to get this Helm of the Overlord online as quickly as possible, and we're seeing Tofu just put so much damage out. Like, yeah, Fishman's got himself 4 more mangoes to work with, but are the decays enough of a deterrent? Right now, he's still in 16 strength, so we'll see if maybe he could do anything with that.
Pops a couple of mangoes, but right now, Gaming Gladiators, they will hit level 3 on Beastmaster, so we'll have that extra pressure. Still thinking whether he wants to put a point in Boar or if he wants to put a point in Axis. Because, sure, Wild Axes are always good for clearing the stacks and everything. Let's see who's going to pick up the first Lotus. Fishman, a little ring around the Rosie, around Lotus Pool.
Ooh. And there's the Lotus. Going to Beastmaster.
One thing I dislike about Lotus, at least the pool, is it's pretty similar to what happened with Roshan respawn time. It says he's gonna spawn like in 3 seconds, but he actually spawns in 5 seconds. It's also delayed by like a second before you can pick it up. Feels rather wonky, I would say.
So you want it to be a bit more exact.
Yeah, exactly.
This bottom lane, not a killer lane just yet, but like you were saying and like we were talking about, as the levels come, it should turn into something like that. They go to the blast off, the blood grenade, the tombstone is down, and the damage on the Tofu, it's starting to mount up. He survives with 60 health.
Does have a healing salve, 20 magic wand charges. Looking at techies being universal heroes right now, and because Tofu got that first blood, a lot of damage. Like right now, we are not seeing it because he's backpacking the items, but should be like 65 or something. Okay, 63. Rounded it up.
Not your most egregious roundup, but no. 63 to 65, it's close enough. You can see the CS, it's mid pretty even as we're going to see Celery drop and Duraccio get chased under the tower. Forced to skewer his way to safety, but that is not what you want when the Oracle is trying to keep you alive. And you go to the 102, and we could see maybe Purifying Flames be some damage, but there is a decent amount of stability in this lane for the side of Entity, right?
Yeah, definitely. And especially now that Doom got himself closer to that Vanguard, he's not going to be able to die. Sure, you have Oracle with a lot of damage coming on from 2 points in Purifying Flames, but then again, so does Entity. Batrider is level 3. They managed to reposition someone with Flame Break. A little bit low on mana right now on Toby. So let's see if there are any mangoes. Probably just going to go into Mana Boots after that to have that sustain in the lane. And then you have 3 components. Disassemble Vanguard, Mana Boots as well. Or that Octarine core that we see him being picked up much more often nowadays.
Yeah, we've been seeing the Octarine core hit at about 14 minutes or so. We saw
there was a game in NA the other
12.
day. Yeah, 12 or 11 minutes. Speed picked it up.
One of the speediest Octarine core pickups we've seen. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the game's sitting even right now. Nothing really pointing out at me just yet, but really, every time, every game, I'm going to talk about it. 7 minutes is approaching. You need to make sure you get at least one Wisdom.
Yeah, let's wait that 1 minute. 6 minutes is approaching. Kataomi uses Flame Break, bounces Oracle away. It's going to be Quinn who's going to pick up Shield Rune. That's a big one. That's actually huge on Storm Spirit because you don't care too much about the first rotation on a coil. Having that extra 50%. I'm not sure why it's 50%. Sounds a little bit busted. Because your HP, you have extra 500 HP.
Yeah.
There's just not enough damage that they can throw. Like, where's that extra 500 coming from?
Top lane. Some damage on a Dyrachyo once again. They do have some help from Celery, and he'll give the Purifying Flames over to try and heal him up. And Celery also getting attacked a little bit, but the aggression coming in from Entity is not going to be enough.
Yeah, now we see the power of Fate's Edict finally being online for the safe lane of Gaming Gladiators.
Fishman. Tombstone. They do have Stormstormer, so they're going to drop down the Dream Coil. He'll throw some axes, but he will die. Stormstormer with the Illusory Orb will get the kill, and you know, Tofu's out of lane. He's collecting that Wisdom Rune that we were just talking about, and both teams are going to get themselves one Wisdom Rune apiece. And you know, that'll certainly help. We've seen teams where they lose out on that first Wisdom Rune, and they just don't get their supports to level 6 quickly enough. We see that be a big problem with like Bounty Hunter, Techies. Could be a problem with like Oracle as well. Both teams getting one.
You can't allow enemy team to pick up bound XP runes. Quinn, having that shield rune, playing slightly more aggressive in this mid lane. He's very tanky, 13-1 charges, infused raindrop, but again, aggression on the top lane will be stopped by one Fate's Edict, so no. Firefly, Scorched Earth is still available. Entity, I would say, doing okay in this off lane. Mid's doing fine as well. Not as much farm. Kataomi does the same thing again and now manages to steal the rune from Quinn. This would be a big one. Gotta pay with his life most likely, but still, stealing regen from Storm is massive.
Celery might die here as Stormstormer's got some help from Fishman, but they've also got Tofu coming over, though. Use the Dream Coil on the Undying. That'll allow Fishman to die, too. So 2 kills here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, with a little bit of help from these supports rotating over.
Not the best trade. You're giving kills to Storm Spirit, which is exactly what they wanted. Sure, you are stealing regen, but Storm Spirit on top of net worth right now, and you can see them playing around Stormstormer. They're not gonna even refill his bottle. This was kind of a plan, so they will bring in another support. Fishman will TP and finally refill Stormstormer's bottle.
Not the most fun dealing with that at the moment. Even at 3, 9 minutes into the game, and a party over mid. This is opening up, I would say, a lot of space for Toby. He's got that Vanguard. He's going into the Midas. He's got some open space, but Dyrachyo at the same time, Ace at the same time. Like, these heroes are pretty free to farm in the side lanes.
And also looking at the stacks on side of Gaming Gladiators, they're already prepping, like for either Beastmaster, who can farm it, or Magnus. Ancients have been stacked 2 times, and the ones near the XP rune 3 times. So that's gonna be a lot of gold coming out for Gaming Gladiators already. And XP to whoever is stacked.
Yeah, I love that new change, making supports' lives a little bit better.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Always nice to see some support lives being enhanced. Wisdom Rune, the stacking change. Need more of that.
I think supports are in a good spot right now. It feels like they're getting enough gold from getting the kills. Sure, if you kill a support, you also do get a lot of gold, so feeding away gold is never good.
Vortex.
You can't play that position 6. Kataomi.
He's going to die here, even with the Seeds of Serenity down. Reactive Taser's not going to land on anybody, but you can see the damage Tofu, he's trying to put out with that Sticky Bomb on the puck.
Oracle, one of the better heroes in-game to KS with, as we could see as well. Purifying Flames to secure the kill.
Always great in lane when you... I mean, there was definitely times where we've seen games with Oracles that just 3, 4, 5 kills in the laning phase when they've got Purifying Flames at least level 2. They're actually heading top, so, you know, Dyrachyo, he's got RP. They have the Vortex. If they want to pull in Toby, do they have the damage? Goes to the Scorched Earth. They'll use the RP, and they'll get the kill onto this dude.
Should be enough. Not very quick with reacting to what's happening. Like, even a tanky hero like Doom, holding on to Vanguard, Faded Brush, he's very speedy, but Quinn manages to find the jump, TPs to the mid lane, continues to farm up. He's all over the place. One thing that Gaming Gladiators are so good at is moving across the map and getting stuff done. They, like, push out the mid wave, immediately smoke to the top, punish the enemy team, and now they continue to farm up. Look at them. Farming every single part of the map, pressuring the bottom tower as we speak as well. This is the problem with 2 supports again, on Entity being only level 5 right now. On Undying, it doesn't matter as much. I think like Flash Golem's not the most important one to bring into a fight, but having something else, some kind of extra control against Storm Spirit, Batrider hitting level 6 could be massive with Flaming Lasso. But then again, you are playing into Oracle, who's already level 6.5, so you might not get the full value out of it.
Yeah, so it's going to be a multi-dimensional save here for Oracle with that False Promise. Dream Coil placed down. Like you said, they do have False Promise, but the silence, the lasso, well, it's lasting for a while, and now they go to the Doom, but they've got themselves the save. So Doom, lasso, Dream
and the
Coil
healing cell on top
used
of him.
to try and get this Storm. They get the kill on Accelerate. They'll take out Tofu. The rotation's not exactly what they need, as now Dyrachyo comes in. Watson skewering him, the skewer into the tower to Kataomi. Quinn with a good amount of health, but how much mana? Not enough, as they lose a third with the TP in from the Magnus. So it looked like, hey, we saved the day. We've got ourselves the Storm okay. But you bring in these heroes, and they all die on Gaming Gladiators.
In the end, nice trade there for Entity. They throw everything at the Storm Spirit, Lasso, Doom, and they go for the others instead. They know that he can't really use anything while being Doom, and now it's time to strike for Gaming. Quinn, he's in.
Silence on the Quinn. He's down to about half health. Watson now going to waveform away. They get themselves one kill onto the Undying. But that's only the only thing they get so far.
Unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, there was no RP available at the time. So Dyrachyo, he needs to farm it up. He's going to be clearing some of the stacks. Never mind, Beastmaster stole all the stacks in the jungle. That's why he's almost on top of the net worth at the moment. And looking at the build from Dyrachyo, 1-4-1 build, because he's Universal Hero. Magnus players do tend to pick up bonus instead. So having that extra damage, having those extra stats as well, makes him super tanky. Because you're not playing off Skewer anyway, nor Shockwave. It's all about getting the farm with Empower, Mask of Madness, and now the rest of the team is smoked up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So starting to place down some of these proximity mines and moving towards mid. See if they can find anybody here. Oh, waiting around. Ooh.
Dodged it.
And dodging that blast off, and now the reactive taser. They've got the root. They've dropped down the Dream Coil. They're trying to get the kill here onto the Techies. He's surviving for a while. They've got the False Promise even. And they won't lose Tofu. But nothing going the way of Entity or Gaming Gladiators on that one in terms of kills.
Saving private techies. As long as Storm Spirit is not being coiled, I mean, that was a very ambitious attempt from Tofu to try to land a stun on Puck. Stormstormer with the quick reaction gets the phase shift off. But this also does allow both offlaners to get the farm. Ace is about to finish off Aghanim Scepter, Drums of Slum, after picking up Vanguard. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out from him in a team fight, and some extra sustain as well.
We were seeing Drums of Slum in the tiebreakers last tour. Every game with Beastmaster had Drums of Slum. I'm a big fan of the name, but we'll see how much it's going to do here when he picks it up. I'm a roar. And Ace getting told to do the roar, and he does it. And I've got the Vortex to follow it up. There was a slow follow-up on that one, but it's in time enough to get the kill on a Toby. So starting with the roar, and Quinn comes in and Tofu comes in to try and help, and they do get that kill.
Once Doom disassembles his Vanguard, we'll push him closer to that pipe, which is a big item. You are playing into Storm Spirit techies, even Oracle, so there's going to be a lot of magic damage. Puck also looking really good in terms of like net worth. Everybody's very close, and going for Roche. This is an interesting one. Like in terms of Roshan damage, they don't have that much. This is not like your Ursa type of a lineup that's going to go in and finish off the Roche, but Morphling shifting everything to Agi and also having Flash Golem does help out a lot. Out of the Gaming Gladiators are expecting this move from Entity.
Yeah, I don't think they're aware of this move at all.
This is Roshan 16 minutes into the game with only 3 heroes. We see teams struggle bringing in 5 heroes to kill Roshan 20 minutes into the game. This is pretty massive for Entity.
The thing is, we saw this a little bit in North America the other day, where it was just early Roshans and trying to sneak it from the opponent. And I think a majority of them did happen at the top Roshan pit. It's interesting to see it just go so quietly under the radar, and well, Gaming Gladiators the entire time trying to farm up as much as they can. They were going for the Harpoon on Duraccio. They've got Ace, who's got that Ags now for the drums of Slom. So, does the Aegis pickup counterbalance what has been picked up here for Gaming Gladiators? And
oh,
that
Coil
thought, they go to the
Quinn.
Coil. Early false promise
Celery's in
on
trouble.
the Quinn, and they'll get the kill on the Celery. They'll take it the Oracle. That's probably why he threw out the false promise to start, but it's not going to save Quinn.
Coil keeping him long enough alive for Toby to get close and get to Doomov. This is the second time they executed the same combo pretty much, plus Lasso on top of it. So having multiple abilities that, like, they understand where the real threat is coming from, killing this Storm Spirit, and also Oracle needs to be very close with this level 1 false promise. So he was really, like, on top of Watson, who's extremely farmed right now, taking on top of the net worth, sitting on 2,000 gold, finishes off Yasha and holding on to Aegis, plus Lincoln Sphere. Like, this is the item that has been picked up on Morphling, like, mostly traditionally in the Chinese scene, as the first item for a very long time. So you can't be pulled by Storm Spirit. You don't care about Beastmaster Roar. So in terms of locking this Morphling down, I'm a little worried for Gaming Gladiators.
And they did have a 2,000 net worth lead, and it's starting to fall back towards Entity. And they've got themselves a little bit of an advantage. With Watson sitting atop the net worth and, well, working with this Aegis, I think he's in a really good spot to kind of pull away from the rest. Well, we'll see. As Gaming Gladiators, it looks like they're setting up to fight again, but a 5-man smoke coming out from Entity. They'll show the waveform in. They'll turn it into the Magnus on Watson. They've got the Dream Coil down again. They go to the Primal Roar from the other side to go to the Undying.
Oh, nice.
These heroes are in a little bit of trouble. They'll get the kill on the Celery. They'll take out Fishman. So it ends up being a trade 1-for-1 at the moment. Ball landing up onto the high ground, throwing out that Shockwave, and that hits on a Tofu. They get the kill onto the Techies. They'll take it a second. They'll buy back on the Undying as Doom is low, but Doom's not dying. Nobody's able to finish off the kill here on Toby. So Quinn, with not a lot of mana remaining, needs to run away, while on the other side of the fight, they get the kill on Ace. So Watson gets himself on a mega kill streak.
He's out of mana completely here.
Yeah,
Can't run away from this one.
Nowhere to go. Flame Break doesn't exactly land, but they don't need it. They get themselves that kill on the Quinn, and it is all Entity in this game 1, coming past the 15-minute mark.
A little surprised that Gaming Gladiators decided to play as aggressive as they did, fighting into Aegis. They just lost the fight. Coil came off cooldown, and nicely played from Watson there. He turns into Mag, gets Empower for himself, which puts him to over 300 damage per hit with all that insane attack speed, and also 2-man Coil. He skewers them away, snaps the Coil. That was nicely done. Watson, very involved. Like we did talk about, Morphling could be a little bit slower coming into the game, but now holding on to this Aegis does change things a lot. And also this item is kind of anti-carry item, something that Morphling is really good with once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter.
Right.
You will be looking to steal stats from Magnus, which means stealing his damage and also status resistance. So having extra 40% status resistance with no real lockdown inside of Gaming Gladiators, Morphling will move freely in those fights. And now also seeing Batrider picking up his Blink Dagger on top of Drums of Endurance. Kataomi is very tanky as well, holding Pupil's Gift, like Tracer, Raid Band, a little bit of everything, and it's not even 25-minute mark, so they're gonna smoke again.
1,700 health. And the Blink, the Lasso, the debut, they'll go for the kill on the Tofu, and they will take out this Techies. Find a pick off on Tofu, and Entity still making this a one-way game at the moment. Gaming Gladiators trying to do all they can to find some farm as Quinn looking for the Kaya Sanj, and you've got Ace farming up now.
Can he steal it? Yes, he can. He picked it up.
And they should be able to get this kill on the Oracle. So Celery, he's just going to get run down, and they probably take the Tormentor right here too.
That's the play that we see a lot of the times. 21 minutes, smoke up into enemy triangle, whatever you want to call it, near the Tormentor, pick up the rune, potentially, and also get a kill. So, nicely done by them. Who's going to be the one that got shard from that Tormentor? It's going to be Batrider, so Stick in a Palm, Flaming Lasso, doesn't disarm you, and every other attack applies Sticky, so that's a good one. It's going to be a lot of those in the team fight now coming out from this position for Batrider that I do like a lot more every single time I see it in action, because I've seen it in pubs and I've seen it 2 times so far in the DPC, at least in the Western European one, and it looked really good.
So I had asked you before if the Aegis was going to be worth the
answer is
farm,
yes,
and yeah, the answer ends up being very much yes. And now, where does that leave Gaming Gladiators in a comeback scheme?
It's gonna be a lot on side of Duraccio to land like 2-3 man RPs, which is not gonna be an easy one. Sure, your Storm Spirit can cause a lot of issues, like trying to create the chaos, but we've seen him also just straight up dying. Now with the BKB on Duraccio, should be an easier one. There is still Doom, there is still Batrider that goes through magic debuff.
So it's still
or debuff
hard to...
immunity. It feels like it's gonna take at least 6 months, maybe even more, for me to figure out that it's not called spell immunity anymore.
I thought you were gonna say 6 years. Fishman found by Quinn. Throws a tombstone to the high ground.
There is Observer Ward up there.
Yeah, so they're gonna see this and they'll get the gold to Ace. That's another 200 gold for him. He was looking for the Guardian Greaves, but has now switched off to build the pipe instead.
It was pipe, Guardian Greaves, now back to pipe. I like to click a lot on heroes to see what's happening with the thought process. Yeah, pipe is going to provide him a lot of damage mitigation against this puck. Morphling,
right.
Doom, pretty much every hero has some sick amount of magical damage coming out from them. Killing off Fishman, who bought back in the previous fight. He's going to be gone for full 60 seconds. Now it's down to 30. Let's see if they feel comfortable taking a fight without Fishman. Roshan could potentially respawn in 30 seconds because they killed it so early. We don't see those early Roshans being taken anymore.
Yeah, it's been here and there, but it's not as reliable anymore to see these quick early Roshans. And there's that high Assange for Quinn. Let's see, they go lasso and they find Quinn by himself, so he's all alone in a spot like that getting picked off, and this blink has already paid dividends for Keto.
Yeah, and he's getting bigger and bigger. On Kataomi, I see Boots of Bearing, Octarine Core queued up. Like, eventually, he's gonna get to those items, and let's see if they decide to go for their own Tormentor, because they just took a fight very close by. With Morphling, you do have more than enough damage to take it so quickly. Fishman gonna drop.
Kataomi as well. He was getting low. He's still getting low. Oh, no. He's got to run. Fishman gets it, so that's that upgrade to the tombstone. You can bunker inside.
It's such a fun interaction, but haven't really seen being used to, like, wow, this is it. You know, this was game-changing, but we'll see. Imagine if we have, like, Shadow Demon, OD, Undying with Tombstone, upgrade, and then the whole team disappears.
You have to draft that. That's the Magician lineup. Want to see it disappear?
Having Book of Shadows, there are 5 items. We can go on.
Whoa,
Thorber gets the jump, plays down Observer Ward.
Deep Blink, lasso onto the Oracle, so they're trying to get the count of the Oracle and make sure he's not able to get the False Promise off, but they've already lost themselves Fishman. And
Rachel looking for an angle.
Doing some damage. We'll go to the Harpoon. They've got themselves the RP. It's going to be onto the Batrider. They get the count of Kataomi, so they've taken it a second. The Doom's going to be committed onto Ace, but Ace doing everything. Quinn coming in with a triple kill and looking for the rest. Lockdown's lacking them. They've already used the Primal Roar and the RP, so they can't exactly chase on this one. So Puck, as well as the Morphling, will survive, and Gaming Gladiators, well, they kind of eat a lot of these spells and survive it all.
Yeah, fighting underneath vision. They place down Observer Ward. Also, Fishman 2 times in a row didn't get anything off in a team fight. No Tombstone to provide vision for the team. And Beastmaster's going ham in last couple of fights. That I don't know why it gives like 15 stacks. Level 3 Primal Roar gives you max stacks on Drums of Slump. Immediately, yeah, he slommed him there.
Manta killed, by the way. That was the recipe for the Manta. And not that he had the gold for the ulti orb yet, but still. And now Roche, it's up and it's available. So second Roche 27 minutes into the game. This is pretty quick.
They need to contest this. They can't just allow this to happen. Double damage is still available on Stormstormer, holding on to Gem. Roshan,
Doom, though.
It's going to take them a good 20 seconds to finish it off from now. Let's see. Stormstormer, he wants to jump in. Tombstone is available this time around.
You have Dream Coil. The Illusory Orb is going to be on time. It is. It spots them, but he doesn't jump to it. So the Age is going to be picked up here. The cheese is on the ground.
Well, there's someone's cheese intolerant, lactose, because no one picked it up. It's going to take them some time to figure it out that it's gone.
Dream Coil on a three of the
he's in.
backlines. Stormstormer, Darachi was in already. They get the kill on a Fishman. They're going to look towards the rest as the Dream Coil again was already used, and they still have Doom on cooldown for another 5 seconds. The Primal Roar committed on the Stormstormer, and they get the kill on the puck. The look over at Kataomi, who's trying to get across this bridge inside the river, as the rest of Gaming Gladiators are following him across. It's a little precarious to traverse, but enough to get the kill. And Quinn now on a mega kill streak, as the early parts of his game were a little bit slow, but he is starting to pop off here now.
Yeah, those 2 bad fights really brought back Gaming Gladiators into this game. Man, there's still cheese left in the pit. They lost Gem on side of Entity. They lost 2 fights in a row, and now the game looks completely different. Like, even without landing some sick RPs, Duraggio finds an opening, finds this Undying, takes him out of the fight pretty much immediately, and now off to a high ground. It's all it took. Entity looked really good for 25 minutes, and then 2 bad fights, suddenly Gaming Gladiators. This is the team that is going to punish every single mistake you make.
I remember we used to talk the same way about like LGD. You make a mistake and they were going to bring it back onto you tenfold, and that feels the way that Gaming Gladiators play this year, and it's just so autopilot, right? You make a mistake, boom, we're hitting you back hard.
And you can feel that Entity are very afraid right now. Wrong on a minimap. They want to be playing the bottom part. They were also the one who got extra 2 shards from Roshan for free. And still losing some of these fights. Duraggio will pick up XP rune, which will get him to level 20. So, skewer range. Also holding on to Lincoln's here. That's a big item. This is how you protect yourself against... I think the mostly why you bought it is you don't want to get your stats stolen.
Right.
It's a good way to deal with Morphling, but also against Doom, against Batrider. They know something is up, because right now no one's inside the base. There are a couple of creeps from Gaming Gladiators attacking barracks.
And the Ranger racks are a little bit low. Ball Lightning all the way over, looking for Fishman. Spots him, but the silence coming in from Stormstormer, working with an Aegis here on Quinn, so not too afraid to lose that first life with the rest of his team around. Skewer hitting a couple, and now a lot of Lincolns getting popped. He'll turn to the Magnus on Watson, trying to turn this one around. They get the RP. It's only going to be on the Fishman. Now they go to the Lasso, controlling up Duraggio, who doesn't have that Aegis, but they get the false promise off. Celery's going to be killed off afterwards, but he's already got the save on Duraggio. He might still die afterwards, and he's not over the threshold, so he'll be able to survive. But they get the kill on an Ace, and the look over at Quinn. They took the Aegis out of his hands. They've got the silence. The Infernal Blade, the Ball Lightning, trying to get some distance, goes the other way.
Left, right, he's going.
And will make it out just barely.
Oh, that RP only on Fishman, who does have buyback, does have tier 2 towers, so he can easily come back into the fight. Duraggio had an opportunity to land it on Morphling as well, but was very hesitating. So in the end, doesn't get it. An Entity with this Aghanim Scepter on Morph, again, proccing the Lincolns, turning into Magnus, getting that extra damage from Empower, having Solar Crest on top of him. He deals some heavy right clicks, dealt more damage than the whole Gaming Gladiator squad in the previous fight with just Morphling.
It is a lot of damage coming through. He needs the rest of his team, though, to kind of be there. Because without that Lasso, without the Dream Coil, I feel like the control may not be there for him to kind of pop off in these fights. And we've seen that in previous engagements. So, still very reliant on a lockdown. On the lockdown that's being handled by the rest of the team, but doing a lot of damage.
I think also in the previous fight, Dyrachyo lives because of Vindicator's Axe. He gets silenced by Puck, gets that extra armor, gets extra damage as well because he was stunned on top of it from Doom. So this item is just like so much value that you get from it.
Now Satanic for Dyrachyo.
Big synergy between that and False Promise.
Try to heal up, try to keep yourself alive. Harpoon into somebody Satanic and try to get a pseudo second life in these fights. We'll see where he ends up going in terms of his next item, because right now he's got queued up the Blink. As you can see in that last fight in particular, if he was able to blink instead of skewer into the fight, maybe he gets that RP on more than just Fishman.
Yeah, not the easiest way to initiate with Skewer. But Entity, they are smoked. There will be again Vision, providing some vision from Dire Ward.
Dream Coil, and that's going to be on the back lines. The silence comes out of Celery. They'll use the Doom. It's on Ace. Celery trying to survive here so he can throw out a False Promise. And, well, right now they get the kill to Katayoma. He's going to buy back. They get the kill to Celery. He's also going to buy back. And now look at the heroes on the side of the fight. They go to the RP. It's going to be on the Undying as well as the Morphling. They take out Toby. They'll take out the Doom, the Blast Off. They have the Hex. It's on a Fishman. He's dead once again. And these heroes on the side of Entity take out the rest. With no Ace, no Tofu, they start to retreat on Gaming Gladiators, and they'll TP Dyrachyo out.
And Toby realized that in the last couple of fights, he needs to pop that Doom on Beastmaster before he can get anything off. So no Drums of Slum, no Primal Roar, 2 fights in a row, and Entity will take another Tormentor. Let's see who gets it this time around. It's gonna be Doom. That's a big upgrade when you get it for free.
Always nice. Level Death. I miss that spell.
It was such a cool ability back then. We were like, well, I'm gonna kill you. I think some 10 years ago or something, you wanted to get it when the hero is level 5, and then you hit him with level death, you wait, and then he just pops. It was like 500 damage or something.
Bring it back. I say bring back full level
It's in
death.
the game. We don't need to bring it back. It's
No,
already
bring
here.
it like I want it. But I want to have it say level death. That's what I mean, you know, with the question mark.
Yeah. It was
is
also
it a
caps.
death?
Everything was caps as well.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you want that back? Level death question mark. Is he dying? I don't know.
The way you said it, now I want it.
Yeah. Enticing. Ace going for Lincolns as well. Everybody on Gaming Gladiators trying to protect their stats. Trying to protect themselves from that or the Doom, and they just want to be able to survive here. They're towards top. Roche potentially spawning in 20 seconds. They're going to find a cheese, by the way.
Thanks
It's
so
just been
much.
sitting here forever.
Almost 10 minutes after, Watson pings it out, and let's see if they decide to give it to him. They do in the end.
Yeah, just sitting on the floor, so stinky. I think if cheese sits on the ground, the longer it sits on the ground, the more it should do. The more it ferments.
Yeah, I mean, it can only ferment to a certain point, right? Then it goes bad.
Yeah, then it goes rotten and it does nothing.
So, yeah, I feel like if it's sitting there, it should heal less. Instead of 2.5k, you should get now like 1.7 or something.
Okay. Eating rotten, stinky cheese. It's the new item. May cause level death.
Smoke.
Roche not up for another 2.5 minutes.
Gaming Gladiators, let's see if they can get a bait with one of those Storm Spirit illusions. Find something big. Maybe a lasso, maybe a Doom.
Sending it into the right area. Storm going to come over, but now he's going to ball lightning all the way over onto the Doom. They'll go to the Hex. They've got the Lincolns on him. The RP's going to come through. It's a big one. Dreamcoil's going to lock up Quinn. They get the kill on Toby. They'll take him out for a while, but a while's short when you've got buyback. They get Kateomi. He's dead for 76 seconds. He doesn't have buyback with a BKB being popped by Watson. They're going to go after the side of Gaming Gladiators and try to turn this around. The damage onto Celery, the silence on him. They'll kill him off before he's able to use the false promise, but Fishman get chased by Quinn and Ace. They get the kill there onto this Undying, and they use the Doom on Ace. The attention over onto the techies as well from Stormstormer, but he TPs out with the Doom onto Ace. They'll kill off this Beastmaster.
They'll pick up the gem as well. Morphling, every single time he finds an opportunity to turn into these Beastmasters, stealing his stats, having that status resistance, can't be really locked down, and also having like almost 600 damage with Empower, which is pretty nuts. Also having level 20 talent, waveform attacks targets with that sick damage if they group up. This time around, I think it's a good RP whenever Gaming Gladiators are the ones who are initiating first. Mag is not going to be the one struggling, because he needs to keep the distance with this Blink Dagger, and then he's not dealing the right-click damage, so needs to choose how he wants to approach it. Buyback coming out from Ace. Gaming Gladiators still want to contest this one.
Not really certain they needed to buy back there. Dreamco is going to be placed down on the Quinn as well. As
got the pull off.
Tofu down to about half health. They've got themselves the Electric Vortex as well as the Primal Work. Can they get the kill here on a Stormstormer? Yes, they can. So they'll take him out. He's got buyback. Now, a lot of these heroes on Entity have buyback remaining because they used it in the last engagement. That includes Toby, who dies and is dead for 90 seconds. Fishman, Vortex bunkering inside the Tombstone. He's going to be safe for now as they've got Lasso out. They get the kill to Ratio. They'll get the kill to the Magnus. He's dead for 90, but he does have buyback. Ace is dead once again. Watson moving forward, throwing that adaptive strike on a Tofu, and they'll pause as Discord crashes.
Ooh, I thought it was someone disconnected the way he typed in the chat. Just disc. But yeah, Morphling still holding on to Aegis. Puck, very nice move from Stormstormer because he does not have his tier 2 tower to TP to. There's nothing to TP to on the top part of the map. TP's bottom to his outpost, goes through the twin gates, and then re-enters the fight.
The buyback used by Ace was early, but they wanted to take that fight as early as possible, right? To make sure that they could get to this Roche respawn.
It seems like Discord is down. Join us on TeamSpeak. Everything is working perfectly for us.
We go and download Skype or Ventrilo.
Yeah, we'll go back to Skype. MIRC for all the boomers out there. It wasn't an audio program. I think a lot of people also don't know about Skype back in the days. It was the technology. They were like, how does this actually work? How's this
Skype
happening? Yeah, who made this?
Where you get that
give him a Nobel Prize.
And
then it starts. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? And it goes on for a couple of minutes because some audio settings are, of course, not adjusted correctly.
Why is that just the typical Skype experience? You always like got into the call and you were robotic for the first 5 seconds. But I will not forget that the ringer that you would get. Do 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 do.
So let's see what happens. Let's try the Theory Crash. Stormstormer
Ooh, I'm ready.
does not have Dream Coil available. Celery is there. There is no gem, but he does have Dust of Appearance. So should be enough. Celery, no TP scroll. Glimmer is not gonna keep him alive there. So Roshan belongs to Entity. Storm Spirit might try to toy with it a little bit. No TP scroll available. Replenishing his mana in the fountain. Beastmaster just bought back. If they want to commit to it, Magnus could potentially buy out. There's still tier 2 tower for them to TP to.
Right, and he's got RP
and also an
5.
outpost. Yeah.
Well, I think they won't buy back, and they'll just... Well, can you give it up? It's third Roche already. Sometimes this is
It's
like
the big
first
one,
or
12
second
seconds.
Roche. Yeah, this is... Interesting. This is going to be the whole kit and caboodle.
Not sure what that is.
Reconnecting.
Look at Stormstormer, the tech guy. Reconnecting helps. Sometimes you need to turn it off and turn it on again. It does actually help.
Sometimes it does, but when that's the first answer on a lot of the questions I ask tech support, it kind of starts to get frustrating.
I mean, I think a lot of people don't do it. They're like, well, it's not working. I better call somebody. And that's the
Did you
first
try
question
turning
that
it on
they
and
ask
off
you.
again? Yeah, I did that. Of course I did. Are you sure? Can you try it again for me? And then they just hang up because it worked.
Yeah, of course.
They don't even say thanks.
No, of course, you don't even do it. You said you already did it, even if you didn't, to see what's going to happen. Only 2 buybacks available. One on Watson. And one on Magnus that you mentioned.
So here we go. Roshan 10. You said the Oracle was going to die, and, well, are you going to be right? High fives. Some saves, the false promise, buying some time here. Can he heal himself up? No. He'll die to Watson.
Yeah, he was also hit by end venom weapons from enemies, so regional reduction reduced by 85, and you have false promise on top of you. That's big. These Bull assassins making a difference. He would die anyway, but imagine if you die because Bull assassin attacked you once.
So there's the Aegis. It's going to go over to Stormstormer. The refresher shard is sitting on the ground. You might want to pick that up. I know they left a cheese for maybe an offering last time from Game of Gladiators, but gotta pick everything up. So they're going to have to hold still on Game of Gladiators for a while with 3 heroes dead for some time, giving Entity time to get a little bit of a net worth lead and bolster up their attacking forces.
Watson, he did not die a single time this game. 14, 0, and 5 on him. One of the reasons why I also didn't give him Aegis is because Stormstormer bought back in the previous fight. Watson will farm his buyback in the meantime, so might need to be like 7 versus 5 on their side. And of course, Fishman, he showed already 2 or 3 times in this game that he's gonna buy back immediately if something happens. Holding onto Refresher Shard right now. Maybe a better one could be Toby, Double Doom.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. Double Doom, maybe Double Lasso would be nice. Toby trying to build himself a Refresher Orb. Trickster Cloak for Watson, so a little bit of invisibility going his way and magic resistance / evasion. And now onto a Tormentor. So now Morphling has got the shard.
Every single time I see Morphling getting a tier 4 item, it always is Trickster Cloak. Feels like pretty much the best item you can get on the hero, because you already have a bunch of physical resistance coming up from that high armor, which is 75% physical right now, sitting at 50 armor, and then having some extra magic resistance, plus evasion as well, makes you almost unkillable, plus having invis on top of that. That's a lot of things that you actually get from it.
These mines being exploded as they pick up the Invis rune and smoke up. Ekis gets himself a Spell Prism.
Ooh, massive Pytus on Doom, not using it. Does not want to reveal anything, but also Scorched Earth has been used. We'll need to use Midas and put this Refresher in his inventory.
What do you do if you're gaming Gladiators? Because you're down 3k. It feels like the fights are starting to really favor Entity. How do you move around and try to find yourself an opportunity? Is it just waiting on the Aegis?
Right now they're splitting the map, but waiting for the next Aegis. 2.5 minutes. That seems to be what Gaming Gladiators are aiming for. This is a big item pickup on Beastmaster, going into Heaven's Halberd, having something to proc the Lincolns with, and also disarm against Morphling, because he's been causing a lot of issues in the last couple of fights. Watson, about to crack level 25, needs to kill 1 creep.
D5 in just a second. What do you think he's choosing?
I'll wait for him cooldown. 35 strength. I don't like these talents that are just like numbers. You get 200 HP. I feel like we could adjust those to make it much more interesting.
Let's see. And yeah, so minus 40% on that waveform. Surprised Toby's only level 19. Or maybe it's just that Watson's 25 that's making Toby seem so low in level. They go and throw the lasso out.
Rest of the team, I think it was not there. I was looking at the different part of the map.
Through the lasso, nothing doing, and now lasso's on cooldown for another 30 seconds. Not that long. Kind of regroup. They still have this Aegis sitting for another 58 seconds. So already hits that level 18, so he's got himself level 3 on the False Promise.
There's a big item coming out on Quinn. Aghanim Scepter, we've seen Aster the other day when Sumail played it. This is how you come back into the game, especially when you have Magnus on your team. So if Quinn manages to pull multiple people into RP, that could be game-winning. And also defending the high ground, of course, you do have techies. I can see Tofu planting a lot of mines, but speaking of that,
Lasso?
gets Lasso, immediate False Promise.
Yeah, False Promise level 3 is only 60-second cooldown, so not too long before they have that back up again and can regroup, but Lasso only 35 seconds. So maybe able to lasso once more and not have that False Promise there for the save. All this time, they're just trying to allow Quinn to farm up that Ags, and I believe also have himself that buyback. He wants to be there with a second life.
Am I seeing this correctly, or does Batrider look like Mars with pirate hat?
Yar! I am
yeah, we still
Mars.
didn't get those tier 5 items, but definitely I can see some similarities. The more I see this Batrider from position forward, the better it looks, I swear. Having 10 seconds cooldown on Lasso on level 15 feels really nice. At like in 7.33, it got decreased significantly. Extra on level 1, it's like 30-second cooldown less. So making the hero viable, one of the reasons why he's played from different position as well. Because he's not all about that Lasso. Doesn't even need Octarine Core if you get it. Lasso cooldown, it's gonna be like 37, 36 seconds or something.
The thing is, too, like, it lost 30 seconds on its cooldown for just 0.25 on the duration. They go in with the Doom, that's going to be on a Celery, and now they're going to go again. They put it on a Quinn, so Quinn's going to have this BKB, but he's in a little bit of trouble. They go and get themselves the RP to follow this up. Do they have the damage? No, not really. Watson so tanky. They get the kill on Quinn. They'll take it a 6-time spree on his hands, and they look over at Dyrachyo, get another kill. Both these heroes don't have buyback, as they did, in fact, buy out on that Ags on Quinn, and he's 600 gold short.
Every single fight, they do proc this Lincoln Sphere on Magnus, whether with Adaptive Strike, Soul Rip, and then they get Morphling into Magnetar. Look at him, having 700 damage per hit, which is pretty ridiculous.
They have
Watson
Glyph, but they need gold for these heroes to buy back, and otherwise they are in trouble. Their base is gonna be obliterated in 60 seconds.
Yeah, this one looks very over. No buyback on Magnus. They have another set of barracks to take out, and we've seen them drop in a second pretty much as soon as Watson starts hitting them.
So there's the lasso on a Celery, and another kill. He's got buyback, he'll use it. But you're starting to get the sense that, yeah, they don't have buyback on these other heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They dropped on the Dream Coil. They're lacking a lot of damage that exists on both their 1 and their 2 positions. So they go for this third set of racks. They should be able to take the tier 3 at least in the top lane. Do they secure Mega Creeps in the next 5 seconds? We'll have to see. Doom used is... That's right on the Ace. So Ball Lightning in. They've got the Hex. They're trying to keep Ace alive. They're doing an okay job. They've got the Reigns of Destiny down and dropped on top of these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators, trying to get some heal.
Tombstone.
But Celery dies, and they go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be on a Watson. Watson getting a little bit low. They've got the RP that lands on a Stormstormer. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. They take out Watson. He does have buyback. Down goes Stormstormer. These heroes both have buyback, but the Vortex onto 2 more, and Toby's in trouble. They'll get a kill there on a Toby. They look over at Fishman. 4 heroes die as Dyrachyo's got a triple kill. All at the expense of being against Mega Creeps.
Now they need to go in and try to steal Roshan, because it's gonna spawn in 5 seconds. This is 4th Roshan we're talking about. Gonna be on Dyer's side again. And holding some big presence. Refresher Shard, Cheese, Aegis. Maybe with double RP or with double pull on Storm Spirit, they could turn it around. In terms of clearing the creep wave, like these mega creeps, it could... Sure, you have Magnus, you have like Beastmaster Storm, these are okay heroes, but they are overextending, and now we're gonna see Doom entering Tombstone, which is really fun interaction. I think I want to see that again to see if Morphling didn't get the shift off at all, because holding on to Shard should be able to get it, like even after getting stunned. But yeah, no, nothing. He got roared there, but didn't use it. I think maybe he thought, you know, without... It gets into your head. You're like, oh, I got stunned, I can't use it, because maybe you're not used to getting the Shard.
Right. But if he shifts there, that fight could be completely different.
Could have been, yeah.
IVEX are available on everybody but Tofu and Celery. So it's getting to a point where now Gaming Gladiators, yes, they do have buybacks. Maybe they can defend if they do lose another fight. But with Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard on Quinn, see what they're able to accomplish coming into the next few minutes with this Aegis. If they could bring the game back against Mega Creeps, they have ways to clear it, but they have ways to force Entity in a spot where they feel uncomfortable while these creeps are pushing in.
I saw Duraccio trying to go for a solo kill on Tormentor. Doesn't have enough damage to take it out. Toby. Ooh, he was a little bit afraid. His courier died, so there was no cornucopia available. He wanted to invade enemy secret shop, get the refresher for himself.
Radiant are scanning.
So, some pressure from Entity as they move forward.
Level 25 on Puck. In the previous fight as well, Dreamcold goes through debuff immunity, so he might hold him into a place. That's a big one.
Level 25 here for Ace too, so he's throwing out wild axes every 3 seconds.
And Quinn is investing all of his gold into items. He just bought Revenant's Brooch. Yeah, wants to have that magical damage against Morphling, because right now, like, they try to go on him with physical. Look at his armor. That's 80% physical damage reduction, so you deal 20% of the damage. And maybe Solar Crest on top of him, some heal. You need to go magical, so that's a really good pickup from Quinn.
Tofu, by the way, getting the shard off the Tormentor that him and Duraccio just took, so now he'll be able to put that reactive taser out there onto allies.
Celery is smoked from that ninja gear, providing some vision.
Ooh, Quinn. Dream Quill, Lasso, False Promise.
Shield Rune. What a rune for late game. Like we were talking about double damage as being very good, but Shield Rune is also very important to pick up in the later stages of the game. 50 minutes in, still holding the Aegis for 2 minutes.
Can't be hanging out, though. Their creeps are pushing into the side lanes.
They don't necessarily need to rush anything. They could try to wait it out, maybe get a pick off with this lasso. Katomi, he's searching. Double Hex.
Found Celery, and that's going to be a problem. He does not have buyback for 3 minutes.
Yeah, fuck that guy in particular. The double Hex, Lasso, and Doom on top of him. He's donezo. No buyback, as you said, for full 3 minutes.
Not a lot of mana on Quinn, by the way. Silence, Vortex. All right, Puck getting away. Troops pushing in bottom, and again, it's forcing the side of Gaming Gladiators to have to clean up. They're pushing bottom, they're pushing mid. These Mega Creeps are going to make this defense and really this comeback, because it was about, what, 16,000 net worth lead or something like that?
Katomi, he's chasing right now. Another lasso, he gets it.
Yeah, they've got the lasso, and with no Celery, they have no False Promise. That means Duraccio is going to die. He's going to be forced to buy back. They're going to ball lightning the other way as Watson's going to have his Linken's pop, but he goes to the waveform away from the base. Behind them is Stormer. They've bought back on one. They've got that cheese. They've got that Aegis on Quinn.
If they manage to get another jump on Duraccio, this game's going to end. They don't have enough damage to take out these heroes, and also they're not going to be afraid of getting skewered back into the fountain. So, gotta split the map. Aegis will expire in 40 seconds. Entity doing a very good job choosing the fights that they need to win.
And that goes from, what, 5K to 13,000 in a heartbeat.
Refresher is on Storm Spirit. Let's see if Quinn can pull it off. Some big Vortex into another Vortex to set things up for Magnus. We seen Dyrachyo struggle to land some good RPs. I think most of the time it was on one hero, maybe two heroes.
How long can they do this for? Because creeps are right on your steps.
He's out of mana.
Naomi?
7 seconds until Aegis. Can they time it?
Yeah, he might be able to do so. They've got Stormstormer moving forward, and he needs to be very careful. Again, creeps coming in. They've got the Aegis now down with the Dream Coil used on Quinn. This is keeping them away from the base. Ace is he's forced to retreat, so now you have to fight without Ace. They've got the lasso. It's going to be on a Celery. That means he's not going to be able to get the False Promise off. They get the kill on Fishman. They've got buyback on Fishman. They go to the False Promise. The Reigns of Destiny are down. They get the kill on Dyrachyo. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. Quinn trying to do all he can, but he's over the threshold, looking like he's going to die here. He goes into the Vortex, but pops. Everybody dead for Gaming Gladiators that don't have buyback, and that includes Quinn, Dyrachyo, as well as Celery. And the only ones who can hold are Ace and Tofu. They'll call GG instead, and Entity will take game number 1 over Gaming Gladiators.
That's a good way to start. We did mention that this year, Entity did not manage to win against Gaming Gladiators, full series that is, but yeah, this is a good start. This is how you do it. Kataomi seems like he found his new hero, Watson, of course, on his signature Morphling, carrying the game 19-1-8. What a performance from him. Like, turning into Magnetar every single fight, getting Empower, skewering people away, breaking the coil, and just going ham, understanding that with his item build, having this status resistance as well, plus Shard, he can't be locked down. So Gaming Gladiators, they don't even try to do it.
Yeah, so Entity take that victory over Gaming Gladiators 53.5 minutes into the game. And to break it down for you, we've got the panel. We're going to send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
What a great showing from Entity, and that last minute swap up on the Giraffe definitely paid dividends to you. I mean, the fact that the back goes on to post 4 definitely makes it a little bit of a nicer mid lane matchup for Stormer there, but just bat post 4 in general, I feel like we have to talk about it. As great as the Morphling was, this is something that comes and goes. It isn't necessarily a solid stay yet, so post 4 bat, big showing.
Yeah, it was super annoying, at least in laning phase. It got, I think, a kill or 2 on the Oracle. And of course, throughout the game, when you put this bat into a support position, he can be a little bit more aggressive with how he initiates fights. Because, like, worst case scenario, if he does get picked off, it's like, it's your support dying, but he's still going to be able to displace heroes. And I think for me, massive props for Entity, how they played around Puck early on. Like, we had our concerns about Undying Bat and what they can bring, but in the first like 15-20 minutes of the game, Entity just brought all the numbers to mid lane. Every time they saw Storm, quick coil, get kills, and they never allowed Gaimin to kind of get their draft online in the early to mid game.
Yeah, despite that draft not really coming online for Gaming Gladiators, it still felt quite close, Kezo. At least when you looked at some of the kills, some of the gold swings, it was very back and forth. So what actually really broke this open for Entity? At what point was it that Gaimin were really struggling to get anything done?
I think it had a lot to do with, first of all, early on, when Gaming wanted to make moves on mid, Entity, even though they didn't have the best supports to do it, like, they kind of threw their body, so at least that Stormer gets a trade. I think, first of all, that was a very good point. Then at like 10-11 minutes, Watson TP'd mid, and they had a very decisive fight, and they took Roche minute 15. I think they did a lot of like very nice things on like this early start of the mid game that then made it hard for Gaimin to come online because they needed a couple more items. And in the mid game, when Gaimin had good vision with like a Beastmaster Hawk, you could see them still win fights because this Fishman Tombstone was actually an insane annoyance in the team fights for like Dyrachyo and Beastmaster. Like, you just have all these zombies spawning. But I feel that in this game, first of all, Entity played really well, but I think Watson, he really stepped it up. Like, even in just the first 15 minutes alone, I was very impressed with how much he could do, and then he was in every single fight on this Morphling and just played phenomenal.
Yeah, they played very cohesive as a team. As this 5, I think it's easy for people to want to sit back as a Morphling, just try and farm it up and be like, no, wait until I have at least 4 items, guys, please. But T, they were on the same page, so big props to Entity. And MVP, very easily going the way of Morph?
Sure, yeah.
Everyone else was all convinced with it except for T.
No, I mean, I was just looking at the scoreboard again. I was trying to work out maybe if there was something else, but no, realistically, I think this is the type of game we mentioned it during the draft where Watson, he needs to step up and be the Morphling that can outscale and not fall victim to fighting too much potentially, or even farming too much and then gaming just kind of ripping through the game. But I think just the way that he paired with Fishman as well was really good, because of course, you know, that first Roshan, just on utilizing Flesh Golem Tombstone, giving Morphling that Aegis, that gave him the breathing room to cross the river, to be aggressive and do things that a Morphling normally doesn't do that early on. So I think just Entity really understood how they needed to get this draft into the game, and it all boils down to enabling Storm on mid, giving Watson this first Aegis. I don't know, this was refreshing. It's annoying that Entity can't do this every game, like every game. Like, their inconsistency does hurt, but it's like when they do play well, my god, is it good.
Yeah, I was going to say they had that aggression in the Liquid series. It sort of faltered for a while, and I wouldn't necessarily chalk this play or this game up to aggression from Entity. That's not how I describe it, but just very clean and well executed. Do have to quickly talk about the elephant in the room, Kezu. This is 3 games in a row now Gaming Gladiators have lost. Like, what is going to have to be a big priority for them? What are they going to have to reflect on before game 2?
Well, so when you are very good, you are going to lose a couple of games. I feel like there's 2 ways that you kind of react to it. It either really owns you, which I feel like it shouldn't. For them, it should be like, okay, you know, we've been taking it maybe a bit more chill. Maybe next game, let's try to... Because I think they were a little off sometimes with how they team fought together and how they use some of their timings. So I think that is... Don't overthink it. Like, let's just step it up for next game, use our timings to go together.
Alrighty, that's a nice, simple advice. Hopefully that's what happens. Hopefully we get a game number 3, but first we're going to see how game 2 plays out after this break.
I can still help him on you.
Yeah, you can.
5 seconds, let's stop, 5 seconds. Okay, I cannot. Look.
Really good coil.
Yeah, I'm tapping around. I will cut. That's the last one. Some.
Dabei.
Still, look out. Zoom. Okay, not tipping.
Storm steps.
Beast.
Storm's not dead, but I'm going on Storm. He has no TP or what? What's happening?
Yes, probably.
Nice. I go this way. Good up. And Storm is still hiding somewhere. No, I found it. Go
and meet our guys with me. Someone.
To be flame break. Go.
Toby, give it to self for open slot.
Gaming Gladiators up against Entity. It is not looking so good for Gaming Gladiators as they pick up their third game loss in a row, losing this game 1 to Entity. So, because you gave some nice, feels like very political advice of just, keep calm, just be okay. It's you guys you won 2 majors, like it's no stress. Just fix everything, right, Kazu?
What would you tell them? Let's pretend you're the coach for a moment. What would you tell them? Yo, boys, what the hell?
I'd be like, you guys are too focused on doing other things. This is ridiculous. There is no team synergy. I need you guys to step it up. Quinn, stop streaming. You're being distracted. And then I'd put all the blame on Quinn and say everyone else is absolute angel children. What would you do, T?
I mean, I was going to say, I think all these food partnerships and sponsored streams that Quinn hampering his pro career. No, not at all. No, I think realistically, teams are just getting really good at shutting down Quinn. Maybe not through the laning phase and the net worth disparity, but with how they react to his early moves. And in this game, at least, it was just Stormstormer hitting some coils, bringing the entire gang to kill him off inside that coil, right? So
yeah.
Either Gaming respect that, knowing Entity are going to bring the numbers, and Quinn maybe steps back a little bit, farms a bit more, then joins the team, or play around like Ace or something. Because right now, teams are just understanding kind of the Quinn effect in the first 15, 20 minutes, at least in the last 2-3 games.
Yeah, they're really targeting him in team fights too. Like I remember seeing in that game 1, there were multiple times that it was like Quinn and Celery were really picked off. Obviously, with that Oracle, they didn't want him to be in that fight anymore. So it is very clear that they know what targets to try and shut down to give them that advantageous fight. But maybe different heroes, Kezu, for Quinn, so it doesn't feel as easy to get shut down. Like, what is the solution here if teams have caught on that we need to focus Quinn in every way?
I mean, you already bring 3 heroes mid most of the times anyway, because Quinn does well on the lane, and that's just how some of the best Dota is played at the moment. I'm not sure if it's really hero-related. I think Storm Spirit is a great hero. Sometimes you're not going to be able to play Void Spirit, and that's just life. I think he's shown that he's good on Storm, he's good on Puck. Also, sometimes I open the chat and I see, people ban Quinn's hero, and he only has a 3-hero pool. Like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. This guy can play like 99% of the hero pool, so yeah. First of all, those guys should be quiet, and I think second of all, it's I don't think it's hero related. Like sometimes you need to be on the ball, or maybe one of your teammates is a little late, because their lane didn't go as well. They don't have mana to come mid. It's some small things that if you don't do them correctly, your enemy is just gonna punish you.
I would like to. Next time, call them out. You're seeing these people. I need you to get.
Yeah, write down the usernames. Put them on a ban list, Kazu.
Yeah, it's like Fart Studios fan 69. It's like these people. It's like.
I mean, when next time we have a break, we can bring Fart Studios fans.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Unite to 1v1 Quinn during the break or something.
Let's do it.
That's hype.
Yeah, they wouldn't even last a creep wave. Like, they would want to cry after one wave.
Maybe that's the confidence he needs. That's the confidence he needs.
That is true. It has been on a bit of not a downward spiral, but at least not the most comfortable game. Like, you can even, if you want to try and look at body language as well, you can see like in the previous game, Quinn has that look of like, he's trying to work out the way to win the game rather
that's
than
just
being
his
that kind of
face.
comfortable. Yeah, I mean,
he's always confused.
It's very true.
Also,
no, the body language.
It was well in the previous game. It's like Ace went for this Beastmaster Ags Rush, and some might argue that going for the Helm of the Overlord and giving kind of like a body for Gaming to play around might be a little bit better. Because when you do this Ags play, you just get doomed, and then you're kind of non-existent, right? You don't get to pop any of your auras. You're not doing any drum slomming. So potentially that as well, on top of Quinn getting shut down a little bit in the team fights, plus Ace just being a simple doom target, it did kind of build up to this very difficult game, I think, for Gaming.
When we saw Wind Ranger earlier today, T, did you feel like it was a bit of a stagnant hero? Like it would power spike and it would very plateau, or do you think that it hits a point, gets a bit static, but then there's another power spike for it, or is it very simple and easy to know when this Wind Ranger spike is?
I mean, this hero always has damage. I think the main thing is you want to accelerate her timings to be like kind of Maelstrom +1 to then look to poke and prod. But against that game earlier, it was like you're against some Timbersaw, some Bloodseeker, you're going to get ruptured. You're also lane's disastrous, you can't rotate anywhere. So I think if you do pick Windrunner, you just need to make sure that her lane's really good, and then her entry to the game is following behind other people who seek aggression, so that you can kind of like tactically decide who you're going on.
Like an SB.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so nice little solid opening and very different for Entity there, Kazu, but Gaming Gladiators going back to the same. Techies, Magnus, they have faith in it.
Yeah, I don't really see why not. These heroes are very good. Perhaps they feel that most of the things that went wrong were maybe some of the counter matchups, which is why this time around they're going to take out the Morph, which I'm inclined to agree. That was kind of disgusting. I think this Morph Mag matchup is worse for Mag than I thought. Like, I knew it wasn't great, but I didn't know it was that bad. Like with you can morph into him, you have like 600 damage at like 30 minutes already. Something else to maybe consider here, I think, is this Undying. That hero was very annoying. I think also Decay against Universal heroes in general is pretty annoying because you lose a lot of early damage in the laning phase. And just this Tombstone overall. Like I had to test it in lobby. When you're stunned as Undying, if you just have a Tombstone around, you can just click it from your tomb to save people with the shard, which also happened in like multiple fights against Mag. So I feel like there's multiple layers, because Mag kind of wants to play against heroes where, you know, they don't do too much to you in the team fight. You can go in, harpoon, and like 2-hit them. And Undying doesn't tick any of these boxes. He's like the 5 you don't want to face.
All right, interesting. What is the radius, by the way, of clicking into the Undying Tombstone?
I think it may have been 400 or something.
Yeah, it's actually pretty small. Like,
yeah.
I remember when it first came out, it kind of was in the pub scene quite heavily, and it looked insane. I played it a couple games. Oh my god, this cast range is so small. Like some Undying players were even holding Tombstone to make sure they could throw it down to save the guy, and then Tombstone would be a little bit later into the fight. But I think it is quite a underused spell, at least for sure. Interaction. And I think as soon as players get comfortable with the cast range, with how it's meant to be played out in the fight, like there's a lot of muscle okay, it's gonna sound dumb. Tombstone, Undying, muscle memory, but you know, you're used to being like, ooh, look at me, I'm Undying, Tombstone. But now it's like, wait, I have to use my second brain cell. And it's like, that's going to be difficult for a lot of Undying players.
No, that's valid. That's valid. You say that sounds silly. No, that's true at all. Like, you learn a hero and you, like, understand the combinations. You know when certain things have to be put out. So for that to be this, like, small alteration to what feels like such a pivotal spell, it really does make sense what you're saying, too.
Thank you. I am an Undying player. I was basically flaming myself. It's all good.
I'm the one brain cell Undying's very usual. Shadow Demon, it's actually got banned out earlier today as well. So we're seeing him a little bit more on the pick bans. Very situational sort of hero, Kazu.
SD, very nice pick here, for sure. It's good aggressively against Magnus or whoever the Mag will empower, because during the whole duration of the ult, there won't be any empower on the target. You can also save from RP, of course. I do think that Ember is a very good response here. Like, we've seen it before with like some of these heroes such as Skywrath and Spurrbreaker. They really love when they have the option to gank, right? But against Ember, he can always just slide a fist, he can dodge it, he's annoying for you in the game, he's hard to kill, he gets on the backline for SD. If he lanes into Wind Ranger, he's pretty good. And I guess the one better mid hero was banned out in Void Spirit, so overall I'm a fan of the response, but I do love the SD pick.
Ooh, Celery Ench. I'm pretty excited for this. He's been exploring a bit of a hero pool for himself at the moment, throughout this tour. And we know the Celery Ench pops off.
Oh, it does pop off, and I think that's going to be the big thing right now for gaming, is their lanes will be very strong. Like, if Windrunner's going to go mid against Ember, Ember will be fine there. Mag Techies, potent lane if it is. If Mag's safe lane, Ench will enable it greatly. And for Entity, their heroes look really good, but the issue is, like, their laning phase prowess is a little bit weaker, and also the entry to the game is reliant on like dictating what happens. They aren't like the most aggressive heroes, with damage in the spades, right? They need the next 2 picks to kind of cushion that, because all of gaming's heroes love to play like cheap fights after lanes, no cares. While Entity, it's like SD, he disrupts a dude, that's about it, might throw an ult out, and then Necro.
Holy cigar!
Didn't that one come in, but. You're going to slap that mid against the Ember or something?
I think so. I do like the idea of picking your mid here, so you get to hold the Wind Ranger like hostage in terms of where you're going to put her later, because Gaming will have to reveal where the Mag does go. And we've seen something similar with the Void Spirit matchup. I think the best hero you can put against these Void Spirit and Embers is to put heroes there that stay high HP, pressure the Ember, and are hard to gank. We saw it the other day with Lone against Void. You always stay high HP, you're hard to gank. I think it's a similar story with Necro. I have seen this lane be okay for Ember, but in general, this is definitely a very good lane for Necrophos.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Necro in all regions for this tour as well. He's been banned a couple of times, but have you come up against Necro a lot in your pubs, guys? Because he now actually feels like a bit of an elusive hero with I forgot what the ability
shard?
is. Yeah, with the shard. I
Death
forgot what
Seeker
the
or
ability
whatever,
is
if it's still the same
yeah.
name.
Yeah. That is so annoying.
I haven't seen him lately as much. He popped up a bit at the start of the patch when Zai was playing like this bots 2 rush, which honestly actually looked pretty dope in some of the pubs where I played it. Because you just get to farm, you join a fight with your Zai, you're like, yep, free kill has been obtained, I got my stack, back to farming. Because you're also overall really slow. But not too sure what to think of this hero, but I would assume it's going mid, because I don't want to play offlane Necro against Ench. That can be a matchup where you easily end up feeding.
Yeah, in regards to Necro, in the pub scene, Mikey, the new mid laner for Nigma, stand-in extraordinaire for Shopify, he's been playing it a lot, and he's actually
he's pogging
like 85% win rate on it mid. He actually played a game with Watson and Katomi in it, so potentially he's kind of inspired them a little bit and gone, yo, Necro does exist in the pool, don't forget. But I'm not seeing it on any of the Entity hero players. Like, I'm checking all their pubs. It's not as if they've been spamming it. This isn't some like, boys, I'm 12-0 in pubs, let me play it competitively. This is just like a in the moment draft scenario.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think mid, win on it off lane, because we've seen Toru do that before, at least in DPC. And then give yourself some Watson last pick carry.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a big boy. That's a very aggressive lad.
That is a topic that we kind of glossed over, that the Magnus still had that flex potential and they held it all the way to the end there. So, look, wild stab in the dark here, Kazu. Most likely not going to be an off-lane ACK. I think that one's just going to go Dorachio carry.
Yeah, it's your Dorachio special. This guy is really good on his aggressive carries. There's one carry that I would like here for Entity, but I don't know if it's in Watson's hero pool. It would be Magnus. I think this hero has always been very good against Ember, first of all, because you always combo break. And T was mentioning earlier, they will play on a Abaddon carry.
Oh, Abaddon. Sorry, you said Magnus. I got really confused.
Oh, sorry. So Abaddon is very good against Mag because you can always free yourself from the RP and save your Adder core if it ever turns that way. You're good against Ember because he relies on like cheap damage. You buy Radiance, which is kind of annoying against Mag lineups. And I think if Necro gets help in this game, which maybe he already has enough with SD and Bara, Necro can be the real carry against like 2 tanky cores and so on. So I don't think you necessarily need to pick a super hard carry here on Watson, but something that just helps your lineup like play together at 15-20 minutes. Anything that fits this bill, I'm a fan of.
Anything else that you think this hero requires, T, or you're pretty subscribed to what Kazu's saying over there?
I just like the idea of Entity going for a skirmishing carry to join the fight, because you've already putting a Necro into the game to try and outplay some Ember in the mid matchup. You've already got quite a lot of defensive, like aggressive supports, but not through damage, but through kind of positioning to make you feel better. So I feel like a carry that can also join in that might allow you to take the fight.
What about Ursa? Is that too single targeted?
It's kiteable with the whole techies, the mag. I guess it's honestly fine, but no, they go for Undying, so that's going to be... I'm just going to wait and see where they go.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to try and do any,
Carry, Wind Ranger, off lanes, SB, mid Necro. That's my guesswork.
Yeah, carry one on a mid Necro.
Damn, it's actually off lane Undying. Got that one wrong.
So, I mean, Entity really want to win their lanes this game. Because, you're picking that Necrophos into Ember. You're picking an off-lane Undying to go into a CK, right? Which naturally should be okay with the defense of the SD. Yeah, and then you got some, ranged carry with Spiritbreaker 5. We've seen Spiritbreaker 5 crush pubs, Toronto Tokyo's on, some 14-game win streak or something on the hero out of 15 games. So Entity, if they don't win lanes, sure, this game's going to be super difficult for their draft, right? But if they do come out ahead, then maybe. I think I prefer Gaming's, but we'll see.
Kazu, arbitrary numbers on Entity winning lanes. Give them to me. Percentage.
75%, I think. They've got a very high chance of winning lanes, and I side with T that I prefer Gaming's draft overall, but if Entity get off to like a hot start and you have some Spirit Breaker coming around and some SD like collapsing mid together, even if they don't kill the Ember, because they need to play on tempo, because eventually I think Entity are going to have 3 problems running their way if this game gets to like 30 minutes, 35 minutes with even net worth.
Okay, all right. So are you kind of putting that 30-minute timer on themselves? Like they need to be at a certain gold lead or experience lead because you're at that 30 minutes, or it's kind of all over and in Gaming's favor?
Yeah, I wouldn't say the game's not over at 30 minutes, but if they're like not up more than 3-4K at 30, I think they're in a tough spot.
Okay, it's going to be pretty difficult for them, even though you guys like Gaming Gladiators draft. There is a chance Entity could 2-0 this, so let's see if it's going to happen with Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Arbitrary numbers, 75% of winning lanes. That is, it's kind of high. It's kind of up there.
It's a big number for sure, especially for the laning stage. But first showing of Necro. I thought after reading the patch notes, tested it out, I felt like the hero is going to be picked up. But yeah, some of these Dispel heroes that are still in the pool, like maybe made the hero not being picked as much. And I mean, we also talked about heroes like not... like the full patch not being fully explored. So this might be one of the heroes, at least I hope so, to see more Necro action. I might get bored after seeing it for 2 weeks straight because, you know, being in Viper Venom Necro meta does hurt your brain a lot. So let's see. Like Undying's also in this game, so we'll have to see. But yeah, changes to his Death Seeker is a good one where he actually is maneuverable in a team fight, something that he really lacked. And also this matchup against Ember Spirit should be relatively easy for Necrophos. This has been done before, like picking this early Ember Spirit is relatively punishable by some of these heroes, like Monkey King, definitely something that South America does to play into. But Necro is also another one, but the hero hasn't seen a lot of loving from the Frog, so we'll see how this one's gonna go. And of course, Spirit Breaker, like, I think Entity's draft in general, what they drafted for themselves in the second game is rather difficult to execute. If they're not off to a good start with this Undying Shadow Demon, Spirit Breaker, they could be in trouble. But then again, Shadow Demon is the hero that can stack a lot. And we also seen carry Wind Rangers also fall short multiple times.
Yeah, it feels like Wind Rangers, it's, oh, Vanguard, Crimson Guard, and all of a sudden it's just like, all right, well... what do I do if I'm this Windrunner now? I don't do that much damage anymore. You're like relying on Maelstrom procs, and it feels like the mid game gets difficult for a lot of Windrunners if not properly executed.
There's a big difference between like when you have a BKB, you want to finish off that Gleipnir to have like it's a good Gleipnir game. Don't get me wrong. You can deal with CK, his illusions, stop Magnus from skewering. Great against Ember Spirit to keep him in spot. It's set up for your own Shackle as well. And let's see, this is the mid matchup that I want to see how Stormstormer is gonna do. He pushed the wave in. Necro, in terms of damage, sitting at 56, 59 on Ember at the moment. But I'm sure Quinn has played with bad matchups in his pubs multiple times, and he knows what's coming.
Well, he's trying to secure the mid lane, and I'm wondering how many times we're going to see Reaper Scythe be effective and get those kills, and how many stacks of that permanent health and mana regen Stormstormer is going to get a hand on.
Yeah. The thing about this matchup is you don't possess a kill threat to kill Necro unless he disconnects from both Discord, from the game. No one notices that he's actually gone, and then you kill him underneath the tower or something. But
damn,
should not be an easy one. This is also bottom lane, like not the lane we usually see, and good surround coming out from these Shadow Demon illusions as well.
So we're taking a lot of damage
wow,
and will actually fall to Kataomi. That is maybe a little bit of a surprise this early on, but the surround was there, the decay hits, and they get the credit for the kill. So already 1-0 here in favor of Entity, and that 75% is already looking good that we got told by Kezu with the arbitrary numbers.
Watson is struggling in the top lane a bit. Tofu putting in a lot of pressure. Tofu Techie so far has been amazing and also securing the lane for Ace. But looking at CS from a mid lane, Quinn doing amazing. 13 CS, Necro sitting at 14.
Yeah, so keeping it pretty close overall. As top lane again, Fishman now skewered and into the blast off. They get a bash onto Tofu, but it's still looking like he's dead, and he'll drop to ace.
And this type of a start in the offlane could make a difference. But yeah, speaking of the offlane difference, the Ratio, whew, that was like 3-4 HP on him.
Yeah. Just a sliver of health. Skin of his teeth, as they would say. Which I never really understand that saying, but I still say it.
Thinking about it, I don't think you guys have anything funny to say. I don't get it as well. I'm just trying to think of something.
No, it's not supposed to be funny. It's just like one of those old 1930s.
I know, but I'm trying to think of something funny. Probably has something to it, otherwise people wouldn't say it. These people from like 70s, they were life smart, unlike us.
Yeah, I don't know what smarts I hold. Probably none. Watson getting hit with the sticky bomb, and you know, Techie's only level 2 for the moment. We'll see when he gets to level 3. It's most likely going to be that level 2 in the sticky bomb to continue that harassment. And going in with the blast off shockwave, but Watson, he's still pretty much the same amount of health as he had before. He's looking to go and grab himself some infused raindrops as well.
Really struggling in this lane. Mag 19 and 7. Tofu putting in a lot of pressure. I mean, it comes down to Spirit Breaker 5. Also, this hero needs levels. You can't just expect him to do great things in the laning stage. He can go in, soak up some of the damage. So it seems like both safe laners are struggling. Mid lane. Now, Stormstormer is making a difference on this mid lane. Getting more levels. Keeping Quinn away from those creeps, using Sleight of Fist, trying to CS as much as possible, but he's completely uncontested in terms of CS, as expected in this matchup.
Yeah, so we'll see how quickly he's able to get one of those Reaper Scythes out, and what they can do to maybe come over mid and control up Quinn and get that kill. We'll see if supports rotate as that time comes and shows itself.
One good thing that they do have is the spell coming from the Enchantress, and he's maxing out Enchant in this one, wants to lower the cooldown, something that Necro really hates to play into. Click on this link to see what else Necro hates to play into.
Duraccio is going to die here to Toby as they have just dove under the tower and made sure that they were able to kill that CK off. Bottom tier 1 taking some damage, but not exactly the best damage dealers for towers here down bottom.
Looking at Toby's items, how many branches do you want to have? The answer is yes. Yeah, pretty much. Arcane boots, straight up arcane boots. So something that Shadow Demon likes to play with is having some kind of mana sustain in the lane. So having these early arcane boots is going to help out a lot in terms of getting potentially another kill. And Toby, he's not pushed out of the lane by any means. Tofu, he's getting a kill here. Fishman definitely loves to go for these early trades.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Fishman getting out a little bit too far, and Stormstormer getting that kill on a Quinn. I mean, that is the Reaper Scythe doing its deed there and getting that first stack. Bottom lane disruption on Duraccio again. You said he was not really getting much out of the lane. He is only 16-1 at the moment.
Something that CK struggles with is if he's pushed out of the lane, this hero doesn't really flash farm jungle. I think it was pretty similar to what Marcy struggled, and why we don't see the hero being played as a safe lane carry anymore. Because if she's pushed out of the lane, you go to jungle, you don't have anything to deal with it. Sure, you have like a little bit of lifesteal, but that's about it. Duraccio tipping Stormstormer, who's on a mid lane. Not sure what this is about.
Toby low, Toby gone. Tombstone committed. Charge comes in. Can they stop them from killing this Tombstone quickly? Not really. 150 gold goes to Tofu. They'll go to the Sticky Bomb. Impetus shots coming in from Celery. The damage not quite there to get the kill on a Fishman as he gets into the trees. And he'll escape with his life, but they do end up losing that Undying. It could have been a, you know, sometimes you ping up on the high area, accidentally tip somebody.
Yeah, accidentally.
Never on purpose.
Still, CK is level 4, but they needed this kind of rotation. Techies to come bottom, leave Magnus alone. Ace is about to finish off his Vanguard, so he's good to go, especially against Windranger. She can't really put a pressure, even if she is level 6. That Focus Fire doesn't really deal damage through Vanguard, so now they're focusing on this bottom lane. Radiant using a scan, maybe trying to think about stealing the enemy Wisdom Rune. In the end, it's going to be Kataomi who picks it up.
Quinn actually bottles one up too, so Quinn Back over towards mid, bottom lane, though. There's a charge coming through for Dyrachyo, too. And they are trying to stack the Shadow Poison, not getting enough, so they'll stop the charge before he gets under the tower. So it's become a tri-lane for both these teams. Disruption to avoid the sticky bomb. Toby has Tombstone in 4 more seconds. Maybe they look to make an aggressive play with that and the charge back off cooldown.
At least CK has Empower to play off with to try to catch up. Not sure if they're gonna do it, because seeing Magnus being played as an offlaner, he kind of wants to play for himself, wants to be like that secondary carry, at least for until he gets Echo Saber, gets the Harpoon. He's very tanky, deals ton of damage, can't really go around the map and keep using Empower on Dyrachyo. So Ace might just say, screw it, I'll play for myself. Dyrachyo will catch up eventually.
And Stormstormer's 2 levels ahead of Quinn at the moment. Now he finally hits 7, but he's stacked for himself twice over here in the triangle.
Yeah, I love to do it as well. You know,
Quinn?
Seeing a hero being level 6. Ooh.
Quinn?
Ooh.
Quinn?
Oh, no.
Just got bonked on the head by that Satyr Tormentor.
52 damage.
Gosh, charge coming through. Ace, again, doesn't really care about Watson's focus fire. And mid now looking over at Cellar. That is not a death you want to have.
Yeah, that camera reaction as well. It was funny as hell. You know, something you don't expect to happen 8-9 minutes into the game, dying to neutrals, unless you want to do it on your own.
Just getting bonked there, and I mean, that's going to allow Stormstormer to really pull far ahead. He is 2,000 net worth ahead of Quinn.
Oof. It's a rough one. Tofu.
Blast off.
Landing a blast off. There's still stun available. Let's see if he can juke them with an illusion. They're not falling for
Only
it.
1 second stun. They brought Stormstormer down here. They're going to have a charge on Tofu, but Stormstormer's kind of far away from laying down a Reaper Scythe at the moment. So they're going to have to get close enough and get there, but you also need to watch out of your Kataomi as this enchanted Satyr Tormentor is throwing shockwaves and hitting this Shadow Demon, and eventually Quinn comes in with a Sleight of Fist to get the kill.
That's the problem with Necro as a hero. Something about the hero being so sluggish, unable to move. Like, you need to TP rotate, but at least now he can choose his neutral item, finds Faded Brooch, which does give him extra 20 movement speed, so at least that's something. I always feel like Necro, doesn't matter what, needs a Windlace in his inventory. Let's see if he's bringing it. No, for now, he's going for Kaya Sanj, making him super tanky, having that heal amplification as well. Stormstormer is not killable, but Gaming Gladiators, they are playing, like, staying away from Necro. Another charge.
Again. Charge and the ult used here by the Undying, as damage onto this Enchantress is enough. Nature's Attendant's not going to keep him alive, and Dyrachyo goes the other way. They've also got Ace nearby, but Watson comes down towards bottom, skewer towards the Twin Gate, and Quinn's going to be in a +1 here as well. Remnant forward, charge comes in, that hits Quinn. Quinn's Shackle Shot not going to connect. Toby sitting with not a lot of health, only 450 at the moment, but Quinn, between 3 of these heroes, he's got Ace for some help. Roche, meanwhile, killing off Kataomi. Toby now going to die here to Quinn. They go to the RP, that's going to land on a 2. Only level 4 here for Fishman. He falls to Quinn, double kill there, and now Watson needs to try and leave, but Skewer, the right clicks, the Sleight of Fist, the kill, the triple for Quinn.
It's exactly the fight that they needed. Like, sure, Watson joins, they get a kill on Dyrachyo, but Quinn needed this kind of a money boost to come back into the game. And these were also kills with Magnus being close, which means that he does have Empower, so providing him some extra damage, gave him Empower before he ran away, and Quinn's back into the game. Like, even though he's still far behind Necro, he still feels very good after getting that triple kill.
Now it's all about trying to get yourself Dyrachyo back into the game because his farm is suffering quite a bit. That being said, he's not terribly far behind Watson, who, with the Vanguard now on Ace, I don't know, Watson's not outputting that much damage.
Does have Maelstrom now, so he can go onto Vanguard target as well. The Maelstrom procs are magical, so should do the trick.
Tofu?
Fishman.
Blast off charge. Oh, bopping him while
nice
he's up
done.
in the air. They go to the Reaper Scythe, and that will slam down on Tofu and give another stack over to Stormstorm.
Both supports on Entity are still not level 6. Fishman just got that level 5, and Kataomi will get level 6 right now.
They're both missing the days of tomes.
pretty much. Dyrachyo. We can see Ace moving to the triangle and giving Empower to Dyrachyo to try to get back into the game, getting those stacks as we speak.
No, I did just see Quinn die here a moment ago. Dyrachyo, but not to make the same mistake. Still has 300 health. Charge over. And that'll hit Celery, who's going to go into the Nature's Attendants, but they've slowed up Quinn, who doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. 2 charges on that wand, now 3, but it's on cooldown for 5 more seconds. They go to the Disruption. Do they have the lockdown? They do. With a bash coming out from Fishman, it's certainly there, and they'll take a 4-time spree away from Quinn.
Whew, that bash making a difference there. In terms of tower damage, they don't really have much, but Necro will be the one soaking up the damage, getting that extra regeneration.
Shackle Shot connects.
There's the Maelstrom.
And they've got the Maelstrom, so the damage is going to be enough. Skewer onto the low ground away from the Windrunner. Now a 2-second stun from Dyrachyo. Fishman dead in just a moment, as the turnaround is there for Entity, or for Gaming Gladiators.
They needed him to be level 6 there on Spirit Breaker to have a little bit more control, so those right clicks from Wind Ranger could kick in. Very interesting build from Watson this time around. No Boots of Speed, so going straight into Maelstrom. This is, I think this is pretty similar to Klink's when he was played as a safe laner. You wanted to get to Maelstrom as soon as possible to be able to clear the Ancients. So, not going for anything. Usually you would want to buy Power Treads since you're Universal Hero and that's where you're getting the damage from. But Watson understands that in this type of a game, he was off to a really bad start, needs to catch up. And Power Tread's not going to be that item. Instead, goes for Maelstrom, which I think is the correct choice.
Haste for Stormstormer. Quinn getting charged now. He's going to Remnant all the way towards Ace. Although with the haste, Stormstormer's still running that way. See who they end up going for. This charge should be stopped in the river, and will be. The recovery is there for Gaming Gladiators. All 3 of their cores now just sitting behind Stormstormer, who's had an amazing start. But the other cores on Entity are struggling.
Toby, this is not your old Undying. He can farm with the decay, so that's good. And I like the item that he picked up, Pavis. You are playing into 3 cores that deal heavy right-click damage, so you will get the value from the item. Feels really nice to have, even though usually supports are buying the item. Gives him enough mana regen, gives him a little bit of armor. Got a perfect item for this game.
Watson now has vision on Ace, thanks to the charge. He had it from the high ground, and they're going to come all the way around. The Shackle connects. The charge will eventually hit. They do now have that level 6. If another strike comes through, the Reaper Scythe is there. They'll get themselves another stack on Stormstormer. And he has now got 3 Reaper Scythe stacks.
That's quite a lot. 6 HP regen and 3 mana regen. They got a stun off.
Stormstormer.
He's a tanky boy.
To explode. They'll get the kill on a Fishman. Now they're going to look over as they'll end up losing Tofu, but the remnant forward from Quinn. They've got Celery here. Stormstormer tanky, but not tanky enough. That's a 4-time spree for Quinn going after Watson. Atomi's here. Not any mana on Quinn. Do they have the damage to really do anything? Celery's here with the Nature's Attendants, albeit level 1. Enough to deter Entity.
Very close game overall. There are dispel mechanics on both of these teams, so some of these newer items like Pavis is gonna get removed. You'll have Empower as well if you use it. If you get Demonic Purge on one of those targets. Watson. Ooh, that was close. Fishman was providing some vision with the charge.
Fishman's got himself a spark of courage. With that at the moment. Anybody else have spark? No.
They were not blessed. I think pretty much every single core on side of Gaming Gladiators would take it.
Yeah, truthfully, it would feel pretty great for all 3 of their cores, definitely. Mine explodes. They're dealing with this Harpy Stormcrafter. Celery being annoying with that, as Shadow Poison, it's starting to be thrown up by Kataomi. They do have all these heroes here for Entity, but not too willing to fight just yet.
Stormstormer has that Seeker available, so can dodge some of these spells and also be a bit more maneuverable during the team fight. Lock onto a target, set things up for a Reaper Sight. In terms of like gank potential, they have Spirit Breaker charge, but that's about it, and it's only level 1 charge. So let's see Stormstormer. You can't really start a fight, maybe with the Shackle, which is maxed out now. They could try to land a kill, go for Ace one more time. They did manage to kill him only once. Ace has been very active on his Magnus, and now
They
Toby.
found themselves Toby, yeah. Charge coming in. Can they save the life of this Undying? And they will for a moment. As Dyrachyo, he's going to back off, but get hit by that Nether Strike. Now they go and pull in Toby. They get the kill onto the Undying, trying to TP out. They've got the Reaper's Scythe, and that will get the kill on Dyrachyo. That's a trade well worth. But can they find anything more? I know they were pinging Roche just a second ago.
It's gonna take a while, unless Vindranger just pops the ulti on Roshan, which is gotta be their damage. Speaking of damage, there is double damage that just spawned top. Let's see who decides to pick it up.
But yeah, coming around, and Celery, he is just farming up.
He's in the outer ring of outer ring. Pretty much, he's out of the game. This is where, like, Phoenix likes to be when he uses Sunray and gets out of the game. Toby playing this sacrificial position 3, pretty much. Going in, dying, but getting things set up for his own team. Now, Crimson Guard is available. Big pickup. You play against CK, his illusions, right clicks from Magnus, Ember Spirit as well, even though he's both magical and physical. It's still gonna provide him with a lot of protection.
See if the protection comes with value, as they're kind of grouped up towards the top end of the map. They've got Stormstormer sitting mid. He's going for a Shiva's, then a Heart next. Trying to stay as survivable as possible. Get some armor, get some regen.
There's the Death Seeker in action.
God. Death Seeker, no Reaper Scythe for 25 seconds. These mines starting to do some damage. The Harpoon showed off by Ace. We go to the Nether Strike. Fishman trying to kill himself to neutrals, unable to do so. Sticky Bomb, blast off. Proximity Mine, the damage on a Toby. Oh, wow, they have lost 2 now. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Death Seeker on cooldown for another 12 seconds.
Power. Here we go.
Trying to do everything it can, but now when it splits, it's got 2 stuns. They have the Harpoon, they'll skewer him back. Trying to use that Ghost Shroud to survive, but a 2-second stun. They've got the Disruption save, but behind them is the RP, and that's going to be Katsuomi dying. They look over at Watson, but he's surviving. Quinn taking a lot of damage. Reaper Scythe off cooldown. They get the kill on a Quinn. Now they're going to look towards the rest. Power Shot doesn't land, but these heroes on the side of Entity now feeling a lot more safe now that Quinn's out of the fight.
I think Fishman throughout his whole career is not afraid to use these early buybacks, and he also understands that if he's dead, they can't really lock down these heroes. If there's no Shackle, Watson was really on low HP, so it doesn't feel too comfortable getting close to a fight. But overall, nice fight from Gaming Gladiators. We see Celery popping off. He's getting the items, has Glimmer Cape, has drums, and is dishing out some serious amount of damage with Impetus.
So it's another Reaper Scythe stack, and I'm trying to...
You're all about those stacks, aren't you?
I am a part of those stacks, but I feel like I'm not feeling it, you know? Like, 5 stacks, but is it really doing much?
It's a lot of healing. It's 14
right
14, now.
Which is a good amount, yeah.
And this is level 2 Reaper Scythe we're talking about, so will be even more once he gets that level 3 ulti.
Go for the Tormentor. Stormer, in and up top. No Tormentor taken yet on either side. What's Quinn going for next? Taking a look. It's going for BKB. You've got Magnus going for BKB. So those timings are going to kind of line up a little bit. And Dyrachyo going for the Nullifier, an item that you think is just one of the best items in the patch right now, right?
Pretty much. Having another layer of the spell against this Crimson Guard, Pavis, Solar Crest, you name it. And most importantly, Necro's Ghost Shroud. So they can lock onto him and kill him. There is probably going to need to be Kataomi coming in with some disruption during that Nullifier to try to turn the fight around. But then again, there is Magnus who can set things up off of that disruption, defensive one. With Harpoon Skewer back, we've seen Ace already landing a couple of those good skewers in the previous fight.
Being annoying with it, as he used it a couple times in that fight over mid, and it was really starting to work, especially getting Fishman off by himself. Fishmoon now has that solar crest, so he'll be giving a little bit of a boost to these heroes. Things kind of quieting down for the moment, as these heroes farm their BKBs on Gaming Gladiators in the side of Entity. He's got Watson looking for a Dragonlance. He's got that Gleipnir in his hands. Toby, you said he's got the Crimson Guard of the Pavis now. Will that be enough to stay alive and a cloak for some extra magic resistance?
There's also Glimmer Cape, Disruption potentially to save him out. I feel like Entity wasn't there in fights with all 5 heroes. And speaking of all 5 heroes, seems like they want to smoke behind Stormstormer, who's pinging out the hero that he's most afraid of right now, Enchantress, with that enchant.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They could be going for Roche. Watson does have a lot of damage with Focus Fire, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I don't know if they can get here in time for the side of Gaming Gladiators unless they all commit to TP into the outpost. They're not going to.
Again, same as game 1. Entity, they take relatively early Roche, even though this is like 23 minutes into the game. Still didn't take a fight, and it's going to be Watson who holds it.
Instead of that 16-minute mark, Roche, it's 23 minutes. Now the BKB for Ace. Let's see where Entity go from here. Now having that Aegis, but they're down 7,000 net worth, and you can see the splits between Stormstormer and the rest of his team. You need more golds coming in for Watson, and you were talking about Toby playing the sacrificial offlaner, as he is just trying to go into a lot of aura utility items.
As he should. I would say in this game, it's all about Necro surviving long enough, resetting multiple times, and what Gaming Gladiators want to do, they want to take him out as soon as possible, because if he gets multiple Death Pulses, Soul Rips, Tombstone is there, again, save from Shadow Demon, these Glimmer Capes, so I want to see if Dyrachyo commits with his Nullifier, and seems like he's committing. He feels that 2 BKBs is going to be enough, 1 on Magnus, 1 on Ember Spirit. So in terms of frontlining and creating chaos, setting things up for RP should be good enough. Well, his job is gonna be to get this Nullifier on Necro and try to kill it.
They're wrapping around, but they're not gonna find Quinn, who already TP'd out. He does have a Remnant nearby, so we'll see if they wanna maybe stake that out. Arjon to Ace, and Stormstormer, he's a bit far back on this fight. They go to the Nether Strike, but as he starts to put up his heals, they go and pop the BKB on Ace. RP to follow it up. Toby, he's going to die, but they should be able to at least get the trade on Ace. The Shackle connects on Dyrachyo. They've got the Glimmer Cape. The Blast Off lands on it too. They'll take out Fishman. Stormstormer, Death Seeking, and Gleipnir down. Dyrachyo low. He'll end up dead. Kataome is going to fall on the Shadow Demon. With the BKB from Quinn, he's starting to run away. They've only got 2 alive on Entity, but they do get Dyrachyo as well as Ace.
They didn't have any vision for this Glimmered CK. In the end, he dies, but we see the power of CK, who jumps in, and I think that was a very nice move there from Ace. Gets Harpoon, skewers back Undying immediately. So in the end, it's a 3-for-2 trade, and most importantly, like I would say, Quinn doesn't die. He's getting levels. He's recovering nicely in this game. Still far behind Stormstormer, but he doesn't mind too much now. Tanking things up, understands that he also needs to build into more magical damage and make himself more tanky, going into Kaya Sanj.
Kaya Sanj. I like that item. You see it here, Kaya Sanj on Necro.
Kind of
both
sad.
Mids will eventually.
Yeah, we don't see this often.
Both mids will eventually have it, though.
Watson's still thinking what his next item needs to be. Again, against that Nullifier.
Yeah.
He's building into Lincoln Sphere. Doesn't want to get dispelled as well from the Enchantress, so... Had BKB queued up for a very long time, but changes it every single time. Still holding on to Aegis. Rest of Gaming Gladiators, they will go for a Shard, so Tekis picks it up. Good Shard overall. This was his older Aghanim Scepter, which was kind of meh.
You like his current Aghanim Scepter?
It's okay. I don't know if you want to buy. There are better items to buy in terms of spending 4,000 gold. If you like need more control, you go for Hex if you want to lower the cooldown. And that Blast Off cooldown talent as well. 20 minutes into the game with Octarine Core, you can get like 3 Blast Offs in a fight, which could be game winning. It's a good one. I think it's a fun one, but definitely not an S tier shard.
I haven't taken the Tormentor on the side of Entity yet, so it is a little bit interesting to see that is the game plan. At least not taking it so far. Picked up that Reaver on Stormstormer. Sleight of Fist coming through from Quinn, and Stormstormer will clear up those creeps while the rest of his team is up towards the top lane by that tier 1 they just took on the Radiant side.
Network lead keeps increasing for Gaming Gladiators. They are farming. They understand that they can't really show on the lane, so most of the time they are farming these outer rings. So can't be charged by Spirit Breaker. Fishman gets the ulti off.
Strike. There's the Harpoon as well as the Skewer back away from the rest of the team. So Entity, I don't really think that they can continue to go in for these heroes, but Yule's up into the air, so to keep them on.
If they find an opening, Fishman will buy back immediately.
Shackle connects onto Dyrachyo. You called it. They've got the Shackle, they get the Reaper Sight, they get the kill on Dyrachyo. Now they're going to look towards the rest of the team. Fishman's charging in on a Quinn, but they go to the RP.
No follow-up.
Follow-up damage. They've got no Dyrachyo, and Quinn was remnanting away from the fight.
They need a Shackle.
Connects. Remnant's
they get
not
it
far, but they've got the Shackle. It'll connect. Quinn now still trying to leave this fight, but won't be able to do so. At least by his own terms. They'll put him in a body bag and send him to respawn for another minute.
Yeah, some good disruptions to keep people alive. Like, RP was nice from Ace, but no real follow-up. Rest of the team was already going back. Without Dyrachyo, this Nullifier, I love that Entity is just focusing him down heavily. Ace, the Link Dagger is available. Can they catch him? Ooh, a little bit of a bunk, but can't really catch him. Watson was thinking about it. Maybe a Gleipnir, and finds Enchanted Quiver for himself. That's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of magical procs coming out from him.
So taking the bottom tier 3, or at least attempting to do so. They'll glyph up here as they've got 13 seconds without the CK. It's at about half health. Sticky Bomb thrown out. Now Ace coming in with the Skewer. They've got the charge coming out from Fishman. They go to the Blast Off. There's the Death Seeker, the disruption to make sure that they're keeping the Watson Wind Ranger safe. But Toby taking a lot of damage as Ace with the BKB can't do enough. Shackle connects. It's always the one in the back. But they aren't going into the base. They've got Dyrachyo back with a Nullifier. A 3-second stun on a Stormstormer. Death Seeker. Oh! Stormstormer going to be able to survive for a second, but they've got the Harpoon. Stormstormer will finally die to Dyrachyo. Shackle doesn't do enough. Fishman trying to leave and doesn't get hit with the Searing Chains. He's charging slow, but he's charging well enough to get out.
A little bit of miscommunication there, it seems. And wow, Ace actually catches Fishman. TPs. Uses Skewer. Let's see if he can... Harpoon. Another Skewer is available, plus a Blink Dagger. Fishman's out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no! Out towards Dyrachyo!
Because Katomi was the one who TP'd out first, and they managed to find an opening on Necro. Shadow Demon, no Blink Dagger available on him.
Only trying to fool him with the illusions, but they figured out his tricks.
Gaming Gladiators, they heavily punish Entity for falling back like that. You need to retreat as a team, and now you're in a lot of trouble. Fishman bought back in the previous fight, so he's going to be dead for a very long time. In terms of tower damage, there is bunch. Empower DD as well on Ember Spirit. Here comes Mag as well.
So mid tier 3 will drop. It's the first high ground tower to be taken out. No glyph again. They've got Stormstormer back up, but they are lacking their supports. So, backdoor protection. Stalls the push for 2 seconds.
Yeah, what backdoor protection? Was gone immediately, and they take what they came for. Got that set of barracks. Seems like they're in a rush. I feel like Entity, they need to take another fight. Is there smoke available? I see none available on SD. There is one on Spirit Breaker, and they're kind of forced into a fight right now, I would say, because if the longer the wait, they're gonna get out-farmed. 2 cores farming with Empower.
Faking the full retreat. Well, not really faking the retreat. They went back to farm, and now they're just gonna smoke in and potentially fight again. See what Entity want to do is they've got this heart for the Necro of Stormstormer. Just need to find an opening.
They need to save the target. Whoever gets jumped by this Nullifier, which is most likely going to be Necrophos, needs to get disrupted. Entity's lineup is very good in these drone-out fights, but looking at Gaming's Gladiator damage, they want to lock in onto a target with the BKBs, take them out. CK pops Phantasm, Ember Spirit commits with a couple of Remnants, and then they get a kill. Tormentor is available.
Yeah, they haven't taken it yet. But Roche available in 45. Are close. And they catch Duraccio. Onto Duraccio. He'll blink further back towards his team. There's the Yules as well as the Nullifier used pretty early. But
slow cooldown. Gotta be back online in 5.
Fishman's got the Lotus Orb. The Harpoon now trying to skewer away, but won't grab Fishman and bring him back. Tombstone also committed to this, so Toby's not going to have that for another minute. That's tough. Ocean 10 seconds.
Duraccio cutting him out with those illusions. Stormstormer wants the bait. Like, he wants to be able to get the jump, maybe get some BKB usages out of it. Now they're prepping for Roshan, potentially setting up things with Observer Ward, but Tofu knows exactly where they are.
Remnant all the way to the Twin Gate, and they'll take out that Observer Ward, so the Vision's now gone. Sticky Bomb once again. There's the Harpoon as well as the Skewer back. Toby trying to survive. The Nullifier's on him. Quinn comes over. They go to the Reaper site. They get the kill on Ace immediately. That means no RP. He doesn't even have buyback to get back into the fight by the Outpost. Damage on a Fishman to take out one. Now they look over Toby again. They've got the Nullifier once more with the Searing Chains. Watson's going to fall behind him. They don't have buyback on any of these heroes on the side of Entity. As Stormstormer trying to do all he can, but the focus is on the Kataomi as well. Right clicks, Tofu not dying, Nullifier, Impetus, the Remnant over, Quinn moving quickly, he's got that Axe, and they have the pullback in, the kill there, the Ultra kill for Quinn and a full team wipe for the side of Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that they lost Ace to start that fight.
Lack of control on side of Entity. There aren't really spells that they're afraid of, so coming into a fight, knowing that you're going to be able to get your BKB off, set things up for a potential RP. Didn't happen this time around, but CK with his illusions, and I was watching Kataomi carefully. Like, he was waiting very long time to get that disruption off in the end. Doesn't even go for the save. I think he went for CK instead. You can see Quinn. He's going ham, pops that BKB during the whole duration. He doesn't care too much about anything.
He's got that Ags. He's moving around the map with these Remnants.
And also Taser, the shard upgrade from Techies. It's such an insane one.
When it's used correctly, it feels very strong, but there are a lot of times where the shard can feel kind of meh.
Yeah, that disarm duration is too good.
On by the way, now sitting top.
Cheese plus Aegis this time around. I don't think Gaming Gladiators will forget Cheese in Roche Pit. And also, Entity, they want to defend.
Vision placed over, Roche.
Radiant are scanning.
Still alive and still by the pit. The scan connects.
Tony trying to scout things out with illusions. Maybe get the bait going. This is type of a play you need to go for. Because taking out Shadow Demon first could be a big one. And you can see that they caught a glimpse of him.
They see the vision of the high ground again. They go to the charge. They'll Death Seeker onto Celery. He's going to use that Glimmer Cape to stun onto Toby. Toby taking a lot of damage. He's already down below half health, but he's surviving for now with the disruption on him. It's only extending the inevitable from what it seems to get the kill there on a Toby. They go to the Reaper site. That's going to be on the Ace, but they get the kill afterwards. Kataomi falls. The buybacks come out. Plenty from Entity. They've got 3 of them already used with the Lincolns being popped on Stormstormer. Side of Fist from Quinn. Quinn sitting towards the back end of this with no Ace, no RP. Can they still take this fight?
3 buybacks from Entity. They need to get this, Roche. The bottom barracks actually dropped. This is 35 minutes. Creep wave, 2 siege creeps, plus also Celery with his skeleton bros. Look at him go.
Doing everything to take out that whole set of racks. So a lot committed here by the side of Entity. Just to try and get this Roche. And I say try because they are still stationed here on the side of Gaming Gladiators. This
Their
is
floor
not
towers are going to start dropping
secured
now.
yet. Yeah, now the push is coming in. How much are they willing to lose on this one? They need to either commit to Roche or commit to something. They are in and out of the pit. The sticky bomb thrown out once again. And it doesn't get Roche, but it is thrown out. So Watson forced to go back. Look at the charge. Look at the fact that they've almost lost both their tier 4s. While that's going on, Toby's going to be caught. He's dead. He bought back a moment ago, so he's gone for 75 seconds.
Gaming Gladiators, they're going to go for the high ground. Even they are the ones holding the Aegis on Entity. These two sides, man, Celery did one hell of a job setting that creep to be able to push it in. And with the catapults, securing another set of barracks for themselves.
And they hold on. I mean, they have one tier 4. Charge on a Tofu. Duraccio behind him. Another strike. And that's another Reaper Scythe. That's a kill. Ooh, they found themselves Duraccio. Do they have the damage to get him before he TP's out? No.
BKB TP out still. Very powerful.
Very strong.
No bash coming out from Spirit Breaker. Found Celery with that gem. Who found who? Let's see the damage from that impetus.
Oh.
Rainbow's coming.
Double rainbow all the way. Death Seeker. You know, these creeps try to save at least the tier 4 for now.
You're in a lot of trouble now. You don't have buybacks on 3 heroes on side of Entity for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, you have an Aegis, but I don't know how much that's going to be worth if those other 3 heroes die, right?
Yep. There's also Tormentor available for Gaming Gladiators to take.
It's 30,000 net worth lead. Entity have never really recovered their other cores. And now Stormstormer not even at the top anymore.
He did struggle in a couple of these fights. As soon as Nullifier came online, you could see the shift, how the fights are gonna go. Because there's only limited of things you can throw to save him. It's Disruption, rest of the things are dispellable. Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape, Pavis, you name it.
Trying to survive. And these 8 stacks of the Reaper Scythe. Giving 32 HP regen, which is pretty solid. Plus the heart, like...
we also
he's survivable. He just needs to output damage, right?
Yeah. Talk about his item choices in terms of neutral items. Holding on to Gossamer Cape, which is insanely good item. The item has been, like, in these situations on certain heroes, it feels super strong. You play into 3 cores that do rely on dealing heavy right-click, providing you with the move speed exactly what Necro needs. So he didn't find a better neutral item for himself, even though we're 40 minutes into the game, so tier 4s are available.
Octarine core picked up now by Ace. He's had a bunch of great moments in this game. That Harpoon immediately doing work. They're going to go. Get Tofu again, and Quinn forced to Remnant away. Goes back towards Ace, so they were hoping maybe if they chase, they go, jump in, RP, and clean them up.
Gaming Gladiators will... Yeah, they will still have, like, good 2 minutes. Let me just check that. Yeah, 2 minutes for the buybacks to come off cooldown on Entity, and Aegis is going to expire, so... Could take a fight, knowing that if they kill any of these 3 heroes, that's Shadow Demon, Spirit Breaker, or Undying, the fight's gonna be 4 versus 5. They are not coming back.
Enchantress, again, just throwing these creeps towards the top lane to try and push it in, especially with the double catapult wave, and this time Entity responds.
Celery also going ham with the build. I love it. Moonshard, pop, Boots of Bearing. Holding on to Enchanted Quiver.
Charge.
Let's see how fast he dies.
Here. The Searing Chains, but the RP, the turnaround, the Remnant forward. They should be able to get that kill on a Watson. They'll take the Aegis. Fishman trying to survive, but that's not going to happen. Dead for 90 seconds. He's the one you talked about, not having buyback. Now they're going to have Stormstorm over to the side, but they go to the Refresher. Oh, they've got the disruption. Now the Gleipnir, Stormer, Death Seeking, looking for Dyrachyo, trying to do the damage.
Can't get in range for that Reaper sight.
Now TPing on top of Toby. Stormer comes back, and they aren't able to kill off anybody on the side of Gaming Gladiators. An Entity losing Fishman. Shield Rune picked up here by Stormer. That's an extra 1,600 life.
You can see that Necro is super tanky with all that extra regen, Heart of Tarask, 8 Reaper Sight stacks, but he's still struggling to lock onto a target. Rest of the team unable to provide him with any kind of lockdown. He was so ready to use Reaper Sight on Dyrachyo, and now they know. Minute and 40 seconds. Buybacks are on cooldown. 30 seconds without Spirit Breaker. They know it's 4 versus 5 that they engage right now.
Yeah, no longer having that Aegis, no longer comfortable in having that Aegis. Hudson looks like he might be the target if he stays too far forward again. So, overwhelming blink away. Spell Prism picked up here for Obi, by the way.
Let's lower the cooldown on Decay. I could see them like maybe coming back into this game if they manage to get to their level 25s. Like, Necro at level 25 is massive. The big one is Wind Ranger, having that focus fire cooldown by 20 seconds reduced. You know, it's a lot of copium, don't get me wrong, because Dota Plus is just showing us it's 98 against 2% on side of Entity.
My favorite kind of milk. 2%.
2%, yeah. But I love that Ace in the previous fight was not hesitating at all to pop that RP, save Celery, who's entered the carry mode for the last couple of minutes.
Got that Bobica build. He said, want to try and get these level 25s. Do so. Uh-oh. They have caught themselves Toby. He's not going to get level 25 by being dead. He's also only level 17.
He doesn't have buyback. Needs 160 gold for it. There are no bounty runes to be picked up, so 40 seconds without Toby, no undying. They're going to start knocking on your last set of barracks.
This gets used. Seeker in. RP committed on a Watson over in the mid lane. And they're going to skewer him back. He goes to the BKB. They've got the buyback coming up from Fishman, but there's the refresher from Quinn. Remnant away. Damage from the Enchantress. Celery. Why not just get closer? Make sure he's not able to output as much damage as you want him to. That was a Death Seeker away from the rest of the team. They go to the Harpoon and they're just skewer him back and get the kill. They took him out. Fishman follows him to the grave.
Oh, this has to be game. Like this Death Seeker, sure, he does have buyback available, but as soon as he used it, Ace finds an opportunity, skewers him back further away from the team, knows that there's not going to be disruption available. Quinn recharging his HP and mana, coming back into a fight. He hit that level 25 long time ago, 2 Sleight of Fist charges, and Dyrachyo just got his.
They're going to pop that Lincoln, so go for Watson. Toby's in, goes to the Flesh Golem, and there is the Hurricane Pike, the Reaper Scythe coming through, not killing Dyrachyo, so that's on cooldown. There's not really much more for them to output, because they've got the Disruption. They'll get the kill on Dyrachyo. They've got buyback available on this CK. They do have a 40,000 net worth lead that they can work with. And there's the Harpoon into the skewer, the buyback from Toby, trying to Death Seeker away, trying to find an escape as they run away from these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They've got the root, they have the Nullifier, there's the Disruption, right clicks from Celery, he's out of mana. Quinn, now Remnant away, and they're still holding on, but while all that's going on, your base is almost falling to these creeps. They're starting to chip away at the throne.
Next Roshan's going to be available in 15 seconds. Gaming Gladiators, they should go for it. Dyrachyo boat back. No need to risk anything, so give him the Aegis. Throne is exposed. There are no tier 3 towers available as well, because the last one has just fallen. And you see like the desperation that they need like to play around Necro every single time he's in trouble. Stormstormer's like, doing what he needs to do. Go in, soak up some damage, use that Death Seeker Shiva's Guard. Try to keep them on low HP, and then Disruption needs to come. But Roshan's dropping very quickly.
Thing is, too, like, Quinn doesn't have to commit too much to do so much damage in these fights. He's throwing out the remnants, like, staying at a distance where he knows he's going to be safe, and still outputting so much damage. I think after he died to that neutral creep, it was the cool, calm, and collected switch turning on, and he just popped off since that moment.
Great comeback from him. Let's see, now holding the Aegis, refresher as well on CK. So they want to go in, get this last set of barracks, take a fight. Buyback still on cooldown for Entity. No Toby, no Fishman. He's gone.
God, Quinn again beyond godlike. I'm telling you, that neutral flipped a switch in his head. There's been no way turning back. They're gonna pull back in Stormer. They've got the damage onto the CK. They'll take the first life out of his hands. Sneaky Bomb, Remnants, Quinn moving in with the BKB, Searing Chains. Now they've got the RP. And they do the damage, though. Toby surviving, and now Remnant back towards Kataomi. They get the kill on Toby. He doesn't have buyback. They'll find themselves Stormstormer. The right-click damage coming up from Celery, as well as Daraccio. He's got no buyback. Down goes Kataomi, and they'll look over at Watson. They'll finish off the full team wipe and get the victory as GG is called. 48 minutes into the game, 48,000 net worth. Gaming Gladiators are pushing us to a game 3.
Stormstormer dominated the matchup, pushed Quinn out of the lane. He died to neutrals, which was a bit of a Monka moment right there. And then in the end, he makes a comeback. That triple kill in the bottom lane was pretty much the start of it. Entity, I don't mind the draft. I feel like maybe one of these heroes, like maybe with a different carry, Windranger, does seem to tend to lose a lot of these games when played from position 1. Maybe with a different offlaner, like one of these two changes, I think it would make a lot of difference. Sure, like Toby, he dominated the lane. Daraccio did really struggle for a long period until he started farming with Empower, those couple of stacks that they made for him. But in the end, you don't have enough lockdown. You're very limited, and Ember Spirit, he's really not afraid of these heroes. During the BKB, you have no abilities that go through it. Sure, you have like Shadow Demon ulti, Nether Strike, but you need more lockdown.
Yeah, and the lockdown lacking. You saw Quinn going off. He had the refresher, the remnants, everything. Just, it was a great performance overall from Gaming Gladiators post laning phase, and they do a good job there. They take game 2, they push us to a game 3. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
We were wondering how that Ember Necro mid matchup was gonna go in Kezu. I don't think any of us, arbitrary numbers included, could have expected that matchup to go that heavily in the favor of Stormstormer on that Necro.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're kind of supposed to get dumpstered if it's like an even skill matchup, but I think, I don't know, I think there were like 2 devs, which, yeah, you know, shit happens. Very nicely done by Stormstormer. I do think that Entity had good control of this game until minute 10. Like, if they want to win with this type of draft, this bottom play where you... So, let's think. You have a draft where you're trading a lot of your draft and, like, team fight and pick off whatever in order to win lanes. You last pick on dying into CK, you want to win the lane. You go Necrobit against Ember, you're going to win the lane. When you then feed kills to the heroes that you owned in this lane matchup with those picks, your entire gameplay and entire draft is going to get flipped upside down. And that's exactly what happened.
I mean, it just feels kind of illegal where, you know, when you pick Necro to beat Ember, and then at this bottom engagement, your Necro is not there. He's in mid lane, but then you're making this big dive, and then, of course, Quinn, as a mid-Ember who's kind of been starved, all he has to do is go, okay, I'm going to TP down, take the fight with the Magnus, we get a couple kills, even 2, like 1 kill is going to be good, because we're behind, and then that basically springs them into the game to start building up some, 6, 7, 8k gold lead. Entity get first Aegis, but already the game's kind of broken just because they threw away their kind of advantage that they were slowly building up from their kind of laning phase picks.
Did everything hinge on that 10 minutes, or if Entity had taken a little bit of a step back and grouped a little bit more at a 5 and maybe not been so aggressive consistently looking for fights, could it have been different? Or if you sit back and farm, then that's even more of a way for Gaming Gladiators to get into this game again, Kezu?
I would say it is hard at some point, because like when you look at Undying and Necro, they're very similar in terms of they're very sluggish and like they want to take the fight at where they are. Maybe there's a way where you give the Spirit Breaker, I don't know, more farm priority so he can snag in a Shadow Blade or like some weird stuff like that. But I do think when you make this crucial mistake in this early mid game, your win rate literally goes from 60-40 to like 80-20 in a snap.
Wow.
And I'm not exaggerating.
To give context,
Yeah.
the Quinn's net worth, by the way, was 3.4k at the start of that bottom fight. It then went to like 4,500 just after the triple kill. And then, of course, with the Mag in power, being next to each other, being able to then farm the rest of the map, he was like, the Necro as well was 6,000 net worth as that fight was concluding. So it's like, Necro was double the Ember. They make this one play bottom, and then Ember's basically able to get within like touching distance of the Necro when he was like half his net worth. So it's we're harping on it about it a lot, but like with this type of draft, this one mistake can just break your game pretty much.
Yeah, very much so. On the side of Gaming Gladiators, though, an MVP. I feel like we didn't really mention Celery. Look, I'm not saying he has to be MVP, guys, but Celery on that Ench, I said he was going to pop up. Felt like he was a fourth core by the end of it there. But Kazu, an MVP, who stands out?
That's a hard one. I think Celery is fine for me. I think he pushed the lanes with his creeps a lot as well in like the early to mid game to keep the map nicely, did good moves. I feel like this is another one of those games where I wouldn't really be too opposed if you guys threw the MVP at whoever you want.
T, do you have any strong opinions then? Because I like Celery for MVP.
I mean,
Who do you like, T?
I want like the post-game breakdown to load up just so I can see where Tofu's 58,500 damage came from. Was it just a or something? Because that's kind of just nutty, but yeah, I mean, Celery should get it as well. I think, especially with the confidence he has in these type of games where he has a front line be the CK and the Mag, he can be kind of just greedy with it. Like, he still goes for Glimmer to be a support, but then it's like suddenly, I get a kill. Oopsie, got a Hurricane Pack. Oopsie, got a Moonshot. You know, he kind of treats himself as the game feels good, and it's 5-2, 26, still stacking the camp, still participating in the kills. So yeah, top lad.
Yep, dabbled in a little bit of supporting, a little bit carrying by the end there, Kezu, but a really good bounce back by Gaming Gladiators overall. And it was tough to pick an MVP because they all had different moments where they really shone for that one. But Entity having that aggression, when we look at Game 3 now, like where do you really see this Game 3 going for an Entity draft or Entity gameplay-wise?
Personally, two things. I don't like when your draft only has like one big option of how to play. Like I would say an Undying Necro dual core draft is very one-dimensional. You're very slow. If the enemy team can split push you, which Mag and Ember are perfect at doing that, they just soak the entire map. They're hard to kill. I think that's step one. Try to give yourself more options, like maybe put Spirit Breaker offlane, I don't know, you know, like try to be creative. And second one, I feel this Wind Ranger carry is garbage. Like I'm starting to think that this hero is not good. Like compare the Morphling freeform game 1 to this. I understand every hero's different, you offer different stuff, but I feel like Wind Ranger, you always need your +1 item. You need so much setup and everything. It's just shelf it, bros. Just get rid of it.
Like
no, I'm totally on board with that one too.
I mean, it feels like a Muerta carry, but without the big explosive level 18 Daedalus style. Like, I'm killing everyone. It's more like you're killing one dude, and if they have a Crimson on the enemy team and a bit more tankiness, you're potentially not killing him as well. So it's a very hit and miss. I think a lot of team players have had really insane pub games on it, where like, I want to emulate that in a pro game, and then it's like, bro, it's a pro game. It's super hard to emulate that compared to just farming with a Terror Blade or chronoing with a Void, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the conditions aren't the same for the success that they might be finding in their pub games, but we'll see what these two teams are going to pull out in game number 3 after this break.
Yeah, let's do this guy.
I'm gonna need help. Probably inside that. Use everything on me though.
Spirit Breaker.
Every single ult on me.
I'm killing Undying. Wind Ranger is kinda dying. He's seeking with the tether. Kill this guy as well, after.
Where's Necro?
Necro, anything? On me?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's low, man. Huh?
No Necro ulti, you already used it.
Dire's middle tower is under
I need to go back.
Better, bro.
Welcome back. I'm sure you're expecting us to be in our third series, but we're actually on our third game of our second series. Gaming Gladiators and Entity have tied it up, one apiece each, and both of them, in obviously the respective games in which they've won, have looked fantastic. I mean, the Entity win felt pretty flawless, but this one from Gaming Gladiators was a really good comeback from them, showing that they are able to bounce back, they're able to make those adjustments, and sort of do the five-bally death strat that has been going around, T.
Yeah, I think for gaming at least, it's like even if you beat them or they're on like a mini loss streak, they're still going to find those moments in games to group up correctly and punish you. And I think the Entity, they got so relaxed. After game one, they were like, yeah, we're the aggressors, boys. We do what we want. And it's like, no. Gaming are going to still, take you to every single minute. And it's gone to a third game. And
yeah, they're great at punishing that aggression from Entity. It's not the same that we used to see from Entity. Sometimes they would get overzealous and I don't like saying throw games, but let's just say games that they should have won into territories where they've lost and or really struggled. So it's not the same sort of way. Like their lineup really was supposed to be aggressive with that Spirit Breaker, but what you said, Keza, was it's very one-dimensional initiation. Like you could tell how they were going to initiate and when they were going to pick these team fights. So how do you counteract that? What else do you need to do if you want to pick up a Spirit Breaker again?
I think you just want to have, like, let's say Spirit Breaker is your only guy that can catch and he's playing against Spirits. I would prefer to have him on a core role as opposed to a support. Or second, you want another guy that can go around the map, help you set up and like play fast. Because when we think of, Undying Necro, they're gonna like just snail around the map with an SD behind. Everything is so tailored, like what's gonna happen? I'm gonna get charged by an SB. And, well, I'm going to side a fist or I see one award so I can do whatever I want. So I just want more options. Dota gets a lot easier when you have multiple options to choose from and be like, okay, now this is the best one, but now I want to farm for 2 minutes and in 2 minutes I want to go again. So you have like a ebb and flow of aggressive farm and back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's what worked so well when they had that pause for Bat Rider as well in their lineup in game one. So I'm going to be interested. Do you think it's going to be banned out again? Because that was the change up that Gaming Gladiators brought in, T, where they put that Bat Rider in a first phase ban, didn't want them to get their hands on it at all.
I think potentially Gaming will just keep the bans as is, some Veno, some Bat. Because I think we've seen Toby pop off on some Veno. Bat Rider clearly is now a flexible hero for them as well. And I don't know if you care about some Entity Magnus. Like, I've yet to see them. Wait, have they even played it yet? Scrolling.
No.
I don't think they have.
Yes, one time they lost.
Where?
Sorry.
Where?
I see it 7 days ago against Team Tundra.
Oh, okay, 18 pick.
But they had a Pugna Pudge opening, man. This game doesn't count.
Okay.
You just overlooked that game.
I did. I actually saw the Pugna Pudge. I was like,
Not even Miracle could win
You
this
just
game.
pushed to the side.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I
It's
forgot
really
that so
exciting,
quickly.
ignore
Okay, but like Entity aren't like chasing for the Magnus, so like not banning it doesn't feel too bad if they pick it. Whoop-de-woo, And it's like so. Yeah, I'd like to see them just ban Bat and Veno. I believe Entity's second pick again for this third game, so I wouldn't be surprised if draft order was relatively the same in regards to the first 4 bans into a Techie's first pick.
Yep. Yeah, do you think the Techies is enough of a nuisance, Kezu, that Entity would look to ban it? Or are you pretty happy with them taking out those more important things like the Doom and Pango that they banned in Game 2?
I mean, they did struggle to deal with Doom another time, so I don't really mind them banning that. I feel like this Pango ban is maybe debatable. I think it depends a bit on what you're happier to play against. I think they're both strong heroes, but Techies to me looks very strong. I would prefer to play against Quinn Pango. I know maybe that sounds weird or awkward, but I feel like Techies is a rising star.
All right, you ready for the spice potential? It's like you ban Techies here, because then you leave through Pango and Bloodseeker. Entity are happy to second phase or second pick it. The only issue with that logic train is Entity doesn't really flex the Bloodseeker away from carry, so Gaming could just close the phase with like some Terrorblade or something, and it's like your carry will never outscale us. But it's a potential
Bad
option.
Terrorblade here.
True, but then you give away the Techies and a Magnus.
It's true.
There's a lot of things you
But
give
they
away there.
default. It's too hard.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like 5D chess.
It's a lot of movement. But I could see it being an option, especially because Entity is a confident team in picking non-scaling carries per se. in the first phase and hoping on other kind of players to step it up. Don't think it's the best option for Entity and Watson, especially him being some ex-rank 1 player, but yeah, maybe.
Still, actually, he might be rank 1 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'm loading up.
Also, they should ban a hero, guys. You had 30 seconds reserve time. Sorry to chime in, but I think there's a penalty going on, plus a brain fog right now, because they're debating what to do.
Jesus, they got
I feel like they're countering themselves. They're like,
I've never
we
seen
do this
this
and
before,
they'll do
by
that
the
and
way.
this and
15
that.
seconds
Dude,
left.
are they actually going to miss a ban?
No, they won't miss it.
They'll at 7 seconds.
Or they're greedy.
Dude, 7 seconds.
1.
Dude, you can see everyone else like looking at this too.
Maybe it's hard mode.
Did they
guys.
not
No.
realize?
They lost a bet.
Maybe they DC'd. No.
It's
Yeah,
remade.
there we go.
Oh, okay.
We're good. Yeah.
This was too
Oh
funny.
my gosh.
Oh my.
Dude, because I don't have Dota open up, right? Like I'm not in the lobby, so I'm watching this and I'm just like, what is this? What is occurring right now?
It was funny with the Gaming Gladiators player cams too, because it looked like they were smiling. Maybe it was about something else.
Yeah.
At the end of
you
the day,
see like the smirk.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Chad move from Entity. They're like, next game, guys, we're gonna play with no bans and no reserve time. We're gonna clap them.
I mean, that's always an argument.
We'll let them have
right?
free reign.
Like, technically, right? If you ban out 2 very meta heroes, right, you're kind of funneling which ones go through. So if you don't ban any of the strongest and ban out some random stuff, then there's too much good stuff at the start, right? So in that clouded judgment, so potentially there are strategies, historically at least, where you let through 8 meta heroes and banning out 2 crap heroes just to confuse them. It doesn't happen often, but maybe Entity wanted to do it. Actually, they just
You're trying to spoil them with choice, huh?
Exactly.
You're trying to just overwhelm them with too many good things to pick that they don't know what to pick.
Yeah, imagine a draft where you have Doom, Techies, Magnus, Medusa, all in the first phase, your first pick. You're like, boys, we're not used to this. What do we do?
Yeah, no one knows what the hell's going on.
Maybe Techies is the best Dusa counter that you don't know about, or, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm really trying to feel here.
No, I like this, T. Please keep going.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna sip some water.
All right, well, while you do that, I'll ask Kezu a different question then. Just about mid matchups in general at the moment. This Necro definitely came out of left field. Did you like it in isolation, right? Let's not necessarily look at the rest of the lineup, but just the Necro in general, you said you hadn't really seen. You weren't too sure what you liked about it. Do you have more of an opinion now?
Well, it is a volatile hero, but yeah, in this matchup, I do like it. But it is one of these heroes and overall things in Dota where it needs a +1. Like, it needs to be pushed. You can't just be ahead 2k in lane and then, like, you can't do anything on the map. That's why Lone Druid, he's similar. He kind of dumpsters these heroes in lane, but he pushes the game forward, right? He's going to hit your tower if you leave. He can just push the game. He gets Roche, he kills towers. He just does all these other things, whereas in his last game, what? So first of all, he dumpsters mid super hard with a 2k lead. But then, like, who's doing anything? It's like, Fishman, yo, I'm going to charge. Well, then Stormstormer goes, well, he's going to press Slide of Fist. And they're like, all right, back to farm. It's like, unlock.
Okay. And that's where, like, you needed some, like, obviously, in hindsight, but you need some, like, Pug. If you are picking this Necro, you then need some Pugna-esque hero or something that can, like, as we mentioned, accelerate the game. But then it's like, then why is this Necro pick so high value? Because then you're griefing yourself from having to pick so many other forms of push within a patch where you don't naturally have a lot of elements of push. So it's like, it'd be rare to see a Necro pick where you pick it and go, wow, we're going to clean this, like, easily win this game. Unless your carry's already doing it for you. Like, it's just uncomfortable. Because I feel like any of these good mid laners are always going to find that opportunity where there's, like, a double kill or some triple kill somewhere on the map where you've dove a tower and you have, like, messed up. Like, it's always going to happen against Ember, Void, Quap, any of these heroes. You're going to find that one chance to get the kills and come back into the game because that's what the patch is about, right? It's about killing heroes, less about AFK hitting creeps.
Oh, I mean, it depends on what team you talk to. Some teams are enjoying the AFK, trying to push a game as long as possible, as far as possible. But no, you are right. It very much is about this team fight sort of aspect, and Entity weren't really able to do that in that game number 2. What other heroes, just in general, Kazu, are some good team fighters that teams might be overlooking at the moment?
That they might be looking at or may not be looking at?
May not be. So overlooking.
It's hard because it's very dependent on the... I do think that there's one hero that is maybe slightly underpicked is it's Tide and Timber. I do think that Timber has seen some light here or there, but I think Timber mid is very strong. I think Timber offlane is incredibly strong. And there are also these type... there's some type of heroes in Dota that are very annoying to deal with. It's the ones that you cannot kill and they keep pushing their body like into you. Which I think Timber and Lone are good examples of this, or maybe like a super fat Void Spirit. You can't really kill him, but if you go too close to him, he'll just assassinate you. I think these type of heroes are super valuable in Dota right now. Run it back, Rose.
Yeah, I was gonna say with this game number 3, well they can't, okay? So Gaming Gladiators aren't able to run it back with the Techies Magnus that we've seen so often. It is banned out, but the Wind Ranger SB, do you think that this is the shake-up T that could happen to put the Spirit Breaker on core or Entity? I'm most likely just going to run it support again.
I mean, I feel like gaming just need to pick like Underlord or something, in my opinion. Some big statement offlaner. Okay, sure, they go Void Spirit, but it's like, I love when teams pick Spirit Breaker early. When you're playing this hero and you look towards a lane and you're uncomfortable trying to gank it, like Kezu's mentioning his Ember Sleight of Fist, right? Now you have some Void Spirit mid lane who can dissimulate, he can put out his Astral, like boom, Spirit Breaker can't gank there. Now he hates going towards the middle of the map. If there's like some Underlord with a root in a side lane, damage mitigation with his aura, like he doesn't want to go to that lane. So I would love to see gaming just continue going down this route of like one more core to annoy Barrow plus another support. Now suddenly Fishman or whoever, even if he gets pushed to a core role, it's just uncomfortable for him to play. And we've already mentioned how greedy Windrunner is. If you can't kill in your lane, plus your Spirit Breaker can't break the map, it can make your draft feel really uncomfortable from the get-go.
Alright,
maybe...
so
No, I was just thinking that maybe they're just gonna like throw this as like their 3 and 4, just a 3-4 flex. I don't know if Kataomi has played this Wind Ranger before, but I mean, I've said it before. I think this Wind Ranger carry does not look very good. I would be happier if it's in a different role. So like, I assume 3 or 2. I've seen it play 2 as well, but I actually think that offlane looks like an okay role for the hero, and Spirit Breaker can be 3, 4, 5, but in games where you need to hunt or it's hard for your... Like, let's say you play 5 Spirit Breaker and Solar Crest is cool, like Solar Crest drums. Okay, I think you can play it 5. But if you need to help your team to hunt and you play against Spirits, I feel like I would prefer it to be on a 4, just to... I feel like Shadow Blade or 1 or 2 items just can make a difference in how these matchups go between the Spirits and SB.
Yeah. It needs to find farm, like 100%.
Yeah.
Like, the only way that you can put it into 5 is if you basically have super aggressive heroes elsewhere. So then the Spirit Breaker is pushing your damage into the fights, and then he's like the body for you to do your kind of work from. But not really seeing that yet in regards to the Windrunner opening.
I do like this ban out of the Enchantress. Sort of making sure Celery doesn't get to have that comfort again. See if they want to put him on something else that he doesn't feel as strong on. But Necro also getting a respect bounty.
Oh god, that's just Quinn. That's just Quinn in the draft going, boys, please, man. I want to play Dota. I don't want to get countered, you know, all this stuff.
I can't get solo killed again in mid, please. My sanity.
I mean, Entity also have last pick in this next phase, so it easily could happen. Stormstormer isn't the lone druid player, so they don't really need to look out for that. It's not as if you're going to get some random lone druid mid. I wish he was able to play it, because I think Spirit Breaker Windrunner in one lane, lone druid mid, like, it would feel amazing, but again, not happening. We see a classic silencer as an opening now for Entity against Void Spirit. You jump in once, boom, for a global. You're going to have decent enough follow-up lockdown plus damage to some degree, so nothing too special about the pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, nothing too special. Thinking, what are you thinking about?
Thinking emoji for me, because I like the silencer always into the Void Spirit, like it makes it harder. Idiots.
Sorry.
We can keep it going.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm so sorry. Keep going, please, Kezu.
So there's something conflicting right now. If I were to pick for Gaiman, where something that Silencer hates is when like all the lanes get pushed and you don't really get to control all the fights that happen, which is generally why some illusion heroes are very good against Silencer, because they make the map very chaotic. But at the same time, playing a very split game in theory shouldn't be that good against Spirit Breaker. So I feel like that these two, I feel like Spirit Breaker Silencer have like a fairly cool synergy, at least when I just think about how you would want to play against the individual heroes. They cover each other at it. I don't know if you would agree with that, T, because I know you play the Cowman.
I mean, Spirit Breaker is quite independent, where he doesn't really need heroes to enable him to get into the fight. He just needs heroes to do damage. So I think Silencer potentially could be a step in the wrong direction, where it's like too much coverage for him. And then suddenly now you're questioning like how we're getting the kills.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, like I just look at Gaiman's lineup and they just have so much damage, right? Some Lich Bloodseeker lane, it's gonna bully a Spirit Breaker +1. No matter what's in that lane, it's gonna get bullied. You're gonna have techies with some super last pick for Ace still, so he's gonna get his pick of the litter of the offlaners to apply even more pressure.
Ban anti-mage, thanks.
Sure. I mean, yeah, you could put Bloodseeker in offlane and still pick anti-mage carry if you really wanted to for gaming.
I could also play offlane AM.
True, yeah, that's fair.
No.
Gone.
Hey, you called for it. You gotta be sad when you see it actually then banned, Kazu.
Because I would like to see it played. You know, like that's even more fun. People think AM is a boring hero. I think offlane AM is the complete opposite. But to go to the Medusa, I would say that this is a fairly strong Medusa pick. I don't know in which other game we saw it, but Bloodseeker is not good against Medusa. You don't man up against the hero at all. Stonegaze is very annoying for all carries that want to like just commit to the fight. When you're Bloodseeker, you want to rupture BKB and like kind of slap 1-2 people in the face. But Medusa kind of, she trades Stonegaze for like your BKB or your rupture, and she's pretty happy with that because she can also just stand her ground. So for Gaimin, they'll either choose a hero that will help them kill this Medusa eventually, or one of the things that work best against Medusa is where you try to kite out the fights with 3 mobile heroes and you just pick apart her team because she's very stationary.
But you know the whole old-fashioned axe counter? Of course it's banned.
The dunk?
I mean, it literally just got banned as I said axe, whatever.
Yeah,
what can you do? I mean, there's still... You could argue some like Darkseer route where it's just like you punch the Medusa and then you get to Iron Shell your Void Spirit and you.
I think Darkseer is cool.
You don't have like traditional melee support to help you through the lane, but it's not that important.
Yep. I do like the Darkseer because it also really feeds into what you're saying about having that mobility.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Nice.
It's generally been banned out, I think, because I think it's a really good call. It's a really good pick into the Medusa too. Like not only because you can wall the Medusa and like punch her later, but just all the items you buy, right? They fit into how you want to play against Medusa. You want to like kite her out with some crimsons and auras. I do think people should still aim to buy a Dagon when you do play against Darkseer. Not on the Medusa, but anyone to just zap the Illu, because it's near unkillable. But overall, it's a great last pick for Gaimin.
Okay, now we need a great last pick for Entity. We wanna say that these drafts are even when we look at them to round it all out. T, any other great calls you got up the sleeves?
I don't know. Like maybe some Winter Wyvern mid for Entity or something. It's a bit of a spicy one. I don't know. I feel like.
Don't you think it's Wind Ranger, Stormstormer, and they're looking for either an offlane or a 4 here?
I'm just uncomfortable when I look at Entity's lineup. You know,
I feel T on this one.
Like, I'll try and put it into words, but it's like you got a lot of brutes and bruisers, but no real kind of damage dealers to surprise you, right? If let's say Void Spirit steps out of position, right? There's not like this Skyruff or Quap or something to punish you for being there. Some Storm Spirit. It's like I'm gonna snake you a little bit. I'm gonna throw some Arcane Curse on you. I might shackle you if you're really unlucky, but it's like that's it. So I need to see something that has oomph. And sure, they go for a Quap. Gaming don't really have the cleanest of lockdown, but again, I feel like Entity will have to greatly enable Stormstormer in this game, and it's going to be hard because he's just going to get ruptured up and then potentially just ignored or blown up by the techies. So a lot of scaling needs to be done for Entity to enjoy this game.
What time frame are we looking for that scaling to occur, Kazu? Like, is this a more, let's stall this game out until a certain time point, or can they feed into that aggressive style we know they enjoy, and that's where the scaling can come from?
I think Entity can only win this game if one, Stormstormer has a good early game, then it leads into Watson being able to farm for like 15 minutes-ish. They're going to control the game from like 15 to 25, and if they're not far ahead by then, they're going to get outplayed by Gaimin. Because eventually both drafts, when I like take long fights, and I think Void Spirit, Darkseer, they will, like, they just love that type of shit. So therefore, they're going to own you if it gets to that stage.
All right. Is that how you also feel, T? Any other insights for these two drafts?
I think if Entity are to win this, it's going to be some like absolute slugfest of a 45+ minute game, maybe even going to 60. It's like,
wow,
it's going to be like a banger match for Entity to win, or it's going to be like Gaming just styling, stomping, utilizing all like the skirmishing aspects they have. So I kind of want it to be the former, just so we get some like super sick, insane game. But realistically, I just think Gaming, they've recovered from their little mini losing streak, so they'll be fine.
Yeah, they have had that bounce back now. We'll see if it's going to be this outclass, outstyle, or a slog for either team, as it is game number 3 with B-Cop and Lacoste.
All right, game number 3 should be exciting. Another Windrunner in the mix, and taking a look at both these lineups, Lacoste, I need percentages. I need numbers that maybe matter now, but probably don't matter at all.
Yeah, Lose Ranger, I could see this hero falling again. It just, every single time I see the hero being played in competitive Dota, it's the same issue all over again, where like the hero can't really lock onto one, like you'll get disarmed, Heaven's Halberd, you'll get nullified later down the line. Again, you're playing into Void Spirit. This hero is really not afraid to buy Nullifier as his like 3rd item, maybe a 4th one depending, but you know that Void Spirit, like, also just looking at the lanes, how they're going to be setting things up, Lich, Bloodseeker, I think this lane is going to dumpster whatever is thrown at them. They try to salvage that a little bit by putting in Wind Ranger on the off lane, so you can, like, run away from Bloodright, because you had Spirit Breaker already, so if you picked another melee hero in this lane, it would be even worse, but we'll see what happens. Again, this time around, Kataomi is going to be the one playing Spirit Breaker, so I think you'll get a lot more from the hero compared to position 5, where you're going to be able to scale. And Kataomi is the hero specialist. You know, he loves to get farmed on some of these heroes, like Treant Protector, for example, a couple of patches ago, when he was the one spamming it, getting Refresher, Blink Dagger, Shard. You know that the man loves to farm. It's just, if Gaming Gladiators are gonna allow them to happen, because in terms of long ulti cooldowns, they don't have much. They can keep running at people. Like the longest one that you care about, pretty much, I would say, is Rupture, but other than that, you can keep fighting all the time.
It'll be interesting to see both teams breathe it in and take in this game number 3, so we'll see how the bounty runes get picked up. Will be 2 apiece. Watson quick on the right click to make sure that he takes that away from Ace, but Ace trying to drain that mana and get to that little chunk of health that's left over with the 252. So he drains 200 mana. That feels like a pretty solid advantage starting the lane off.
You wish. She's going to use one snake, go back to full mana. Doesn't matter.
That's not how that works. Come on. You'll see. You'll all see. Tofu throwing in that sticky bomb too. So yeah, we get into the split screen here, and this mid matchup, we saw Necro Ember as Stormer was doing a good job to win that lane initially, but this lane, what's your thoughts?
Not gonna be as favored for Necro or for Stormer as it was in the previous one, but yeah, Queen of Pain should have like slight advantage, I would say. I don't remember seeing this matchup, even though like Queen of Pain does pop up from time to time. Usually it's around different spirit, and we can see Stormer keeping a point, whether he wants to put the point in Shadow Strike or if he needs a blink just to put more pressure, get out of the trouble. Picks up the bottle. Because it's not an easy one to land. Like, even though Quinn doesn't have a point in the Simulate, so he can't dodge it, staying one step ahead of the enemy, where you're like, well, you know, maybe I got it on level 3, you don't even get it, and then he doesn't pop Shadow Strike at all. And now Toby, level 1.
Yeah, dead here.
Power shot.
Getting first blood. Well, first hit bash action. Second hit? No. Open and bash 100% of the time, but that's just not happening.
And now this lane is over.
Yeah,
I think it's
gonna
very
ask.
difficult to salvage this lane because Spirit Breaker doesn't really provide you with much. Bloodseeker is going to be full HP pretty much. I understand what they try to do, like power shot, keep bashing him. And they're going in again. Toby's still level 1.
And that is not fun to deal with at all. Power shot does some damage, but as long as Dyrachyo can mitigate that, I think this lane is pretty solid for them. Taking a look at top, Fishman vacuum back, and he's dead. Game Gladiator is not joking around anymore. I don't know about that Mystic Snake giving all that mana back.
That's Snake Lady after all. Not as
charges on
powerful
that wand.
on level 1. But yeah, lane's very important for Entity. Let's see if they say goodbye to this bottom lane and Kataomi just makes rotation to the top lane. Because things are not working out right now. Fishman is also level 1. Techi's very close to level 3. Does have healing salve available as well. Fishman can't really do much. Gonna pick up Lotus for now. Almost said Lotus Orb.
You just get free Lotus
Free
items.
Lotus Orb.
Post 45 minutes, Lotus Pool summons Lotus
You get
Orb.
1 usage of Lotus Orb.
Ooh, I kind of like that. You say the smart ideas. I say the dumb ones.
It really is not smart. Dyrachyo getting bashed. Another power shot in a couple of seconds. It's not going to be enough. There is a couple of tangos left on Lich. He pulled the lane as well. Dyrachyo will kill a small creep, go back to a decent amount of HP. He's moving at the 400 move speed with Boots of Speed, even though top lane is relatively healthy. Kataomi is not, and mid lane also missing some HP.
Win. Stealing with Stormer, about even overall. You can see just things kind of CS-wise a little bit favoring Gaming Gladiators at the moment. But what's the jumping off point for both these teams in terms of popping off?
Stormer needs to be active. Like him and Kataomi need to play together.
Right.
Control these runes. It's very important. This is how Gaming Gladiators play. You know that they're going to be 6 minutes into the game, playing around Quinn, getting runes for him. Kataomi getting silenced. Does have
Speed
Lotus
goes up
available.
and
Turns around and gets a bash.
yeah, but I think he's still dead, and it's unfortunate. You know, he used that charge to try and make sure that Dyrachyo didn't follow him, but that's not going to work out. Top lane, Tofu, Arcane Curse wearing off, and he'll survive. So throws a sticky bomb out, not even going to be needed. They've got this Ion Shell on Ace, so he just runs down Fishman, and they get yet another kill. It's already 4-0 in favor of Gaming Gladiators. The lane's starting to crumble a little bit, but let's see if they can reinforce them at all.
Off-lane duo for Gaming Gladiators, not too much like synergy overall, at least early on. Sure, later down the line, you'll have Vacuum into Blastoff, which is going to be good. Charge on Dyrachyo. They're not going to commit. But speaking of the off-lane duo, they're still doing one hell of a job. They needed the big hero that's going to pressure Medusa, have this illusion of Medusa, something that Panel did mention, very difficult to kill. So we'll see how it's going to be played out. For now, all the lanes pretty much looking good for Gaming Gladiators.
It's fine. And just the last word, Arcane Curse combo. Puts him down to about 200 health. He's got this Vanguard now, so has the extra health regen, and right clicks of Medusa, not really doing too much to him at the moment. He's going to walk all the way back to base. Tofu blasting off and surviving Team Rocket style.
Techies, what a hero. I think we maybe overtuned the hero a bit right now. Sitting at some sick win rate. He's the most big hero.
Bottom lane.
63% win rate. Again, they're going on him.
Yeah, Shackle Shot connected, and the charge is coming through towards bot. Dyrachyo is starting to back off the lane, but that charge, it hits Celery, and then there's a first hit bash, so they get a kill there on the board finally as they take out the Lich.
Kataomi, nice charge. I mean, you can't really control it afterwards, but perfect timing. Gets charge on Lich, so they swap the targets. The charge was initially on Dyrachyo. Good, they go again, another Shackle.
Yeah,
Can they
puts
burst
him right in front of the
Fairy
tree.
Fire, stick,
Blood Right.
it's more than enough to survive.
Yeah, and then he gets the kill on Akataomi, so he's able to get some health back, and there's nothing that Toby can do, but they've got a rotation coming in from Fishman from the Twin Gate.
He's healing
and
up.
Duraccio is healing up. Stormstormer now shows up. It's a party bottom for Entity.
I loved the smile on Duraccio after he tried his best. Like, I don't think you can do anything better in this situation. He did have Raindrop, Magic Stick, Fairy Fire, kill a couple of creeps, and they're gonna get another one.
Are they? Yes, but when? I want to say somebody TP's down here, and they might have been able to, like, clean up, especially Quinn with, like, an Astral Step or two.
Yeah, if this was a pub game,
I'm picking
rest of the team starts tipping Void Spirit because, like, why is he not TPing? You could have cleaned up, but yeah, he did.
Top. They've got the
Get
wall.
a decent amount of farm, and Duracio's still on top of the network. Medusa losing her mana, does have stick charges available.
Uses
Nice
them.
dodge.
Blast off misses. Now they go to the Sticky Bomb. The Mystic Snake hits both. Watson now dealing with 200 mana back at him. As he charged through that wall, you've got the Spirit Breaker coming your way, but he's just an illusion, easily taken care of, and that's that first use of the wall that doesn't net them a kill. Down Fishman. Arcane Curse, Charge, Quinn, Resonant Pulse. So he's got a shield to work with, but that Arcane Curse is just going to continue on him. It's not going to matter when you get the kill on a Fishman. And he's got
level 2
charges on
Arcane
the bottle,
Curse.
and
You don't care too much about it. And also holding on to Arcane Rune again. Medusa dropping low.
Blast off this time hits. Aether Remnant, now no mana, and the life, you see how quickly it goes down. There's no way to survive, and Quinn's going to get another. And Arcane Rune doing a lot and allowing him to go towards the top lane and get that kill on the Medusa. Rupture used. Toby now going back out of the Bloodright. Throws a Shackle, goes to the Focus Fire. Sinister Gaze on Kataomi, as well as the Frost Blast on Toby to get the kill. They come over here with both supports, but there's nothing really supporting Toby's life in that exchange.
There's still XP Rune to be picked up for Entity. So this will push Spirit Breaker to level 5. Fishman got his level 4 from it. This bottom lane is super strong. First rotation from Quinn also very important. He gets double kill, and now lanes, I'd say, are kind of slowly falling apart already for Entity. They need to try to stabilize them because Watson, he doesn't feel comfortable coming into the lane anymore, playing against Darkseer. Wall is available, and Ace is unkillable pretty much. Holding onto that Vanguard, their damage output is pretty limited unless you rotate with 2 heroes plus Queen of Pain, have that magical / pure damage.
They're going to bring a bunch of heroes down here again from Entity, but they have Rupture in 15 seconds, so coming down, they have to get the kill quickly on Duraccio, otherwise the turnaround, I think, is there. They'll instead have Watson come through the Twin Gate. There's the Spirit Breaker charging into a Sinister Gaze, so stopping that. And now they've got the Bloodright down. Arcane Curse is on him with the last word, so they'll silence up this Bloodseeker, but now Rupture's available while Stormstormer's going down here to Tofu. And he gets taken out in the mid lane with a double damage on Quinn. So while all this attention is on bottom, it allows them to go for the Queen of Pain.
This is also going to be mid-tier 1 tower. I don't see Entity defending it because they just grouped on the bottom lane. Double damage plus catapult should be more than enough to bring it down. Quinn off to a great start, and we've seen him time and time again. What he can do if he has good start, finishes off the tower.
Chain Frost bouncing off the creeps. Oh! Kataomi, right clicks. Oh, Celery, I think he used that to try and just leave, but then realizing the bounces almost got him a kill.
That was sick play. Probably calculated. Now, these are professional E-players we're talking about. They know what they're doing. And now Stormstormer. Quinn.
Yeah, trying to go in and get the kill here on a Stormstormer, but there's the blink away. Has 2 Astral Steps. We'll use both of them to catch up to Stormstormer. Dissimulate. Shackle connecting. Now, using that Dissimulate to go back up out of the high ground and not go for Stormstormer, but right into the hands of Kataomi. He throws an Aether Remnant down while he's trying to use that Nether Strike. They go to the charge. Sinister Gaze, Bloodright, Silence. Not going to come in time to stop that Nether Strike, so Quinn's going to end up falling. Fishman hit by that Sticky Bomb, and they throw the Rupture on a Kataomi just to run, and that's a little bit of over-aggression from Gaming Gladiators. That's going to cost them the midlife of Quinn.
A bit too deep. I mean, they wanted too much there. had no abilities to get out of the trouble. Maybe if Chain Frost was available there, they take that fight. Maybe they are going to be able to save Quinn, reset some of his cooldowns, but didn't happen. He went for that attempt, which is okay, more than fine. And Dyrachyo is about to finish off his Maelstrom, which is going to push him closer to his... looking at his item build, he does not want to get BKB, instead going for that SNY. Has status resistance against a lot of these stuns that they have, which is also fine. Most of the time you want to go for BKB immediately. Might change his mind still.
They don't have Global Silence, so they're going to try and go after Ace. They have the charge, but he pops the mech, so now he's surviving a lot of heroes here. He's silenced for a long time, though. Chain Frost bouncing, and he goes to the wall. So Blood right down. They get the kill on a Fishman. They'll end up losing Ace. The right clicks in from Dyrachyo. The Aether Remnant not needed, and Dyrachyo's moving at the speed of light. He gets a couple of kills.
They went for the tankiest target on Gaming Gladiators. This is Mech Vanguard we're talking about, plus having bracelets of stat and magic resistance as well makes them super tanky. And this time around, they do have Chain Frost available. Like, the good thing about carry-to-carry matchup is Bloodseeker doesn't really counter Medusa. If you pop Rupture on her, she's gonna stand her ground, use Stone Gaze, so probably not gonna be the target that you're looking to Rupture anyway in some of these fights.
Ooh, Nullifier also queued up for Dyrachyo. Do you think... Well, no, he's already picked up the...
No, definitely not. It's way too early to pick up Nullifier straight away.
I was gonna say skip and just go straight Nullifier. You can read me like a book. You know what I'm gonna say all the time.
I hyped you up too much about this Nullifier, so you want to see it every single game as soon as possible.
Your influences, you know?
Bad influence.
I tried to do the same thing to you about Seeds of Serenity, but I don't know if that ever kicked in.
In the previous patch, definitely not, because the item was shit. But this one, this one, it's fine. Like now,
it's the best tier 1 item in the game. What are you talking about? Now there's a couple better items now available. Only a few, of course.
Spark of Courage.
Yeah.
Speaking of it, Watson, of course, holding on to it, having extra free 18 damage on Medusa.
And has that Manta style, so he's top of the net worth. I think with the aggressive lane that he was going up against, he's done a really good job of farming. It's similar to the last game, though, right? Where, like, Stormer had top of the net worth and the rest of the team was behind. Now it's Watson has top of the net worth and the rest of his team is falling behind. We've seen this story just in different ways. Wall going to be placed down, and you could see that illusion being a nuisance to Watson, pushing him away, but the wall commitment and really no follow-up to it.
After they saw the wall, they did not want to go for it, and also seeing Illusion Rune on Quinn, usually Silencer is really good.
Global Silence.
Locking him down.
Tofu. Now on the run.
Alive.
Kataomi, he's going to be run down here by Quinn, and the last word's not enough damage, so you don't get the kill on a Tofu. It turns into a 4,000 net worth lead. The whole time Dyrachyo's farming, he's finished off that Yasha. Like, this is going really well for Gaming Gladiators.
Again, Entity, it feels like they don't have that real playmaker. Queen of Pain is relatively bait.
They found themselves Toby. Shackle connects, but Ace is here, so you try to pig pull yourself, you're not going to get that far away, and Quinn's got himself a killing spree. He's 5-1-1, and he's going into the Manta style.
Stats really good on these Universal Heroes. Very balanced, I would say. I don't know why we buffed it. Like, some of these Universal Heroes were already super strong in the A and B patch. Now in C patch, we added 0.1 damage per stat to them. When he's chasing, again, Gaming Gladiators controlling all the runes. Tofu, that connecting. On my screen, it actually hit.
We'll have to get you a different replay. They go here for Fishman, they get the kill, and they charge forward going to the Nether Strike. So Celery, well, he's got Chain Frost if these heroes get close to each other, but he doesn't want to turn to stone. He'll try to TP out, and the Mystic Snake hits, and Watson has a kill. But that gives the opportunity for Quinn to come back in. Stormer jumping in with the blink. Charge going to go through while the Dissimulate is used by Quinn. He's working with a haste right now. Just doesn't want to line up with Ace. If a Shackle Shot comes in and connects on them, they might be in trouble. So they'll retreat. And Quinn will refill that bottle with a bounty rune.
Still putting a lot of pressure on Watson. As soon as he loses mana, this hero is very killable. Looks like they're going to want to go for another tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. In terms of tower damage, they don't really have much, but super farmed Void Spirit will do the trick. This is also Void Spirit with Ion Shell on top of him, who does have Guardian Greaves, so very soon they will have already 2 abilities, like 2 items that can dispel Global Silence. So that's going to be pretty big. Manta Style, Guardian Greaves as well, so we'll have a counter initiate. We haven't really seen Global Silence being put to a good use, where they like get 2 kills, start chasing people down with Spirit Breaker, try to get more.
I'm wondering where Entity find their way back in, and of course you're talking about using that Global Silence to find a fight that goes well for them, but unfortunately, like, you're really falling behind on a lot of these heroes. It's 7,000 net worth deficit, and a lot of these engagements, or some of these engagements, I won't overhype it, haven't included Duraccio either. So he's kind of just farming the whole time.
Spirit Breaker is a type of a hero that wants to fight early on. He wants there to be constant action. It's not happening for them. They had only 6 kills so far, and seems like Fishman, he's on the receiving end. Every single time he shows in the lane, he straight up dies. Can't really do much. At least finds a good neutral item for himself.
He died to Ace, who's mid. He died top as Ace was farming mid. Not enjoying life that much at the moment as this silencer. Yeah, let me get this again, please.
Okay, so he died to Void Spirit with Ion Shell.
Ah, right. Yeah, I was like, I'm watching Ace farm here. How is this happening? But I forgot these heroes that have Ion Shell can also still move, so. Going for that Ags, looking for that normal punch. I liked the change from normal punch being a shard to being an Ags.
Well, I think most Darkseer players would disagree. Stun does connect.
They can disagree all they want. Sinister Gaze, and there's the vacuum into the wall. Toby, Fishman, both in trouble. The Global Silence comes out a little bit late. They go to the Sonic Wave from Stormstormer. There's no damage here. Astral Step, Fishman in trouble, gets to the back lines. Aether Remnant, another strike. Now Quinn in some trouble. Right clicks in, but he's got some help. Frost Shield, not going to be enough. Fishman still gets the kill on a Quinn. They'll end up losing the Void Spirit. I think maybe a little bit of lack of commitment there from Gaming Gladiators, too. Again, you've got Duraccio here over bottom.
And Duraccio's farming on the different side of the map. Yep. Wants to join as soon as someone drops low. Hero got killed off quickly. But they also didn't commit, as you said. Celery did have that Chain Frost available. A bit of an awkward fight. There's still going to be some banker combos later down the line. Once they pick up... Like, Vacuum is now maxed out. Chain Frost, Blast Off as well. Like, even Bloodrite. Just AoE of the Silence, dealing pure damage as well. Ace will dispel that Road of Atos immediately with Guardian Greaves. And to go back to that Aghanim Scepter, you will now have another illusion of Medusa, plus you'll have a stun. This is the hero that you're looking for to use it. Like, you don't want to go and rest. It's most likely just going to be used on Medusa. Same goes for Wall.
Just trying to make illusions of that Medusa. Taking a look at the win probability, 73 to 23%, or 27%, now 74 to 26%.
I thought it was going to be 1% per second. I would not disagree. The game looks very in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Sure, you do have Medusa. He finished off Manta Style relatively early on. Went into Dragonlance. Holding on to Grobo, so can't keep the distance. Still gonna need like another damage item for now tanking up. Going into Scotty.
They're nearby.
Oh, he has Shield Rune in bottle, plus Ion Shell on top of him.
They spot Watson, and I think they're going to catch the vision on him. So the Astral Step, the Aether Remnant, they've got him locked down with that wall, that normal punch. The Medusa illusions are going to start to kick your butt. Watson can't get away from himself. Nether Strike through onto Tofu, but Katomi hit by the normal punch and killed off by Ace. So Ace has a double kill, the vacuum back into the Rupture. Duracio's got one. That's 3 kills here for Gaming Gladiators. You come into their arena, and they're going to make you pay for it.
Now we see the power of this Darkseer wall plus normal punch combo. Medusa immediately loses her mana. 1 jump from Void Spirit as well. Can't really defend herself against it. Even though they pop the global silence, it's still not enough. Now you have another dispel mechanic on techies with Yule Scepter, and also great against Spirit Breaker, great against Wind Ranger.
Quinn?
He found him.
Oh! The Aether Remnant! Quinn, can he do it again? I mean, there's no TP now, so Stormstormer, he's got to try and get out of here, but they're keeping the vision on him. He's trying to blink away eventually. Maybe the mana's not even going to be there. Blood right.
We'll get silence.
There's the silence. And Duracio, he doesn't have Rupture, but again, blink away. Stormstormer, only dealing with 260 health. They caught him with the Aether Remnant, the Scream, the Yules, the Sticky Bomb, and the blink again. Blood right, but no blink, and Stormstormer's going to be run down by the side of Gaming Gladiators while Ace dies to Watson.
This type of a chase, you would not expect them to connect, considering that they don't have like any stuns available. Tofu missed his blast off, tried to go in blindly, but they still do manage to kill Queen of Pain. That was the perfect blood right placement. If you place it somewhere else, I don't think you get a connection, because you could see him trying to run away, go back in, couldn't get out of it.
No, that Aether Remnant that started that off was a beauty from Quinn. It's the mind of a mid player. Where would I go to if I wanted to TP away? And they found him. Ooh, Watson losing his courier. Quinn not letting it leave. He Astral Steps a courier. Them too. So, Boomer Cape being built for Celery, trying to get some safety in these fights. Ag's being built for the Bloodseeker, so he wants to pick up that Blood Mist.
I heard Shackle Shot. I thought something was happening. Then I see it's only being used on creeps and the illusion. Got hyped up for nothing.
You're fake hyping over here.
Nullifiers are being built as we speak. 1 already finished on Duraccio. 1 on Quinn in his quick buy. Not gonna be a fun times for Wind Ranger.
It's so interesting to see, because we were doing NA the other day, and Tomato talked about it. He was like, oh, you know, the game feels very objective based. You're hitting these timings where you're constantly doing something and making sure to get the Tormentors and whatnot. And in this series here for Gaming Gladiators and Entity, like the 20-minute mark happens, but it's not like Tormentors are top of the list for either of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, if you're passing by in that area, you might take it, but they're better, like, because they're on a very different side of the map. Sure, if you're pushing the enemy tier 2 tower, you might get it. You get a team wipe, or if you have enough sustain with Guardian Grease.
Vacuum, Wall. Forcing that Stone Gaze, but there's the normal punch. These illusions gonna be annoying. And I'll back up towards the Tormentor, but they know that Gaming Gladiators are here, so taking that Tormentor is ill-advised. You don't want to lower your own health by taking that thing. And Stormstormer blinks. Quinn jumping in and finds him. Normal punch, and Stormstormer, whoa! Surviving with 45 health, and they still get him at the end. Quinn making sure not to leave any survivors. Ace has the Guardian Greaves. The Global Silence comes out before Fishman dies, but it doesn't really do anything for him. Watson gonna try and help the fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Much the ability that they are really afraid of. Now off to a high ground they go. And well, let's see Duracio if he wants to join with the rest of the team, or if he wants to go for a split push. Go for that mid tower instead.
Glyph their own creep, so after the Glyph, they're going to try and keep the pressure on to get the tier 3 over bottom Stormstormer. need to be careful. Quinn's not going to be afraid of just jumping in and going for you, and that's exactly what he does. Jumps in and goes for you. They'll get the kill on a Stormstorm, but the Shackle Shot's going to be a little bit too late. They've got the Sinister Gaze on a Toby to go after Kataomi. Now there's the Stone Gaze with the wall down. Can they pull him back into the wall? This Medusa Illusion, the Nullifier out on a Toby. The charge lands on the 2 heroes. Duraccio hit with the Glimmer Cape coming out from Celery. Kataomi ends up falling. Down goes Toby. They look over at Watson. Blast off, normal punch, hitting them with everything and a kaboom. They'll get the kill onto the Medusa. They'll buy back on Toby. There's not much for them to do as they'll lose that bottom set of racks.
When it's time to call it, it is time to call it because they have no business left in this game. They do rely on cooldowns. Medusa pops the Stone Gaze, but they're too farmed at the moment and they keep chasing them down again.
Oof. Fishman, Toby, Queen is unstoppable. I think he knows that. And GG is called. Gaming Gladiators are going to pull out the reverse sweep here and take games 2 and 3 to win this series. 32-9 in this last game.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
over
one.
a K a minute for the net worth, too.
The way these lanes started, Gaming Gladiators understanding that even though if Entity, like I think where draft broke is after Gaming Gladiators picked Bloodseeker plus Lich. Because you do have like super strong lane and they had to flex one of these heroes. So they put Windranger in a position 3 who dies level 1, comes back, dies again. Not really a fun lane to play. The side lanes also crumbled at Quinn with his rotations. Like sure, Entity did go and kind of pressured this tier 1 tower early on. Got a couple of kills, but these were pretty much empty kills. The rest of the team on side of Gaming Gladiators, they were getting the farm. And again, Entity falling short to get the dub. 6th time in this year. Cannot beat Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they take the victory, they breathe it all in, and, well, they get themselves a good victory here as we're going to send it back over to the panel, hear what they have to say. Take it away.
I'm sure they'll enjoy breathing in that victory there over on the side of Gaming Gladiators. And what a win it was as well in game number 3. I mean, an unstoppable force. They just showed up. Felt like a very different team, Kezu, in this game 3 than the Gaming Gladiators we had in game 1.
They played very well this game, apart from like all the laning stage. I think once, once you get a little Vanguard on Darkseer, I would like to do a little PSA that if you have 2 side lane heroes who hate to play into Vanguard, aka Medusa and Windranger, and then you have 2 low damage supports, it might be a bit hard. Like, I wouldn't want to be Stormer in this game. First of all, I have to lane against Void Spirit. Okay, so that's already, we're down 1-0 for sure. And then I need to kill what? Everyone on my own? Everyone has 2 million HP, and it's like, yeah, I think this game was a rough one.
That's a lot of pressure on a corp there, but yeah, I just sorry for laughing, Kezu, but you're just like, oh, they did great, except for that laning phase. It's just the way you worded it there. But Gaming Gladiators, absolutely phenomenal performance. Entity sort of fell off, and is it that consistency issue again, T, that keeps popping to mind when we see series like this for them?
I just think that Entity are still in that position of not truly understanding what they want to obtain from a draft. I go back to maybe even at the start of this year, in the previous year, that TI run, they were the team that just had like a clear understanding of like, this is our hero pool, we won't break from it, and our creativity will come from our carry demanding my pick at the very end, and it's going to break the game every time. And I'm like, that was their spark, that was their identity, and I think we've yet to see that truly return. Maybe the players aren't confident on a certain hero pool, maybe the patch just isn't really allowing them to shine right now, and in the draft as well, like you go from a game where they absolutely pop off and break it in 15 minutes and then win maybe out of 30 minutes. And then you have these games, even like the Necro game, where it's just awkward. It's clunky. Like even from the end of the draft, me and Kezi were looking into these lineup like, this doesn't feel like a 7.33 draft that's going to be able to play against a pace that teams set right now.
Yeah.
So I think Entity are a little bit lost. If they can get some good drafts, they easily can beat any of the teams in this division, but I would be surprised if they could with how volatile they are right now.
It is a little bit disappointing. I do hope that they have a look at that sort of issue that they have of, what is everyone else doing? It's well and good to focus on yourself, but obviously you have to factor in on what is really working for other teams at the moment and how they're able to execute that. But GG, they were able to execute a win here, the series win, and a Game 3 MVP. T, you want to pick it?
The pressure. Let me think. I'm gonna go with Ace for this game.
No. So, because who did you want to know?
Ace is cool with me. He calls
Yeah.
for the Dark Seer, the hero that T-Governor wanted. One of my favorite heroes. It was great in this game. He played well. He even got a kill while farming neutrals with the shell. It was very high skill. Well played, Ace. You are the best.
Literally the best.
Literally the best.
Player.
The
I wouldn't
best.
want to speak with anyone else in game. I'm really
In the world.
really hoping that he's doing the interview. Yeah.
Yeah, keep hyping him up. Keep hyping him up.
Who's doing the interview? Nat? Who's doing the?
It's not Ace.
Oh! I really hope they're not listening right now.
Yeah, who would you say has to step it up from Gaming Gladiators, T?
I guess to step
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I mean,
who's the worst?
I do actually want to ask Celery about the fact that he really just doesn't like buying Pervis. Unlike other supports in this region, he used to Pervis at Major, and he doesn't Pervis in the DPC. So that was going to be my question if he's in the interview. But yeah, that's about it from me.
Did you check your phone?
No,
Did
I
you
didn't.
actually
This
not
is
remember who it
actually
was?
Fully honest guesswork.
Okay, well, you were in luck, T. Whilst it isn't Ace that's going to do the interview and you can't woo him with his MVP, it is going to be Celery, so you are going to get your question to him. Let's bring in Celery here. Celery, congratulations on this win. I'm just going to let T go first. T, please.
All right, what up, boss? Hope you didn't listen to the train wreck of our post game. But yeah, what's the situation with Pervis, boss? Like, you're unlike Insania, for example. You're not really buying it as much. Have you kind of fallen in love with other itemization? Is it just hero specific? Give me the Pervis lowdown.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just keep forgetting that there's items in the game. So you buy some other stuff. That's how it goes, you know.
That's fine.
Yeah, great answer. All right, off to you guys.
Oh, no more T. That was literally it. All right. I'll just jump in here. What was the biggest look that you guys had after the series that you guys lost to Liquid a couple of days ago? What was the main focus, and do you guys think you really nailed it, that improvement today?
Main focus, and I got the games open here so I can take a look. I don't know. I mean, the games were over pretty quick because some things went wrong in draft, and then it was pretty hard to play. And Liquid is pretty decent, so you're just gonna get stumped if the lanes go this badly. And then Anta said, "Well, your drafts are really bad, man. You gotta step it up." So now he's drafting, and now it's easy games.
Easy game.
Is he actually drafting, or was that a little bit of a meme there?
Yeah, because I wanted to take a bit of a break. So we said, okay, who wants to take a bit more responsibility? And then Anta said, yeah, I can do it. I was not sure if he should do it. He's already an Instagram model, streamer, carry, but he does it all.
Gosh, what can't that man do? I do want to ask then about the drafting for this series. Was it all Daracha? Were you still having significant input into it? And then what was the change between game 1 and game 2? Did you have to sort of step in and give a little bit more responsibility and advice there?
Yeah, I told him this is not a good draft, bro. No, I mean, it's still a team effort. It's not like in the past, I just do the draft. I tell my bot teammates, yo, do this, place a ward here. Like we always draft together. But it's more like the preparation part and executing it during the draft itself, which brings some more stress of it, which I cannot really use right now, so he's taking that. And then from game 1 to game 2, I mean, some things in draft that we didn't like, we switched up. I think we can also win this game. We did some pretty weird stuff. That's Ace always gets his MVP, but when Ace gets an item timing if they have Aegis, he goes full YOLO. This guy is crazy. Just wants to throw the game. But it was a fun game at least. A nice late game.
Yeah, I'm glad there's still positive for you guys, and it's great to hear that you're able to share the responsibility with the rest of the team. That's a nice environment there. But Kezu, questions? Sharing the responsibility?
Hello, Celery. Why was game 1? Why was it hard for you guys? What would you boil it down to? Play, draft, both? Specifics?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely both. It feels like a long time ago, this game. I guess it was a long time ago. This game was pretty crazy. At some points, I felt like we won it again, and then we lost again. It was definitely not clean in terms of gameplay, but I liked our drafts in the second and third game a lot more as well. In terms of our bans, I think they were a lot better. We learned a lot from this first game in terms of what makes sense to ban. But Entity the draft was also really annoying because they have some crazy flex and you don't know where these heroes going.
Yeah.
The Ace opened the wrong Dota Pro tracker, so then he thinks Dobby doesn't play Doom, and then 5 minutes later, oh, it was the wrong account. He does play Doom. So that's just rough times.
That's right. The tunnel was wrong too.
Yeah, it happens. We tend to be wrong. I have one quick question about this Lone Druid Void Spirit matchup. Is that something you think that is illegal from now on? What does Quinn think about it?
It's probably one of the better matchups against Void Spirit. I wouldn't say it's illegal, but yeah,
probably not. But in terms of the heroes that can stand up to him, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say for me. It's one of those lanes you would have to feel. For me, I just look at mid sometimes, right? And sometimes he's having a good time, sometimes he dies. Just how it goes.
All right, gotcha. That's all from me.
All right, one quick question. All right, so through the Berlin Major, Noxel did a stat, right, about giving away First Bloods and obtaining First Bloods, and he ranked all the players. Ace and Tofu were the 2 worst players at the Major for giving away First Bloods. Like, literally, like, -5 and then -4. Is this something that you were aware about during the Major? Like, you won the thing. Like, you were winners. But, like, could you feel the offlane duo just feeding relentlessly, but still crushing all your opponents? I can link you the stat after the game, don't worry. We can bring it up in
That's interesting. That's an interesting stat. I
so
didn't
you
know
weren't
about
aware,
that.
or... okay.
I mean,
I'll link it to you now,
It is
boss.
pretty weird. Sometimes they do die, but then they win the lane pretty hard. So maybe it's just part of the plan. I'm not sure how it works. But if they're winning the lane with giving First Blood, I guess they're doing something right.
I was hoping you had the information on it, but that's fine. It's news to you. All right, I'll send you the link, and then I'll hope for a good answer next time.
Well, look, we'll let you go review that. We'll let you go have your team talk, Celery. But thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the win.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Bye. Dear, I did not know where that question was going to go, but that's quite funny.
That's the beauty of it. You throw words out there and you see what happens. And
yeah. You just start the sentence and you hope that eventually it will finish. Just like I hope eventually this day will finish. But it's not finished yet. We still have a whole nother series to go. It's Secret up against D1 Hustlers after the break. Welcome back. With the blessing of 2 3-game series here, it does mean that we're getting right on into our third and final series for the day, nice and quick. It is Secret up against D1 Hustlers and Lacoste. You're joining us here on the panel to express some more of your expertise about the heroes, the teams, the drafts, and everything around it.
I guess. I mean, I had something different on my mind, but yeah, that'll work. Very professional analyst, always serious. That is me. That's how you describe me.
That is, if I had to write a bio about you, that is exactly how I would put it, Lacoste. Word for word for word. But let's talk about Secret. How would you describe them, Kezu? What attributes or descriptors would you give them?
Good, but inconsistent. I'm not sure if I have much more to say about them because I've only seen like a few games. No, there was like this one game that really stuck out to me where I'm not a big fan of like calling out players, but I think that Crystallis, when he has to go in for you, he's not that type, which you see why people ban his heroes, right? The Bloodseeker Monkey, like when he's ahead, he's really good, but they need to help him. I think they just need to help activate each other because they're close to winning, but they always just kind of miss out.
Yeah, that was the most recent game that they played against OG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, I think the one hero that I'm looking for Team Secret, they're on something. Yeah, definitely Wind Ranger, hero with the highest win rate right now in the professional Dota. No, just kidding. But yeah, I think they play extremely well with Puppey on Lich. I know we're talking about position 5 here, but he does stabilize the lane for Crystallis, which is very important. And they also try to like play with support Lich plus support Pugna, which did work out against Gaming Gladiators. They are onto something in terms of buying all these small aura items. You'll see Puppey always going for this like Pavis, Solar Crest, or Drums, and then you'll have the other guy get the Glimmer or Drums, so you have like 4 teamfight items ready to go, 15, like 20, maybe more, 20 minutes into the game, depending how their lanes are gonna go. And then you'll have like Crystallis, and then you'll have Boom like on some type of initiator coming from the off lane. And Armel, maybe a Blink initiator as well, or he's going to play something like Vango. I feel like Secret, from the games that I've seen, and they played decent amount of games, 8 so far in the DPC, they look like they just need that little oomph. Like in some of the games that they won, they looked really good, but I don't know, take example, game 2 against OG where they crumbled in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes maybe even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree. They're just that little bit away from really solidifying being a Div 1 team, ensuring and proving that they very much deserve and belong here in Div 1. So hopefully today that is what they can bring out. We can see it from them. They already have 3 series losses for themselves, and they'll be coming up against D1 Hustlers, who right now also have losses, but it's only 2 series losses so far, Kezu.
They looked very good in their opening game against Liquid, but then again, I feel like at that point, Liquid was still very shaky. They found their foot a bit more now in this DPC. Their most recent series, D1 Hustlers played against Tundra, it was not great. Or at the second game was, I think, a pretty big letdown. First game as well, they didn't really have that much of a shot. And this series for these 2 teams is very important. They're both sitting 0-2 and 0-3, I think. So whoever loses this, I mean, if Secret lose this, they're pretty much doomed. And if you're D1 Hustlers, you lose out on this one, you need to like win out on the rest to at least even stay here for the future.
Yeah, because there's only 7 series played. So if you do kind of hit that 0-4 territory, it's like your future isn't in your hands anymore. You can win out the rest of the tour, but you really have to pray that the teams close by you are also struggling and going to be picking up some losses for themselves. But how would you describe the D1 Hustler game plan, Lacoste? How did they sort of execute as a team? Similar to Secret or very different?
I feel like they are very oriented around Xantic, and they need to play around him, because if he's the one popping off, like their other lanes also look really good. There are a couple of heroes that he plays like extremely well. There was this one Timbersaw game that he completely popped off. I think Void Spirit as well. These type of heroes that can rotate, that don't rely on cooldowns. I do like to see him play these heroes. And I feel like Shad had some like really good moments of brilliance in some of the games that they played.
Yeah.
Dalai Lama, he can be either hit or miss, I would say, where he tends to like overstep his boundaries sometimes, go in for this risky type of a play. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. Most times, I would say, it doesn't pay off, especially when you play against these higher caliber teams.
Yeah, he reminds me of the European old 11 version. I feel like that guy was always like 15-0 or 0-15. That's I'm getting Dalai Lama vibes. Like it's like similar story.
Yeah, very much. Game 1 draft, though, I wanted to know if they would, Team Secret would ban out that Timbersaw because, as you just explained, Lacoste, of how much D1 Hustlers were able to pop up with it. And it's taken out alongside Medusa, Monkey King, and Bloodseeker. So maybe Hustlers taking a page out of what
everyone's book.
Yeah, I was going to say Gaming Gladiators and OG. I feel like the two teams that did a lot of just banning out a lot of Chrysalis heroes, Kazu.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. And I think here for Secret, I would be a little surprised if they aren't going to pick Mag. Not only because the hero is incredible, but SB can't really gank you because you can Shockwave to cancel the charge. You banned out Timber, they can't close the face with that. You banned out Dusa, which they also can't pick after. But I guess maybe there's just too many stupid heroes in Dota right now. Or too many heroes where you feel like, oh, this is good and that is good. As they just get
yeah, this is also one of the few heroes that feel extremely powerful right now, making gold out of air, I guess. There's so many things Doom can do. Good thing is I like this new interaction from Planner Pocket. You don't buy the shard, you want to get it for free, of course, on Spirit Breaker, but taking out Doom on yourself in some of these situations could be really game-winning, especially if you don't have like a single target ability to throw at. You know, this is not the most important thing in the game. I just seen the interaction 2 or 3 times, and I'm kind of liking it. I was not a big believer in Spirit Breaker shard by any means. Even like after the buffs, I still felt like it was pretty bad.
I haven't seen that interaction yet, actually, but it sounds like, yeah, I could definitely see it happen in some games, so yeah, why not?
I've been wondering where this hero's been all day. Underlord has finally surfaced. We see him being picked up here alongside that Spirit Breaker. And do you feel, Kazu, that this is going to give them a really good start? This is a strong foundation with these 2 opening heroes for Hustlers?
Actually, not really. I'm not too impressed.
That's what
I like Underlord on its own and I like SB, but these 2 heroes together is not what I'm looking for. Maybe it's just going to be your 5 SB and your Underlord 3. I hope so, because then at least you still give the Underlord a good lane. But in that slot, when I see Doom, I would just prefer to pick my carry, because I think that stuff is going to get banned out now. The one thing that they have going for each other, if it's a decent game, is that you have the charge into like the Underlord ult later on, but they lack a lot of stuff. Like in the mid game, you need everyone else to deal damage for you.
You need to remove Rubik. Against Underlord, Spirit Breaker, this hero just feels insanely good. You can always steal something from Underlord. Gonna feel nice. I still feel like this last ban needs to be Rubik. Sure, they are protecting Underlord in the lane, like more for the game rather than the lane, because Slark doesn't tend to do well first couple of levels into Underlord, then he gets Vanguard, becomes super tanky. So you see like these 4 heroes, D1 Hustlers banned, that are very good against Underlord in general.
Yeah.
What's left in the pool that can like push out Underlord potentially from the lane?
There's one hero that hasn't been played yet, I think, in Western European DPC, but I've seen it in some pubs. It's Shadow Fiend Carry. He dumpsters Vanguard heroes. Like, it's something that I would say is still somewhat overlooked. I think SF Carry is not something people have tested enough yet, but that's something that I would be very surprised if we don't see it pop up here or there in like the next couple days or 1-2 weeks.
That sounds good.
We were right. It hasn't been played in Western Europe.
It has or it has not? Has not.
Hasn't.
Right?
It has
Yeah.
not. Has not been
It will
played.
hit our Western EU games soon. I'm calling it.
Kezunat
Thank
was
you,
played, yeah.
Kezu.
I kind of like it. I like the suggestion. Any kind of high magical damage, especially if you pair him up with something that can set things up for raises, gonna feel real nice.
The Puppy Lich.
There we go. That's the lane.
They don't end up banning out that Rubik that you very much wanted them to look cost. It is instead Razor. Does it fit that same sort of reasoning as to why they banned the Slark and Ursa?
I've seen Razor only from Amar. Looked good in his hands, of course. It's one of the heroes that can like punish Underlord, and it's also one of Crystallis' better heroes, something that he kind of made name for himself. This when he was picked up by Team Secret. So maybe they want to put him out of the comfort zone. 5 bans already heavily targeted, and they're taking that page from other teams' books when they played against Seeker. Just completely ban out the whole carry pool, see what he's going to play in the end.
Yeah, I'm looking back at when Game and Gladiators went up against Secret. It was the overlapping bans right now. The Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Slark, Ursa. And Gaming Gladiators also took out Terrorblade, Faceless Void eventually. So we'll see what gets picked up where. And Team Secret banned the Lich themselves.
Interesting. So I guess they're just going to look for something else now for Puppy. I would still say it's going to be something that is aggressive for them, because that's like one of the big things where you want to abuse heroes such as Underlord in the lane. There's also a hero that D1 Hustler should think about, especially with a lot of carries being banned, which could be TB. TB, traditionally one of the better heroes against Doom. I also say it's very good against Veno. Your illusions will always kill every ward. If you reflection him, he actually kills himself, because the Illu just applies Poison Sting on him.
I liked Veno a lot. We saw it decent amount at the start of the DPC. Looked pretty broken once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, the amount of damage you deal. I would say that this pick would not be a thing if we go back, 6 months or a year ago, picking Veno into Underlord, who's known to buy Aura, so you can get Guardian Greaves, Pipe, but still Veno's damage, considering that he reduces magical resistance, max HP as damage on 2 of his abilities, it's still doable. This is how you deal with these heroes who build into these pipes. And you also have techies, you have Doom, so damage is gonna be there.
Yeah. One small thing I also really like about Veno that makes him better is, I think, the introduction of the beloved item Blood Grenade. Because Venomancer's level 1, he's kind of weak, but this Blood Grenade gives you this little extra that you usually need, like the bonus slow or bonus damage to get some kills. So yeah, it's also a Puppy special. So if there's if I think of Pulse 5 Veno, I'll think of the Puppy Man.
I would like this conversation to just set things straight. No, just make this Blood Grenade renamed into First Blood Grenade. This item is insanely good. I feel like every single time First Blood is involved, that there's going to be a Blood Grenade thrown. Wow, a new hero. I heard some great things about the Juggernaut. Team Spirit, Yatoro, has some insane win rate on Juggernaut right now. And he's been building Battle Fury, staying away from Maelstrom. I mean, it's a great way also to deal with Venomancer. You want to have some kind of extra sustain, and Healing Ward is going to provide him that. Sure, Veno can easily kill the ward, place 1 snake and kill it instantly, but overall, if you do have micro, should be okay.
We have seen one Juggernaut in Western Europe already. It was Dirachi who played it in the series against Liquid, and it did not look good, let me put it that way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
This has been traditional counter to Juggernaut. Juggernaut just doesn't do well against Terrorblade. Can't really get close. Terrorblade, you can't Omni-Slash him with all his illusions, has insanely high armor. He builds into Scotty. You use Blade Fury, you'll get reflected, plus Scotty, you'll get killed.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of an overlooked TB pick. I would say for Hustlers, if they didn't intend on picking it, they should have very likely banned that hero. So you have Spellbreaker falls into like the category of low damage support. Klinks is purely physical. He rushes Solar Crest. TB doesn't really care about any of this. TB will also tank through the Omni Slash, and the wave clear is very annoying when you play against Doom TB. Like the TB helps your Doom a lot to find the type of pickups on the map that he wants to. So for now, D1 Hustler's last pick, he's gonna have to do a lot, and that's not the position you want to be in when you're also gonna be counterpicked because Secret have the ultimate last pick.
Yeah, I like Ember, Pango, these two heroes for D1 Hustlers, if they can get hands on one of these two. Because right now, I don't see enough lockdown on side of Secret. Both build into like semi-magical type of damage. You'll see roll coming through. You can't really stop it. Sure, sometimes like when Terrorblade gets to his like 3-4 items, he can deal with Rolling Thunder, just like kill Pangolier, but early, they can't really stop it from going off unless they are the ones who are initiating. And in terms of initiation, they don't really have much. I just had to double check that Pango is not banned for some reason.
It's not.
No, it's still in there. Puck was the other one that I was going to kind of bring to light as well, but he gets banned out by Hustlers.
Yeah, I mean, Pango is solid. I can see Ember as well. They're the two that stick out the most. I hope there's not going to be like some Kunkka for them. I know they like the zero.
No, God, no.
This is not a good Kunkka game
You're
against.
triggering Lacoste.
I know. I'm triggering myself. I'm just getting it out of the way. Because it's not good against Secret heroes. It's also not good with Yo heroes. Like Kunkka is not good with sluggish, slow damage heroes around you. You want the guy you X, you better hope that you snap and pop him. SB Underlord Klinks do not fit this bill.
All right. Secret thinking long and hard about this last ban. Are they contemplating one, I guess, that Pango, two, maybe even the Ember as well?
Probably.
Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I guess with their bans, I had it in my mind. I don't think it would have been the be-all, end-all, but it is pretty good against Veno. You don't care about the spells. Also, Veno, TB are low HP heroes, so you get kind of this early game explosiveness that they're probably looking for. But yeah, I think Pango, Ember, as Lacoste mentioned, kind of feel like it just hits in the right spot.
Yeah.
They do have, like, I don't like this Klinks too much into what they have, especially Terrorblade, but I've seen this hero pop off. It feels good to play right now, especially if the game like slows down a little bit, because you can always farm these outer rings. The hero scales insanely well. You can also build different items if you feel like you need a little bit more control, cut into backlines, try to deal with these two supports, so you get like something like Orchid as your second item after finishing off that Solar Crest.
I mean, Klinks has like decent ways, I think, to play around other stuff, even if you play into some hero counters. But then again, you're gonna buff up some Jug into TB, which I guess you probably have to hope that he's gonna win. I think Secret with their last pick they have quite a few options. I think you could go nuclear here if you have like some Huskar player. If Armel plays that, I think it would kind of own the game pretty hard. You can take any kind of lockdown that will lane well into the Ember and like help you in the game with some, I don't know, DK. Void Spirit is in the pool.
It's Kunkka, huh?
Oh, it is Huskar.
There we go. Nuclear.
I think
Love
this game's over. Yeah, I think this game's over.
All you needed to see was that last hero, huh, Kezu? And you're like, yep, done and dusted. Secret looking to pop off.
I think if this game goes according to plan, like if you have two OpenAI teams play this against each other, Radiant will win this like 98 times out of 100.
The good old times when Dota players played against AI. Couldn't beat it for a long time. Like, we took a lot from those times when people try to figure out, like, what are they doing? How are they grouping around and being so efficient on the map? We implemented that into the game, at least the professional players did. At this last pick, Huskar, in terms of damage that they have, who's going to bring him down? This is a lot of chip damage, especially early on. I could see him popping off. Very annoying draft from Team Secret, lacking a little bit in stun control department, I would say. Yamich needs to be the one, but he's also shown that he's very prominent techies player, so they could also play this for a little bit more like mid-oriented lineup. You don't necessarily need the snowball. I don't think you can go in and close out the game inside of Secret, but 25, 30 minutes into the game, they're going to feel super strong.
Okay. Because you said 95% with the AI, right? What is
98.
the 5%? 98, sorry. What is the 2%? Sorry, my bad. The 2% for Hustlers to at least have a chance, a fighting chance to maybe close it out.
Theo Lecor in this early game, he needs to pop off. Like either get like some random kill top, get a random kill bottom, have like some medallion or early solar crest where eventually they bring him and the SP mid. They get like some sneaky or cool kill on Armel when he's like overplaying because he's like, oh, look at me, I last pick Husker, I'm good. There's like some weird shit like that needs to happen. Because this game, it's hard. You have TV into Jug, good matchup. Husker into Ember. Yeah, I would want to not play this game if I'm on D1 Hustlers right now.
Well, look, they're going to have to play the game out anyway. We're going to get to sit back, enjoy it, and listen to some two amazing voices. It's Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. Not a lot of confidence in the Exantic Ember at the end there. Trent, you were saying that as soon as you saw that pick, you were like, it's Huskar time, baby. You're feeling it. Talk to me about like what the hell they're going to need to do on D1 Hustlers to deal with this.
I mean, I know you're disappointed because every time you see TB, you immediately just start typing Darkseer over and over. This guy's like mid-Underlord, Darkseer, immediately, only option. But when the Ember's out, that's the same reaction happens for me, definitely. I just think, all right, so how does Huskar look? You look at the rest of the heroes, you're like, yeah, I can Huskar this game. But there have been several opportunities for teams to do this. No one's really opting for it. So I'm impressed that RML is diving in here.
Yeah, feeling ready for it. You know, bringing a little bit of that Southeast Asian flavor over here to the Western Europe and say, I'm just going to beat the crap out of this guy mid. Love to see that one. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time to watch, see how it goes. Now, of course, there was a very long time where this was sort of the answer continuously, having this Huskar. The map has changed around a lot. Mid's still very much the same. And people go there less often nowadays, it feels like. So maybe you're even more on an island on this Ember, or maybe he finds ways to try and like pull the creep waves to dodge the lane completely. We're going to maybe see some weird stuff there, mid. Who knows?
It's kind of like you still see a lot of people rotate to mid. Like I think Gaming Gladiators try and abuse it a lot where they always try and like rotate their supports a lot early to help out Quinn. But the thing is that it's just it's so much easier to rotate on the other lanes that when you're being forced to come mid, it feels a little bit worse because obviously we have the twin gates elsewhere to help us out. So it feels a bit better when you're bouncing back and forth in that sense. And I wasn't sure how much Armel had played Huskar. It turns out it hasn't been too long. You know, he last played like 6 months ago when he was playing a little bit in Southeast Asia. But his first ever game, the first time he ever professionally brought out a Huskar was actually at TI8 versus Pain. So that's kind of hype.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Armel. Yeah, this guy knows. He brings it out when it's really important. So we'll see if it can do everything it's supposed to versus this Ember, where you just do exactly this and relentlessly bully while Puppy goes down. And by Puppy...
Wow.
And wait, I forgot to check. That was a first blood. Okay, just had to make sure. As expected, the first blood grenade does its thing.
Very well done. Yeah, make sure we're sort of crediting that properly.
Yes, sorry.
A little, of course. See how Exantic does and deals with this. Already has taken a lot of damage. Went for that Flame Guard first. And some of the other Embers, we've seen them try and just like do the most that they can with the Sleight of Fist. But no matter what, that's going to be a tough matchup. But Clink's going down early. Not what you want to see. Still another Blood Grenade ready to go for Puppy. Want to watch. And I mean, that was a kill without meta too.
Yeah, and by going down, I meant he's getting down to business. Is obviously what I meant. Puppy is doing.
Yeah,
he continues to do so.
Yeah,
this hero. I mean, he started as like one of the #1 heroes. I feel like when we kind of came back, started DPC. We saw him first phase banned a lot, first phase picked. Right. Got a couple tweaks after that, I believe. And he had tweak in B, right, where his damage could decrease a little bit on the plague, but. Even then, the hero still feels pretty ridiculous. And like the panel was saying, and again to reiterate, the blood grenades feel damn incredible on this hero. And so anyone who can abuse that feels really strong right now because they just feel like a really strong item.
No, totally. And you can just sort of get the most out of it and set up for that early first blood gold. Wow. I'm gotta say, the mid matchup is not going great here, guys. 14 and 12. I was wondering about it because, like I said, I've seen a lot of other Embers try and like really make the most out of the Sleight of Fist. Still saving a point right now for Exantic, but he's just getting completely bullied out of here. This is a rough one.
Yeah, and then you start seeing the play where they go and they try and grab the wave, right? And they run it around.
Right. Thought about denying him there.
We'll see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that Underlord, he's got a big swing sometimes with that aura. So,
bro,
careful, he might smack you down. But Xantic can't really grab the wave at the moment. He's just moving back to the camp. Ouch.
Yeah, dude. This is painful. So mid lanes, I mean, Theliocor again is going to get hit a couple of times and brought down low. It's enough to get the kill. Puppy with 2 of them so far. And they need to find a way to make Ember have a better time because he's not going to be getting it in the lane. That is for damn sure.
Well, the good news is by Theliocor dying again, his net worth dropped enough that he wasn't neck and neck with Xantic. Because before they were like really close and he was almost surpassing his mid. So
got it.
Keep team morale high. He's dying. Very wise stuff here.
Yeah, that is definitely the elephant in the room right now. And like every time he pops this flame guard, it just starts getting burned down. 10 last hits.
Yeah, but what's crazy is that TB's still more farmed.
Right.
So they have like 2 lanes that are kind of crushing right now.
True enough. And the other lane is a Doom. Yeah, all of the lanes going very well as Hakoda is going to get jumped on. Good charge away. That keeps him fine for the moment, but if he continues this charge onto Armel, he just might die. So yeah, just going to secure the water runes. That helps a little. But
that was a juicy career.
What did it have on it?
Had full set of tangos and the stick for Hakoda for that Spirit Breaker. And now, mind you, it's a Spirit Breaker, so he's got some travel stuff he can do. Maybe still make some plays across the map because of it. And gonna try something on the Yamich here. 2 points in the spin.
Oh, no blast off. Chase down, getting close to the edge, but does he get a crit? No, he doesn't even get in range for the hit. Dad manages to push back Yamich, but not able to do a ton, and he's just going to salve back up.
Yeah, gave a bit of space there to boom as well, so he catches up a little bit on farm. Does get caught again in the river, though, from Hakoda. Now the mine turn, though. Oh, Hakoda hits him with the blood grenade at the end.
Theliocor also gets brought down. So multiple kills across the map. 4-0 start for Secret. It is going all Secret right now. They are completely handling these lanes.
And Xantic's just like looking around the leather lanes like, so you guys are doing all right because like I'm not feeding. I got the Huskar. You guys are fine though, right? Guys?
God. Yeah, no, not so much. Man, nothing is going good for them. Almost more denies on Armel than his safe lane has last hits. And that's a good thing. For them. And he's blocking camps. Oh my god, Armel just walked over and blocked the camp.
That is
holy crap. Oh no.
Mind,
and now they're ganking him. And Xantic, dude, they bring 3 heroes mid for the Ember Spirit. This is the highest level of bullying I have seen in a while.
You think
what the hell is that? Dude.
All right, time to activate we need some like 2018 mid one vibes, Okay. We need an Aeon Disc first Ember just roaming the map, making plays.
I mean, I don't think that we can overstate how bad this is for D1 Hustlers. They don't have a core hero right now with the exception of Jug.
Yeah, they do have 3 heroes up there with that Jug from the side of Secret. So, yeah, it's looking rough. It is not great. Armel is just hopping on creep waves there. No cares at all. I mean, he's got a shield rune, so who cares? Puppy's level 4 and zoning back these 2 heroes. He might have gone a bit far here, though.
Puppy charged, but Armel shows up and immediately they can't do anything again.
Oh. He did death pack to live. That was sick.
Armel? I mean, Kezu talked about maybe getting a bit too big for your britches and overextending. Is that a possibility here? Doesn't have shield room anymore. Doesn't look like it. Wow.
Yeah, they're just going to keep this catapult, pressure this tower. I mean, he's trying to draw the waves. Even if it dies now, this is completely fine because he's got his armlet finished up on this Huskar. And again, TB is still very farmed. Chrysalis is starting to find, Divine Llama is starting to find a little bit something here versus Chrysalis here just because everyone's rotating mid. So Underlord is stabilizing somewhat, but even he's only a few hundred gold ahead of Xantix Ember right now. They are going to need some major map movements coming out here soon.
Trent, Puppy just got their wisdom rune.
Oh, no. Oh, a
That's
minute
both of them.
later, too.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Man, D1 Hustlers very much struggling right here, and their mid tower goes down. I don't even know where to look at this point. Secret have just completely outdrafted D1 Hustlers.
Well, perhaps we'll find out why no one else has been picking Huskar. Maybe he'll fall off. Maybe he'll make a couple mistakes. They'll pop that pinata. Only time will tell, though. Puppy perhaps could be the first death, but no.
Not
again,
going down.
Too much help.
Armel, he makes the move over. Image tries to slow, can't quite get in range. Theocore, level 3, spots Armel. Maybe wished he hadn't, as that is a dead Techies. Cancels out that bash, as Armlet Huskar ready to do what Armlet Huskar does best.
I like how he thought about it a little bit. Just like, no,
oh, yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, there's no chance here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, Boom up here grabs the Lotus. Does not have Doom. Takes the point into Scorched Earth instead. Just chilling right now. Not concerned about pressuring this Juggernaut. It's okay to give one lane of okay farm when you're punishing those this hard.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. It's a good point. Like, trying to overextend and shut down everything, maybe not the most important thing in the world, particularly because Shad's going for this Battle Fury build, which is the one way that we've seen Juggernaut get played recently. As Chrysalis continues to sort of AFK farm down on the bottom side of the map, Shad is going to make a spin move up on the top side for Boom now.
Yeah, they have DD on
Xantix. They try and make this happen. Theocore makes the move. They're bringing 4 heroes top, seeing if they can get that kill onto Boom. Will they be able to bring him down? Yes, but Hakoda, he goes down afterwards. It's Xantix down very low. Puppy, they try and get a little bit more damage out there onto him. They will manage to bring down the Ember. Shad tries to TP out. A 2 for 3, not great, but they'll take what they can get, I guess.
Yeah, able to escape out of that one. A little greedy to not take Doom at 7, obviously, but he's trying to farm it off. Scorched Earth sort of keeps him safe as well in the lane, so not necessarily a greedy thing, but it just doesn't help in terms of dealing with rotations. So, gets a bit punished there, but the Huskar obviously farming that entire time, working towards the Halberd. So even though there's no ranged heroes on the side of Hustlers, I mean, there's a Clinks, but you know, no like big ranged cores where you really feel the benefit of the Halberd. It's just gonna be super solid versus the Juggernaut. Keep yourself a little bit safe.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like all the other elements of that Sange too, pretty nice to have as the Huskar.
That's the main thing. You just want Sange, so whatever it's going into, you know.
Well, a 5,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. I mean, it's one of those things too where like you see this net worth for the Ember and it feels pretty bad, and you're like, all right, well, Ember can still, you know, get some kills and damage in with levels, but he's also, you know, one of the lowest of the cores. Those wisdom runes not getting gotten for them, it really hurts. But we'll have to see what the next couple of minutes bring out here. Do you think that Secret is going to try and like keep up this heavy level of momentum? Or do you think that they're going to try and sort of sit back and just wait for their item timings?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because it's very tempting to just start running at them with this Huskar because you had such an edge, but something that's happened in the meantime is that it's given a lot of space to Puppy to just farm up the bottom lane. He's essentially equal with the Underlord. He's actually surpassed him in terms of net worth, but XP-wise, geez, Yamish is level 7 as well. Rather than like making it a Huskar-centric game, they've sort of just slowed down the Ember and then boosted up their supports to a very high point where their supports are like above what both of the dire supports, and one of them's above the enemy offlaner. So I think that you could just sort of stabilize here for a while.
I mean, just open up the levels tab for a second here and you'll see that every single hero, only the Jug is ahead of the entire rest of the team. The entire rest of the team of Secrets ahead of them in levels. The double Wisdom Rune is just devastating for this snowball effect. And he picks up a smoke. I wonder if they're going to try for a second round of the double-double.
Damn, that's a nice early Pavis as well. There's the Ember and the Jug, too. Two heroes that are like really hoping to get quite a bit out of this like early physical burst. Just get them over that tiny little bit of hump with the help of the Pavise there. They're going to miss the sticky bomb, but they got a ward and a Huskar jump. So Divine Llama, no chance out of this one.
Hey, good dad. Gets brought down. And Armel, he's making the move over. Dude, I think they're going to just try and bully them off the Wisdom Rune again.
I'm going to farm the Ancients a little, push a tower maybe. Yeah.
Those.
I don't know. Is it worth trying to fight? I'm sure Theo, of course, is probably just going to run for the other one in a second. Although he's catching the wave instead, so maybe not. I think that might be your best bet, is to just start running Clinks over there. I guess, you know what? He's level 5. So I'm talking about running to the Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes. He can't do it that easily because he doesn't have Skeleton Walk yet.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's
an
really sad.
issue.
They don't have their ultis. Okay. Yeah. They're moving over now, and Hakoda, are they going to come and contest this? Secret, trying to get set up. Armel is there too. Divine Llama getting closer and closer, and, well, they get it. Wisdom Rune, but do they have a hero? Thelio Core on the other side. The hero, able to get Skeleton Walk, able to take the Wisdom Rune. Game is salvaged, right?
Yeah, that's it. All you had to do was go 1-on-1 on Wisdoms.
Okay.
It is important, though, because it is going to just help, right? That's the most important thing. Just trying to stabilize a little bit. Again, we know that their supports were struggling really hard, and now Spiritbreaker has 6, which he would not have if it wasn't for that Wisdom Rune pickup, because obviously that's getting split between him and Theolacor. So that is a big deal. That extra bit of control might be what they need to just set up for like the one Omni Slash rotation where Shad shows up or something. He's also almost level 12, so almost a second point into that Omni if he wants to try that.
Puppy.
Can also just get more Blade Dance.
He doesn't have Noxious Plague for another couple of seconds, and the two cores are going to be bullied back now, and Divine Llama, he might even be in some trouble. Gets caught, boom on him, just gonna drop the Doom. Feels pretty bad right now for the D1 Hustlers.
You can tell that they're winning hard because he even hit him with the Hurricane there, even though it was totally unnecessary. Boom, just wanted swag plays, you know?
Fair enough. Gotta practice.
I just want a vector target. Armel being charged. 800 HP.
3 heroes. There's a...
Level 2 Omni.
They gotta get it here. This is so important for them to get this kill onto Armel, and they will bring him down. That is exactly what they needed on D1 Hustlers. Catch Armel completely alone, kill him off.
All right. I mean, that puts Jug at the very top here. This is a Juggernaut who has a Battle Fury as well, of course, so almost finished his Yasha. He is going to continue to scale very well. TB has just been chilling. Chrysalis not having like the fastest farm speed necessarily. A lot of his farm is being eaten up at the same time, though. Like we said, there's been a pretty greedy puppy who's occupying a lot of like the random lanes and a couple of the camps there as well. So he's farming, he's taking up space on the map, and you're not like max accelerating. But they really are just. This is not like a crazy Huskar strat. This is just a strat where there's a Huskar who's involved. I feel like he kind of did his job. He boosted everyone up. He's going to go for an AC after this to try and allow him to continue to do his job. And then he's just going to be this like bursting, inner firing, setting up for the big damage for the TB.
Fair. You know, when you said a pretty greedy puppy, I just had this image in my head of my dog trying to eat my other dog's food. I can't get it out of there anymore.
It's a greedy puppy.
But that's right. That's true. A very greedy puppy who got his courier kill. And Theliacor tries to get out of there. Well, it's going to be Roche taken for Secret. Very difficult to come and contest this, but D1 Hustlers are opting, of course, just to sort of spread out the map, try and get their farm on. It, like you said, because it's not this like barrel down lane after lane strategy coming from Secret, there are these windows where you're kind of becoming a hero again for Exantic.
Man, they have a great ward here, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah.
And so
that's a cool one.
If Armel had have walked out there low HP, there was actually kind of a chance for a charge play, but he was busy charging the top wave. I thought maybe Huskar was going to get got, but never mind.
I do like that ward a lot. That's a cool one.
Yeah, it's just at a range of the sentry they placed as well. Plus, when you sentry the Twin Gate, you miss it as well. Exantic, though, you know, think about where he was.
Yeah.
The comeback story for the ages. Sort of. He's farming. He's got Maelstrom. He's hitting a tower. Most tower damage you're ever going to see on an Ember.
Gotta do it. dodge. And that's what this big map allows you to do much more effectively than it did in the past. And if you think about these Huskar strats, a lot of time it's grouping up around him, and sometimes you lose out on the rest of the map. Can they find a pickoff here on Armel? Now, he does have Puppey nearby him. And, okay, breaks the charge. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wait a minute, though. Armel? Sleight of fist? Looking for a pickoff? It's not going to happen. The tower is going to drop.
Yeah, I mean, that works. It can work if it's like through a tree line or something, but the straight on, not going to happen. I think we've seen this matchup a couple times, the exact thing being the result. It just gets pushed to the last second. Look at that building damage on this Ember.
Wow.
306. They hate hitting buildings, but he slapped that bottom tower because it was the only thing he could do.
Fair enough, man. Ooh, Delio Core, though. Finding Huskar alone and realizes I don't want to do anything to that man.
Now, wait. Now, do you wait at the shop? Oh, I see. I would have waited.
Oh, okay, I see.
Look, see, I would have followed that to the shop because, look, there was another courier.
That's true. Maybe he finds it.
You know what? He's going to get it anyway. All right, what am I talking about? Oh, it's running. It's on the move.
Get it. Get him. Ah, he's not going to. No chance for it. Still, splitting the map. Shad might run into trouble here. Oh, they predicted that perfectly. Tries to get away. Oh, healing ward down. But the sticky bomb's slow because it persisted onto him. Now turns onto Yamich. The disarm is there, and Hakoda just has to back away. And in fact, Armel's going to find another kill, most likely, onto this Techies. As two go down, everywhere Armel goes, people are dying.
Yeah, this is working out really well. Nice timings. I really like the way he didn't just go, like, as described during the draft, nuclear, right? Okay, this is a nuclear pick. I want to go nuclear Huskar. And it was nuclear for the lane. It became a total atomic wasteland. But then they chilled a little bit, you know? Now he's going nuclear again. Let his teammates catch up a little bit. It is difficult to make these plays because you're not as like crazy psycho strong as a Huskar could be if you like fully all in on the hero and he's like winning those early fights, you're taking out those early towers. But because he helped elevate all his teammates when you work together, it becomes easier to just coordinate well and ensure that like it's utilizing the Aegis a lot more effectively as well than like maybe some other heroes would be able to because his teammates can just play with him more and they can't just ignore your allies because they're all farmed and just slowly gonna make it home.
I do appreciate the Davai Lama play there. He drops the gate down basically right by their high ground. So he's like, come on through, guys. You know, if you can bait them to go through the gate, maybe they'll make a bad play. I like that. It's got, you know.
They got to think of something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 21 minutes and another round of double wisdom runes. So only one wisdom rune gathered for D1 Hustlers this game. Feeling very tough.
I think the most surprising thing to me this game is that Puppey didn't buy a Midas. You know, knowing how he likes the game.
It's true.
Tornadoes him out of the gale. But you are dusted, sir.
Oh my god. They're not even going to drop the Doom on him. No need at all. Boom. I'm going to farm up your little skeletons too. Take that. Armel, this does mean he's completely alone up top, which D1 Hustlers are going to be aware of, but they connect with him pretty quickly.
Yeah, and he's got 30-second Aegis, so, you know, who cares?
Wow. 15-3. And, you know, there's a reason the panel reacted the way they did when they saw that Huskar pick. It was the perfect answer in the lane. They already had the good matchup of the Terrorblade against the Jug, and boom, you know, he was just free to do whatever he wanted. Well, Chrysalis has had the easiest game of his life.
We truly have not really had to see Terrorblade at all. His hero damage must be so low.
Yeah. Can we take a look at the hero damage for Chrysalis this game? Is there any way? Yeah, he's at 6.2k. That's
him and Doom, the two farmers.
Yeah.
You know?
Still more than all of the Dire.
Xantic, though, gets hit by the Dome.
Finds this guy and gonna bring him down pretty quickly.
Equals Doom.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, Trent. How's your day going? Because
Well, we had a lot of game threes. Pretty exciting games today. You know,
Yeah.
it took a little while, but a lot of them were back and forth. There were a lot of good opportunities on both sides, and that trend has ended.
Yeah.
As it's a 16K lead with their 16 kills. That's a effective bounty price there. 1,000 gold per kill. It's not
Very
really how that
impressive.
works, but you know, a lead. That is. Yep. I think we need some exciting items. I could see like Puppy maybe. I remember there was one game he rushed Heart on Crystal Maiden.
Okay.
That was a long time ago. He's been known to go a little funny sometimes in similar situations. I think he should try and find something like that.
I like that idea. Oh, smoke up now. It looks like they are going to try and set up. Were they smoking for the Huskar alone? Okay. Smoke is broken. That did not work. Shad going to try and TP out. Does manage to escape. Divine Llama not going to be so effective at getting out of there. So the smoke is broken, as are the D1 Hustlers. And with no Underlord for 30 seconds, that might mean Secret take a little gander at high ground.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, to the benefit of all of us, they're going to give it a shot here with their nice and early AC as he had his eyes set on this pretty early on from Armel and continued through. Now, the other thing is that Roche is back up potentially in a minute, so if there's any semblance of resistance, we are expecting them to back up.
They do manage to kill the Spirit Breaker, who is trying to cut waves, so
yeah,
he's also out of there for 30. Yeah, Puppy ahead of everybody in this game except for Jug on the enemy team. The very greedy Puppy has got a nice little belly full of kibble.
They're out of creeps. They'll get this tower, but they can't get anything after that. So, in fact, they're going to early glyph knowing, you know, we can actually save the tower because the Theodolcore cut off the next wave.
Big plays. Yeah,
and the
like,
Roche will respawn at 46 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, now. I think it's going to spawn instant. Oh, my God. We were mega wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they try and kill this Doom. Oh, he blinks away before damage comes in. Man, when it rains, it pours, Trent. Get in the portal. Run away, Divine Lava. Get out of there. He does manage to escape.
You know, I don't think I've guessed the Roche timer 180 times yet, so I'm due to be right one of these times.
Okay.
Just statistically, you know. Eventually, I'll get it.
Well, yeah. I don't know if that's how that works.
Well, I got it. Yeah, as long as I keep doing it.
I guess that's true, right?
I mean,
how many
well,
games
it's not going to stop me from getting hired, you know?
We're in 4 digits now. We could
yeah, a couple grand.
Well, D1 Hustlers, they have achieved a pipe on Divine Llama and trying to get into the Crimson Guard next. The unfortunate situation for them is that Doom has Pipe, Crimson, a Midas Blink, and I think is going towards Octarine or maybe Guardian. I don't know what he's going to get next. Whatever he wants.
He's not sure either. Where's his courier? Is it dead? Has it died again yet? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's his Octarine. It's on the way.
Okay. So, 26 minutes in.
Hakoda not doing the math right here, or he's just clearing it out early.
Okay.
Had to check the times tables, you know.
Yeah, they might not have gotten it, you know. Sometimes they'll let the other ones sort of get a little bit stronger and not get them till later or something. Never know.
Yeah.
Ooh, big item. The Core has a relic done, trying to get towards that nullifier. That could make a pretty big difference there, actually. And a butterfly for Jug.
Oh, Hakoda gonna run into Puppy. He's gonna start the TP, and it looks like the play from Yamich. He does have a Yule, so you know this is not a delayed stun when he gets there. It was a good shot that he gets him, but quick TP will get him out. That means that he won't get the Radiant Wisdom rune, but he should be able to secure his own if he's got that on the mind.
Doom gonna be dropped now as Boom chases down the other side. And gonna see if they can get this kill onto Divine Llama. Omni Slash, though, for the kill onto Puppy. TP out. Manages to escape. So it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
someone needs to get to the Wisdom Rune. Doesn't look like the Radiant are moving towards it anyway, so Hustlers will get their own. And Armel gonna go hit up the old Roche pit. So Aegis and cheese. We'll see if someone picks up the cheese. It's been a bit of an issue lately. That was a massive bounty. We should point that out. That was a lot of gold for Shad for killing a quote-unquote support Venomancer there.
That's true.
We got a cool like 1,300 gold.
Yeah, and a lot of XP too. So after the Wisdom Rune and that kill, Juggernaut, now level 21, has that insane talent, which has been super strong recently. Part of why this hero has been so effective, the Blade Dance Lifesteal. You know, you get down low and suddenly you get an Omni Slash off, you're back up to full HP almost.
No, I mean, the real issue is that Rapier doesn't give True Strike anymore. If Rapier gave True Strike, guys, we could be buying a Rapier right now, this Juggernaut. And isn't that the future you want to live in? Or rather the past, I guess, because that's what it was. Oh, Shad. Gonna run into Boom. Sees it's him. Does not know that he has no Doom.
What? He waited a long... Did he not have his TP back up? Oh. The Heliocore moves in.
He did.
Now, they do have the Greater Healing Lotus. I don't think it's going to matter, Trent, as Shad is going to be killed off. Yeah, I'm not sure if he didn't have TP. I'm just going to assume he didn't have TP back off cooldown yet.
Or he just thought Doom was up. Because that's a pretty safe assumption when there's a Doom with Octarine Core. And then he decided, like, YOLO, I might as well try it anyway.
But can they take down Puppey? Moves in for the kill and gets it. Xantic picks up that kill. Did have to use the BKB for it, and now is going to TP out. Manages to escape before that BKB runs out.
Thank goodness Boom hasn't been back to the fountain in, like, you know, a billion years. So he's just at 0 mana and can't Doom.
Yeah. Fair enough. Did have cheese. Passed over now. Biolama throws out the Firestorm, wanting to keep this tower alive. Doesn't quite have Crimson yet. Is about 200 or so gold away from finishing that off, which will help in the base defense. But Secret sending Armel up front. 3 minutes left on this Aegis. Takes the first tier 3 tower up top there.
Well, they poke and prod at and freshly satanicked Armel. Don't think he's too worried.
30 minutes and 23,000 gold lead. They just keep on sitting back and farming.
For Satanic, it says immense power at the cost of your soul. But do Huskar pickers have a soul?
That's a good...
How does it work?
Yeah.
Or maybe that's it, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
That's where it went. Okay, now it's
adding
adding
up. It doesn't cost anything then.
Wow. This is good here as Hakoda, Tormentor finished, gets himself the shard. So you know what that means, baby.
What's that? Planar pocket.
The planar pocket gonna save the game. Huskar,
Right, you know
get over here. Oh wait, he accidentally jumps the charging Spirit Breaker.
Nice.
Who somehow is targeting a creature in his own fountain. That doesn't make sense.
It could though.
But we'll figure it out.
So Trent, I actually discovered what it is with the Satanic. It's that it comes at the cost of your soul. Oh god, jump away. That was close. But it doesn't have any mana cost or any cost at all. So what they're secretly saying is that carry players don't have souls. Or mid players. Anybody
that just makes sense.
Anybody that buys Satanic doesn't have a soul. I get it now.
All right, well, now that we've solved that, we're going to at least get some value out of this last 30 minutes. As it did feel like this game was over rather quickly.
True enough.
Truly, I'm just wondering how this is going to impact further games and further Ember picks, and if we'll actually see other teams brave the Huskar after watching this. Because Armel made it look real dummy easy, and the question might be, like, what could Xantic have done better? Like, could he have pulled waves? Could teammates come and done something? Should they have tried to swap something around?
Well,
those are the kind
one
of questions.
Last chance now. They throw out the Nullifier. Ready to run in. Shad starts with the spin. The Doom actually gets planar pocketed. Can you believe it? And now the turn with the Omni Slash. Forced to pop the Sunder. Shad trying to do what damage he can. The planar pocket was good, but having a 27,000 gold lead is a little bit better. as they are going to kill off more and more heroes. The racks are down, and Hakoda going to die as Mega Creeps are claimed. GG is called. Back to the drawing board for D1 Hustlers.
Back to the old drafting board, I think. You know, sometimes it's easy to just say, what can you do? And it might be one of those times where you're just gonna, well, you know. Everyone on Secret is like, Armel, thanks, Armel, thanks, Armel. It's like, honestly, you guys kind of crushed your lanes anyway. It wasn't just Armel. As obviously, he made it very easy to rally around and make the rest of the game seem super simple. Recall that Jug was doing okay, but the bottom lane was also pretty much a total disaster and only got worse when they were thus forced to pull more heroes to the mid lane because of the Huskar. But super solid strategy, again, from Secret. I love how they didn't just, like, all in Huskar. They, like, brought everybody up to Snowball Town, and then they rolled down the hill.
Right. It's a good lesson, right? You don't need to double down on the all-in because you've already gone all in by picking Huskar. It's a smart thought there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I gotta also say, I don't remember if it was Lacoste or Kezu or Nat that was talking about how strong this Terrorblade pick was, but it felt like it was the perfect answer because even with Shad getting like crazy far ahead, there was still this sort of question mark of like, are they going to be able to do damage? Because Terrorblade's unanswered. And the answer was no. They didn't do damage, Trent.
No, we did not.
And with that bombshell, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down this game number one.
I don't know if we can break it down any better than Lyrical and Trent already have, but we're going to try, because you were the one that was talking about the impact there of that Terrorblade. So I don't want to talk about it at all. Instead, I want to talk about the mid matchup. I mean, we knew Huskar was going to be an easy lane, but I want to ask first, with such an easy lane for Huskar, do you just sack it like they did for the Ember Spirit? Do you go, it's an unfavorable matchup for you, but we are going to try and focus on the other side lanes here? Or do you go, hey, this is a rough matchup for you, let's get some rotations in, Kezu?
This is, I think, the type of situation where it's hard to have a plan or have many ideas because it's just a very hard one. So I think you need to be very creative and just play the situation. Like if it's some type where Armel is super low HP, you just call for a double TP, you kill him. If not, I think people in this game, in order to win it, you need to be creative and honestly, you need to do some crazy shit. Like it's really, this is one of the hardest games I've seen from a drafting standpoint. I think your Underlord pick didn't have much purpose to it. Your Jug is gonna get TB'd, so that wasn't good. Then you Embered and they Huskar'd you. So this is one of the rare games where after the game, if someone said this game is unwinnable because of draft and I'm the drafter, I would be like, yep, you're right, I fucked up. There's no gameplay to be talked about, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like 1-2 points and then it's move on time.
Okay, well, let's see, Lacoste, do you have any gameplay pointers?
Let's go, Lacoste.
It's rough. You get Huskard last pick. It does happen from time to time. You're just like, it's one of those heroes where you have to just tank it, I guess. Or you have like 2 full minutes after you see this Huskar pick and try to think of something very innovative, something that has not been done before, how to deal with this Huskar. We've seen in the previous series, Necro as a counter pick to this Ember Spirit on a mid lane. I think the hero, like Ember in general, is like relatively punishable from the mid lane. There's a couple of bad matchups that he does not like to play into. This is one of the worst. This is probably like the worst one. And you just have to like deal with it. Maybe they tried to go, I can understand with like the draft point of view from D1 Hustlers, where they have like Spirit Breaker charging in, Underlord using Fiend's Gate, Clinks showing up with his army, try to like split the map, go for these kills, but the game didn't develop in that way. It was Team Secret all over the place, like Puppy being almost godlike at one point. He's the master Venomancer pretty much, and the carry-to-carry matchup's always going to be bad considering like what you're playing into. So I think you scratch this one and start off just like brand new. Like you're one game down, it doesn't matter.
Bro,
get it out of the system.
The Huskar, he had like 32 denies at 5 minutes. If I open this replay and I see this number, I'm closing this replay and I'm forcing my team to not talk about this game. That shit is illegal. It's not allowed. It's not okay.
I mean, the Veno at 8 minutes had a higher net worth than the Ember Spirit. Like, that is just another thing that you can't. I don't know. It's
Unlucky.
traumatizing. Yeah. Well, unlucky is one word for it. I definitely would go with the traumatization. But MVP, hard to pick one when it feels like it was very much over by draft and solidified in the laning phase. You guys want to give it to Husker? Does it feel dirty to give it to Husker, Lacoste?
Definitely not. I mean, he kind of forced Ember Spirit to miss every single CS uphill. Was not able to get anything done. Nicely done there by Huskar. And also one of the heroes, that can build into Armelt. This is his classic, I would say. And I just have to repeat the same joke. Don't have much opportunity to do so because most mid laners don't build into it. There was Kunkka the other day. Didn't build into it, but this time around, Armel staying through his name. And getting stuff done in this one.
I can't.
Any honorable mentions, Kezu? Honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Puppy Venom.
Be the team.
I mean, I would say Shad did pretty well for them. No,
Yeah.
like he, stayed on top of the net worth. He tried his best, but this is sometimes some analogies I like to make is that if you put the best player, if you put the best carry player in the world on Jugger, he will lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way. So I think he tried his best. I'll say he did the best with what he could, and yeah, I have nothing else to say. I think.
So, someone call up your Tor. Let's see it. Let's put this into practice. All right, let's theory test it.
Let's try it. Put Yatoro in this game. I'm sure he'll definitely win.
Anyone got his number? Let's bring him in. No, look, it was a great game. Thanks, Lacoste. I'll go to a break. Let's just quickly go to a break while Lacoste makes that call then, huh? When we
Thanks,
come back,
Lacoste.
game 2, Secret and D1 Hustlers.
You can just push this all the way.
Oh, Jack. He's not tipping, guys. He fucked up.
I'm tipping right now, so I'm coming from
He fucked up. He wasted.
He has no ulti,
They still fight, yeah? They still fight.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Guys, portal back. Oh, okay, they're dealing with minions. Portal back. To me.
Yep.
I'm on my way. We can kill the Thunderlord, maybe.
I'm tipping next wave. I'll be fast.
I shouldn't have placed. Okay, we have this guy. Okay.
Turn to you.
You got me, I can maybe Thunder even, but just going.
The Ember doesn't have much mana.
Stunned.
The Ember doesn't have much mana.
Maybe I can get him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay,
Good.
keep out. Okay, they see me somewhere, by the way.
Welcome back. It is game number 2 between Secret and Hustlers, and I'm hoping, I'm praying, for the sake of Lyrical and Tread, we get a slightly closer game than what happened in game 1, Kezu.
We will get a playable draft for D1 Hustlers. Like when they get to, when they have a good draft, they get to do stuff and actually show what they're made of. Because in some other games, against Liquid, they look good. Against Tundra, so-so. And then this game just now, I think even the 3 of us, we should not talk about it.
Okay. So, right. So Hustlers wipe it from their brain. Lacoste, you and I, Kezu, we have to wipe it from our brains too.
Pretty much, yeah. I want to see D1 Huskars going for something different in this one. Definitely didn't like this Underlord pick. I can see the reasoning behind it, but also want to see something different in terms of maybe even bans leave some of these heroes open in the pool, some of these carries that they banned out. Because if you're banning out a lot of these carries and you also forget to ban Terrorblade, there's a lot of these matchups that you are missing out on, I would say, because you're not going to get some of the good counters to it.
Are they...
I see there's ban change-ups at the moment. So
they're first picking Medusa or what?
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess they'll lean it for first pick Medusa because they ban in the AM. And so that it's either what? They let Monkey King through on Hustlers and ban the Medusa, or keep the bans the same and let through Medusa.
Yeah, this is, at least if they do go for Medusa or something like that, this is certainly something you can do. If you're a team where your enemies will always ban the same heroes, right? You eventually get to be like, well, okay, we get to choose our first pick and ban for it in a way. So that's at least one advantage you have when enemy teams will target one player, as everyone is doing right now against Secret.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, I didn't see that one coming, Lacoste.
Oof, yeah, what a shocker. Shocked Pikachu face right there. Now you need to figure it out. D1 Hustlers probably expected it to come, seeing this anti-mage ban, and also knowing that they need to either give Medusa or give Team Secret Monkey King. So now you need to figure out what to do. There was still Pango in the pool in the last game that was uncontested. Having the Fusel Blade on Pango feels really good against Medusa, burning 160 mana. Not sure if you want to go for it straight away, because there's still a lot of good options left in the pool against Pango. There's no Bloodseeker, so you might want to use this, but there's still Spirit Heroes in the pool.
I could see it's Pango, Kato, if you feel good about this opening, especially because I think also Dalai Lama, he plays it, so you're not necessarily forced to put the Pango mid, because very likely if you do Kato Pango here, there's a very high chance that Secret will pick Ember on the closing spot, or Void Spirit, because you will just feel good about that.
Yeah, maybe Puck, considering how well our
Puck's cool too, for sure.
But yeah, Arb. So you need to also start thinking about, if you pick Caudle now, do you have enough to control these elusive heroes that are going to come out from the mid lane? There it is.
Yeah, you'll probably just get one of the 3 heroes we mentioned. There's obviously an off chance that they pick a different hero, some, a Puppy 5 that they feel good about, or some techies. Other than that, it would be one of the 3 we mentioned.
Either they pick those heroes or they don't. It's very simple.
That's a good point.
Wow, that is the most insightful thing I've ever heard come from Lacoste. They either pick the hero or they don't.
He ain't wrong.
When patch kind of dropped,
truth.
I've seen Pangos being played from the offlane in the Chinese region, building Pavis, making him these are the items that Pango needs: a little bit of mana, a little bit of HP, some armor, which makes him super tanky on top of Shield Crash, and then you can build into the Fusel Blade if you don't feel like you want to play the matchup from the mid lane. If you feel like you're gonna suffer, maybe there's a position for it, but then again, your position 4 might need to build into auras, maybe even position 5, which is gonna come slightly later than you would expect it to.
Yeah. They pick techies, so I think now with the bans you can kind of decide where you want to put the Pango. Now, even though you don't see the mid matchup yet, because you could potentially ban 2 or 3 mid heroes, I think you can do that and put it there, or you just put it into the offlane against Medusa, which I don't think you
terrible.
pressured that hero at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you.
Guys, I've got it. You ban out mid heroes, you bait Secret into picking Ember, and then you last pick Husker and move your Pango to offlane, and you Uno reverse them.
Holy base, the Uno reverse card. I like it.
Game 3
Yeah, I'm down.
immediately. Let's see what the bans are gonna be. Yeah, the thing about offlane Pango is like I know the suffering. I experienced it every single time I try to play it from the offlane. It's just not working out. It sounds good in theory, but when you try to actually play the lane, it doesn't work. Like you need levels on this hero to be efficient.
Yep.
Instead, some bands we are going to see, you know, actual logical bands, the Doom and the Dark Seer there.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, I would say. The Money Printer, the Illusion Man against Medusa, which is always very good. As in terms of offlanes,
you have a nickname.
Like what you want to have.
Single hero, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fishman is getting banned.
Yeah.
Fishy Boy. It's going to be Fishy Boy because we have Fishman on a team.
I mean, screw him. They can both be Fishman, no? Can they both
Okay,
be
that's
Fishman?
true.
Now we can
Fishman
call
playing
this-
Fishman.
This guy, Dentist. Yeah, that's the one. And
Yeah, that's good. We have Gandalf and an animal on D1 Hustlers.
Animal Pango is just animal.
I mean, what is he?
Not
A
Rolly Boy,
French
driver's license.
endangered
there was some
French
interesting
animal.
stuff that
Driver.
he likes fine dining. Pangolier. It was on the
checked
screen
out.
like a couple of hours ago. Dante. Very good looking fella.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Big fan, big fan.
Foodie. Yeah, that's what Pango is.
10
Uh,
seconds remaining.
So banning out
Beastmaster
Beastmasters.
nickname.
Yeah, but this sounds to me like D1 Hustlers want to keep all the Spirit Heroes probably in the pool and just play against it, because banning out Beastmaster, this says to me, we don't want to play into Techie's Beastmaster lane, sounds too powerful, and also having Rolling Thunder counter feels always kind of bad to play into.
But I don't really... Okay, so you're banning the best heroes that you think Secret could pick, but to me this looks like you're just gonna put your Pango offlane, which will give you one lane that will not be good, whereas I feel like if you banned mid heroes, put Pango mid, you pick an offlane against Dusa and then hold your carry pick against their offlaner, you could create 3 lanes where you're smiling, you know, you're happy. But now you're only giving yourselves 2. Unless there's some greater deal with the bans that I'm too stupid to understand.
And look, the last time I did maths, 3 was greater than 2.
That is true, actually. Your maths checks out.
Thank you.
Wow, we really started this whole analysis on a stupid side. First me saying that they
Yeah.
pick a hero or they don't, then 3 is higher than 2. Well, I don't know what Kesby contributed to this conversation. To lose
probably a lot of
brain
good
cells
things.
to whoever's listening, but we're doing a good job so far.
Sorry. Yeah, Skyref pick.
He contributed the nicknames.
Yeah, that's true. Now we have another mage.
Yeah, Mr. Warshard in the game, coming through. It's gonna be some...
Actually, it saved me the other day when I played. No cap. I pressed my ult, got like... I don't know how much armor you get, but I got some and I lived.
like 1 hour. I
Suck
don't
it,
even know.
suck
It's so bad. There was way too much.
It's very bad.
There are way too many good shards in the game. This one needs, I'm not going to say even buffs, because it doesn't fit what hero
It
wants
needs
to
loving.
do. Needs some
Full
kind
rework.
Of exactly. Yeah, bold move from Secret, picking Void Spirit into Skyret Mage, but they feel like they can get away with it. Also, this D1 Hustlers draft, if you're kind of stuck in a position where you are like 2-3k gold down 10 minutes into the game, I don't see Skyret Mage, Keeper of the Light working out as a support duo. Someone needs to set things up for these heroes. Skyret Mage needs a hero to play with. Keeper of the Light can be more on a passive side, I would say. Still want to see where this where this Pango is going to go. I still feel like I just put it on a mid lane now that you know the matchup. I think playing into Void Spirit is much better than playing into Ember Storm matchups.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like suffering's coming for both supports and Hustlers. Playing against Spirit Breaker, Void Spirit, it's going to be very difficult.
Okay, so you get the Underlord. It's a bit better against secret heroes this time around, but I think right now with these two supports and your mid Pango, you're gonna be relying on Atlantic to have such a good game on Pango, because if he doesn't, your supports are gonna feel very, very lost on the map. And generally, when you play against Medusa Void Spirit, you don't want to play a farm type of game. And you have Underlord, who's a bit... he's very clunky around the map, right? He's a follow-up hero with his gate, as is Skyref and Kato. So if this Pangolier so far does not have a good game, this entire draft will not function.
I never like these ideas where one hero needs to pop off. You think this Puppy guy doesn't know that Pango needs to do a lot of good stuff in this game, so they're gonna run at him with Techies and Spirit Breaker, make his mid lane a living hell, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's gonna be heavy on the rotations, definitely. It's been a lot of carry bans now, so what's left in the pool for Hustlers? I know that they're gonna see what secret pick for themselves, but with Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Magnus, which could have been a potential carry, Faceless Slark, TB, AM. Where is the pool looking for Hustlers now, Kezu?
I actually have to open up the hero page
Some
myself.
axe. I'm down for some axe. To have a control against this Pango. Like, sure. Who's gonna be playing 5 here? I think you wanna... If it's Techies 4...
I'm down for axe.
Then I'm down for axe. Because I feel like you need some kind of a soak-up damage for Medusa, and Spirit Breaker just does it better.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, Monkey is banned. Yeah, you're definitely reaching towards the bottom of the barrel here, I think, when it comes to carry picks.
Just not Jug again, right?
There's also...
It's better than last game. The Jug. I don't think it will win you the game, but it's a better Jug game than the last game was.
Okay.
Veno... No, it's just SB3, right? Veno 5? Yeah,
I think so.
That's what I would assume.
They could swap things around. Still, if they see matchup where Venomancer does extremely well into it, but most likely just going to be Veno 5 now.
Yeah.
Running it back.
Let's see, what does Shad want?
What does the hero need to consist of for Hustlers? Like, what's their lineup missing at the moment?
A lot. It would be nice if he can help carry the game, but also I think an active carry at 15 to 20 minutes that doesn't really fall off. PL's banned.
What about Morph? Don't like Morph? Not good enough, not active enough?
I can see it happen.
Maybe a bit too staticky. Yeah. Okay.
No.
The one thing we asked not to see again.
I do think it's...
Go ahead, Kezu.
It's better than last game, but again, it's not. It doesn't give me any confidence. Like SB doesn't care, Void Spirit doesn't really care about you. I feel like it's more of the hero where you help your team like feel better because you give them a healing ward, but you're never gonna be the reason why you're gonna win the game. So I'm not a big fan.
All right. So win condition still very heavily on the Pango there. What were you gonna say before the cost?
Good question. Heroes like Jug, Lifestealer, they've been heavily nerfed. Like, changes to them not having spell immunity does hurt these heroes a lot. And I feel like D1 Hustlers, they need to rename themselves in this game to win it. It needs to be Chad or Giga Shad and Chad Xantic. They need to be the one carrying the hell out of this game because it's not going to be an easy one. I could see it falling quickly as it did in game 1, like 25-30 minutes from Team Secret. Again, the timing that they're looking for.
Okay, let's say mid lane is rough again, Kezu. Is this a lineup where you're like... I was going to say, is it a lineup where you need to be creative or just very heavy on the rotations? Like, what exactly do Hustlers need to do better in the laning phase for this draft?
Well, you're going to have to go and have to help Xantic, I think, even if the lane's better. You have more play potential this time around, and then play around some diffusal chakra magic timing. Because if that doesn't happen, you just auto-lose.
Okay, well, look, hopefully game 2 is a little bit more competitive, a little bit closer as we do get on into it. I'm sure Lyrical and Trent would like a competitive game.
Thank you so much, Nat. Man, it'd be hard for it to not be more competitive or the other way around. It's pretty freaking rough. after that first one, Trent. By the way, we did have a little bit of all chat coming in right at the start of this one, which I'd like to draw everybody's attention to. Apparently, there was a giant spider on the wall asking if we could go and get it. And then Divine Llama called Puppy a toxic player and tipped him. So that's probably just all jokes. It's fine.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious why he's playing Veno again.
True. Very true.
Toxic. 2 games in a row.
You know, when I look at the heroes of Secret, they are all some of the most played and highest win rate heroes in competitive Dota 2 right now. You look at like the WEU Dota buff pages, it's all filled with the top of them. Lowest win rate on them is Spiritbreaker, 53%. And then there's the D1 Hustlers picks. And they just don't do that much. It's a little rough. Armel, he's going to have to skill assimilate there. Gets down to the low ground. Now everybody's getting caught in a gale. Watch out. Double blood grenade action. Theliocor in trouble. Is going to get Mystic Snaked. And nice. Divine Llama with the Deny Llama. Very well done. Puppy, though, does have another blood grenade coming off cooldown. Going to back out. And it looks like they're going to be fine. Or are they? Oh, ouch. Shad.
Oh, he has another blood grenade.
Oh my god. He doesn't have another spin. Oh, Shad. Divine Llama, can he go 2 for 2? He will. Getting the kills. Oh, it's on his team, but that is what you want. That is a long TP.
My Bud. Maybe the fountain might have been the place to go on that one. He's going to send it to Salve, but yeah, Deny Llama, indeed, as you said, making a name for himself here. Much needed, as we somehow are 0-0 after all of those shenanigans. But, you know, you were saying it's the best of the best here on Secret, right? Best heroes, high win rates in pubs, but you know what Secret should know better than anyone? Is that putting a bunch of superstars together doesn't always mean you're going to win.
Oh, it's true. That's a true statement.
Now, Shad is a little deep here. Oh, Boom. Boom is begging for a bash. He can't get it.
No bashes today. Not for you, sir. So Shad gets out of there. Coda able to get that slowdown with a concussive shot. So a lot of damage thrown around, but no real finishing touches coming out there. Not what you want to see. As Hakoda, I almost said Loda there. I didn't see the Haka at the start. They're going to pull the wave back. But yeah, not a lot of regen left over either.
I do think it's wild, though, speaking of the heroes and the picks, that they picked up this techie so early, just seeing the value in it. Even though it already looked like a good game for the Void Spirit in that 4th overall pick, they really know that, you know, it's Yamich, right? I mean, I think we all kind of know at this point that obviously he's incredibly strong on the hero, but it's just techies overall. I mean, we've talked about it several times on our broadcast, but like everyone's a techies player now because the hero has changed quite a bit. But it's just so strong in the lane. You see Yamich like maxing out Sticky Bomb last game for just an insane amount of damage, just spamming it constantly. And then although they didn't need it last game, that control over space in the mid game that we've seen time and time again, just the hero feels a little bit too strong in every stage of the game, and it's universal to boot.
Right, everything that makes things that much stronger is Chrysalis actually able to get that first blood, taking down the Keeper of the Light. Very well done. Yeah, and I mean, you know, you have another, not like completely similar archetype, but sort of annoying, you know, spammy support hero that Puppy is playing this time, and just punishing Divine Llama. And I think that, you know, when they saw the Spiritbreaker techies, they're pretty much thinking like, hey, there's no way they're going to Veno us again. And then what do you know? It just happens.
There it is. Yeah, I've seen a couple of these offlane Spiritbreakers. And hero looks great. It's just, I mean, not surprising. Can just build up an early Vanguard if you please. Looks like that's the plan this game here for Boom.
Ooh, replay.
Yeah, replay there on this kill. And would you believe it? It's a Venomancer walking him down. And Divine Llama obviously way too far away for a deny this time. So he won't get a triple this early in the game.
Not yet.
Yet. There will be more, I feel.
There will be blood grenades.
Yeah, it's about a milkshake. Yeah, we've been there.
True. Armel in the mid lane, not having as good of a time as he did last game, as you would anticipate. Not having that one of the hardest matchups in the entire laning stage for Xantic to play into. Got to feel a little bit more normal for them as Divine Llama. Do they have enough damage on Theliocor to deny? I don't even know if he
That's
can.
the real question.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Oh, boy.
Nice little pickup there as they bring down the old Underlord.
So my true concerns lie in trying to get this Skywrath off the ground with and playing with this Pango. So I feel like we're gonna need the Coddle Pango doing its thing with the Chakra Magic. Buddy, he just got galed again. That is just so much damage.
God.
But they're basically gonna have to wait for like Rolling Thunders, get moving on the map. I think it's gonna be hard to hit these Sky ultis and
Man.
This got so outplayed and then tipped.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, Armel is such a good mid player. Everybody's known it for forever. A missed Gale onto Devi Llama. I swear they've changed something about this spell. Harder to use. As Shad, now underneath tower, getting bashed, gets charged through as they turn their sights onto Hakoda, trying to bring him down. Sticky Bomb connects, and the jump from Yamich, he just TP'd back. He doesn't have a way to get out of there now.
Yeah, can Shad get out of here?
Roche coming to gank.
Roche, oh my gosh.
As they chase down Shad, in trouble, still clicking, still chasing. Oh, in the mine. Does he have enough? Yes.
He did that
Yamich
last game
gets
too.
The kill.
He did the same thing where he would time it so that it would explode. As last game, he got one where the spin. I had to check that it had actually ended. It was so sick.
God, another Gale. Helio Court. By Llama, they get chased out of this lane as Puppey is dropping down wards and asserting some dominance. Well, it's starting not at mid as bad as it went last game, but still pretty rough for the D1 Hustlers. Secret,
yeah, he's jumping
into
in.
Play.
They were waiting for that play, hoping they could get Armel, but he's got the early raindrops here. Helping to protect him as Hakoda will secure the haste rune for himself. Unfortunately, not able to hold it for Xantic as Yamich was already there.
Just random bashes into Shad whenever he feels the need. The other big thing that sort of turned a lot of how last game went was those wisdom runes and when they got picked up. We'll have to see if D1 Hustlers can do a better job of securing them this game. Could make the difference.
It's all on Xantic, honestly. I feel like he just has to do everything because like Shad's gonna do the same thing, right? He's gonna try and farm it up, do his thing, and be the backbone for this team. And then they're gonna need levels on Theodore as well. Puppey here trying to ruin said levels by getting in position for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, he's gonna just get a kill on a Core maybe, or gets denied. Oh, he didn't get it in time. Puppey gets the kill. At the very least, like you said, it's not going to be the Wisdom Rune that gets taken.
That's the true victory here.
Yeah. Because Hakoda's level 3 with the Wisdom Rune. Oh, God.
Bro.
Ain't great. Yamich making the move up
Is
top.
Shad dead? Look at that
yeah,
bash.
with that bash, he just might be. Oh, wow. Boom,
It's bad.
level 6, get the kill.
Yeah, like you just look at the situation, you see the level, and you're like, he's dead. Like he knew, we knew. The bash was just made a little bit quicker. And now your tower is being taken at 7 3/4 minutes here. Yeah, I did that. By an offlane Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. And
Notorious
on the bottom
for
side,
pushing towers.
right, on the bottom side, they just can't get that similar type of pressure. You saw that Chrysalis just absorbs all that movement. This Medusa, which was let through, surviving down bottom.
Oh, all right. This is their moment. Here it is. Go! And he's gone. So they at least stopped him from getting the illusion rune, so he couldn't refill his bottle. But unfortunately, Xantic desperately needs a power rune. That's why they're all here. They're trying to get him something, because it is hard to enable a Pango. The best thing they have is Chakra, and it is level 3, which is nice to try and get doubles. But here we go. All right, this is the game plan. Smoking these 3 heroes together, trying to get something done. What level's the Silence? It is level 2. Boom has 1 point in Bulldoze, so that's already 40% status resistance, though, because that's a great
Boom's
spell.
out. He's leaving. He's done.
He's very gone. The boss has left the station.
Trent, like you said, maxing out Silence on the Skywrath Mage. The fact that they have a Skywrath Mage and they have 1 kill Well, down bottom, they continue to lose their offlaner. The game is just, it's not going the way they want it. And I think it's important to recognize that for Secret, you know, last game you can write it off. Okay, Huskguard, mid, there isn't really a great thing that we could do. In this game, yeah, slight draft advantage, but Secret are just outplaying them.
Secret banned Anti-Mage of the first phase. Like, there were no secrets this draft. They're like,
Right.
we're going to pick Dusa, and we'll play it up from there. And that's what they did. They didn't have the final choice in anything here. They forced you into a 10th pick Juggernaut, and I don't think that's ever a good situation.
Yeah. Tower going down. And D1 Hustlers, even if they move on in, I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop it. You take a look at this one. Armel jumps through, finds Core. Xantic, dodge away. Okay, the blast off rebuff for the moment. As Boom charged through, pushed back, and now he gets pushed to the low ground. Armel, he was so surviving through that. Xantic, he did basically nothing with the entire ult. He can't even get the kill on a Yamich. Oh, wow. 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes.
That might be one of the most unfortunate. Short of getting stuck where they just go boo, 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 boo. That was pretty much the worst Pango roll you can have. That's a bad time. And again, their entire mid game is predicated off of Pango rolls.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which means that it can't get worse than this, Trent, right? So it's only up from here. So when he
I know
has
one line
rollback
that's
up,
going straight up. It's going to be the Radiant net worth.
That's true.
Got some nice CS here on Chrysalis. Oh, and on our Jug. Both of them. Great stuff.
Been farming a lot, having a good time. Chad spinning down waves is mid. They again try and mess around a bit with the Void Spirit, but not capable of doing that much. And in all of this, Secret has also somehow managed to get like a couple of stacks here and there too. So they're farming stacks as D1 Hustlers just trying to do what they can on this map here. Puppey backs away, has the Noxious Plague ready to go. Fairy Fire stick charges, decides, you know what, I'm going to turn and take this fight. Tries to bring down the Venomancer only to be completely pushed back. Although, is Boom bitten off more than he could shoot? Divine Llama TP's out and just to escape.
Boom, a little bit confused here. Thinks he's playing Doom currently.
Right.
Yep. As he works on that Octarine core. Great item on this hero. I mean, yeah, obviously Ags is like one of the best things about it is the 7 seconds, but what if all your spells were just a little bit quicker here? Specifically Bulldoze, because Bulldoze just looks nasty this game.
Also just like gets you such good value for tanking up in HP and everything. You get like, I don't know, 200 or something bonus stat or HP and health. It's pretty nice. Puppey still has stick charges, Fairy Fire. Gale into walk away. Do they have enough to bring him down? They will, but now are they in too far? Xantic turned upon by Armel, dissimulate to jump away. Armel could queue up another step in a couple of seconds, but it's going to be Divine Llama jumped upon, tries to kill the mines, can only kill so many of them. Disarm double for Armel. Boom, looking for more. Has his Nether Strike, but the charge as well pulls him back into the waiting clutches of the Remnant. Perfectly placed by Armel, gets the finish. And, well, Yamich is there for the slowdown of the Helial Core. Gets him caught with the mines.
How is this game more one-sided?
I don't know.
How?
I don't get it, Trent.
They're just too good.
You know what it is? You said you had to go nuclear and go all in, gas on the pedal. Didn't need to do that last game because they had a Huskar. They need to this time because they don't have a Huskar.
Yeah, they just have a Medusa.
Yeah. They can play crazy like this.
Well, they certainly make it look like they can do whatever the hell they want. Puppey doing the same strat where he just farms the whole time as people are dying.
He's happy with it. The man has a mission in life.
Yep.
It's to play some Venomancer.
Shad is just cosplaying against every Juggernaut in every game you guys have ever played at Dota 2. You just click over on him and you're like, so where's that Battle Fury, bud?
Charge through. Shad turned upon. It's all for the rune. They did it all for the rune. But will they end up paying for the rune? Xantic, he is in no man's land. Getting chased a bit. Armel finds him there with the remnant. They show up with everybody. Boom! Charge through onto 2. Omni slash
Come
out.
on.
Being traded over with those illusions. Boom! Tries to back away. They're chasing tantalizingly close. He will have another charge if he wants to run into him in a couple of seconds.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's to back away. Chrysalis still in some trouble. Charge.
He's getting a Lotus.
Oh, he got the Lotus. He got the Lotus. Tries to turn. The heal. They've got enough. Chrysalis is backing away. He gets rooted at the very end. Yemich, maybe he's gone it too far now. Boom, turns with the bash, gets it onto him. Puppy finally shows up. This noxious plague starts to bring them down bit by bit. Armel still lives through
His
all of
spells
that.
are coming back up, though.
As Divine Llama connects and kills Shad, the only one that's alive from the whole combo. And Xantic is now back into the fight too, but it's, even though a Medusa kill comes out, it's still a huge win for Secret.
I mean, it would have been criminal if he had survived there off that Lotus. It was shockingly close. But they can't get any more scraps afterwards. It's just a 4-for-1 going Secret's way, so things not going to be turning around here. At the very least, it did secure the Battle Fury because the bounty went to Shad, and he was not that close. So that is a big deal that he was able to get that.
Much needed. 19-3 doesn't feel great. And they are getting closer to the Xantic Diffusal Blade, which again, really effective against this Medusa as we all know and love. But Chrysalis is getting closer to a Butterfly. A little better.
It certainly is. So, I think he should have done the patented Radiance into Butterfly build. You know,
okay.
The Radiance into Rapier Butterfly would have been pretty good this game. Surprised, you know. We'll see. Maybe
Not
next
even
time.
Nullifier?
yeah, maybe we'll just do that
Straight
instead. Yeah. I just think we should be experimenting in this game. You know, last game they didn't really get anything too funky. Come on, guys, live a little.
I mean, and he's already got the Manta. Why not go Radiance?
But the truth of it is, they need all the wins because we are getting further to the DPC. It's not that long anymore, and a couple of losses can really get you into bad tiebreaker scenarios. So win your games, stay out of relegation, maybe get one of those slots to the major.
Silence onto the Void Spirit. He's got to back away. Omni slash almost connected onto him, but Armel will not get caught by it. Boom, turns, tries to get away. Chrysalis has shown up. Yamich gets out. They do lose Boom in the end, but now Xantic is in pretty far. Does have another swashbuckle. He didn't connect on the diffusal hit for Chrysalis, though. So still so much mana on this Medusa as Shad tries to back away. His courier even gets brought down now for the poor old Juggernaut, who is turned upon, killed off. And a huge victory yet again for Secret.
At some point in that fight, Armel was down to like 100 HP. He was so close to dying, and he barely got an Astral Step off to get out because they just don't have the lockdown. There's not enough control. If he's not like actively rooted or getting silenced right away, they just don't have that extra little bit of help that they need in the middle of these Rolling Thunders.
Right.
It has to be like Divine Llama and Xantic working together if they're going to have any hope of securing him down. And of course, the BKB will be coming out here in, well, whenever he could theoretically get it now if he wants to. So, we'll see when he wants to pump that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like one of those games where you kind of just need it against like the Skyrat abilities, but even once that comes out, they just don't have anything for him, it feels like. BKB is super good here. Heliocore going to get caught by Yamich. Boom, paired together to secure the last hit.
Oh.
And now Divine Llama gonna be caught. Didn't even need Boom for that one.
You can see they're desperately trying to get Hakoda out on the map to drop these random wards around. Like because they're just out of vision. So he's like throwing one on the other side. And when you have no vision, it's always bad when the enemy's snowballing, but versus Spirit Breaker, it's just so much worse. Kind of surprised he didn't fall through on that charge. I did not know that he still sensed fear, but could have been a problem if he went in there because the Pango was actually there. And Secret, well, they're knocking on the top door. The top lane door.
There it is.
Big knocker. You should see it.
Okay. All right.
It's like one of those big lion head ones, you know?
Oh, right. I see.
Yeah.
Those always seem like they're on the front of spooky houses, but
the thing
not
about having
so
one is
spooky. Okay, sorry. What?
But it is spooky.
Figured that
They're on the
out.
dire. No, I was gonna say that if you have one on your house, though, any kid that ever comes to your door is just gonna wail on that thing.
Oh yeah.
It's not
Is
a
that
great
what kids
idea.
do?
Yeah, they're like way too excited when they see it because you know, my kids will do that if they see one of those. They also will just obsessively ring doorbells. Kids love doing that. I'm sure you guys probably all did too.
You got some delinquents, man. What the hell?
Well, not like random houses.
Okay, got it.
Just like my
Puppy.
doorbell.
Puppy goes down. Shad. It's gonna pass this noxious plague over to his friends.
Hey guys.
But it is gonna be Puppy brought down. So they do get on the board. You can see that gold from that kill nicely spread around. D1 Hustler's gonna be very happy about that. I'm sorry I called your children delinquents. My bad.
That's okay. They're kind of delinquents.
Okay.
It's fine.
Fair enough. Could be thinking about Roche soon. They're down here on this side of the map for Secret. Seems like a pretty nice option for them.
Their rushing is like mega slow though. Like, do they even? Like, I don't know. It would take so long to Roche. I'd rather just like win the game.
That's fair. Even with the Solar Crest, just not enough. Doesn't matter.
It's fine. It's just like you need everyone, you know.
Yeah.
It almost feels like getting the whole like the Tormentor. It's like, come on, guys. Yeah.
Right.
Let's go hang out.
Yeah,
And again, it's not like those, if you go to do it, they're just giving space. Like this guy could be farming right now.
True.
If they were roaching, instead he's dead.
True. Yeah, get those kills. Punish. Continue to just keep them bully.
He's made the call. Guys, come on. Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
3 heroes will start on this.
All right, so Coddle Shard, obviously the best one for them in this scenario. If Hakoda got it, you just feel really bad, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. I mean, okay, it actually might save you versus...
Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe something. Oh
Well-
my god, this is taking so long. Considering they use drums and Solar Crest and 4 heroes game, and they're up 12k. Oh, then they're gonna smoke out. Okay.
With that said, it is the game ender. At least that's what they're hoping it's going to be.
Well, he needs the rapier.
Okay.
Obviously. Yeah.
True. Fair.
So he's just gonna
Chad?
take a moment and farm that up.
Oh, the charge. She was too far away. Could have been a nice answer. I had to check for a second.
He's still
that he wasn't-
barging in with the charging. All right, stop.
I was wondering if I had to check to make sure Chrysalis hadn't queued up a rapier. I believed you there for a second.
That could be nice. Could be kind of exciting.
True.
I know it is late though, so they're trying to play some efficient Dota here. You know, their series started late. Everything went long today.
It's true. Boom. He thought about ending it right there. Theodore Core.
He saved him.
Saved. All because of that shard.
No. False.
Bottom. Tier 3 tower, or tier 2 tower rather, starts to fall. Tier 3 tower about to start to fall. Or
honestly,
they're just going to clean up the outside.
You just had a great idea. It should give armor and it should give like 25 cast range or something. Like it should stack up and you get more and more cast range the more you cast.
You're casting your freaking arcane orbs from across the map. I like this.
Yeah, this is good. And then you're like items, like when you're snowballing, it's something like your scythe is hitting way further because it's stacking up, giving cast. This is good.
You could be in Fountain.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
That's
I like this a
fine.
lot. Well, Shad, he's not going to like this one. As the charge comes through, Puppy there does have Omni Slash at the ready.
Look at his debuffs.
Oh my god. Gets the Omni Slash off. He is not level 20, so doesn't have that talent, but they still managed to find 1 kill. Shad tries to spin away, but the charge through connection, 1 hit from Armel is all that they needed to end his life. And now the big old Chrysalis shows up at the end of it. The charge connects onto 2, and then the Stone Gaze, and Armel turns onto Xantic. The jump through from the techies, it's going to be enough to kill off that Pango. And with barely even a fight, Divine Llama only barely dodges the charge coming through as they turned onto Theliocor, who is also going to fall. Secret trying to put an exclamation point on this game.
The Spirit Breaker, boom, he buys dust, guys. It's crazy.
Good.
Every fight, he's popping 3 or 4 of these things, and it is working out. Because they almost got away several times there from their invis. But thankfully, he's there to cover things, and, well, there's frankly not much more to talk about. They are rolling this game, and that fight was mega easy.
They did it. And they're looking good. Divine Llama trying to get into a Crimson Guard to sort of
Thank you,
stop
Lyrical.
this damage. Right.
That's where we're at, huh?
I tried.
Yeah.
He's hoping that he can get a little bit more time here.
Calculating. Crimson Guard.
You know, it's really good against Dusa. That's a point. Not for the damage, you know. Kind of got to rely on other people for that, which
No,
they
that
do.
part's a bit harder. They do. With the eggs, you know, he's trying.
Yeah. Jug also has one.
Yeah. Maybe someone else could get one.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, Shad. It's the same gank squad that got him before, but this time, well, no, he's still not going to get out. In fact, Yamich gets the stun there onto 2. Chrysalis runs into all of them. Oh, if only the Crimson Guard was there. But unfortunately, it will not be. Xantic bounces back and forth. Drains all of Chrysalis's mana. Still has the Aegis. Still has stick charges. As the Pango starts to drop, do they have enough to get him out? With burning all this mana, it's actually kind of annoying. But in the end, they are going to take the life of the Pango. No buybacks on anybody. And Rax may be going to fall pretty soon after. GG.
Oh, all right. I was a little surprised when they hit the glyph, but they are indeed going to call it here. And, well, a long, long day ends with a very short series.
Fair enough. Team Secret, thank you, bye-bye, says Yamich. You can see the faces looking a little bit happier than their previous series after they managed to get this victory. And like we talked about, much needed for Secret. Oh, he just DC'd before I got a chance to.
He's gone.
He's like, I'm out, guys. But yeah, really impressive showing from Secret 2-0, and it wasn't just with the Huskar.
Yeah, they were clearly in a hurry today. So I wanted to get on out of here and go do other things. So easy successes, and yeah, like you're saying, not just Huskar. There's a definite skill diff here happening in the laning stage. Kind of in all 3 lanes, really. I mean, the only time a lane went well for the Hustlers was when they were just allowing it to go well from Secret because they were focusing so hard on the other lanes. But other than that, they really crushed. And going back to the draft, I think showing the importance of the Yamish techies as well. Because, like, they have the Medusa on one side, so they're stabilizing their safe lane. They got the techies on the other, so they're kind of stabilizing their off lane. Like, they had a full draft planned out. They felt very comfortable with it. They're like, whatever we get for Puppy later, we'll be fine with the Dusa, because he's going to play some lane support anyway. And Yamish can just pair with anything. That's the thing about techies. Like, it's just so solid right now.
So you're saying they had good heroes. A very interesting idea there.
Yes.
Picking the strong heroes. We'll see if D1 Hustlers can get that together for their next series. For now, Secret managed to take the victory. Let's head on back to the panel.
A much-needed series win for Secret as well. Coming into this one, they were 0-3, so now picking up this victory for themselves. They're 1-3. It's looking good, Kezu, especially with how dominant this game was. There is no other way to describe it, but you can try.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Secret, what's important for them and what I'm happy to see is that, you know, they were close on winning some of these series and they showed me a lot of good things. And I mean, today you could definitely see a high level of not just outplay, but I think also outdrafting your opponents. And they just looked very good in this series. I don't know if there's really that much more to say. I'm happy with what they showed.
Yeah. Do you feel, Lucas, that these drafts are different to the other secret drafts that we've seen? Like there has been a change up there, or that's not really where the focus has been in your eyes?
No, I think Team Secret comes into these matchups super prepared to what's going to happen. Like, looking at their drafts that they did, like, when they won against Gaming Gladiators, like, even the ones that when they lost against Team Liquid, the ideas that they have are still really, really good. Sometimes they fall short in execution, but this time around it was full domination from Team Secret from start to finish. They felt super strong. One thing I said about this team is every single time I see them play, they do play together, and finally they're starting to get some W's on the board. Not the ideal score for them. You know, you got to start somewhere, and they also have like some of the matchups that they could potentially be winning as well, but yeah, good showing. I feel like I said it maybe second time that I saw Team Secret play that they need a little bit more time together to just gel everything together. But yeah, individually they look really, really good. Some team play could be improved, but overall with every single game they look like a team. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. This could be the start of that gelling you were talking about, but guys, you guys have to come together as my analysts and pick an MVP for this one. Do you want to give it to Armel again? Yamich? Chrysalis?
I mean, I'm down to give it to Armel, but he played Void Spirit, so I don't want to. I kind of want to give it to Puppy.
Right.
You know, the guy's a baller boss playing Veno.
Okay.
Yeah, all others are universal heroes. I also was thinking about Techies. The hero seems a little bit busted right now, just a tiny bit. So yeah, let's just give it to Puppy, you know, because some of the ideas that he has, the way he plays this hero, is insane. Let's go. This is it, Puppy MVP.
In and out of game MVP, because you know his contribution to the draft, what he's been doing for the team. So it's a big MVP dub, Kezu.
I mean, he's just right. He is one of the greatest. He's always there, or you will whenever you tune into Dota, you will see his name somewhere, and somehow he'll always make it to TI and have like a pretty damn good placing, you know, most of the time. So yeah, I mean, he just deserves it. And when it comes to Venomancer, you know, this guy, he was playing Post 5 Venomancer as a just to relax and pubs 1 year ago, 2 years ago, and now it's actually good. So all this practice, you know, back then it paid off.
It has paid off, and you're right. He deserves the MVP, and he deserves some time to talk to everyone. So I do believe the interview is ready, and it will be Puppy joining us. Puppy, congratulations on the win. I don't know if you want to celebrate talking to us, but here you are, going to ask some questions about how you've been enjoying up in Div 1 here, and this series specifically against Hustlers.
Div 1's been hard. But to be fair, I think we had a pretty good chance on winning against Gaming Gladiators. And we had a pretty good chance to win against OG. So, to be fair, we could have been 3-1 right now. Just ended up being 1-3, you know, reverse Uno carded. Happens. You know what you got to do.
Yeah. It really does. You guys were looking fantastic in that GG and OG. Super impressed with what's happened. I want to know how it's been gelling with Armel and Yamich and having Boom go to Post 3, and how you feel you've really helped the team as the captain there, and what sort of input you've had.
I mean, our games are getting better and better from every game that we play. So basically, there was a time where Armel is a little bit sick, I got sick, and something like that. There was a lot of time where we basically couldn't figure out the game nicely, or be very enthusiastic. Can't be much enthusiastic when you're sick. So yeah. Overall, I think every game is just going to look better from now. And I heard somebody talk about Universal heroes. You don't want to give MVP to Universal? Was that Kezu? Did you say that?
Yeah, you can have Kezu.
No, I said not voice
You can have a chat.
Yeah, I mean,
I said not
Venomancer is Universal, you know, so.
Yeah, it was Lacoste who said don't give it to Universal. I'm just a Void Spirit hater.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Lacoste said it, you know, but Venomancer is a Universal hero, so you kind of fucked up there, in my opinion. You gave the MVP to the wrong place.
Whatever.
Where do you think the MVP should have gone, Puppy?
Yeah, me. It's okay. Let's give it to me. I guess
that's why I gave it to you. I don't care which hero
2 heroes
it
got
is.
denied because of my Gales. You know, Give me the MVP, guys. Come on, give it to
Yeah,
me.
well
I
played.
deserve it.
Well played.
Yeah, I do have one question before I let Kezu and Lacoste run away with it, though. I want to know, you talked about the enthusiasm when you guys are sick and how it's a bit down, but I just want to know enthusiasm about this patch in general of 7.33 and even the micro patches, the current one we're on, 7.33C, how it's sort of fueling you as a drafter and the competition that's going on.
It is the biggest patch I've ever played, and but it doesn't change the fact that we are used to getting big patches or used to being in a scenario where the game gets all fucked up. So I don't know, like it looked pretty big, and then you start playing it and you just see how all the changes were still kind of minuscule because the game still ends up being the same and the players adapt to everything. So I don't know, it doesn't really feel anything different, even though the patch is huge. But it's still good that it happened, even though it took a while. Because, like, honestly, it gives a lot of it brings the fun back to Dota when it gets stale. That's the problem about this game. It gets fucking stale. Don't you agree, Kazel? It gets fucking stale, right?
Yeah, that's why.
But now it's not. So it's more fun even when you're losing.
That's good. Because you can go.
All right. Wait your turn, Lacoste. Relax.
Okay. Now go ahead, Kezu.
Yeah, I've got a couple. Has anything changed for you in your last couple of years in terms of how you view on winning a Dota game? Like, on what's the most important part? Has anything of that changed?
I don't think so, because I don't think I've changed practically at all since from the beginning of time. So, if anything. Yeah, these things don't really matter. None of the wins matter until you win TI. So at the same time, all you have to do is just constantly learn about the game. And since a lot of the times, ever since this DPC has started, where it's leagues, it's been more of a what's the next cheese or what's the next thing going on, because the next 2 or 3 days the meta is going to change. It used to be more like, okay, we're going to win the qualifier in 3 days. And you have to figure out everything. It will be much shorter of a span of a time where things happen. Nowadays, if you get a win, it don't matter nothing. It means nothing because you got a win, and tomorrow or in 3 days you're gonna lose because somebody just figured out Lina 4 is the most broken shit, and you suck because you didn't figure that out. And it's basically it transforms maybe through how Dota is being played as. So I guess that has changed, but not necessarily in my opinion. I don't want to change myself. It's basically Dota changing itself.
Okay. And how about in terms of you being a captain? Has there did you have any revelation or anything that you saw someone else do, or something you realized in I don't know, the last 1, 2, 3 years where you're like, okay, I should do this different. I should do this better to be the best possible captain I can be for your team?
I mean, of course, because or else you just fall behind. You constantly have to learn new things. You constantly have to ask what is great. You constantly have to be aware of the new things that are happening. If you do not do that, you're just going to fall behind and be never mind.
So what's the one thing that you feel like you improved on the most when it comes to just captainship or whatever?
I don't know how to answer that question, because if I've improved on something, I should improve more. I'm shit right now. I should be better. So I don't know. I wish I could improve more. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about improvements here, I wish I could just improve on improving.
Yeah, good enough.
How did this lineup come together? Because this is definitely not the lineup that people expected to see from Team Secret.
Well, it all comes down to when Armel and Yamich walked into a bar once. And I was like, okay, that's not what happened. Obviously, I was searching for skilled players. It's actually a true story, but it's kind of boring. We just hanged out. And that's how it happened. No, but obviously, Armel is a top-notch mid laner, and I just figured, let's go, let's go at it. I also played against Yamich in the last chance qualifier of the TI that was played last year, and he was pretty brutal. And I mean, to be fair, this team, it's just like any other team that happens in Dota. You just kind of make it, you vibe on it, you feel it, you see if you win or not, and that's about it. Like we all just kind of like everybody these days is they all have some kind of like shared goal. Not many people are toxic anymore or some shit. That like back in the day, I feel like 2012 or whatever, you got like PGGs running around doing crazy shit all the time or whatever. Like you don't kind of see that anymore, to be fair. So I don't know. Everything seems to be like you just kind of like pick players that you think are good at Dota and see how it goes, because everybody's kind of nice to each other anyway. You don't really have these conflicting personality disorders or something like that, or like somebody just wants to come up drunk every day or some shit that, you know, that I don't think that happens anymore. You got to be really nerdy in Dota in order to succeed.
Well, throughout your whole career, you've always been on top, and like after finishing second at the last TI, you dropped down to Division 2. Like, did it affect how you see things? Well, like, what are some of the changes that you maybe made coming into this new DPC tour?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the lowest point I've ever been when I went to Div 2, but at the same time, you know, it's the lowest I've been yet. So it can go worse. Basically, like, to be fair, I don't really care. Like the question of like stopping to play Dota and something like that, because it is kind of stressful at the end of the day if you're not like really feeling Dota. I feel like losing Dota is just like it shatters your like lifestyle completely. Like I'm telling you right now, all the people that are kind of in top 8 right now in Dota specifics, like top 6, all those people that keep on losing, they don't feel good in life. They just walk around mindlessly hoping that they would maybe be the winners of the major or some shit like that. And everybody's kind of like very sad about it because I don't know, this game does that to you. So yeah, I mean, hopefully I, you know, start doing better. I don't know.
If there's a pattern that has been completed by you, that's that every single TI you get like one chance higher. Is this it? Is this the TI that you're gonna win, considering you got second last TI?
I mean, yeah, I mean that's the pattern, but at the same time, this is maybe even a harder scenario of getting to TI than I've ever been in a sense, like how rough I went to Div 2. So basically, I've never been in Div 2. And that means that something is really hard to get to TI. I mean, if I get to TI, they're fucked, okay? You know, that's what I'm saying. If I get to TI, it's over, man. They will lose, man. They will lose to Gaben God, you know, the Gaben God of numbers. You know, the numbers will add up. But that's the problem. I'm getting this really, really rough start right now. They really don't want it to happen, you know? Whatever the gambling gods are doing, you know, they don't want me to get in there because actually probably Valve is doing it because, to be fair, everybody's going to bet on me because they know I'm going to get first place and the whole world will explode and the banks will explode. So I get why this is happening. It's
going to be another world crisis with the banks, yeah.
Yeah, the math to be math. Hey, you said last time I interviewed you, Puppy, all the way at Last Chance Qualifiers, you said you've taken every path possible to TI. This is just another one from Div 2 to TI.
True. You are right about that. I haven't done that one. I mean, I haven't gotten one last place in TI. Literally the lastest of places. And losing Last Chance Qualifier. These are new placements that I haven't gotten. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully we don't see any of those
ones.
Way. Look, we'll see. But Poppy, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, and congratulations again on this series win. You guys are looking great.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, what a fantastic interview from Poppy. He's just putting it straight. He's putting it out there. You love to hear it. You gotta check off all the placements and all the pathways because of the TI.
I mean, that's just, you can always expect, I think, a top-notch interview when it comes to the great Pupan. You know, he'll tell you how it is. He's not going to think twice about what he's going to say.
Not going to sugarcoat anything.
Yeah, like, you know, hopefully for him, he's going to get that first place of TI because otherwise, yeah, he might just get that last chance qualifier. If there'll be one, who knows? I don't know.
Who knows? That's right. The only thing I know is that our day is finally... Sorry, Lacoste, actually, before I close out the show, what were you going to say?
No, nothing. I mean, it's always a pleasure to talk to Puppy because he is the greatest of all time, I think. I mean, there's other names that can pop up, but he's been on top of the game for a good 20 years now. And what he manages to do still, like making teams and whatnot, like every single time getting better placement than TI, it's just insane to think about that someone can do such things for such long period of time. And of course, you always want to make him succeed, want to make him... and one thing that he talked about in an interview is also that, you know, they are playing better with each game, which we did kind of notice, and also saying that they could have been 3-1, which is very realistic.
Yeah, it really was. We just briefly saw there on the screen as well the long day that we had. Tundra and Quest going to 3 games, but eventually towards Tundra. Same with Gaming Gladiators and Entity. Gaming Gladiators closed it out. It's been a long day, okay?
Let's go.
Secret gave us a nice quick 2-0. They got in
Puppy.
there. They knew they wanted the win. Yeah, praying to Puppy. It's not praying to Gaben anymore. And so it just ran out our day. I believe we're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard to see where everything's shaping up. Because I don't actually think we're doing the leaderboard. Just kidding. We're going to have a look at the schedule. It's a long day. Yeah, JK, I debated you guys. It's been a really long day, okay? I don't know, I feel like a couple hours past what we normally finish. On Friday, though, this is what you get to have. Team Liquid up against OG. Entity versus Secret, so potentially another pickup for Secret if every game is getting better for themselves, as Entity have been trying to find their consistency themselves. And then we're going to have Hustlers up against Quest Esports. So 2 promoted Div 2 teams are going to be closing out our Friday night. Kazoo, a series to look forward to.
Entity Secret, because I feel like the one that wins this one can look to potentially contend the major slots. Like either of them, they need this momentum. Whereas Hustlers and Quest, I think it's kind of a make or break. I mean, if Hustlers want to stay here, they also need to win that. I guess Quest are looking good, but yeah, I'm always excited for the second one. Yeah.
Okay, now Lacoste, which one? You have to hype me up for a series, but you can't pick the same one Kazoo just picked. So either 1 or 3.
Well, luckily there's 2 of us. If we had more people on panel, I would not have a series to choose from. So I'll go with Liquid OG. Want to see like where OG is going to stand in this one. I think OG should use the opportunity that Team Liquid already qualified to TI, and you can feel that they're not, playing to 100%. They're not as hungry right now, taking a little bit of more chill, and want to see if OG is going to be able to bring them down. Like throughout this year, Liquid was pretty much dominating against OG, except at Berlin Major. So maybe they can replicate that and try to compete for that major slot one more time.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, there is a little bit of a question mark around OG as well. So we don't really know what's going to be brought to the table for them, especially in a series against Team Liquid. But all 3 series are going to be pretty hype. That's what I'm going to say about every day, because as we get closer, scoreboard's getting closer as well. Going to be finding out who's taking what in Western Europe 2 or 3. But for now, that's the end of our day number 5. We'll see you guys back on Friday for the conclusion of week 2.
Yeah. The Pango is very isolated, guys. I can ult him. Yeah, I can go. Yeah, go. I ult him after. Killing one. I'm still okay. Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm killing a bit here.
You have a torch, sure?
3 seconds.
Yeah. Maybe you can help me.
I'm
yeah. I'm getting shit. Maybe I'm alive.
I'm running. I'm running now.
I'm going in.
The people die.
Oh fuck, I died.
I'm killing this guy first.
They're getting pretty fucked. Pongo's respawning, but he's
3
far.
seconds on charge. Oh, Pongo is tipping.
He's coming right now. He's gonna be there in 5 seconds. Get the fuck out from Pongo. Pongo's far.
I'll kill them all, dude.